In the high martial world of Blue Star, ferocious beasts roam freely, and martial artists reign supreme. Lin Yuan, burdened by meager talents, finds himself the target of bullying by school tyrants. At a critical juncture, the system activates, ushering in a formidable rise to power, where only blood can redeem the sufferings endured by himself and his family. By devouring souls, one can augment their strength, rendering extraordinary combat prowess merely standard. Upon participating in a martial examination, he effortlessly obliterates the entire examination venue. Exceptional abilities, premier martial arts, top-tier body refinement techniques, and supreme divine secrets, system tasks abound. Lin Yuan possesses a composed demeanor, ascending from Blue Star to become the most formidable student of the Sacred Academy by his freshman year. Graduating early in his first year to enlist in the military, he relentlessly carves a path through the vast cosmos, sweeping away the most elite prodigies with an invincible presence. My combat prowess can escalate indefinitely. Is not a genius meant to crush the opposition? The genius remarks, "You deem him a genius? Incorrect. He is merely a monster." The prodigy states, "Before him, should anyone dare call me a genius, I shall take offense." The talented exclaim, "In comparison to him, we seem like a bunch of worthless beings." Let us witness Lin Yuan's growth amidst the carnage. We shall meet in the divine realm. Chapter 1. Underestimate my lowly talents? Then I shall rise with overwhelming strength. Tomorrow marks the day of the martial science qualification test. Only those who reach the initial stage of body refinement may partake in the martial examination. I hope all students successfully pass the test. Wu Zhe, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 in the senior year, stands on the podium, his expression filled with anticipation. Tomorrow's test will not only assess your martial arts levels, but also evaluate your practical combat abilities. The school will select the most outstanding students from the senior year for specialized training prior to the martial examination. Each class is allotted only 3 spots, so I hope you all exert your utmost effort, continues teacher Wu Zhe. Lin Yuan sits at his desk, his expression one of profound melancholy. Alas, the standard fate of a transmigrator is to start weakly, yet I seem destined to remain so. What does this imply? With over a month until the examination, tomorrow represents the final opportunity to attain qualification. This is a parallel world, and the planet on which Lin Yuan resides is named Blue Star. He is a senior student at the 6th High School in the city of Quansheng, Tai Province, within the Great Xia Kingdom. Over 2 centuries ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revitalized, leading to an invasion by ferocious beasts, and humanity began to awaken extraordinary abilities. Martial artists emerged as the rulers of this world. Only by becoming a martial artist can one ascend to greatness. At the age of 18, everyone awakens their extraordinary abilities, yet Lin Yuan's awakening resulted in the lowest tier F-grade ability. Although rare, being of the spatial type, it remains rather ineffectual. Following the awakening of extraordinary abilities, individuals of D grade and above can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to advance to the body refinement stage, thus entering the ranks of martial artists. Beyond body refinement lies the hierarchy of martial artists from 1st to 9th rank, with the apex being the martial god realm. UNZ, have you broken through to the initial body refinement stage? After class, a voice calls from the back desk. Lin Yuan turns to see a plump figure seated behind him. He is Lin Yuan's sole good friend, Huang Dongdong, who possesses an E-grade ability, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. Alas, not yet. Lin Yuan responds with a reluctant sigh. Neither have I. It's fine. If we can't participate in the martial examination, we can still attend a liberal arts university without facing those terrifying beasts. Huang Dongdong reassures himself. Yet what boy does not harbor a dream of becoming a formidable warrior? Oh, the 2 waste of our class, still fantasizing about becoming martial artists. Lin Yuan raises his eyes to the newcomer, an arrogant boy named Wang Qing, who possesses a B-grade ability and is undoubtedly the strongest genius in their class. Over 2 months ago, he had already broken through to the initial body refinement stage and frequently bullied Lin Yuan and his friend. Who are you calling waste? Huang Dongdong suddenly stands, glaring defiantly at Wang Qing. Huang Fatty, did Brother Qing speak wrongly? Aren't you both waste? An E-grade and an F-grade? You shall never break through to the initial body refinement stage, haha, remarks another boy beside him. Huang Dongdong's face flushes with anger. Although he lacks martial talent, being insulted so directly stirs resentment within him. What? You take offense at being called waste? How about we step outside and have a go at it? Let me show you what a martial artist is, ha ha ha. Another boy steps forward to mock, cracking his knuckles with malice. These 2 are Wang Qing's sycophants, naturally hurling insults at Huang Dongdong. A fight? I'm not afraid of you. Huang Dongdong's eyes redden as he prepares to confront them. Dongzi, don't act impulsively. They're deliberately provoking us, and we are no match for them. Lin Yuan pulls Huang Dongdong back, coldly observing the trio, and whispers a warning. At his words, Huang Dongdong regains his composure, Should they engage, a beating would be inevitable. What? Are you backing down? Indeed, waste must possess the awareness of their status. Wouldn't you agree, you fat fool? Wang Qing approaches to continue his provocation, even reaching out to pat Huang Dongdong's face. The overtly insulting gesture and the taunting gaze cause Huang Dongdong to lose all restraint, and he throws a punch at Wang Qing's face. Damn you! Due to the proximity and the suddenness of the attack, Huang Dongdong's powerful blow appears destined to strike Wang Qing's face. Yet in the next moment, all eyes widen in disbelief. Wang Qing simply raises a hand, effortlessly grasping Huang Dongdong's heavy fist. Waste. Wang Qing smirks. He has been waiting for this opportunity. Lin Yuan was correct. He merely sought an excuse to bully the pair. With a swift motion, his palm swings towards Huang Dongdong's left cheek, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Should the strike connect, Huang Dongdong might well lose consciousness, or worse, sustain severe injuries. Wang Qing's usual arrogance pales in comparison to the brutality of his attack, showing no regard for the consequences. Just as Wang Qing's strike is about to land on Huang Dongdong's face, a figure suddenly steps in front of him. That figure is none other than Lin Yuan, who raises his arms to block Wang Qing's descending palm. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the impact reverberates through his arms. The overwhelming force sends Lin Yuan and Huang Dongdong crashing backward, toppling several desks, with Huang Dongdong landing squarely on the ground. Lin Yuan manages to stabilize himself with great effort, yet his arms tremble uncontrollably, waves of pain and numbness coursing through him. Despite this, his gaze remains resolute. Indeed, martial artists are not mere mortals to withstand. The opponent's casual strike nearly rendered my arm useless. Lin Yuan muses, feeling a weight of gravity in his heart. Huang Dongdong quickly scrambles to his feet, supporting Lin Yuan with concern etched on his face. Yuanzi, are you alright? Why did you shield me? Lin Yuan forces a smile. We are comrades. Could I stand by and watch you being harmed? Yuanzi. Huang Dongdong's eyes immediately redden, as if a torrent of emotion swells within. Wang Qing, enough. You are at the body refinement stage. Is it amusing to bully your classmates? A classmate, unable to remain silent, interjects. What? Do you have a problem? Do you wish to defend these two wastes? Wang Qing glares at the student, his demeanor threatening, causing the student to quail and swiftly close his mouth. Cease this at once. Wang Qing, do you possess no sense of decorum? Get out to the playground and run 10 laps. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Wu Zhe, suddenly entered the classroom, pointing at Wang Qing with an irate shout, evidently alerted by a fellow student. Teacher Wu, I was merely jesting with them. I did not resort to violence. Wang Qing replied with a cheeky grin. Do you take me for a fool? Are my ears deceiving me? Off you go now. Wu Zhe's expression was dark as he gestured towards the playground. Upon seeing this, Wang Qing pouted and reluctantly dashed out of the classroom. Although Wu Zhe had punished Wang Qing, the reprimand was not particularly severe. After all, Wang Qing was a promising talent in the class, and they still depended on him to achieve results in the martial arts examination. Lin Yuan, are you alright? Wu Zhe inquired with concern. Despite Lin Yuan and his peers lacking martial talent, Wu Zhe did not discriminate against them. On the contrary, he took care of them with kindness. I'm fine. Teacher Wu. Lin Yuan managed to force a smile. That's good to hear. Just ignore that ruffian Wang Qing from now on. Wu Zhe patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder before turning to leave the classroom. Huang Dongdong assisted Lin Yuan in settling back into his seat, and a heavy silence enveloped them both. Lin Yuan moved his arms slightly, sharp pangs of pain coursing through him, while feelings of humiliation lingered in his heart, leaving him in turmoil. This was not the first instance of such bullying, and he was truly fed up. A fierce sense of defiance and resentment welled up within him. Is this truly my fate? No, I refuse to accept it. Just then, a melodious voice suddenly resonated within Lin Yuan's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, and in that instant, his eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. A system? Is this the golden finger? It has finally arrived. A sensation of rebirth surged within him, and a newfound confidence blossomed. They mock my lack of talent? Then I shall rise with formidable strength. Wang Qing, during tomorrow's practical test, I shall repay every ounce of humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Chapter 2. Devouring all souls, the rise begins. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system's prompt echoed persistently. System activation successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Soul Devour, allowing you to consume any lingering souls for your own use. System panel generating. Host, Lin Yuan. Superpower, F-grade spatial ability. Martial path, not initiated. Combat power, 10. Martial arts, none. Skill, Soul Devour. Ability points, 0 points. Detected that the host possesses a novice package. Would you like to open it now? Open it. Lin Yuan decisively chose. Opening the novice package. Congratulations, host. You have gained S-grade spatial ability and 100 ability points. Superpower, S-grade spatial ability. Combat power, 100 upgradable. Ability points, 100 points. Apart from these 3 items, no other changes appeared on the system panel. My superpower level has directly surged to S-grade. This system is truly outrageous. At this rate, it won't be long before my superpower level reaches SSS grade. The feeling of cheating is exhilarating. Tomorrow is the martial arts qualification test. So I must find a way to elevate my martial arts level to the initial stage of body refining tonight, Lin Yuan mused. In this world, superpower levels are categorized from low to high, ranging from F to SSS across 9 grades. S grade is already a rarity among geniuses. It has been years since the great Xia has witnessed the awakening of an S-grade superpower. But how can I elevate my martial arts level? The 100 ability points awarded by the system are insufficient for me to break through to the initial stage of body refining. On the system panel, there are no hints for upgrading the martial arts level, only a prompt indicating that combat power can be upgraded. I should save the ability points for now. The pressing matter is to enhance my martial arts level. Huang Dongdong, noticing Lin Yuan's momentary daze, mistakenly thought he was still upset. To lighten the mood, he suggested, Yuanzi, don't be angry anymore. It's not worth it for that fool Wang Qing. How about we go to the Beast Arena after school? My dad got us 2 tickets. Let us broaden our horizons and relax a bit. The Beast Arena? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. How could I not think of that? The Beast Arena resembles the Colosseum from my previous life's movies, a place where warriors engage in combat with ferocious beasts. Some low-level warriors fight there to gain battle experience, but most do so for monetary gain. Ordinary people can purchase tickets to enter the arena and witness the battles, satisfying their curiosity and admiration for warriors. Thus, it is a bustling locale, steeped in a sanguinary atmosphere. Each battle concludes with the demise of one party. Be it a beast or a warrior, one must fall. Since there is death, there are souls. And who better to seize these souls than Lin Yuan? Who possesses this soul devour skill? Yes, absolutely, let us go after school. Lin Yuan agreed immediately. After school, Huang Dongdong treated Lin Yuan to a spicy hot pot at a food stall near the school gate, and the two set off towards the Beast Arena. Being the capital city, Quanqing boasted a rather impressive scale for its arena. The magnificent circular venue was indeed the Beast Arena. Even before entering, they were awestruck by the brilliant lights and the cacophony of voices emanating from within. Huang Dongdong presented the tickets, and they smoothly entered the arena. As Lin Yuan stepped inside, he surveyed the surroundings. The crowd was indeed substantial, with spectators erupting in fervent cheers. Below the circular stands lay the Beast Pit, currently hosting a battle between a burly man and a wolf-like ferocious beast. The large screen displayed the match's introduction, indicating that this was a contest of mid-level body refining. The arena hosts numerous low-level battles. After all, higher-level warriors disdain such venues. Warriors are of noble stature. How could they be treated as jesters for the entertainment of ordinary people? Only low-level warriors, in dire need of money, would stoop to this place. Seated in the stands, Lin Yuan's fervent gaze was already fixated on the Beast Pit. Floating amidst the chaos were numerous milky white soul forms, roughly over 30, comprising solely the souls of ferocious beasts, with no human souls in sight. Dongzi, how many battles does the arena host each day? Lin Yuan inquired of Huang Dongdong. Certainly no less than 10. Today has only just begun. We might get to see another 2 hours of fights. Huang Dongdong replied hurriedly. By this calculation, it seems that the soul forms remain intact for 3 days following the death of the beast. This is truly extraordinary. Lin Yuan rejoiced within. The fact that soul forms can persist for 3 days means I will frequently have fresh opportunities to feast on them, regardless of who slays the beast. As long as the time of its demise does not exceed 3 days, I can devour its soul for my own benefit. I should first attempt to consume the soul forms before me. Lin Yuan decided to act swiftly, understanding the urgency of elevating his martial arts level. Dongzi, keep watching. I need to use the restroom. He concocted an excuse and departed. Huang Dongdong, engrossed in the spectacle, merely waved him off without turning back. Upon reaching the entrance to the lower levels of the Beast Arena, Lin Yuan descended directly. The lower level was situated parallel to the Beast Pit, and he soon encountered a grand door constructed from robust metallic bars. Approaching the bars, Lin Yuan gazed at the nearby soul forms, his face revealing intense desire and excitement. These soul forms represent my inaugural step towards ascendance. Chapter 3. Breaking through to mid-level body refining, life and death enmity. Lin Yuan gazed at the soul forms in the Beast Pit, suppressing the excitement within. Soul Devour, he silently commanded, activating the Soul Devour skill. The nearest tiger-like ferocious beast's soul floated toward him. Lin Yuan slightly parted his lips and gently inhaled. The soul instantly transformed into a stream of milky white energy, entering his mouth. Ding! Devoured a mid-level body refining soul, gaining 50 ability points. It turns out that consuming soul forms converts them into ability points. It seems these points can enhance my capabilities across the board. Let's continue. Lin Yuan activated the Soul Devour skill repeatedly. One soul after another floated toward him, all consumed within his being. 2 minutes later, He had devoured every last soul form in the beast pit. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he turned and returned to the stands. After using the soul devour skill, Lin Yuan realized that its effective range was quite extensive. Even from the edge of the upper stands, he could easily devour souls, making a descent unnecessary. Back in the stands, Lin Yuan was immensely thrilled. Having consumed over 30 beast souls, his ability points had now reached 2,100. The panel now indicated that his martial arts level was eligible for upgrade. Elevate martial arts level. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement and hastily selected the upgrade option. Immediately, he felt a tremor coursing through his body, a surge of indescribable power flooding him. A warm current surged within, instantly boosting Lin Yuan's confidence. At that moment, he felt capable of delivering a single punch strong enough to fell a bull. Incredible. Is this the initial stage of body refining? This is merely the threshold of becoming a warrior, yet I feel so powerful. No wonder the world yearns to step into the ranks of warriors. System panel opening. Martial path. Initial body refinement, upgradable. Combat power, 400 upgradable. Ability points, 1,800 points. Consuming 300 ability points, I have ascended to the initial body refinement stage. And my combat power has increased by 300 points. The martial level can still be upgraded, so let us proceed. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan initiated the upgrade once more. A wave of refreshing sensations surged through his entire body as he clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength within. How formidable. My power has significantly enhanced. Let me check my current combat power. System panel opening. Martial path, intermediate body refinement. Combat power, 1,200 upgradable. Ability points, 1,000 points. To my astonishment, I have reached 1,200 points in combat power at the intermediate body refinement stage. The recognized combat power standard for initial body refinement is 300 points, while that for intermediate body refinement is 900 points. I have surpassed the standard by 300 points. Indeed, the S-grade ability is remarkable. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. He had finally crossed the threshold into the realm of martial artists. Wang Qing, in tomorrow's martial examination qualification test, I hope you do not disappoint me. A cruel smile crept across Lin Yuan's face. All humiliation would cease from this moment forth. And Lu Ning, what you owe the Lin family, I shall reclaim in due time. Lin Yuan tightened his fists, his eyes glimmering with a vengeful light. Besides Wang Qing, Lin Yuan harbored a true enemy, Lu Ning. The conflict with Wang Qing was merely that of classmates. Yet Lu Ning was a mortal adversary. The roots of this enmity traced back to his younger sister, Lin Anren. At the tender age of 16, Lin Anren was a stunning beauty, possessing a gentle and kind temperament. Upon entering her first year at 6th High School, she instantly became the school's recognized flower. However, unbeknownst to her, she caught the attention of Lu Ning, the bully from 2nd High School, just a few days prior. After school, Lu Ning cornered Lin Anren alone in a classroom. That beast dared to attempt unspeakable acts against her. Lin Anren, resolute in her defiance, leaped from the second-floor window rather than submit. Fortunately, her life was spared, though she endured broken legs, likely destined to spend her days in a wheelchair. The Lin family reported the incident to the city lord's office, yet due to insufficient evidence, they could take no action against Lu Ning. Lu Ning was a prodigy at the intermediate body refinement stage, and his family was a renowned martial arts lineage. His grandfather was a third-tier martial artist with numerous martial guest elders under his command. When Lin Yuan and his father sought justice from the Lu family, they merely endured a brutal beating, yielding no results. Previously, Lin Yuan lacked the strength to retaliate, but now that he possessed extraordinary power, vengeance was inevitable. Lu Ning, when the opportune moment arises, it shall be your demise. Cherish your remaining time, Lin Yuan thought with narrowed eyes. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. He was not a reckless individual. Confronting Lu Ning directly now would yield no benefits against the might of the Lu family. The only viable strategy was to wait for Lu Ning to be alone and strike him down, thus leaving the Lu family without evidence. 2 hours later, after 10 rounds of beast battles concluded, it was time to disperse. Naturally, Lin Yuan had consumed the souls of the ferocious beasts that perished today. His ability points surged to 1,200 once more, yet the martial level remained without the option for upgrade. For tomorrow's selection, my intermediate body refinement cultivation is sufficient. Should I conserve ability points, or shall I augment my combat power? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before arriving at a decision. It is better to elevate my combat power first. Retaining ability points in the short term would not enhance my strength. Strength is the foundation of confidence. System. I shall go all in. Allocate all to combat power. Without further hesitation, he invested all 1,200 points into combat power. Ding. System panel opening. Combat power, 1,800 points. Ability points, 0 points. My combat power has increased by 600 points. It appears that 2 ability points can be exchanged for 1 combat power point. While my current combat power still falls short of the peak body refinement standard of 2,100 points, I am undoubtedly among the strongest in the intermediate body refinement stage. The enhancement in combat power has led to significant improvements in my physical body, vitality, and internal spiritual energy. The increase in combat power signifies an all-encompassing enhancement of attributes. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With strength came confidence, and he was assured he would not fall short of any genius. Now, he awaited the martial examination qualification test on the morrow. Chapter 4. The test commences. I promise not to kill you. Exiting the beast arena, Huang Dongdong hailed a taxi home, while Lin Yuan sprinted towards his own abode. Lin Yuan's family lived in modest conditions in the old district. With both parents lacking stable employment, his father worked as a food delivery man, while his mother occasionally set up a stall to sell her handmade sewing products. Life was manageable until Lin Anren's unfortunate accident, which left her with broken legs, exacerbating their already challenging circumstances. The exorbitant medical expenses for Lin Anren were beyond what their family could bear. Lin Yuan returned home after 8 o'clock, only to find that the family had not yet retired for the night. Xiao Yuan, have you eaten? There's still food left in the pot. Feel free to heat it up. His father, Lin Tianming, glanced at him with weary eyes filled with distress. Since Lin Anren's incident, he had refrained from making deliveries. I've eaten. A classmate treated me at the school entrance, Lin Yuan replied. Do not always rely on your classmates to treat you. It's a matter of personal obligation, and our family cannot afford it. In the future, come home for meals, no matter how humble the food is. There will always be something for you to eat. Lin Tianming spoke with resignation, aware of their family's unique situation, which prevented Lin Yuan from having the same pocket money as other classmates. Dad, I have something to tell you, Lin Yuan said as he sat beside his father. I have broken through to the body refinement stage and stepped into the realm of martial artists. Tomorrow, I will find a way to earn money. I will surely heal Anren's legs, and our family will enjoy a better life. What? You've broken through to the body refinement stage? Is that true? Lin Tianming stood up in astonishment, his eyes brimming with joy. He had long given up hope for Lin Yuan to become a martial artist, knowing his talent was merely F-grade. Yet, Lin Yuan had achieved a breakthrough. How could this not elate him? Indeed, I just broke through today. Lin Yuan smiled at his father. Excellent. Wonderful. Xiao Yuan, since you've broken through, focus on preparing for the martial examination. Do not concern yourself with family matters. I will continue to make deliveries tomorrow. Do not let it distract you, Lin Tianming exclaimed, gripping Lin Yuan's shoulders tightly. No parent wishes for anything less than their child's success. Dad, in this world, it is easy for martial artists to earn money. Although I have only just entered the threshold, it will be significantly simpler. Rest assured, it will not affect my martial examination preparations. I will go in and check on Anren, Lin Yuan stated, and without waiting for Lin Tianming to voice his objections, he entered his sister's room. Inside the room, their mother, Yu Hui, was seated by Lin Anren's bed, gently wiping her forehead with a towel. Mom, let me take over. You should rest for a bit. Lin Yuan took the towel from his mother's hand. She had been so exhausted these past few days, wiping the corners of her eyes. His mother turned and exited the room. Anren, today, my brother has broken through to the body refinement realm. Rest assured, it won't be long before I gather enough funds for your treatment so you can stand again. As for that beast who harmed you, I will ensure he pays a heavy price. Lin Yuan gently wiped his sister's forehead and spoke softly. Brother, you're amazing. Now that you can cultivate, please don't provoke that beast. I've heard his family is not to be trifled with. Let us pretend nothing happened. He won't dare to bother us again. Anren, upon hearing of her brother's breakthrough, felt an overwhelming joy, her pale face breaking into a faint smile. Yet, she was acutely aware of the formidable Liu family and did not wish for her brother to attract their ire on her behalf. Anren, don't worry. Just focus on your recovery. I'm not reckless. I know how to measure my actions. He affectionately ruffled Lin Anren's hair, while secretly vowing, Lu Ning, if you dare to harm my family, death shall be the only recompense for the debt you owe the Lin family. The following morning, Lin Yuan arrived at school. Today was the day of the martial arts selection test. As he approached the classroom, he noticed a long queue forming at the entrance. Yuanzi, over here. Huang Dongdong waved him over. Lin Yuan walked over and took his place behind Huang Dongdong. Why is there a line? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Teacher Wu is inside testing our martial arts levels, one by one, Huang Dongdong explained, pointing to the classroom. Indeed, Lin Yuan observed students entering the classroom in turn. Some emerged beaming with excitement, while most left with their heads hung low. Soon, it was Huang Dongdong's turn. He entered for less than a minute before coming back out. Smirking at Lin Yuan. I'm done for, Yuanzi, it's up to you now. I hope you pass. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, nodded, and stepped into the classroom. Inside, the homeroom teacher, Wu Zhe, sat at a desk with a martial arts level testing device before him. Lin Yuan, don't be nervous. Just place your hand on the tester, Wu Zhe instructed, not harboring much hope, but following the necessary procedure. Lin Yuan nodded and placed his hand on the device. Buzz. The tester vibrated gently, and a line of small characters appeared on the screen. Mid-stage body refinement. What? Mid-stage body refinement? How is that possible? Wu Zhe stood up in shock, knocking his chair over without noticing, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yuan. Could the tester be malfunctioning? Wu Zhe examined the device repeatedly. Everything appeared normal. Could this truly be real? Teacher Wu, did I pass? Lin Yuan asked nonchalantly, as if the result held no surprise for him. Why, yes, you passed. I remember you have an F-level ability, right? How did you break through to mid-stage body refinement? Wu Zhe questioned in astonishment. It was known that only those with A-level abilities or above could achieve such a feat by the age of 18. Yet Lin Yuan, being merely an F-level, should not have been capable of reaching mid-stage body refinement. Frankly speaking, achieving even early-stage body refinement was a height he would likely never attain in his lifetime. Lin Yuan did not respond to Wu Zhe's inquiry. He merely smiled slightly. I apologize for asking too many questions, teacher. Since you've broken through to mid-stage body refinement, one of our class's 3 training slots is yours. Go wait at the door. We will conduct a practical test shortly, Wu Zhe said, smiling awkwardly. Every martial artist has their secrets, and prying into someone else's secrets is quite impolite, even for a teacher. After all, Lin Yuan's future potential was beyond Wu Zhe's imagination. He himself was merely a first-tier martial artist. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively and left the classroom with a smile. Wu Zhe watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, feeling a tumult of emotions. What was going on with this kid? Mid-stage body refinement? He was bullied by Wang Qing just yesterday? Was he playing the fool? When I awakened his ability, was the instrument malfunctioning? Could he actually be a genius with A-level abilities? Stepping out of the classroom, Lin Yuan's expression returned to calm, devoid of any excess emotion. Yuanzi, it's all right. It's not a big deal. We can still take the liberal arts college entrance exam. Which isn't a bad option, Huang Dongdong said, noticing Lin Yuan's impassive demeanor, thinking he must have failed the test. Before Lin Yuan could respond, a discordant voice rang out. Lin Yuan, you didn't pass the test, did you? Huh. A waste is a waste. Yesterday, you had the old class protector shielding you. You were lucky. In the upcoming practical test, do you dare to step into the ring and spar with me? Lin Yuan looked towards Wang Qing, who was striding towards him, disdain etched across his face. He also believed Lin Yuan had failed the test and was deliberately provoking him. All right, as you wish. Don't worry, I'll make sure not to kill you, Lin Yuan replied, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Chapter 5, Practical Test. Lin Yuan takes the stage. Oh, the waist has grown a spine? Daring to challenge me? I hope your strength is as solid as your words. Don't back down when it's time to step into the ring. Wang Qing glared fiercely at Lin Yuan. Yuanzi, let us go. Don't pay him any mind. Huang Dongdong urged, pulling Lin Yuan away. Lin Yuan was indeed disinclined to engage further, following Huang Dongdong as they departed. Strength would prove everything. There was no benefit in arguing now. Look, Lin Yuan is actually going up against Wang Qing. Wang Qing is a genius with B-level abilities. He was already at early-stage body refinement 2 months ago. Is Lin Yuan seeking punishment? Sigh, you still don't know Wang Qing? He gets particularly arrogant with a bit of talent and has a sharp tongue. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's nerves may not hold. He'll be in for it soon. Do you think Lin Yuan has revealed his true strength? Perhaps he is actually a big shot. Haha, brother, you're thinking too much. He is just an F-level ability user. What could he be hiding? The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves, none holding out hope for Lin Yuan. For an F-level ability was indeed a glaring disadvantage compared to Wang Qing, let alone facing someone with early-stage body refinement. Before long, the martial arts level testing concluded, and Wu Zhe stepped out of the classroom, leading the Class 3 team towards the training ground. The training ground was expansive, with each class occupying a section to conduct their practical tests. Students, in this round of testing, out of our class of 56 students, 23 have reached body refinement. Those who feel confident in their strength may step forward to become the challenge champion and allow others to test their skills against you. Who will take on this role? Wu Zhe announced cheerfully, in high spirits as the proportion of students breaking through to body refinement in Class 3 was commendably high. This year as prize money seemed assured. And there was even a mid-stage body refinement genius in the class. Perhaps he could also earn the Outstanding Teacher Award this year. At this moment, the students of Class 3 glanced at each other, but no one was willing to step up as champion. After all, being the first to take the stage, even if they won a few matches, they would still have to endure the fatigue of many more. This was a matter of securing spots for the special training camp, and no one wanted to miss the opportunity, opting instead for a cautious approach. I will. Just then, Wang Qing strode forward with an air of arrogance, standing tall, his eyes brimming with a dismissive confidence. Wang Qing stood firmly in the center of the arena, and his 2 lackeys immediately began to incite the crowd. Brother Qing, how imposing. Just look at the audacity of our brother Qing. Who among you dares to challenge him? Indeed, it has to be our brother Qing. He is simply magnificent. Let everyone witness what it means to be a genius. As Wang Qing basked in their flattery, he felt a surge of pride. He pointed his nostrils at the group from Class 3 and arrogantly declared, who dares to step up? Allow me to enlighten you. Wang Qing, how audacious you are. Such arrogance. The students from Class 3 were immediately incensed. After all, they were classmates, and while Wang Qing might possess formidable strength, his blatant disregard for others was intolerable. Several students who had passed the initial body tempering tests eagerly stepped forward, emboldened by the knowledge that they were all at the same stage. Those who wish to challenge. Step up, let us commence the test, Wu Zhe announced, and without hesitation, a young man leaped onto the stage. As soon as he entered the ring, he charged at Wang Qing. Wang Qing, take this punch. Huh, come at me. Wang Qing grinned and met him head-on. In an instant, their fists clashed, and the battle was intensely fierce. However, it was evident to all that Wang Qing had the upper hand, effectively dominating his opponent. Sure enough, after several exchanges, the young man revealed a flaw and was sent crashing to the ground by Wang Qing's punch. With his victory, Wang Qing became even more arrogant, casting a disdainful glance over the students of Class 3. Too weak. Is there anyone capable enough to fight me? Don't bother coming up just to be humiliated. Wang Qing, don't get too cocky. I'll take you down. Someone immediately rushed forward in anger, but the outcome was the same. After a few rounds, he too was floored by Wang Qing. A succession of 4 or 5 students charged in, yet Wang Qing continued to handle them with ease. His B-level supernatural martial talent was simply beyond what these ordinary students could contend with. It illustrated the vast disparity brought about by their differing abilities. After winning several matches in a row, Wang Qing's arrogance swelled. Witnessing his prowess, the onlookers understood that stepping up now would only lead to further humiliation. Wang Qing is a B-level supernatural. He is the strongest in our class. How can we possibly compete? Indeed, his martial arts level is nearing the mid-stage of body tempering. This is outright bullying. With Wang Qing's strength, he could easily rank among the top 5 in our school. Battling against him is nothing short of slaughtering the weak. Discussions erupted among the students, yet none dared to challenge him. Wang Qing reveled in the attention, relishing the sensation of being both reviled and invincible. His gaze landed on Lin Yuan in the crowd, filled with contempt. Lin Yuan, you've been watching for a while. Are you too afraid to step up? I see you're all talk. Yuanzi, don't be impulsive. He is trying to provoke you, Huang Dongdong cautioned, gripping Lin Yuan's arm. Fearful that Lin Yuan might rashly charge forward, only to be subjected to humiliation. Don't worry, Dongdong. Lin Yuan assured his friend with a reassuring glance, patting his shoulder before slowly making his way to the stage. Yuanzi, Huang Dongdong realized he couldn't dissuade him and chose to trust Lin Yuan. Knowing his temperament well, once he made a decision, no amount of persuasion would sway him. However, Huang Dongdong was also aware that Lin Yuan was exceptionally composed and never acted on impulse. He must have some confidence in his ability. Yuanzi, I hope you can handle this. Huang Dongdong clenched his fists. Finally, Lin Yuan was prepared to make his move. It was uncertain who would prevail between him and Hao Chong from Class 1. Wu Zhe's anticipation soared as he watched Lin Yuan take the stage. Hao Chong was the strongest prodigy from their school, boasting A-level powers and already achieving mid-stage body tempering. Lin Yuan, you truly dare to come up. Just be sure not to beg for mercy later. Wang Qing was somewhat taken aback to see Lin Yuan step forward. He had initially intended to humiliate him, never expecting Lin Yuan to take the plunge. Beg for mercy? You're mistaken. Come on, let us finish this quickly. I have matters to attend to. Lin Yuan smirked, beckoning Wang Qing with his hand. Wang Qing, incensed by Lin Yuan's taunt, felt his blood boil. You, a waste of F-level powers, how dare you act so arrogantly? His face twisted with fury as he charged at Lin Yuan, fists clenched tightly. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, gathering strength in his legs and instantly propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed at Wang Qing. Wang Qing had not anticipated Lin Yuan's audacity to rush at him with such speed. What does speed matter? A waste is still a waste. You'll only meet your demise faster. Wang Qing sneered coldly, swinging his fist toward Lin Yuan's face. Yet, as his fist drew within mere inches of Lin Yuan, his eyes widened in shock, a sudden sense of danger flooding over him. Without flinching, Lin Yuan mirrored Wang Qing's attack, his fist propelled with astonishing swiftness, seemingly imbued with destructive power. Indeed, Lin Yuan's punch struck first, delivering a resounding blow directly to Wang Qing's chest. Bang! Ah! Wang Qing cried out in pain, sent flying over 10 meters before rolling across the ground several times, finally collapsing in a heap. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Even their instructor, Wu Zhe, stared wide-eyed, filled with incredulity. Prostrate on the ground, Wang Qing struggled to lift his head, astonished as he gazed at Lin Yuan. This is impossible. Lin Yuan slowly withdrew his fist, his expression calm as he replied, I promised not to kill you. Do you yield now? Impossible. You were so weak yesterday. How could you possibly have become this strong today? Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Wang Qing could never concede. Despite lying on the ground like a defeated dog, he was unwilling to accept such a reality. In his eyes, Lin Yuan had always been a weakling, someone he could easily trample upon. But now, Lin Yuan had risen above him, igniting a fierce sense of resentment and profound humiliation within him. Especially upon witnessing the expressions of his classmates from Class 3, each one gleaming with satisfaction, he felt as if he might faint from anger. Well done, Wang Qing. Are you still so arrogant? Lin Yuan, that was spectacular. What a relief. Among the crowd, voices of approval rang out, igniting a firestorm of rage within Wang Qing. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise. "Shut up!" Wang Qing roared at the crowd, suppressing the intense pain in his chest and the urge to vomit blood. His eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Yuan, forcing himself to charge at him once more. "I am the genius, and you are merely the waste beneath my feet. Always will be. Die!" Wang Qing stumbled forward, his steps unsteady. At this rate, Lin Yuan surmised that if he ran a few more steps, he would collapse without needing Lin Yuan to intervene. Wang Qing barely reached Lin Yuan, bellowing as he swung another punch. Smack! Lin Yuan's gaze remained icy as he extended his left hand, effortlessly grasping Wang Qing's fist in his grasp. "You! Release me! Let go of me!" Wang Qing stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, as he struggled futilely to free his fist. Yet, he felt Lin Yuan's grip akin to a robust iron vise. Regardless of his efforts, he could not extricate his hand from the other's palm. "Wang Qing, did you ever contemplate that this day would come while you were tormenting me? This pales in comparison to the humiliation you inflicted upon me," Lin Yuan's icy voice echoed. In the next instant, crack! With a slight exertion of his wrist, Lin Yuan swiftly twisted Wang Qing's arm, instantly breaking it, causing him to collapse to the ground with a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, Lin Yuan's gaze remained indifferent, as if he had not just severed another's limb. Then, Lin Yuan raised his right hand and delivered a ruthless slap. Slap! Thud! The impact sent Wang Qing hurtling away, his cheek contorting and swelling instantly, blood gushing forth as he soared through the air. Thud! Wang Qing's body crashed violently onto the ground, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. At that moment, Wang Qing lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes no longer filled with defiance, but rather a profound fear. To him, Lin Yuan had transformed into a merciless demon. He even felt that had he been more excessive in his previous actions against Lin Yuan, this demon would have effortlessly taken his life. "Today, I shall return all the humiliation you have bestowed upon me. Do you submit?" Lin Yuan approached, looking down upon Wang Qing with an icy stare. I submit." Wang Qing, genuinely terrified, managed to stammer out those 3 words before darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. In his moment of unconsciousness, a faint smile graced his lips. Faced with Lin Yuan, this demon, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in merely passing out. "Quick, 2 classmates. Hurry and take him to the infirmary." Wu Zhe was the first to react, urgently calling for 2 boys to carry Wang Qing to the medical room. As a martial artist, Wang Qing possessed self-healing abilities far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and with the expertise of the school nurses, his injuries would heal in no time. Goodness, is this for real? A blatant crushing defeat. Wasn't he Lin Yuan just bullied by Wang Qing yesterday? How did he become so formidable today? Is he pretending to be weak to deceive others? Perhaps his strength is simply extraordinary. The way he dominated Wang Qing suggests he is undoubtedly at the mid-stage of body refinement. Are you saying he is at the mid-stage of body refinement? Could he possibly be a concealed A-grade awaken? A flurry of discussions erupted among the onlookers, who regarded Lin Yuan as though he were a mythical creature. Impressive. His strength is remarkable, and his strikes are decisive. This truly is a treasure we have stumbled upon. His power is certainly on par with Hao Chong. Wu Zhe watched Lin Yuan with astonishment. This student, whom he had never held much hope for, had delivered an immense surprise. "Yuanzi, you're incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. Truly worthy of being my brother, Huang Dongdong." Huang Dongdong exclaimed, his excitement propelling him into the air. Witnessing Lin Yuan's display of might filled him with a sense of pride, making him feel vindicated against all those who had ever deemed him worthless. Huang Dongdong, disregarding any curiosity about Lin Yuan's sudden surge in strength, felt only joy for his brother's newfound prowess. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile before addressing the other classmates. "Everyone, it seems there is no turning back. I have become the new champion. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me?" Lin Yuan inquired, now the reigning champion, ready to accept any challengers. The crowd fell silent, contemplating. Why would we step forward to offer ourselves as easy targets after witnessing you crush Wang Qing? Lin Yuan, noticing the awe and bafflement in his classmates' expressions, felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, the students in Class 3 were not particularly strong, with Wang Qing being the strongest among them. Lin Yuan, step down. Let someone else take the stage, Wu Zhe suggested at the right moment. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly descended from the platform, allowing the practical tests to continue. Lin Yuan was glad for the respite, as he needed time to contemplate how to earn money. His sister, Lin Anren, was still bedridden. Moreover, he felt immense pressure from his sister's grievances and the upcoming martial arts examination, leaving no room for complacency. Chapter 7. Beast Tamer, Martial Artist Alliance. Yuanzi, how did you suddenly become so powerful? You even kept it from me. Huang Dongdong rushed over as Lin Yuan took a moment to rest. Would you believe me if I said I just became stronger last night? Lin Yuan shrugged. I wouldn't believe that for a second, but it doesn't matter. What counts is that you've grown stronger. Just make sure to look out for your brother, as I'm merely a fragile, ordinary person. Huang Dongdong playfully grasped Lin Yuan's arm and shook it. Get off. Lin Yuan kicked Huang Dongdong away, finding his antics quite irritating. Huang Dongdong, undeterred, laughed as he returned, fully aware that Lin Yuan was merely jesting. Dongzi, may I ask you something? Do you know how much a beast tamer earns per match? Lin Yuan pondered that perhaps becoming a beast tamer was a worthwhile pursuit, as it would allow him to earn money while also devouring soul bodies, a dual benefit. No way. Buddy, you can't consider becoming a beast tamer. That is far too dangerous. It's no laughing matter. Although few beast tamers have perished at the jaws of ferocious beasts, it has happened before, Huang Dongdong replied seriously, furrowing his brow. Rest assured, my strength is formidable. As you just witnessed, Lin Yuan replied with confidence. However, brother, if you truly need money, just tell me. My family has plenty. Unless you no longer consider me a brother, Huang Dongdong insisted. Dongzi, I do see you as my brother. Which is why I prefer not to involve you in financial matters. I wish to earn money through my own efforts. I will be cautious, just tell me. How much does a beast tamer earn per match? Lin Yuan remained steadfast in his decision. Seeing Lin Yuan's determination, Huang Dongdong had no choice but to comply. For a beast tamer at the initial level of body refinement, the earnings from a single match amount to 20,000 daxia coins. If there are beast crystals within the ferocious beast, those crystals belong to the beast tamer. The value of a beast crystal typically hovers around 50,000 coins. This is merely the income for the initial level of body refinement. If one is at the mid-stage, the earnings would be even higher. Huang Dongdong shared all that he knew, as his experiences surpassed Lin Yuan's in many aspects. Beast crystals are a type of crystal that randomly appears in the brains of ferocious beasts, containing immense energy. The probability of their appearance is roughly 10%, making them quite rare. Beast crystals are essential materials for many professions, such as weapon refining and alchemy, and thus have become highly sought after. It seems that being a beast tamer is indeed lucrative. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yuanzi, heed my advice and don't act impulsively. Can I just lend you some money? I could even charge you a bit of interest, Huang Dongdong continued to urge. I will give it some thought. Lin Yuan smiled, but in his heart, he had already resolved to become a beast tamer, for he was not only in need of money, but also of strength. Before the practical tests concluded, Lin Yuan sought Wu Zhe's permission to leave. In the past, Wu Zhe would have undoubtedly reprimanded him. But today he readily consented with a remarkably pleasant demeanor, leaving Lin Yuan feeling quite out of sorts. This may well be the privilege of academic prodigies. Upon exiting the school gates, Lin Yuan made a beeline for the beast arena, swiftly locating the arena's overseer to express his aspiration to become a beast tamer. The overseer was elated, for the arena was in dire need of beast tamers, as many martial artists were too proud to lower themselves to such a role. However, due to Lin Yuan's lack of a martial artist certification badge, he was unable to register immediately. He was instructed to first visit the Martial Alliance for his martial arts level certification. In a rare indulgence for the sake of expedience, Lin Yuan summoned a taxi. Before long, he arrived at the Martial Alliance, a striking white edifice reminiscent of a castle. Atop the building, a massive emblem featuring two crossed swords stood proudly, exuding the grandeur of martial artists. Upon entering the lobby, a charming young lady approached him with a warm smile and inquired, "Hello, esteemed student. Are you here for martial arts level certification?" Hearing her melodious voice, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and affirmed, "Indeed. Splendid. Please follow me. We shall begin with your registration. And then I will arrange your martial arts level test." The attractive staff member inclined slightly and gestured for him to proceed. Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively and made his way toward the service counter. The treatment afforded to martial artists was indeed exceptional, with the staff displaying such deference. Having recently assisted numerous students with their certifications, the staff member was quite adept at her duties. "Could you please present your identification for registration?" she requested. Lin Yuan complied, handing over his ID. Upon noting his age of 18, she smiled knowingly, recognizing him as a senior high school student. She swiftly entered his details into the computer, completing the registration and returning his identification. "Registration is complete. Lin, I shall now escort you to the certification for the mid-stage of body refinement. Please follow me." The young lady rose with a smile and gestured for him to continue. Lin Yuan hesitated momentarily before responding, "I must apologize, but I did not clarify earlier. I am here for the certification of mid-stage body refinement, not the initial stage." "Oh, I see. You mean mid-stage body refinement?" The staff member's crescent-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, her shock palpable. To achieve mid-stage body refinement at merely 18 years of age was a hallmark of genius. Typically, only 7 or 8 individuals of such caliber emerged from Quanqing each year, and she had never encountered anyone of this level, leaving her quite exhilarated. Her bonus was poised to multiply significantly. "Yes, mid-stage," Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. "My apologies for my lapse in composure, Mr. Lin. Please, allow me to guide you." The staff member deepened her bow, her tone becoming even more respectful, addressing him as Mr. Lin rather than simply a student. After all, a talent of this caliber was destined to become at least a 4th-tier martial artist, and such respect was warranted. In a city like Quanqing, A fourth-tier martial artist was indeed a formidable figure, rendering her deference entirely understandable. The staff member led Lin Yuan to the testing station for mid-stage body refinement. After submitting the necessary documentation, Lin Yuan placed his hand on the testing device. Moments later, the screen displayed a line of text, martial arts level, mid-stage body refinement. A finely crafted bronze badge emerged from an adjacent machine, which the staff member promptly retrieved and respectfully presented to Lin Yuan with both hands. Mr. Lin, this is your martial artist badge. Please keep it safe. Additionally, your certification bonus will be deposited into the bank account you provided within 3 working days. How much is the bonus? Lin Yuan inquired, aware of the existence of a bonus but unfamiliar with the specifics. Mr. Lin, having certified at mid-stage body refinement, combined with the unissued bonus from initial stage certification, the total amounts to 90,000 dasha coins. Thank you. You're most welcome, Mr. Lin. Let me escort you out. The staff member once again bowed graciously and gestured for him to proceed. To achieve mid-stage body refinement at such a young age. I have been here 3 times and still haven't passed the initial stage, a middle-aged man remarked with envy, shaking his head. This individual is clearly a prodigy. His future prospects are limitless. Why would you even think to compare yourself? Quansheng is set to gain yet another prominent figure. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the murmurs around him and strode confidently toward the exit. He still had to rush to the beast arena to register as a beast tamer, eager to earn money and enhance his strength. Chapter 8. The emergence of an adversary and the commencement of system tasks. At that moment, a sharply dressed middle-aged man approached, exuding the air of authority. Supervisor Tian. The staff member called out, nodding in recognition. Supervisor Tian's gaze was fixed on the badge in Lin Yuan's hand, his eyes brightening with interest. Xiaomin. This gentleman has certified at mid-stage body refinement? Yes, Supervisor Tian. Mr. Lin has just turned 18 and is here for his inaugural martial arts level certification. Xiaomin hastened to elaborate, fully aware of Supervisor Tian's inquiries. Indeed, a warm smile illuminated Supervisor Tian's face as he addressed Lin Yuan. Good day, sir. I am Tian Weifeng, the head supervisor of the Martial Alliance, Quansheng branch. If you don't mind, would you care to join me in my office for a discussion? I apologize, but I have commitments today, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Not to worry, there will be future opportunities. Here is my business card, should you require anything. Feel free to contact me. I will personally ensure your bonus is expedited. It will be credited shortly, Supervisor Tian offered, presenting a business card with both hands. Thank you. Supervisor Tian. I shall take my leave now, Lin Yuan said with a smile, accepting the card. Very well, safe travels. Supervisor Tian and Xiao Min both bowed respectfully as he departed. Xiao Min, well done. When this gentleman returns, ensure I am notified at once. Supervisor Tian instructed in a low voice after Lin Yuan had left. Understood, Supervisor, Xiao Min replied. As Lin Yuan sat in the taxi heading to the beast arena, he received a notification of the funds transfer. 90,000 dasha coins had been deposited. The privileges of being a martial artist were indeed advantageous. Not only did he command respect, but earning money was remarkably effortless. 90,000 dasha coins had come to him with such ease. Upon arriving at the beast arena, the overseer personally assisted Lin Yuan with the necessary paperwork. As a beast tamer at mid-stage body refinement, each battle earned him 30,000. And with beast crystals fetching prices exceeding 100,000. Lin Yuan specifically requested to be scheduled for as many bouts as possible each day. That very evening, Lin Yuan donned a silver mask and entered the arena. He participated in 3 battles, vanquishing 3 ferocious beasts, each of which posed little threat to him. After a few rounds of playful combat, he would shatter the beast's skulls with a single punch. Regrettably, none yielded any beast crystals. Had it not been for the audience's enjoyment, he could have concluded the fights even more swiftly. By the end of the night, Lin Yuan had amassed 90,000 dasha coins in appearance fees and accrued 200 ability points. His participation had increased the number of mid-stage body refinement beasts, thus elevating his earnings in ability points. For an entire week, Lin Yuan rushed to the arena after school, consistently engaging in more than 3 bouts daily. In just 1 week, he had accumulated 980,000 dasha coins. And with the previous 90,000 from his certification, his total now stood at 1,070,000 dasha coins. The accumulation of ability points was advancing swiftly, reaching a total of 7,300 points. Today was the weekend, and after concluding his final beast fighting match, Lin Yuan stood at the railing where he had first devoured a soul, watching the fierce battles in the arena below. With his martial arts level now eligible for enhancement, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly opted to elevate it. A wave of refreshing energy enveloped him, and he subsequently summoned the system panel. System panel loading. Host, Lin Yuan. Ability, S-rank spatial ability. Martial arts, peak body refinement. Combat power, 3,800 upgradable. Martial skills, none. Ability points, 5,300 points. With his combat power now at 3,800 points, and unable to elevate his martial arts level, He resolved to invest all of it into his combat power. With a mere thought, he wagered all 5,300 remaining points, augmenting his combat power to an impressive 6,450 points, surpassing the standard for early-stage martial artists by nearly 2,000 points. What a delightful sensation. Though I still remain in the body refinement realm, I now stand unafraid of early-stage martial artists. Martial arts, peak body refinement. Combat power, 6,450. Ability points, 0 points. Gazing at the system attributes, Lin Yuan felt a surge of confidence. In just a week, he had transformed from a martial arts novice into someone who could rival early-stage martial artists. Although advancing to the early-stage martial artist realm would allow him to learn martial skills and significantly enhance his strength, with his combat power far exceeding the early-stage standards, he felt fully capable of confronting early-stage martial artists with ease. Just as Lin Yuan reveled in his achievement, a figure in the stands caught his eye, causing his expression to darken instantly. It was him. Across the way, a young man of similar age sat nonchalantly, clad in hip-hop attire. With dyed green hair and adorned with metallic rings on his lips, he exuded the air of a reckless scion of a wealthy family, flanked by 2 henchmen. At that moment, the arrogant young master was brazenly striking the empty seats before him with an iron rod, producing a cacophony of sound while shouting with fervor. This was none other than Lu Ning, the heir of the Lu family, and Lin Yuan's mortal enemy, the one who had forced his sister, Lin Anren, to jump from a building. After the incident involving Lin Anren, Lin Yuan had sought out Lu Ning, only to be beaten into submission by his 2 lackeys. Lu Ning possessed considerable strength, being at the mid-stage of body refinement, thanks to the numerous elixirs his family had provided him, allowing him to achieve this level at such a young age. However, his actual combat power likely fell short of the mid-stage standards. Lu Ning. It is time to settle our score. Lin Yuan's gaze narrowed as he focused on Lu Ning, just as he was about to make his move when a notification chimed in his mind. Beep. System task activated. Please make a selection. Task option 1. Teach your enemy a lesson. Reward, 2,000 ability points. Task level, ordinary. Task option 2. Break your enemy's legs. Reward, 5,000 ability points. Task level, intermediate. Task option 3. Break all 5 limbs of your enemy. Reward, 8,000 ability points. Task level, advanced. Task option 4. Eliminate your enemy. Reward, 3,000 ability points. Reward, a rank martial skill spatial dimension / upgradable. Task level, divine. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. To discover a system task was unexpected, evidently. The final divine task offered the most lucrative reward, including an A-rank martial skill. Such martial skills are typically reserved for those who have reached the first stage of martial artists. I wonder if I can cultivate it now. Regardless, I must secure it first. A-rank martial skills are rarely cataloged outside top-tier universities and are often sold for astronomical prices, with families treating them as treasured legacies. Lu Ning. Even without a task, I would have slain you for harming my sister. With this thought, Lin Yuan resolutely declared in his mind, I accept task 4. Task 4 accepted. Please complete it within 3 days to receive rewards. A time limit, indeed. Lin Yuan shook his head in resignation before vanishing from his spot. In the stands, Lu Ning was engrossed in the ongoing beast-fighting match, entirely oblivious to the hooded figure that quietly took a seat behind him. The match concluded swiftly, and the staff began to clear the battlefield. Young Master Ning, tomorrow is Saturday. Where shall we seek some excitement? One of the lackeys inquired. I've heard that a newly opened void rift called Dark Valley in the southern part of the city is teeming with early-stage ferocious beasts. After such a thrilling match tonight, my hands are itching. Let us go there tomorrow to hunt some beasts. Lu Ning exclaimed, grinning and brandishing his iron rod. Sure thing. Young Master Ning, we'll be eagerly awaiting to witness your prowess, the other lackey quickly flattered. Ha ha, absolutely. Let us have a drink around noon tomorrow. Then head straight to slay the beasts. Lu Ning laughed triumphantly. All right, young Master Ning, both lackeys replied in unison. Dark Valley. Excellent. Concealed beneath his hood, Lin Yuan rose and quietly departed, vanishing into the depths of the beast-fighting arena. Chapter 9. Dark Valley. The prey appears. Upon exiting the arena, Lin Yuan hailed a cab and returned home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he spotted his father, Lin Tianming, standing outside, smoking and wearing a worried expression. The acrid scent of inferior tobacco was almost unbearable. Dad, I'm back, Lin Yuan greeted. Hearing his son's voice, Lin Tianming looked up and, upon recognizing Lin Yuan, quickly extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the trash. Xiao Yuan, have you eaten? There's rice in the pot, he said, opening the door and heading to the kitchen to serve Lin Yuan some food. Lin Yuan had already eaten, but he still partook in a symbolic meal upon returning home. Lest they worry unnecessarily. At the dining table, as he ate, he asked, Dad, how has Anren been these past few days? Alas, not well. Her wounds keep getting infected. Our family's circumstances are just too dire. It's all my fault. I'm useless, unable to even afford Anren's hospital bills, Lin Tianming lamented, repeatedly striking his own legs in frustration. Lin Yuan grasped his father's hand firmly, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and sliding it across the table towards him. Lin Tianming stared blankly at the card, bewildered by its significance. Dad, this card holds 1 million. It should be sufficient for Anren's treatment. Once I earn more money, we can move to a more comfortable home, Lin Yuan said, observing his father's eyes widen in disbelief. 1 million? Xiao Yuan, where did this come from? You haven't done anything illegal behind our backs, have you? Lin Tianming stood up, trembling, pointing at the bank card on the table. Of course not, Dad. I am now a true martial artist. Earning some money is quite easy. Rest assured, all of it is legitimately acquired. Don't dwell on it. Focus on arranging treatment for Anren, Lin Yuan replied calmly. His sincere tone reassured his father, who immediately believed him. All right. Xiao Yuan, I am so proud of you. Finally, someone from the Lin family has made a name for themselves. Shall we come out quickly? Lin Tianming joyfully called out, and his mother, Yu Hui, immediately rushed out. After Lin Tianming explained the situation, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. The elderly couple, filled with excitement, hurried into the house to contact the hospital. While Lin Yuan made his way to his sister Lin Anren's room. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Lin Yuan tenderly stroked Lin Anren's hair. Anren, I've earned enough money. Mom and Dad are on the phone with the hospital. Don't worry, you will be able to stand up very soon. Upon hearing this, tears of excitement streamed down Lin Anren's face. Brother, thank you. You must have worked so hard, right? She hugged Lin Yuan's arm, soaking his sleeve with her tears. It's not hard at all. Anren, stop crying and cheer up. Just focus on your recovery. I'm waiting for you to stand up. Shortly thereafter, the hospital vehicle arrived, and Lin Tianming and Yu Hui accompanied Lin Anren to the hospital, while Lin Yuan remained at home alone. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan set out early and arrived in the southern part of the city, where a void rift named the Dark Valley was located. Such void rifts existed all across Blue Star, with at least several in every city. Quanchang had 3, all of which were of relatively low level. Over 300 years ago, countless void rifts suddenly appeared on Blue Star, and ferocious beasts surged forth from these rifts, wreaking havoc across the land. Many regions suffered devastating attacks, leading to severe losses. Eventually, the Daxia dynasty produced a number of human warriors who exterminated the ferocious beasts and guarded these void rifts to prevent large-scale incursions. Daxia was fortunate. Some weaker nations were completely annihilated during that catastrophe. 300 years later, people made certain modifications to the more stable void rifts and opened them to warriors, allowing them to enter and slay ferocious beasts to obtain materials from their bodies. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Dark Valley, Lin Yuan was seeing a void rift for the first time. He beheld a portal nearly 20 meters wide and 30 meters high, shimmering in purple, suspended in midair. The interior was invisible from the outside. Surrounding this portal was a man-made platform, allowing entry into the rift. Numerous soldiers, armed with battle knives at their waists and firearms in hand, patrolled the area, ever vigilant despite the rift's stability. Lin Yuan approached the platform, where an elevator led up to it. There was a ticket booth at the entrance, as entering the void rift required purchasing a ticket, with all materials obtained inside belonging to the warriors. The outside exchange area was where materials could be traded, offering lower prices than the market. But the speed and safety made it appealing, allowing immediate conversion to Daxia currency. Lin Yuan paid 20,000 for the ticket and boarded the elevator, ascending to the platform. He gazed at the immense and mysterious purple portal, and without hesitation, stepped inside. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and Lin Yuan felt himself transported to a peculiar space. As a space-type ability user, he was particularly sensitive to the sensation of traversing dimensions. The purple substance here was exceptionally unique, gradually expanding the size of the void rift, possessing a highly corrosive nature to space itself. Perhaps it was due to these indelible substances that humanity had never managed to completely resolve the issues of the void rifts. As Lin Yuan pondered this, the scenery before him shifted, revealing a shadowy valley. The sky was a gloomy gray, with dark clouds looming overhead, while the surrounding vegetation was a bizarre mix of brown and black, starkly different from Blue Star. This was indeed another world, and Lin Yuan marveled at everything around him. Yes, this was another realm, a domain belonging to ferocious beasts, with the void rift serving as the spatial conduit connecting it to Blue Star. However, the edges of this world were isolated by spatial barriers, meaning that the area of the Dark Valley was not extensive, roughly the size of Quanching. Additionally, there existed another portal that humans could not enter, allowing ferocious beasts to periodically enter this small world, explaining their continuous emergence on Blue Star. Lin Yuan began to explore the Dark Valley, encountering several early-stage ferocious beasts along the way, which he swiftly dispatched, devouring some soul remnants and acquiring a beast crystal. This void rift was indeed a splendid place for him, not only allowing him to hunt ferocious beasts, but also to consume the soul remnants left behind by others, giving him a sense of effortlessly growing stronger. After exploring for some distance, he discovered the advantages of this place. The space was relatively ample, and the number of warriors entering was few, primarily due to the low-level nature of the beasts and the lack of valuable materials. Lin Yuan continued his exploration until he approached midday, returning near the entrance to find a concealed spot to observe the void rift. After a morning of exploration, he had accumulated 700 ability points and 2 beast crystals. The ferocious beasts were scattered and few in number, making this area suitable for beginners to hone their skills. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, he thought, and without hesitation, he invested all his points into his combat power, raising it to 6,800 points, an increase of 350 points. Now, he awaited the arrival of prey. At that moment, the portal of the void rift shimmered with purple light, and 3 figures emerged at the entrance of the dark valley, Lu Ning and his 2 lackeys. They're here. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Resembling a beast poised to pounce on its quarry, he did not rush into action, instead silently trailing behind the trio. After all, this was the entrance. Not an ideal place to strike. He would wait for the right opportunity. Chapter 10. Slaying enemies, consuming souls, reading memories. Upon entering the dark valley, Lu Ning and his companions ventured deeper, searching for traces of ferocious beasts. The area near the entrance rarely hosted any beasts, and if there were, they had likely been cleared out by previous adventurers. Young Master Ning, there are too few beasts around here. We should speed up. There must be plenty inside. One lackey suggested. You're right. Let us move deeper. Lu Ning waved his hand, leading the charge into the heart of the dark valley. Lin Yuan, seeing this, smirked slightly and followed at a leisurely pace. Before long, the trio arrived at a dense thicket where the atmosphere was ominous and shadows flitted about, indicating the presence of ferocious beasts. This is the spot. I can see the shadow of a beast already. Just wait and watch how I display my prowess. Lu Ning unsheathed a long knife from his waist, gripping it tightly as he peered into the forest. Young Master Ning, this atmosphere feels eerie. Could it be dangerous? One lackey glanced around nervously, feeling apprehensive. What are you scared of? With me around, a bunch of early-stage ferocious beasts can't possibly pose a threat. Lu Ning grinned. Let us go. Follow me into the woods. Though the 2 lackeys were somewhat frightened, they closely followed Lu Ning into the thicket. Lin Yuan scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of anyone else. This was the moment. He ceased to conceal himself and stepped closer to the 3. Who? Lu Ning, being a mid-stage warrior, had sharp senses and immediately noticed Lin Yuan approaching from behind. He spun around, staring in Lin Yuan's direction. The 2 lackeys quickly turned as well. But upon recognizing Lin Yuan, they relaxed. Lin Yuan? What are you doing here? Lu Ning exclaimed in surprise. Boy, did I go easy on you last time? You dare to appear before young Master Ning again, looking for a fight? One of the lackeys sneered while cracking his knuckles. Lu Ning, it's time to settle the score for what you did to my sister, Lin Yuan said, his expression dark and his tone calm. Settle it. You, a worthless waste who cannot cultivate. How do you intend to settle anything with me? Let me be frank. It was I who forced your sister to jump off the building. What can you possibly do to me? Lu Ning scoffed, his face marred by disdain. He was well aware of the Lin family's circumstances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to confront Lin Anren so brazenly in class. Young Master Ning, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Allow me to handle this. A lackey, eager to curry favor, shot a derisive glance at Lin Yuan and charged directly at him. Boom. In an instant, a figure hurtled back at astonishing speed, crashing violently into a tree several meters away, resulting in a tremendous noise as the trunk shook violently and countless leaves cascaded down. This figure was none other than the lackey who had rushed forward. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs before collapsing beneath the tree, lifeless. This is impossible. How could you become so powerful? Lu Ning exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. The lackey he sent forth was merely at the initial stage of body refinement, yet Lin Yuan had dispatched him with a single punch. Even with his own mid-stage body refinement strength, he could not have achieved such a swift kill. What on earth was Lin Yuan's power level? This was utterly beyond comprehension. At this rate, should Lin Yuan wish to eliminate him, it would likely require little effort. Now do you understand how I intend to settle this with you? Lin Yuan's voice was icy as he approached step by step. At this moment, Lu Ning was genuinely terrified. Not only had Lin Yuan's strength surged unexpectedly, but his ruthlessness was evident, having killed a man with a single blow. Lin Yuan, let us talk this out. I can make amends. I'll give you money, 500,000, no, 1,000,000. Just let me go. Lu Ning pleaded desperately, retreating as he lost his fighting spirit. Lu Ning, did you ever consider the consequences when you bullied my sister and assaulted my father? Now you regret it? It's too late. Lin Yuan disregarded his words, shouting fiercely as he suddenly stomped the ground, his figure moving like a phantom straight toward Lu Ning. Stay back. Lu Ning screamed in panic, grabbing a lackey nearby and shoving him toward Lin Yuan, before turning to flee into the woods. Boom. Lin Yuan's fist sent the lackey flying, and as he watched Lu Ning escape, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, he was a shameless coward, using his companion as a shield. But did he think this would allow him to escape? With a flash, Lin Yuan surged forward, his overwhelming strength erupting as he closed the distance to Lu Ning in just 2 steps. He stomped down hard, propelling himself into the air. Lu Ning, meet your end. Lin Yuan roared, his fist descending from above, striking Lu Ning squarely in the back. Puff! The immense force sent Lu Ning flying, his chest protruding grotesquely as blood and organs burst forth into the air. After being propelled several meters, Lu Ning tumbled across the ground before lying there, struggling to turn his head, his gaze beginning to fade. "You dare to kill me? My grandfather will wipe out your entire family," he uttered, before collapsing to the ground. Devoid of life. Your grandfather? He'd better not provoke me. Before long, I won't even regard him, Lin Yuan scoffed. With his rapid progress, he was confident that by the time the Lu family discovered he was responsible for Lu Ning's death, he would possess the strength to confront them. Yet, he remained cautious. After all, the opponent was a third-tier martial artist, far beyond his current capabilities. Around the bodies of the three he had slain, ethereal white soul forms floated, representing the spirits of Lu Ning and his companions. Lin Yuan had previously only consumed the souls of ferocious beasts. This was his first encounter with human soul forms. While these souls resembled the specters of legend, he felt no discomfort, having taken human lives. What could possibly deter him from consuming their souls? The skill, Soul Devour, activated immediately, and Lu Ning's soul transformed into a stream of milky white energy, entering Lin Yuan's mouth. Ding! Consumed the soul of a mid-stage body refinement human, gaining 200 ability points. 200 points? It appears that consuming human souls yields double the ability points compared to souls of ferocious beasts of the same tier. And what is this? Memories? Indeed, at that moment, Lin Yuan not only acquired ability points, but also accessed Lu Ning's memories, which filled him with exhilaration. This was beyond extraordinary. So that is how it is, Yao Weiwei. It was you all along. Lin Yuan discovered that Lu Ning had intended to confront Lin Anren due to the influence of Yao Weiwei from class 1 of their senior year, who had informed Lu Ning of a school beauty at 6 high, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being. This revelation ignited Lu Ning's malicious intent toward Lin Anren. Otherwise, given the distance between their schools, how could he have known of her existence? Moreover, Yao Weiwei had actively aided Lu Ning by distracting several of Lin Anren's close friends upon his arrival at 6 high, leaving Lin Anren alone in the classroom and providing Lu Ning with the opportunity he sought. Yao Weiwei, regardless of your motives, you must pay the price for your actions. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Although he had traversed into this world, in his previous life, he was an orphan who had never experienced the warmth of family. Thus, in this life, he cherished his family deeply. They were his Achilles heel, and anyone who touched them would face dire consequences. Chapter 11, A Personal Reception, Manager Tian's Astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the God tier quest. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a quest reward. 3,000 ability points, a level martial art, spatial dimensional / upgradable. Would the host like to comprehend it now? I can comprehend it without being at the martial artist realm? Then what am I waiting for? Teach me. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. The system's martial art was truly exceptional, allowing comprehension even in the body refinement stage. Comprehending martial arts, please wait. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a wealth of information flood his mind. He had mastered the release method of spatial dimensional / Congratulations, host. Martial arts comprehension successful, opening the system panel. Host, Lin Yuan. Ability, S-level spatial ability. Martial path, peak body refinement. Combat power, 6,800 upgradable. Martial arts, spatial dimensional / beginner, upgradable. Skill, Soul Devour. Ability points, 3,200 points. Lin Yuan had no time to test his martial arts. He quickly consumed the soul forms of the 2 lackeys and hastened to leave the area to avoid detection. He need not worry about the 3 bodies. Ferocious beasts were already approaching, and they would take care of the cleanup. Lin Yuan stepped out, emerging onto the high platform outside. A staff member promptly approached him, smiling as they inquired, "Sir, congratulations on completing the exploration of the Dark Valley. Do you have any materials for sale? You might want to check our exchange center. Our prices are quite fair." "Thank you. I have 2 beast crystals for sale," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The price of beast crystals is exceptionally transparent, and while it may lead to a decrease in the acquisition costs of other materials, beast crystals remain a coveted commodity. Upon hearing this, the staff member immediately took delight and guided Lin Yuan. After exchanging for the beast crystals, Lin Yuan's card was credited with an additional 100,000 daxia coins, bringing his total to 150,000. He promptly called Supervisor Tian from the Warriors Alliance to inform him of his visit, then hailed a taxi to head towards the Alliance. With his martial arts level having risen, he aimed to have it certified, potentially earning some daxia coins in the process. The reason for notifying Supervisor Tian in advance was primarily to ensure a swift transaction with his presence. Currently, Lin Yuan found himself in need of funds. He aspired to purchase a more comfortable and spacious home for his family before commencing university. En route in the taxi, he checked his ability points, which stood at 3. For 100, he intended to enhance his martial arts proficiency. After raising it twice consecutively, his proficiency reached an advanced level, consuming 2,000 points. The spatial dimensional slash had now achieved advanced proficiency, leaving him with 1,400 ability points. He aimed to bolster his combat power before the martial arts examination. Going all in. System panel opening. Combat power. 7,500. Martial arts. Spatial dimensional slash. Advanced. Ability points. 0. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. The Void Rift truly served as a beneficial place for him. He planned to visit it frequently when opportunities arose. At the entrance of the Warriors Alliance, Supervisor Tian, accompanied by Xiao Min, was already waiting. They placed significant importance on a talent like Lin Yuan, ensuring he received ample respect. Outside the gates, the passing crowd began to murmur excitedly. Look, Supervisor Tian is personally welcoming someone at the door. Could it be that a distinguished guest is arriving? Perhaps. Or it could be that a prodigious martial artist is here. Brother Wong, you've broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement. Isn't this the time for your certification? Surely Supervisor Tian isn't here to greet you. One individual remarked to a middle-aged man in his 30s named Brother Wong. The latter was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if he was indeed the one being welcomed. Surely not. I've merely advanced to the mid-stage of body refinement. I can't possibly warrant such attention, he replied, albeit with a hint of disbelief. Why not? Although you may not be a prodigious martial artist, achieving a breakthrough at your age among ordinary individuals is quite impressive. It's only natural for the Warriors Alliance to value you, the man continued with flattery. Exactly. Brother Wong, don't be modest. You ought to look after your fellow brothers more in the future. It's clear you've got clout. With Supervisor Tian personally here to greet you, others chimed in, showering Brother Wong with praise. As he absorbed their compliments, Brother Wong's confidence swelled, and he gradually lost himself in the flattery. Thank you. Haha, everyone, I shall proceed with my certification now, he declared, swaggering towards Supervisor Tian. Haha, Supervisor Tian. How can I accept such treatment? You really needn't have come out here personally. But Supervisor Tian appeared to pay no heed to his words. His gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. At that moment, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the Warriors Alliance, and Supervisor Tian instantly spotted Lin Yuan inside, his face lighting up with a smile. Make way, make way, Supervisor Tian exclaimed, shoving Brother Wong aside as he rushed towards the taxi and respectfully opened the door. Lin Yuan stepped out of the vehicle and offered a slight smile to Supervisor Tian and Xiao Min. Supervisor Tian, you're too courteous. Not at all, Mr. Lin, please. Do come in, Supervisor Tian urged, ushering Lin Yuan inside. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and proceeded toward the hall. Meanwhile, Brother Wong felt an acute embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in, realizing that the warm welcome was intended for this young prodigy, an honor far beyond his own modest achievements. As Lin Yuan followed the two into the hall of the Warriors Alliance, Supervisor Tian inquired, Mr. Lin, what brings you here today? I am here for the certification of my martial arts level, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Martial arts level? Mr. Lin, didn't you just have it certified last week? Xiao Min asked, puzzled. Supervisor Tian shared her confusion. Indeed, you were certified just last week. Yes, that was for the mid-stage of body refinement. I am here today for the certification of my peak body refinement, Lin Yuan said with a subtle smile. Peak body refinement? Supervisor Tian's voice rose several octaves, drawing the attention of those nearby, who began to glance over. Xiao Min's eyes widened in shock as she clasped her hands tightly over her mouth. Realizing he had overreacted, Supervisor Tian quickly covered his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment as he lowered his voice. Mr. Lin, you're not mistaken, are you? You are here for the certification of peak body refinement? Correct, let us begin, Supervisor Tian, Lin Yuan replied, striding towards the window. Regaining his composure, Supervisor Tian gestured to Xiao Min, who promptly understood and dashed upstairs. Supervisor Tian hastily followed Lin Yuan, stating, Mr. Lin, this area is quite crowded. Let us proceed to my office. I will have the testing device brought there. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. That sounds good. I appreciate your assistance, Supervisor Tian. Not at all. Mr. Lin, you are our esteemed guest. How could it be a bother? Supervisor Tian replied, leading Lin Yuan to his office. What manner of individual is this youth? Even Supervisor Tian treats him with such deference. I suspect he must be a talented martial artist. Didn't they mention a certification? Indeed, he must possess remarkable talent. I've never seen Supervisor Tian so flustered before. The crowd in the hall buzzed with speculation, trying to discern Lin Yuan's identity. In the office, Lin Yuan sat on the couch, placing a hand on the testing device. The screen promptly displayed, peak body refinement. When Supervisor Tian saw those 5 words, despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Could it be that Lin Yuan possesses an S-level ability? Otherwise, how could he reach such heights in such a short span? Mr. Lin, here is your new badge and a certification reward of 200,000, which will be credited to your account shortly, Supervisor Tian said, presenting a silver badge with both hands. Lin Yuan nodded, accepting the badge with satisfaction at Supervisor Tian's efficiency. Just then, Xiao Min unexpectedly entered the room, bowing to Lin Yuan and sweetly calling out, "Mr. Lin." Lin Yuan acknowledged her with a slight nod. At that moment, a sprightly elderly man entered with a hearty laugh. "Ah, the heroes emerge from the youth. What great fortune for our Quanqing to have a young genius like Mr. Lin among us. I am Qi Tianheng, the leader of the Quanqing Warriors Alliance. It is a tremendous honor to meet such a talented individual as Mr. Lin today." As the old man entered, he approached with a broad grin and extended his hand. Lin Yuan promptly stood to shake hands with him. Recognizing that the leader of the Quanqing Warriors Alliance must at least be a formidable figure of the 5th or 6th tier in martial arts. "Leader Qi, you flatter me. It is indeed my privilege to meet a powerhouse like yourself," Lin Yuan humbly replied. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianheng's admiration for Lin Yuan grew immensely. Such talent combined with humility bodes well for his future prospects. "Mr. Lin, are you a senior high school student?" "Indeed. I am a student at 6th middle school and plan to participate in the martial arts examination this year," Lin Yuan answered straightforwardly. "Oh. It appears that the Spring City is poised to shine this time. At the very least, the provincial top scholar seems assured," Qi Tianheng chuckled. "Lord Qi, you flatter me. We shall see once the examinations are completed," Lin Yuan Tian replied modestly. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, your humility is excessive. I dare say the provincial top scholar is a conservative estimate. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to me. We are well matched, and I, Qi Tianheng, have taken a liking to you, my young brother. If it pleases you, henceforth you may address me as Brother Qi. What do you say?" Qi Tianheng, uncharacteristically setting aside his dignity, sought to befriend Lin Yuan. Given Lin Yuan's demonstrated talents, achieving the rank of a 7th-tier master should pose no significant challenge. Although Qi Tianheng himself was of the 6th tier, the difference between the two was akin to that between heaven and earth. Upon reaching the 7th tier, one is bestowed the title of master, capable of comprehending the domain of mastery, a truly formidable force. Moreover, Lin Yuan's rapid successive breakthroughs exhibited an unparalleled talent. Merely a conservative estimate from Qi Tianheng. After all, as the esteemed leader of the Martial Alliance, would he lower himself to befriend a mere body refinement practitioner otherwise? Brother Qi, I certainly do not mind," Lin Yuan replied without pretense, embracing the camaraderie. Having such a friend in Spring City would undoubtedly be advantageous. "Marvelous, Brother Lin. Today calls for celebration. Come, let us head to Lu Weizhai. We shall not return until we are intoxicated," Qi Tianheng exclaimed, grasping Lin Yuan's arm and leading him out. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered. "Mom, what is it? Is there something wrong?" "Xiao Yuan, where are you? You must come to the hospital at once. Someone claims we have occupied their ward, and the doctor intends to evict your sister to the hallway. But how can she endure the hallway? With people coming and going, it's stifling, and given her severe injuries, she simply cannot withstand it. Please come to the hospital and help us bring your sister home. We can administer the 4 at home and return for the surgery in a few days." His mother, Yu Hui, wept over the phone, revealing their family's powerlessness in the face of such a situation. "What? Mom, stay calm. Wait for me at the hospital. I'm on my way." Lin Yuan hung up, his expression darkening instantly. Regardless of the individuals involved, he would ensure they regretted their actions. "Brother Lin, what has occurred? If there is something troubling you, do not hesitate to share. There is nothing in Spring City that cannot be resolved by your brother Qi." Qi Tianheng, noticing Lin Yuan's grim demeanor, saw an opportunity arise. After Lin Yuan recounted the situation, Qi Tianheng's fury erupted. Despite his age, his temper was anything but mild. "Xiao Tian, prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the first hospital immediately. Those who dare to bully the family of my brother Lin surely do not comprehend my volatile temperament." Lin Yuan, still seething with anger, found his emotions stabilizing in the presence of the elderly gentleman, whose countenance evoked the fierce warrior Zhang Fei. This prompted him to think more clearly. "Very well, my strength is still lacking, and certain protocols must be adhered to. Let Lord Qi exert his influence this time. In the future, I shall be sure to repay him when I possess greater strength. Indeed, Alliance Leader, I shall prepare the vehicle at once." Supervisor Tian promptly rushed out with Xiao Min. "Brother Lin, do not concern yourself with this matter. Allow your elder brother to handle it, and I shall ensure your satisfaction." Qi Tianheng reassured Lin Yuan with a pat on the shoulder, striding toward the exit, with Lin Yuan following closely behind. Xiao Min stood beside the vehicle, opening the doors for Lin Yuan and Qi Tianheng. Supervisor Tian took the wheel, accelerating toward the first hospital. A moment later, Supervisor Tian drove into the hospital's main courtyard. Halting directly at the entrance of the main building, he swiftly exited the vehicle, rushing to open the rear door. Isn't that Supervisor Tian from the Martial Alliance? He is personally driving and opening doors. Could it be that the Alliance leader has arrived? Indeed. Who else in Spring City could compel Supervisor Tian to adopt such a humble demeanor? Look, they're disembarking. How can it be a mere youth? The nearby onlookers murmured among themselves, their curiosity piqued. At that moment, Supervisor Tian opened the door and Lin Yuan stepped out, his expression grim as he gazed toward the hospital lobby. Suddenly, the opposite door swung open, revealing a dignified elder with an imposing aura who approached the young man. Together, They strode toward the lobby, with Supervisor Tian trailing a step behind. My goodness, it truly is the Alliance leader. Who is that youth? How could he command the presence of such a significant figure? Perhaps he is the son of some prominent family in the provincial capital. What business could they have at the hospital? Their expressions are ominous. Could trouble be brewing? Let us follow and observe. A group of curious individuals trailed behind the trio, eager to witness unfolding events. Hello, Dean Xiao, trouble is brewing. The Alliance leader from the Martial Alliance has stormed up to the 3rd floor. You must come at once. I fear something is amiss. A woman resembling a head nurse, witnessing the crowd ascend to the 3rd floor, hastily called the dean. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a ward on the 3rd floor, Lin Tianming's face was flushed as he argued with those inside. Why must we leave? Is this how your hospital treats patients? We have paid our hospitalization fees. How can you evict us to the hallway? What kind of reasoning is this? Reasoning? Did you not see that this gentleman is the young master of the Yang family? Why should you not yield? A doctor, pushing Lin Tianming out, retorted. What Yang family, young master? I care not. We have paid, and you cannot expel us. Lin Tianming, a man of strong principles, refused to back down. Unwilling to accept that his beloved daughter would be relegated to the hallway, a fate any father would find intolerable. Old man, have you lost your mind? If you do not leave, I shall make you regret it. A brash individual with dyed yellow hair emerged from the ward, aggressively pointing at Lin Tianming. Try it. I shall see how you intend to make me regret it today. Lin Tianming's face reddened as he prepared to confront the yellow-haired ruffian. But he clutched his arm tightly. Old Lin, let it go. We cannot provoke them. Let us leave. Dad, I do not wish to be treated anymore. Let's go. Please do not fight with them. Lin Anren wept, pleading with her father. The yellow-haired individual, seeing Lin Tianming's defiance, became infuriated, raising his fist to strike Lin Tianming. You seek death. At that moment, a furious voice erupted, followed by a blur of motion as Lin Yuan appeared before Lin Tianming. The sudden appearance of his son was none other than Lin Yuan, who launched a powerful punch. Boom. The blow struck the yellow-haired thug squarely in the chest, causing him to crumple and fly backward, colliding with the doctor. The impact sent them both careening into the wall of the ward, where they finally collapsed to the ground. Incapacitated, the doctor lay on the floor, clutching his chest and groaning in pain, while the yellow-haired thug, blood spewing from his mouth, lay lifeless on the ground. His eyes rolled back. Chapter 13, Punishing the Wicked and Silencing the Clowns. The abrupt turn of events left the onlookers speechless. The Lin family gaped in astonishment at Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan paid no attention to the fallen thugs, but instead turned with concern toward Lin Tianming. Father, are you all right? Oh, we are fine, Xiaoyuan. What should we do about this? Lin Tianming expressed his concerns while pointing at the blonde figure sprawled on the ground. Dad, it's nothing. Just ignore him. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. Lin Yuan replied with a calm wave of his hand. At that moment, standing beside them, Qi Tianheng was astounded. He had already greatly underestimated Lin Yuan's abilities. That strike just now had demonstrated a strength that undoubtedly reached the initial stage of a first-tier martial artist. Truly extraordinary. This young man was a super genius capable of fighting above his level. Qi Tianheng was shaken. Battling beyond 1's rank was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps those with higher talents might cultivate more swiftly, but to attain such a level of strength was no small feat. It required top-tier martial arts, if it were to be achieved at all. Yet Lin Yuan, still in the body refinement stage, managed to unleash such formidable power without any martial arts techniques. Qi Tianheng silently nodded, realizing that befriending Lin Yuan was indeed a sagacious decision. Who is that youth? He is remarkably fierce. That man is left unconscious. Could he be dead? Serves him right. Bullying others with his status should warn a lesson. The individual was none other than a subordinate of young Master Yang. A lesson? I think it's the Yang family that is in trouble. Did you see that elder? He is a big shot in our spring city. The leader of the Martial Alliance, and this young man came with him. Let us wait and see the arrogant Yang family stumble. The crowd murmured, pointing fingers at the few involved. With the leader of the alliance present, Lin Yuan had the upper hand. Killing a mere lackey posed no concern regarding repercussions from the city lord's mansion. Who dares to strike my Yang family members? A young man, appearing quite debauched, swaggered forward, and a modestly dressed woman draped over his arm. Young Master Yang, they're still dazed. Why strike again? Their hearts are racing. Hurry and send them away. They need to rest. The woman whined in a high-pitched, flirtatious tone, her demeanor quite nauseating. Darling, just wait a moment. I will make them leave, young Master Yang said, lifting the woman's chin, prompting her to playfully punch his chest. Humph, the Yang family is rather arrogant. Qi Tianheng scoffed, striding directly into the hospital room. His anger swelled. The audacity of this Yang brat was infuriating, especially with such foolishness displayed in front of him. In truth, the Yang family did not possess great strength. It was merely that the young man's father was a first-tier martial artist. Upon seeing Qi Tianheng enter, Yang Wei's legs trembled. The presence of this esteemed figure was overwhelming. He had accompanied his father to the Martial Alliance on a few occasions and had once witnessed this big shot, where his father had fawned over him, but the elder had ignored them completely. Who is this old man to speak so contemptuously about the Yang family? Young Master Yang. Do not let him off easily. The flamboyant woman pointed disdainfully at Qi Tianheng, her tone filled with arrogance. Slap. Yang Wei struck her across the face, sending her sprawling onto the hospital bed, her head spinning. He was furious. Her lack of awareness was perilous, potentially drawing trouble upon the Yang family. You wretched creature. How dare you speak to the leader of the alliance like that? Ah, Yang Wei, have you gone mad? You dare to hit me? I made sure you were satisfied. Didn't I? I'll fight you. The woman, enraged by the slap, attempted to rise and retaliate against Yang Wei. Enough. Qi Tianheng had no interest in their petty squabble. He swiftly seized the woman by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Her legs flailed helplessly in the air, eyes wide with terror as she struggled to breathe. With a slight squeeze, Qi Tianheng crushed her neck, rendering her motionless. For those who sought their own demise, death was an acceptable consequence. He carelessly discarded her body and turned his gaze upon Yang Wei, who trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees. Please, Master Qi, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Do not kill me. The doctor, witnessing Yang Wei's capitulation, hastily dropped to his knees as well. Mistakes? You acknowledge your faults? Is one word enough after offending my brother Lin? Qi Tianheng grasped Yang Wei's neck, lifting him once more before violently slamming him to the ground. Crack! Yang Wei fell to his knees, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig as his leg bones shattered, leaving him destined for a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Turning to Lin Yuan, Qi Tianheng said, Brother Lin, how do you wish to handle this? I will defer to your judgment. Xiao Yuan, we cannot afford to provoke these people further. Let him go. He has already faced punishment. It is sufficient, Yu Hui urged, gripping Lin Yuan's hand, fearing the escalation of the situation, as their family could not contend with such individuals. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was not fear of the opponent, but rather a desire to prevent distress for his family. Brother Qi, my strength remains insufficient. I must consider my family's safety. Creating too many enemies is not advantageous for me. Treating my sister is paramount. Let these individuals vanish for now. Qi Tianheng nodded in agreement, signaling to Manager Tian behind him, who promptly called the city lord's mansion for assistance in managing the situation. What a relief. Evil deeds meet with just retribution. Master Qi upholds justice. Truly a blessing for our spring city. Indeed, let us see if those spoiled youths dare to bully ordinary citizens again. So this young man is the son of the Lin family? Master Qi would defend him. Quite remarkable. The onlookers who had encountered Lin Tianming displayed expressions of envy. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man in a white coat squeezed through the crowd. Master Qi, I am Manhwaedit, the director of the first hospital. What brings you here? It is quite chaotic. Let us move to my office, he said, ingratiatingly. Sit. Your hospital is exceptional. You push patients into the hallway. Truly a heartless practice. Qi Tianheng retorted coldly. Manhwaedit was drenched in sweat. This esteemed figure was notorious for his poor temper, and although he had never met him, he had heard many tales. With Qi Tianheng glaring at him, he immediately became flustered, glancing at the kneeling doctor. Director Wang, what is the situation here? Director Wang trembled as he summarized the events, causing Manhwaedit's face to twitch in disbelief. You scoundrel! Is this how you serve as a doctor? I must have lost my mind allowing you into this hospital, let alone appointing you as director. I hereby announce your dismissal. Manhwaedit reprimanded angrily. Whether genuinely righteous or merely posturing for Qi Tianheng remained uncertain. Master Qi, are you satisfied with how I have handled this? He asked, fawning over Qi Tianheng. Director Chao, you seem to have misunderstood. Satisfaction should be gauged by my brother Lin here, as he is the family member of the patient. Qi Tianheng pointed toward Lin Yuan. Manhwaedit's heart raced. This young man was addressed as brother by Master Qi. He needed to ingratiate himself. Young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize for the errors made in our hospital. Rest assured, this individual has been dismissed, and I will arrange for your family to receive the finest room and the best doctors. Please, extend your grace. As he spoke, Manhwaedit lowered his voice significantly. Then I must trouble Director Chao. Lin Yuan conceded, no longer obstinate, and relinquished his insistence. Upon hearing this, Manhwaedit's face lit up with joy. Not at all, not at all. Thank you, young Master Lin. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. With that, Manhwaedit hurried off to organize the hospital accommodations. At that moment, the city lord's men arrived, handcuffing Yang Wei and Director Wang for their departure. As he was led away, Yang Wei cast a venomous glare at Lin Yuan, who merely glanced back at him with indifference, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere clown. Chapter 14. The opening of the training camp, the so-called genius. In light of the recent turmoil, the hospital took Lin Anren's condition with utmost seriousness, deploying the finest doctors, the best nursing staff, and the most effective medications. All while the expenses remained within an acceptable range. Lin Yuan could finally set aside his worries for his sister, eagerly awaiting the moment she would rise again. Qi Tianheng did not intrude upon Lin Yuan's family, taking care of matters before departing, though he exchanged contact information with Lin Yuan. While seated in his vehicle, Qi Tianheng received a call from the Lord of Quanqing. Old Zhao, what brings you to call me at this hour? Qi Tianheng inquired. Old Qi, Spare me the sarcasm. I heard you visited the first hospital? Did you really get into a scuffle for the sake of a young man? Zhao Yan's voice echoed through the phone. Zhao Yan, the Lord of Quanqing and its official representative, stood on equal footing with Qi Tianheng, the head of the martial alliance. Their relationship was amicable, characterized by mutual respect and frequent camaraderie over martial practice and drinking. You seem well informed. I had just left the hospital when your call came through. It seems there's something noteworthy about this young man, as it compelled you, old Qi, to personally handle such a trivial matter. Enlighten me about this remarkable figure from Quanqing. Zhao Yan chuckled. Very well, let me share. My brother Lin is no ordinary individual. His martial talent is extraordinarily strong. It has been many years since I have encountered such genius. Moreover, he is from our Quanqing, so I certainly wish to befriend him, Qi Tianheng replied. Pride evident in his tone. From Quanqing? There is a young man capable of garnering such praise from you. Old Qi? His talent must indeed be exceptional. Please, introduce me when you have the chance. Zhao Yan expressed, his interest piqued by the mention of a prodigy. Certainly. Once Lin is less occupied, we shall share a drink together. He is still a senior student preparing for the martial examination, so he is rather busy, Qi Tianheng affirmed. A senior student? Then I must meet him. If what you say is true, this Lin could potentially bring great news to our educational realm come examination time. That is a certainty. Old Zhao, to be frank, our Lin is already poised to be the city's top scholar, and provincial honors are not beyond reach. Just wait for the accolades to roll in. Qi Tianheng laughed heartily. Is that so? After hanging up, Zhao Yan promptly instructed his aides to investigate high school seniors, searching for any exceptionally talented youths bearing the surname Lin. Though Quanqing was a provincial capital, it had not produced a top scholar in several years, a situation that left its lord feeling quite embarrassed. On Monday morning, Lin Yuan arrived at school, where he was promptly sought out by Wu Zhe. Today marked the commencement of the 6th High School's training camp, and he was to head directly there. Accompanying him were two others, Wang Qing, whom he had previously defeated in the arena, and a seemingly ordinary girl named Li Meng, an individual with sea-level abilities. The trio exited the school gates and hailed a taxi, making their way to the training camp, located within a martial arts training base rented by 6th High School, designed for concentrated training of gifted students. This tradition was upheld by each high school, as having more high-achieving students would yield better enrollment figures and greater educational resources. Wang Qing regarded Lin Yuan with a sense of reverence, yet harbored little animosity. After all, he had previously bullied Lin Yuan. Now that Lin had risen, it was merely a case of retribution. Li Meng, on the other hand, was quite casual, with a bright personality and having witnessed Lin Yuan's prowess. She was immensely curious and engaged him in conversation. Before long, the taxi arrived at the training camp entrance, and the three disembarked together. A number of students had already gathered, standing neatly in the center of the training field, facing several teachers from 6th High School, including the principal. Lin Yuan and his companions joined the line, awaiting the arrival of the remaining students. Half an hour later, all the students had assembled. The senior year at 6th High School comprised 9 classes, each selecting 3 students, bringing the total to 27, plus 3 specially chosen students, culminating in 30 participants. Once everyone was gathered, the principal stepped forward to address the assembly. Dear students, I am Tang Weigua, the principal of 6th High School. As of now, the training camp is officially open. I hope each of you will train diligently and achieve excellent results in the upcoming martial examination in a month. The training camp will operate on a ranking system. At the conclusion of each assessment, we will distribute corresponding training resources based on your rankings to aid in your development. Healthy competition is encouraged, yet personal disputes are strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in disqualification. Should you have any questions, please consult the teachers. Now, let us give our best effort. With that, the principal stepped aside, and a tall, imposing middle-aged man emerged, Du Feng, the head of the martial arts department. His stern demeanor suggested a man of strict principles, and his authoritative voice resonated. Students, the first training task is straightforward. Depart from this training base and make your way to Wudao Mountain in the southern part of the city. Your rankings will be determined by the order in which you reach the summit. Anyone who fails to arrive by 6 o'clock this evening will be automatically eliminated. You may not use any means of transportation along the way. If caught, you will be disqualified from the camp. This is your first opportunity for ranking. Please cherish it. Now, everyone, set forth. Yes, the students responded in unison, promptly turning to dash out of the training field. Is there even a question? Our class 1's Hao Chong is undoubtedly the first. One student proclaimed. Not necessarily. Jiang Sheng from our class 2 is equally formidable. The first place is still up for grabs, another student retorted. Huh. Strong brother has already surpassed 1,200 points in combat power. What can Jiang Sheng possibly compare? The class 1 student boasted, brimming with pride. Jiang Sheng's combat power exceeds 1,000 points as well. The outcome remains uncertain. As the two debated, Wang Qing passed by, overhearing their exchange, and smirked disdainfully. What are you laughing at, Wang Qing? You'd be lucky to place 5th and 6th high? Do you honestly think you can contend for first? One of them scoffed. You speak of mere so-called geniuses. First? If that person is around, No one else stands a chance. Wang Qing dismissed, and with that, he ceased to engage, pushing himself to run faster as he attempted to catch up to that individual. Who is he talking about? Who knows? He is clearly bluffing. There can't possibly be someone in 6th high more talented than Hao Chong and Jiang Sheng. I'm off. I can't afford to be eliminated. With that, the two ceased their bickering and began sprinting toward the southern part of the city. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already surged ahead of the pack, his curiosity piqued by the so-called training resources. Anything that could enhance his abilities was of great interest to him. As the chief instructor Du Feng announced the commencement, Lin Yuan's mind was graced with the system's melodious notification of a new task. The task's reward stirred his enthusiasm. Chapter 15. The release of a new task, of forceful ascendancy. Just as chief instructor Du Feng declared the start, the system's delightful voice echoed in Lin Yuan's consciousness. Ding. System task activated. The host must be the first to reach the summit of Enlightenment Mountain. Task reward. S-grade body refinement technique, heavenly flame body refinement method, upgradable. Lin Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Was this not the system bestowing its benevolence upon him? Achieving first place would be a breeze for him. Body refinement techniques were exceedingly rare, and advanced ones were even scarcer. Typically, martial artists did not place much emphasis on body refinement. Most were more concerned with martial ranks and mastering potent martial arts. In truth, the physical body is the foundation of cultivation, with a robust physique. One's strength could be significantly enhanced. At this moment, everyone chose different routes toward Enlightenment Mountain, while Lin Yuan naturally opted for the most direct path, a straight line. Buzz. A resonant humming sound approached. Lin Yuan looked up to see a drone, evidently employed by the school authorities to monitor their progress. At this time, Hao Chong sprinted ahead of the crowd with remarkable speed, weaving through the streets with ease, devoid of any hesitation. Jiang Sheng followed closely, his steps light and swift as if he were flying. The two were indeed masters in the mid-stage of body refinement, their prowess unmatched by their peers, save for one. As Lin Yuan stepped onto the bustling street, he observed the chaotic marketplace, realizing that navigating through the alleys would undoubtedly consume significant time. Without a moment's pause, he deftly leapt to the top of a low building, then began to vault between rooftops, advancing in a straight line, swiftly traversing the urban sprawl. In no time, he had solidified his lead. While the others floundered in the alleys, he was already speeding toward the southern part of the city. This student possesses a sharp intellect. Understanding the value of a direct route, remarked one teacher, observing the training camp surveillance screen. However, maneuvering across rooftops is quite taxing. I wonder if he can maintain this pace, particularly as the most challenging segment lies ahead, the ascent of Enlightenment Mountain. Another teacher, watching the screen, expressed satisfaction as he noted the figures of Hao Chong and Jiang Sheng, both of whom had reached the mid-stage of body refinement. Their advantages would soon manifest. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, maintained a seemingly leisurely pace, yet still moved with astonishing speed. An hour later, Lin Yuan arrived at a vast lake. Standing at its edge and gazing across the seemingly unattainable opposite shore. The lake spanned over 3 kilometers in width, and the nearest detour would require an additional 20 kilometers of travel. A slight smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. It had been ages since he last swam, and this was a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, swimming toward the distant bank. In the water, Lin Yuan moved like a fish, the lake offering no hindrance. Rather, it became an ally. How could he have chosen to swim across? Swimming is the most physically demanding activity, and having already run over 50 kilometers, his stamina must have been significantly depleted. Now, with the need to swim 3 kilometers at high speed, fatigue would surely overtake him. One teacher voiced his concerns as he watched Lin Yuan's silhouette on the screen. The principal, Tang Weiguo, frowned, clearly believing the student was overly eager for success. Notify the nearby teachers to prepare for rescue. He may need assistance. He turned to Chief Instructor Du Feng, but was interrupted. Look, he is accelerating. Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze to the screen displaying Lin Yuan's figure, who suddenly surged forward as if propelled by a powerful motor, creating a dazzling white spray on the water's surface. The teachers stared in disbelief, their expressions a blend of astonishment and incredulity. At that moment, Lin Yuan swam faster and faster, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. In mere minutes, he catapulted out of the water like a cannonball, landing effortlessly on the shore. With a powerful shake, he expelled the water from his clothes, returning to a state of dryness. Refreshing. The weather grows hotter. Swimming is indeed invigorating. Lin Yuan stretched languidly, then propelled himself forward once more, racing toward Enlightenment Mountain. What class is this student from? Quickly, fetch his records. Principal Tang Weiguo exclaimed, his face flushed with urgency as he spoke to Du Feng. The chief instructor rummaged through the student data sheets and handed one to Tang Weiguo. Upon reviewing the document, Tang Weiguo noted, Class 3, Wu Zhe's class, Lin Yuan, F-grade ability, martial rank, mid-stage body refinement. He gazed at the records, utterly perplexed. Is this a joke? An F-grade ability achieving mid-stage body refinement by 18? His displeasure was evident as he passed the document back to Du Feng. You take a look. Du Feng took the file, scanning it with wide eyes. Principal, this is my oversight. There may have been an error when assessing the student's abilities during their awakening. I will contact his homeroom teacher to confirm. With that, Dufeng stepped aside to call Wu Zhe, only to be astounded when Wu Zhe confirmed that he personally oversaw Lin Yuan's awakening and assured that it was indeed F grade, with no room for error. Principal Tang Weiguo observed Dufeng's peculiar expression and inquired, "What did you find out, Director Du?" Wu Zhe insists he is certain Lin Yuan is F grade. "There must be no mistake," Dufeng replied, somewhat sheepishly. "It seems this lad harbors numerous secrets. Let us keep his information confidential for now. We wouldn't want other schools to catch wind of it." Tang Weiguo pondered briefly, sensing that this student might deliver unexpected surprises. "Look, he is taking off." Huh. Tang Weiguo and Dufeng quickly turned to the screen, where Lin Yuan had commenced his ascent. Enlightenment Mountain was an undeveloped wilderness, devoid of constructed paths. The terrain was rugged, littered with loose stones, and some areas were overgrown with thorns, making passage arduous. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Yuan began to accelerate once more, traversing the mountain as if it were a flat surface, even faster than during his run through the city. This boy is defying the odds. He must have been holding back previously. What remarkable stamina for a body refinement practitioner, a teacher exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang Weiguo crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Could this child's combat prowess be nearing the threshold of a martial artist? But that seems implausible. Director Du, contact the teacher at the summit. Once Lin Yuan reaches the peak, instruct him to arrange for his prompt return to the training base. Tang Weiguo whispered to Dufeng before turning and leaving the monitoring room, no longer concerned about the performance of the other students. Dufeng nodded and stepped aside to make the necessary calls. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan reached the mountain summit, where a male teacher stood in astonishment upon seeing him. He had just received a call from Director Du and assumed the student would take much longer to arrive, yet here he was, having completed the journey in a mere 2 hours. Based on previous experiences, even the fastest student would typically require over 4 hours, yet he astonishingly completed it in less than half that time. Chapter 16. The astonished principal, the male teacher atop the mountain, gazing at the approaching Lin Yuan, was once again taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Yuan exuded calmness, his attire impeccably neat. Not a bead of sweat gracing his forehead or temples, and he even wore a radiant smile reminiscent of sunlight. "Are you Lin Yuan?" the male teacher inquired. "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Did you run all the way from the training camp?" the teacher asked skeptically. "Indeed. Is there a problem, teacher?" Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. No problem at all. You performed excellently. Instructor Du has already arranged for your early return to the training camp. You may descend from this side. A vehicle awaits you at the base," the teacher indicated behind him. Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further discussion, and proceeded down the mountain. As the teacher observed Lin Yuan's swift movements, he soon became a mere black, vanishing from sight, leaving him momentarily speechless. Remarkable. This was not his first year overseeing the summit, and he had encountered numerous students hailed as geniuses, yet none exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Even he, at the pinnacle of body refinement, believed himself incapable of achieving Lin Yuan's level of skill. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Yuan spotted the black sedan awaiting him. Once inside, he identified himself, and the driver set off to return him to the training camp. Upon arrival, as Lin Yuan disembarked, the chief instructor, Dufeng, approached and offered a slight nod in his direction. "Lin Yuan, is it? Come with me," Dufeng instructed. "Certainly." Chief instructor, Lin Yuan replied, following closely behind. In an office, only 3 individuals were present. Tang Weiguo was seated on the sofa, with Dufeng joining him. Tang Weiguo looked at Lin Yuan, offering a warm smile while gesturing toward the adjacent sofa. "Lin Yuan, please take a seat. Do not feel constrained." Lin Yuan confidently approached, reclining on the sofa, and picked up the teacup on the table, taking a sip of the tea. His demeanor belied any sense of restraint. He was simply quite parched after running such a considerable distance without a drink. Tang Weiguo, rather than being displeased by his casualness, smiled even more broadly. "Good. You possess a bit of spirit. Lin Yuan, we just observed your performance. It was quite commendable. Could you share the specifics of your combat capabilities with us?" Tang Weiguo inquired. While it is typically considered impolite to ask a martial artist about their exact strength, Lin Yuan's status as a candidate rendered it acceptable in this context. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan rose, unwilling to conceal his abilities. Demonstrating his potential would grant him access to greater resources. Tang Weiguo and Dufeng exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Yuan's sudden rise, wondering about his intentions. "Chief instructor, would you kindly stand? Allow me to demonstrate with a punch." Lin Yuan stated nonchalantly. Dufeng raised an eyebrow at the request, offering no further words as he stood up promptly. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and stepped forward, his punch transforming into a fleeting shadow as it hurtled toward Dufeng's chest. The strike produced a sonic boom through the air. Observing this, Dufeng's eyes widened, and he raised an arm to block Lin Yuan's punch. Bang! Dufeng's arm solidly intercepted Lin Yuan's blow. Lin Yuan gradually retracted his fist and resumed his seat on the sofa. Tang Weiguo, staring at Du Feng's astonished expression, broke the silence. Director Du, what do you have to say? A martial artist, at the initial stage of the first rank? No, he's nearing the mid-stage. How is this possible? Du Feng exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiguo sprang to his feet. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Lin Yuan. Are you truly a martial artist at the initial stage of the first rank? Tang Weiguo questioned, unable to believe his ears. It was astonishing to think that an 18-year-old, who had yet to take the martial arts examination, could already be at this level. Is this world truly so extraordinary? Even an S-rank ability holder cannot surpass this. And he is merely an F-rank? Principal, I am not a martial artist at the first rank. I am still at the pinnacle of body refinement, Lin Yuan clarified. Shaking his head. Pinnacle of body refinement? This cannot be. Director Du cannot have misjudged. This defies logic. Tang Weiguo's mind raced in confusion. Principal, this young man is indeed extraordinary. It is not impossible to fight beyond one's rank. Lin Yuan, you must have some secrets up your sleeve, Du Feng remarked. His gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. Tang Weiguo turned his attention back to Lin Yuan, who merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. The two exchanged glances and fell silent, resuming their seats on the sofa. Lin Yuan, your performance was commendable. Initially, we had prepared a reward of blood essence from a tier 3 beast for the first place, but your display has truly astonished us. Therefore, I will present you with a portion of blood essence from a tier 5 beast as your reward, Tang Weiguo announced with a smile. Du Feng gasped at this revelation. Blood essence from a tier 5 beast vastly surpassed that of a tier 3. Beasts of this caliber were typically found only in large rifts, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Thus, their value was immeasurable. The principal was indeed generous. Thank you, principal. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with a bow, recognizing the worth of Tang Weiguo's offering. Lin Yuan, do not let me down. Perform well in the martial examination and strive for an excellent result. Tang Weiguo encouraged. I will. Now, please proceed to the training grounds and wait for the others. Once everyone has arrived, I will announce the results and present your reward. Understood, principal. Lin Yuan nodded and exited the office. Principal, we have discovered a treasure in Lin Yuan. Do you think he might secure the national top rank? Du Feng said excitedly. Remain calm. Director Du, the provincial top rank is likely secured, but the national top rank may still be a stretch. Cities like Kyoto and Modu are never short of geniuses. Tang Weiguo replied with a smile, feeling content with the prospect of achieving provincial recognition. After all, their school had never produced such a remarkable talent, and he had never dared to hope for even a municipal top rank. This matter is to remain confidential. The specifics of Lin Yuan's abilities must not be disclosed to the outside world, lest other schools seek to poach him, Tang Weiguo cautioned in a hushed tone. Yes. Du Feng nodded solemnly in agreement. Approximately 2 hours later, everyone began to arrive at the summit in succession. Following Lin Yuan, the next to arrive was Hao Chong, who took 4 hours, still quite impressive. Behind him was Jiang Sheng, arriving merely 5 or 6 minutes later. Hao Chong, you have outdone yourself this time. I will surpass you next round, Jiang Sheng declared, his expression grim, hands on his hips as he panted heavily. You're not too shabby yourself. You were only a little behind. Second place is well deserved, but next time, I will grow stronger, and you will never catch up, Hao Chong replied confidently, shaking the sweat from his hair. We shall see next time, Jiang Sheng retorted, falling silent thereafter. In the following hour, the remaining participants trickled in, with all but the top few collapsing onto the ground, clearly exhausted. Where's Lin Yuan? Wang Qing scanned the area, noticing Lin Yuan's absence and furrowing his brow. He found it hard to believe Lin Yuan had not arrived. Given his capabilities, he should have been the first. Had he encountered some trouble? Once all had gathered, the male teacher in charge of the summit began counting heads. After confirming the numbers, he led everyone down the mountain. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a large bus rolled into the training camp. At this moment, the training ground of the boot camp was not only occupied by several instructors, the principal, and the chief instructor, but also featured a lone student, Lin Yuan, who had been waiting for over 3 hours. Chapter 17, The Special Student? The enhancement from the fiery body refinement technique. Look, how did he get here? A voice called out as the bus had yet to come to a complete stop. Everyone peered through the bus windows at Lin Yuan on the training field, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Only Wang Qing's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Could it be? Upon disembarking, the students quickly formed a line. Du Feng stepped forward, scanning the crowd and nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. You have all performed remarkably well. Among the past 3 cohorts, you are the strongest, with no student eliminated, and some of you have astonished us greatly. Du Feng generously offered his praise, encouraging everyone. Hao Chong, upon hearing this, held his head even higher, as if Du Feng's words were directed solely at him. However, Wang Qing shook his head and turned to Lin Yuan, who remained composed and unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility. I shall now announce the rankings, beginning from the last place, Du Feng continued, prompting the crowd to quiet down and listen intently. In 30th place, Hu Daong, with a time of 5 hours and 13 minutes. 29th place, 5th place, Wang Qing, with a time of 4 hours and 45 minutes. 4th place, Li Hai, with a time of 4 hours and 39 minutes. 3rd place, Jiang Sheng, with a time of 4 hours and 11 minutes. What? Jiang Sheng exclaimed, taken aback. This was impossible. He had been closely following Hao Chong. How could he possibly be in 3rd place? Hao Chong was equally perplexed. What is going on? Jiang Sheng was right behind me. I didn't see anyone else. The crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan, as only 2 names had yet to be called, Hao Chong and Lin Yuan. Could it be? 2nd place, Hao Chong, with a time of 4 hours and 5 minutes. As Du Feng's voice echoed, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and discussions. Hao Chong's eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at Du Feng, who remained resolute and unyielding in his decision. Silence. What is all this commotion? He bellowed, and the crowd fell silent. He continued, 1st place, Lin Yuan, with a time of 1 hour and 57 minutes. This is impossible. As soon as Du Feng's announcement concluded, Hao Chong's incredulous voice rang out. He could hardly fathom that someone had surpassed him, achieving the feat in less than half the time. Are you joking? He is still a martial artist, isn't he? Do you have any objections? Du Feng glared at Hao Chong, his expression darkening. He was incensed that someone dared to interrupt and challenge his authority, showing blatant disrespect to the chief instructor. Chief instructor. I refuse to accept this. He couldn't possibly be that fast. I was the first to reach the mountaintop. There was no one else there. Hao Chong protested vehemently. Yes, chief instructor, we also refuse to accept this. Hao Chong is the true 1st place. Lin Yuan couldn't have done it. He must have cheated. We didn't see him at all on our way back. Right? I know Lin Yuan. He is from class 3, with an F grade ability. How could he possibly enter the boot camp? Were there not supposed to be 3 special students? He must be one of them. Is he perhaps the child of some official, deliberately cheating to compete for rewards? Upon hearing Hao Chong's rebuttal, several students who were on friendly terms with him immediately joined in, firmly believing that Hao Chong was the rightful champion of the 6th high school. Be quiet. Du Feng was genuinely enraged. The students were being utterly unreasonable. The crowd hushed, though many still wore expressions of disbelief. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan remained unaffected, as if the discussions surrounding him held no significance whatsoever. To him, such trivial disputes were merely the manifestations of childish incompetence, disorganized and undisciplined. What do you wish to do? Are you planning a rebellion? Anyone who dares shout without permission will be sent back. The boot camp has no need for undisciplined students. Du Feng continued. Some of you are dissatisfied? Excellent. It proves you have spirit, but if you disagree, prove it with your strength. Is shouting what a martial artist ought to do? Our instructors are absolutely fair and just. If you doubt this, feel free to demonstrate your capabilities during tomorrow morning's training exercises. Now, everyone, according to your rankings, proceed to your designated rooms. We have prepared fierce beast blood for you to absorb. Go quickly. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, with Hao Chong gritting his teeth in determination. He vowed to prove himself the strongest the following day. Jiang Sheng glanced at Lin Yuan, then at Hao Chong, before turning towards his own room. Wang Qing observed Lin Yuan entering his room, his lips twitching in a bemused smile. That freak, with him around. Hao Chong? Just a joke. Ding. System task completed. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the S-rank body refinement technique. Fiery body refinement technique. Enhancement possible. Upon entering his room, Lin Yuan felt a technique manifest in his mind. The fiery body refinement technique, which was divided into 6 realms: skin refinement, blood refinement, bone refinement, marrow refinement, source refinement, and heavenly refinement. Each realm promised significant enhancements to physical strength, becoming increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. The term fiery, as the name suggests, indicated that this body refinement technique involved flames, utilizing fire to temper the physical body. Moreover, the blood of fierce beasts would aid in the cultivation of the fiery body refinement technique. Even in the absence of such a technique, absorbing the blood of fierce beasts would still fortify the body to a certain degree, but with the technique, the enhancement effect would multiply exponentially. Excellent. It seems my strength can be further augmented, Lin Yuan mused, nodding in satisfaction as he gazed at a barrel of fierce beast blood in his room. He poured the blood into the bathtub, shed his school uniform, and immersed himself within it, then began to circulate the fiery body refinement technique. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, finding the bathtub empty. He had completely absorbed the fierce beast blood. As he assessed his newfound strength, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he promptly summoned the system panel. System panel opening. Host, Lin Yuan. Ability, S-rank space-type ability. Martial path, peak body refinement realm. Combat power, 12,000. Martial arts, space dimensional / advanced. Body refinement, fiery body refinement technique, skin refinement level 20. Skill, soul devour. Ability points, 0. Lin Yuan was astonished by the exceptional prowess of the fiery body refinement technique. Just reaching level 20 in the skin refinement stage had catapulted his combat power by 5, 2,000 points, surpassing the mid-tier standard of martial artists by over 2,000 points. He nodded in satisfaction, filled the bathtub with warm water, indulged in a relaxing soak, and then retired for the night. The following morning, all students gathered at the training ground. Hao Chang cast a complex glance at Lin Yuan, filled with jealousy, resentment, and disdain, while Lin Yuan chose to disregard him entirely. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a casual punch could easily vanquish him. Once everyone had assembled, Du Feng emerged and announced loudly, "Today, we shall embark on the second training project, which involves battling actual fierce beasts." As Du Feng's words resonated, some students displayed expressions of concern, while many others exhibited excitement. After all, the martial examination was not merely about the amount of combat power one possessed. It required facing fierce beasts directly, with the number of beasts slain determining the evaluation. Thus, prior to the martial examination, it is of utmost importance for candidates to confront ferocious beasts in advance. We have arranged for 150 such creatures in the training camp, with each participant facing 5 beasts. Your performance will be assessed based on the number and speed of your kills. Today's rankings will reward the top performers with restorative alchemical potions. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Alchemical potions are indeed valuable commodities, particularly those that restore health, as they can significantly enhance a candidate's performance during the martial examination. Initially excited by the prospect of battling ferocious beasts, the mention of the restorative potions caused a smile to spread across Lin Yuan's face, piquing his interest. Chapter 18. Slaying the ferocious beasts in a race. I'm your father. Du Feng scanned the 30 students, taking in their expressions. We have arranged 30 combat rooms where you will slay the ferocious beasts. After defeating one, you will have 10 seconds to prepare before we release the next, continuing until all 5 are vanquished. Should you find yourselves unable to persist, you may shout withdraw at any time. Each beast is equipped with a control device that will render it unconscious immediately. Is that understood? Du Feng proclaimed the training rules. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Excellent. Enter your respective combat rooms according to yesterday's numbering. With a command from Du Feng, all participants entered their combat rooms, bracing themselves for the challenge ahead. Attention all students. The first ferocious beast is about to be released, announced an electronic voice. At this moment, all the teachers had gathered in the control room, monitoring the myriad screens on the walls. Here, they too possessed the means to control the beasts, ensuring no student could be caught unawares when needing to concede. Commence. Du Feng instructed, and a teacher promptly pressed the start button, releasing the first ferocious beast into each of the 30 combat rooms. Lin Yuan stood casually within his combat chamber. These beasts posed no threat to him. In his eyes, they were merely points of ability. Suddenly, the release hatch in the wall opened, and a wolf-like beast lunged forth. It was a creature in the early stages of body tempering. With a casual punch, Lin Yuan struck the beast squarely on the head. Bang! The massive wolf's head burst apart like a watermelon, showering the room with red and white matter, instantly staining the walls and floor. A crystal-clear beast core soared into the air. Lin Yuan reached out and snatched the core, promptly stashing it in his pants pocket. Goodness! Lin Yuan possesses astonishing strength, effortlessly obliterating the beast. The teachers were taken aback, unable to fathom the depths of Lin Yuan's prowess. We must maintain strict confidentiality regarding Lin Yuan's situation, Du Feng's voice echoed from behind. Understood, the teachers quickly affirmed. Director Du, we should recover that beast core for the school, considering Lin Yuan just. A teacher's words were cut short by Tang Weigua's interjection. Let it go. It's merely a beast core. Indeed, the teacher nodded, refraining from further comment. At this juncture, Hao Chang had subdued the beast in his combat room, and victory seemed to be merely a matter of time. Jiang Sheng was also engaged in combat, finding it relatively easy to contend with a beast in the early stages of body tempering. Meanwhile, other students struggled against beasts of equal strength, requiring them to exercise caution. The first 3 beasts were all in the early stages of body tempering, and Lin Yuan dispatched each with ease, swiftly completing the kills. Once he had slain 3 beasts, Hao Chang finally defeated the one before him. Not bad. I finished quickly this time. Let us see how Lin Yuan compares, he mused confidently, glancing towards the release hatch in anticipation of the next beast. At that moment, Jiang Sheng also finished off his first beast. My kill speed should be comparable to Hao Chang's. Lin Yuan is just a bystander. My only true rival is Hao Chang, Jiang Sheng thought, preparing to face the second beast. The subsequent 2 beasts were both in the mid-stages of body tempering, yet Lin Yuan continued to dispatch them with a single punch. After he had defeated all 5 beasts, he utilized the Soul Devour skill to consume the 5 soul entities, observing the system panel displaying 350 ability points. He scoffed. The school is rather stingy, only 5 beasts? If they had provided 100, that would have been delightful. Lin Yuan grumbled inwardly. If Tang Weigua were to hear Lin Yuan's thoughts, he would surely be incensed. The educational funding at the 6th school was already tight. Managing to procure 150 ferocious beasts was a monumental feat, especially since the teachers' bonuses were already overdue, and Lin Yuan still found it insufficient. As Lin Yuan exited the combat room, he noticed 3 students already assembled in the gathering area. He blinked in surprise. Were there others faster than him? Realization dawned. These 3 must be the specially selected candidates he had heard about. Lin Yuan joined them in the gathering area, but remained silent. As more students emerged, they congregated, awaiting the final few. After defeating his 3rd beast, Hao Chong encountered a mid-stage beast as the 4th, and he found himself significantly drained. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring injuries before finally slaying the 4th beast. I surely cannot defeat the 5th. I've reached my limit. Jiang Sheng. Even if he can kill the 4th, will likely be more wounded and slower than me. It's time to exit, Hao Chong concluded, calling out, I withdraw. With a click, Hao Chong pushed open the door to his combat room and stepped out. His gaze immediately fell upon Lin Yuan, who stood in the gathering area, appearing immaculate as if he had not engaged in battle at all. A look of disdain crossed Hao Chong's face. Having exited so early and remaining so clean, Lin Yuan must have been frightened by the beasts and fled. Let us see how you rely on connections to steal my first place today. Just a few steps later, the door of an adjacent combat room opened, and Jiang Sheng emerged, visibly battered, his left arm nearly immobile, supported by his right. Hao Chong, you truly were faster than me. How many did you kill? Jiang Sheng inquired, his expression somber. I killed 4. You must have done the same, right? Although slower and more injured than I, you performed admirably, Hao Chong replied with a proud smirk. Humph. Today, though you hold first place, I shall not concede. Jiang Sheng retorted coldly, making his way toward the gathering point. Once all students had assembled, Du Feng commenced announcing the rankings. The standings remained largely consistent with those from the previous day, with everyone's attention fixated on the top 3. In 3rd place, Jiang Sheng, having slain 4 beasts in 1 hour and 32 minutes. As Du Feng's words resonated, the crowd stirred slightly, but under Du Feng's imposing presence, no one dared to speak, their expressions betraying their thoughts. Jiang Sheng frowned, while Hao Chong glared at Lin Yuan in fury. In 2nd place, Hao Chong, having also slain 4 beasts in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Du Feng continued. Indeed, Hao Chong was relegated to 2nd place, and he was on the verge of exploding with rage. What does this mean? Is this how it's going to be? What purpose does this training camp serve? The 1st place, Lin Yuan, vanquished 5 ferocious beasts in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Du Feng continued, and upon hearing the time, 3 students visibly furrowed their brows. These were the first 3 special recruits who had emerged earlier. Their capabilities were insufficient to slay the beasts alone, so they had exited promptly. They distinctly recalled that Lin Yuan had emerged in merely 40 to 50 seconds. How could the instructor claim he took 1 hour and 20 minutes? Naturally, those who also took around an hour found it rather peculiar. In truth, Du Feng had no choice. Could he simply announce that Lin Yuan had dispatched 5 beasts in 45 seconds? What would others think? Would they be disheartened, left in despair? I refuse to accept this. A special recruit who consistently claims the top spot. What's the point? It's better not to participate in such a training camp. Hao Chong finally could no longer suppress his emotions and shouted in anger. Du Feng, infuriated by his outburst, was about to reprimand him when Hao Chong continued. Lin Yuan, if you're a man, face me in a duel. If you dare not, then admit that you entered as a special recruit through connections. Speak up. Are you truly a special recruit? I am your father. Lin Yuan frowned. He had initially been disinclined to pay attention to Hao Chong, but the latter's incessant provocation made it clear he underestimated Lin Yuan. Chapter 19. A single punch to knock out, the might of spatial dimensional slashes. You. Upon hearing this, Hao Chong was rendered speechless with rage. How could Lin Yuan be so crude before the principal and instructors? What of it? You think I care? You are making quite the fuss. Do you wish to know how I earned my first place? Then come and try me. Lin Yuan beckoned Hao Chong with a finger, determined to make him concede through strength. Seeing this, Hao Chong turned to Du Feng, who glanced at Lin Yuan and then slowly spoke. Everyone, step back and clear the center for their contest. Yes, the students began to retreat, forming a circle, while Lin Yuan and Hao Chong stood within. Lin Yuan, exercise restraint. Du Feng cautioned him. Lin Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yet, Hao Chong was increasingly disgruntled. What did the instructor mean by this? Did he look down upon him? He was resolved to expose Lin Yuan's true nature. With a furious shout, Hao Chong stomped the ground, and his figure transformed into a blur, launching a powerful punch towards Lin Yuan. Incredible. Hao Chong's strength was astonishing. Lin Yuan was surely in for a rough time. That punch was formidable. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. Truly, he was the top genius of the 6th school. His prowess could easily contend for the city champion. The surrounding students gazed at Hao Chong's strike with envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained motionless, even his gaze seemingly disinterested in Hao Chong. Just as Hao Chong's fist was about to collide with Lin Yuan's chest, Lin Yuan finally moved. In a flash, he unleashed his own punch towards Hao Chong's chest, his speed reaching an apex, arriving first. Bang! Hao Chong's eyes widened in shock. He had no time to react as Lin Yuan's fist struck solidly against his chest. A searing pain coursed through Hao Chong, causing his body to involuntarily fly backward. He could not suppress the tumult within, and blood erupted from his mouth. Crash. To the onlookers, it was as though Hao Chong had been struck by a speeding train. In the blink of an eye, he was flung away, crashing heavily onto the floor a dozen meters away, rendering him unconscious. Silence engulfed the arena, a deathly stillness. All were stunned. Lin Yuan's punch had utterly shattered their preconceived notions, overturning their worldview. It was astonishing to realize that a senior student of their age could be so powerful. Jiang Sheng's eyes widened, his previous pride seemingly shattered in that moment. He dared not meet Lin Yuan's gaze and silently lowered his haughty head. How is this possible? Is he even human? Good lord, is he truly only 18? In comparison, I feel utterly useless. This is too disheartening. Even a powerhouse like Hao Chong is merely a joke before him. Du Feng surveyed the astonished crowd. Hearing their murmurs, he smiled faintly, sensing that perhaps these youngsters could set aside their arrogance and train earnestly. Silence. Assemble. After 2 medical personnel carried Hao Chong away, Du Feng bellowed, prompting all students, including Jiang Sheng, to quickly line up. At this moment, there was no trace of pride in Jiang Sheng's eyes, only the fire of determination. Since our school has organized this training camp, it shall be entirely equitable. Everything shall be determined by strength. I do not wish for similar incidents to recur. Understood? Du Feng proclaimed. Understood. Excellent. I see the spirit of competition in your eyes. Very well. I hope you all strive to emulate Lin Yuan. Now, proceed to the infirmary for treatment. Today's training concludes here. Dismissed. As Du Feng announced the disbandment, Lin Yuan made his way to his resting room, while others glared at his retreating figure, gritting their teeth as they headed to the infirmary. In the resting room, Lin Yuan discovered a set of recovery potions. A total of 10 vials, some for healing injuries, others for restoring spiritual energy. It should suffice for his upcoming martial examination. The school seemed to have invested significantly. He was pleased to have 2 or 3 vials, considering alchemists were rare and such items were not inexpensive. With no training scheduled for the afternoon, Lin Yuan submitted a request to Du Feng to visit his family, which Du Feng readily approved. He made his way to the first hospital, where his parents awaited him. After the recent events, Lin Tianming and Yu Hui had refrained from working, staying by Lin Anren's side, fearing unforeseen circumstances. The hospital room was filled with an array of nutritional supplements, fruits, and gifts. Upon inquiring, Lin Yuan learned that they had all been sent by the leader of the Martial Alliance, his brother Qi. Some were personally delivered by Supervisor Tian, which Lin Yuan duly noted. After spending time with his parents and sister, Lin Yuan prepared to return to the training camp that evening. Exiting the hospital, he spotted a taxi waiting at the entrance, promptly opening the door and entering the vehicle. The cab then set off towards the training camp. As they traversed an empty street, Lin Yuan frowned. This route was not a common one. Was the driver taking a detour? Driver, are you on the wrong path? Lin Yuan inquired from the back seat. The driver, upon hearing this, appeared flustered, abruptly slamming on the brakes to halt the car at the roadside before hastily exiting and fleeing. What does this mean? Lin Yuan instinctively sensed something amiss. Could it be? He had a life to protect. Just days ago, he had slain Lu Ning, the eldest son of the Lu family. Had they already traced him? It was improbable. He had left no discernible traces at the scene. Yet he understood that it was only a matter of time before they would uncover his involvement. Especially since entering the Dark Valley was recorded. They could eventually trace it back to him. But this was too swift. How could an 18-year-old child possibly have killed 3 at the body refining stage? At that moment, a figure appeared before the taxi, a middle-aged man wielding a battle blade. Coldly fixing his gaze upon him, Lin Yuan pushed open the car door and stepped out, regarding the man with a calm demeanor. Who are you? Are you here to kill me? Lin Yuan queried. Kid, I am Yang Wei's father, Yang Yantao. You know why I have come for you, don't you? Because of you, my son's legs are crippled, and I intend to make you pay with your life. Yang Yantao wore a fierce expression, evidently having lurked at the hospital entrance for an extended period, having bribed a taxi driver to bring him here for an ambush. Heh, do you think you can kill me? Lin Yuan subtly harnessed the power within him, sensing that a fierce battle was imminent. Kid, I am a first-tier martial artist. Though merely at the initial stage, dealing with you is as simple as squashing an ant. Yang Yantao brandished his battle knife, gripping it with both hands, ready to strike. You may try. Lin Yuan slowly raised his fist, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Prepare to die. Yang Yantao, with his battle knife in hand, launched himself forward like a gust of wind, revealing his wind-based abilities. In an instant, he was upon Lin Yuan, swinging his blade with a cruel smile, as if he had already cleaved Lin Yuan in two. However, the next moment, he found himself frozen in shock. The figure before him had abruptly vanished as his knife descended. Not good. It's an afterimage, Yang Yantao exclaimed, aghast at the boy's incredible speed. You're too slow. Lin Yuan's icy voice resonated from behind, sending chills down Yang Yantao's spine, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. He hadn't even the time to react. Bang! Lin Yuan's powerful fist connected squarely with Yang Yantao's back, causing him to stumble forward, blood surging within his chest. He could hardly fathom that this 18-year-old youth possessed strength surpassing his own. How can he be this strong? How old is he? Blood trickled from Yang Yantao's lips as he dared not linger. Propelled by the force of the blow, he sought to create distance between himself and Lin Yuan. Realizing Lin Yuan's formidable prowess, he made a decisive choice to flee. Yet, Lin Yuan was determined not to let him escape. He brought his fingers together, the tips suddenly radiating a dazzling silver light. Can you run away? Experience my A-class martial art, Space Dimension Slash. Lin Yuan exclaimed, slicing his fingers through the air, unleashing a silver blade of light that illuminated the night sky as if it were day. The blade instantaneously appeared behind Yang Yantao, seemingly disregarding distance, piercing through space. With a soft ripping sound, the fabric of space tore apart, leaving a smooth gash at Yang Yantao's waist, causing his upper body to slide down lifelessly. As his upper half hit the ground, he was horrified to discover that his legs were still running forward, but after a few steps, they collapsed beneath him. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson, and the air was thick with the stench of iron. The scene was utterly disconcerting, even causing Lin Yuan to furrow his brow. Yang Yantao stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to close his eyes in death, unable to believe that he had been slain by a mere finger of an 18-year-old youth. Chapter 20. Captured, Innocent. Lin Yuan gazed at Yang Yantao's lifeless form on the ground, then looked at his own fingers, a look of astonishment gracing his features. His combat power was indeed a tier above Yang Yantao's, yet he hadn't anticipated the overwhelming might of his first use of an A-class martial art. My Space Dimension Slash not only wields tremendous power, but also directly attacks the space occupied by the target, allowing it to bypass defensive skills. Moreover, a remarkable aspect is that the blade can traverse space, rendering evasion futile. If only I had a suitable weapon, I could better harness the martial art's true potential. I shall visit the Martial Alliance's market to acquire one another day. With that thought, Lin Yuan activated Soul Devour, consuming Yang Yantao's soul, resulting in a growth of 400 ability points, bringing his total to 750. Lin Yuan chose not to allocate these points to his combat power, as he deemed his current strength sufficient for the time being. He intended to save them for a breakthrough to true martial artist status. Just then, a blinding light suddenly enveloped him. Lin Yuan squinted, glancing towards the source of the illumination. Raise your hands. You are surrounded. Surrender your futile resistance. A voice commanded. Lin Yuan discerned without needing to see that he had been encircled by the city lord's guards. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he saw a squad of over a dozen individuals, each armed and aiming their weapons at him. It was likely the dazzling light from his Space Dimension Slash that had attracted the patrolling guards nearby. Lin Yuan felt no panic, should he wish to flee. These guards could not impede him. Even engaging them posed no threat, given the might of his Space Dimension Slash. However, engaging the city lord's guards would alter the situation entirely. If he resisted arrest, it would jeopardize his martial examination. Lin Yuan refrained from raising his hands, choosing instead to clasp them behind his back and calmly state, "He attempted to kill me. I was merely acting in self-defense. Cease your resistance and accompany us to the city lord's mansion. We will ascertain the facts," a captain-like figure asserted. "Very well, I shall accompany you. However, do not use those on me," Lin Yuan warned, gesturing towards the handcuffs at the captain's waist with a frosty glare. The captain suddenly felt an immense pressure and a chilling aura of killing intent. "Very well, let us go," he acquiesced, signaling his team to encircle Lin Yuan as they proceeded toward the patrol vehicle at the alley's end. Upon boarding, they swiftly arrived at the city lord's mansion, where Lin Yuan was escorted to an interrogation room. He sat quietly in a chair, displaying no excessive reactions, which eased the captain's concerns. "Name, age, and identity?" the captain inquired. "Lin Yuan, 18 years old, a senior student at 6 High in Quancheng," Lin Yuan answered truthfully. 18? The captain was momentarily taken aback, having noted Lin Yuan's youth, but not realizing he was merely 18. 18 and capable of killing a first-tier initial martial artist? It must be a lie. Yang Yantao's identity was easily verifiable. They were well aware of his strength. "Captain, should we consult the city lord? This individual may be a prodigious scion from a prominent family," someone seated nearby whispered, unable to contain themselves. The captain nodded slightly at this, prompting the individual to dash out of the interrogation room. Meanwhile, City Lord Zhao Yan was preparing to leave his office when the person entered, knocking at his door. "Enter." Zhao Yan called from behind his desk. Upon entering, the individual bowed and said, "City Lord, we have just apprehended a murderer. He is an 18-year-old youth who killed the first-tier initial martial artist Yang Yantao." Zhao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a genius emerge? An 18-year-old first-tier martial artist? What is his name? Zhao Yan asked urgently. Reporting to the City Lord, he is Lin Yuan, and he claims to be a student from 6 High. Student Lin Yuan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Could it be him? Zhao Yan recalled that Qi Tianheng had mentioned a Lin who was his junior, quickly dialing Qi Tianheng's number. "Old Qi, I need to ask you something. Is the Lin you mentioned previously named Lin Yuan, a student from 6 High?" Zhao Yan inquired as soon as the call connected. "Indeed. Old Zhao, have you met my Lin Yuan? Where are you?" Qi Tianheng responded cheerfully. Ahem, my subordinates just brought him in. He is currently at the city lord's mansion. What? Why have you arrested my Lin Yuan? Qi Tianheng's tone shifted, filled with urgency and anger. He has killed Yang Yantao, the first-stage martial artist Yang Yantao, Zhao Yin remarked. What? He killed Yang Yantao? How could he possibly slay a first-stage martial artist? Qi Tianheng's tone instantly escalated, filled with astonishment. My heavens, what kind of prodigy is my little brother Lin? It seems I have underestimated his talent. Old Qi, you should come over. After all, he has slain a martial artist. Very well, I shall come immediately. I am aware of Yang Yantao. A few days ago, I incapacitated his son, and he must have directed his hatred towards my little brother Lin. That scoundrel, fortunately, my little brother possesses formidable strength. Qi Tianheng then ended the call and hurried towards the city lord's mansion. Zhao Yin had a rough understanding of the situation and ordered someone to gather evidence. Shortly after, 2 guards brought in the taxi driver from earlier. His vehicle was left at the scene, making it easy to locate him. Upon seeing the city lord personally questioning him and knowing that Yang Yantao was dead, the driver did not conceal anything and quickly recounted the events. Zhao Yin then instructed them to take the driver away for detention before proceeding to the interrogation room, where Lin Yuan was located. Upon entering, Zhao Yin exclaimed, "Ha ha! Little brother Lin Yuan, I am Zhao Yin, the city lord of Quanqing. Your situation has been clarified. It was the other party who intended to kill you. You acted in self-defense and bear no fault. You may leave at any time." Zhao Yin laughed heartily, extending his right hand. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, looked at Zhao Yin, who was an elderly gentleman similar in age to Qi Tianheng, donned with rectangular glasses that lent him an air of scholarly sophistication. Yet, his strength had reached the 6th stage, comparable to Qi Tianheng's prowess. Lin Yuan promptly rose and shook Zhao Yin's hand. "Thank you, City Lord, for your astute judgment. I am grateful for the swift restoration of my innocence," Lin Yuan expressed with a smile, naturally reciprocating the kind demeanor. "Little brother Lin, I have long heard of your talents and have wished to meet you. If you do not mind, let us become friends. You may call me Brother Zhao from now on," Zhao Yin said with a beaming smile. "Very well, Brother Zhao," Lin Yuan replied. As he presumed Qi Tianheng must have mentioned him, thus he did not refuse and addressed him as Brother Zhao. "Excellent, excellent. Little brother Lin, come with me to my office for some tea. I have some fine tea that you must taste today," Zhao Yin declared. He then glanced at the captain, Captain Yang. "Please handle the case and let us wrap up early." With that, he led Lin Yuan away, and soon they arrived at the office to enjoy tea. Not long after, Qi Tianheng arrived. "Old Zhao, how is my little brother Lin?" Qi Tianheng began shouting before even entering, and upon seeing Lin Yuan seated inside enjoying tea, he felt relieved. "Old Qi, what do you mean? How could I do anything to my little brother Lin?" "Everything is perfectly fine," Zhao Yin replied with a smile, fully adhering to protocol and having no reason to offend Lin Yuan. "Old brother Qi, what brings you here?" Lin Yuan quickly inquired. "Little brother Lin, I knew you had come in, so I rushed over." "Old Zhao, since my little brother Lin was captured by you, what compensation do you propose?" Qi Tianheng stated. Somewhat unreasonably, Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that old Qi was presenting him with an opportunity to befriend Lin Yuan. "Little brother Lin, I hear you are preparing for the martial arts examination. I may not have much, but I possess a considerable collection of weapons in the treasury. How about you choose one that suits you?" Zhao Yin suggested. "That won't be necessary, Brother Zhao. How could I accept your belongings?" Lin Yuan replied. Though his eyes visibly brightened, Qi Tianheng seized Lin Yuan's arm and laughed. "Come on, little brother Lin, don't be so polite with your brother Zhao." "Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother Zhao." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. "Ha ha ha, no need for pleasantries. We are all on the same side." With that, Zhao Yin led the two towards the treasury. Chapter 21. The Snowfall Sword and the Liu family's reaction. Lin Yuan followed Zhao Yin to the treasury, which was heavily guarded, as it was an official storage facility, which was understandable. In a room designated for weapons, various arms were displayed on racks, overwhelming Lin Yuan with their abundance. "Ha ha, little brother Lin, I am not boasting. My private arsenal, though not of the highest grade, boasts a wide array of styles, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. All are available for your selection. This rack holds B-grade weapons, which I proudly consider my finest collection," Zhao Yin introduced with pride. As he had no other hobbies but weaponry collection, Lin Yuan nodded slightly, gazing at the B-grade weapons rack, which showcased 6 weapons, 2 swords, 3 spears, and 1 long sword. "As a wielder of spatial powers, I rely on agility and versatility, utilizing spatial rifts for my attacks. Therefore, a nimble and sharp weapon is essential for me. A robust and forceful sword or gun would not suit my style. I shall choose this long sword," he concluded, grasping the long sword in his hand. The blade was entirely snow white, adorned with several silver gemstones on the hilt and sheath, exuding an air of elegance. Clang! As the long sword was drawn, it vibrated slightly, producing a resonant sound, compelling Lin Yuan to swing it a couple of times. The air was instantly filled with a whistling sound, indicating the sword's sharpness. As he wielded the long sword, ethereal snowflakes began to appear in the air, creating a breathtakingly carefree sight. Lin Yuan looked at the long sword in delight, gently caressing its blade. Ha ha ha, little brother Lin, it seems you have made your choice. Your eye for quality is indeed sharp. This sword is crafted from B-grade metal, enhanced with rare A-grade ice crystal cold iron, further augmenting its sharpness, Zhao Yin elaborated, and Lin Yuan found himself increasingly enamored. The grades of metal parallel the levels of abilities, ranging from F to SSS. B-grade and A-grade metals hold considerable value, and Lin Yuan estimated that this long sword's cost must reach into the millions. Clang. The long sword was sheathed. Brother Zhao, this sword must be quite valuable. I shan't express my gratitude in words. I will remember your kindness, Lin Yuan stated earnestly. What are you doing, little brother Lin? Are you trying to be distant with your older brother? Zhao Yin feigned displeasure. Haha, brother Zhao, then I shall graciously accept it, Lin Yuan replied without pretense, silently committing the gesture to memory. Now that's the spirit. Afterward, Lin Yuan conversed with the two for quite some time before stepping out to hail a taxi back to the training camp. He named his newly acquired long sword Snowfall, inspired by the snowflakes that danced in its wake. Arriving at the training camp past 11 at night, he went straight to rest. In the following days, Lin Yuan diligently trained at the camp, yet gradually, he grew anxious. This place no longer suited him, and his progress here was minimal. With the skilled soul devourer at his disposal, he was destined to tread a path of slaughter. Only through continuous combat could he rapidly enhance his strength. One day during a break, Lin Yuan approached the chief instructor, Du Feng. Chief instructor, I wish to conclude my training early. This place no longer provides me with any advancement, and I need to seek my own methods for improvement. Your situation is quite unique. The training camp must accommodate the needs of the majority of students, and it is apparent that your circumstances are not conducive to remaining here. Let me consult the principal. If all goes well, you may leave the training camp today, Du Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. Then he dialed the principal, Tang Weiguo, to relay Lin Yuan's situation. Half an hour later, Tang Weiguo arrived at the training camp, bearing a membership card. Lin Yuan, take this card. It's a membership from the Red Forest, where you can attempt to hunt the outer fierce beasts and gain some combat experience. With less than 10 days until the martial arts examination, I look forward to your performance, Tang Weiguo said, handing the card to Lin Yuan, who accepted it with gratitude shining in his eyes. The Red Forest, like the Gloomy Valley, was named after a void rift, yet it posed a far greater challenge. The outermost region teemed with mid-stage fierce beasts, while within lurked first and second-tier creatures, and the core area was even dominated by some third-tier beasts. The entry fee here was no longer a mere 20,000, a considerable expense for Lin Yuan. Fortunately, the principal had provided him with a membership card, granting him unrestricted access. Thank you, principal. Rest assured, I will deliver an unexpected result during the martial arts examination, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Excellent. I believe in you, lad. Hurry along now. Time is of the essence. Strive to enhance your strength, Tang Weiguo said cheerfully, waving him off. As Lin Yuan exited the training camp, he took a taxi directly to the Red Forest, not due to the pressure of the examination, but rather from a fervent desire to grow stronger. Meanwhile, at the Lu family residence, Lu Ning's father, Lu Qingyun, was in a state of utter disarray. His son, Lu Ning, was the last hope of the Lu family, yet he had been missing for nearly 10 days without a trace. They had exhaustively investigated everyone Lu Ning had encountered on the day of his disappearance, but to no avail. Master, we have news. A subordinate rushed into the room, nearly tumbling over himself. Speak quickly. Lu Qingyun shot up from his seat. Young master, spit it out, don't dawdle. Lu Qingyun growled, seizing the man by his collar and lifting him off the ground. Young master, he is dead. Our people found parts of his bones in a thicket in the Gloomy Valley. It appears he was devoured by fierce beasts. The man mustered his courage and blurted it out. What? Lu Qingyun released his grip, collapsing into a chair, as if all strength had drained from him in an instant. Are you certain it's my son? Yes, a DNA test has confirmed it is indeed him, the subordinate affirmed. This cannot be. The Gloomy Valley is home to low-tier beasts, and they are few in number. He was accompanied by 2 others. It's impossible for him to have perished there. Someone must have harmed him. Immediately investigate everyone who entered the Gloomy Valley that day. Lu Qingyun, regaining his composure, barked orders at his subordinate. Yes, master. The subordinate hurried off to arrange the investigation. Whoever you are, to dare kill my son Lu Qingyun, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Lu Qingyun seethed, his eyes wide with fury. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the Red Forest, where he presented his membership card and gained entry without hindrance. The landscape before him was a surreal crimson world. The ground was a pale orange, while the trees bore deep red leaves, creating an eerie atmosphere. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could strain one's eyes. Lin Yuan, however, was unfazed by the illusion, having previously ventured into a void rift. He grasped his long sword and began to sweep through the outskirts. His goal was straightforward, to harvest from the mid-stage fierce beasts and continue on to the first-tier creatures. The density of fierce beasts here was greater than that of the Gloomy Valley, which thrilled Lin Yuan as his ability points steadily increased. Just as Lin Yuan was rapidly enhancing his strength, the Lu family remained at a loss, still unable to uncover the identity of Lu Ning's killer. However, a message soon shattered the stillness. Lin Yuan had finally caught the attention of the Lu family. Chapter 22, Breaking Through to First-Tier Warrior, Slaying with a Single Sword. As the Lu family grappled with despair, a phone call disrupted the quiet. Hello, Lu family head. I am Yao Weiwei, a close friend of Lu Ning. I believe I may know who was responsible for his demise. A chilling female voice echoed through the line. While the Lu family conducted a thorough investigation into Lu Ning's death, Yao Weiwei had also received word and felt a surge of anxiety. She had informed Lu Ning about Lin Anren's situation, and now that Lu Ning was in peril, her instincts warned her that danger was closing in. Lin Yuan indeed sought an opportunity to exact revenge, for his current strength was insufficient to act freely. Yao Weiwei suspected that Lin Yuan had killed Lu Ning. She had inquired extensively, even reaching the training camp. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's formidable abilities, including his victory over Hao Chong, fear gripped her. She wished to survive and thus decided to contact Lu Qingyun first. Who is it? Lu Qingyun inquired, intrigued by Yao Weiwei's words. It's Lin Yuan from Class 3. Senior year at number 6 high school. Previously, Lu Ning pursued his sister, but for reasons unknown, she jumped from a building. Lin Yuan must be avenging her. Hence killing Lu Ning, Yao Weiwei stated ominously. Lu Qingyun turned to a nearby subordinate, who nodded in affirmation. Master, this Lin Yuan indeed visited the gloomy valley that day. But he is merely a high school student. We believe he lacks the capability to commit such a crime. We have investigated him and found he only possesses initial stage strength. That is not the case. Lin Yuan has concealed his true strength. In reality, he is extremely powerful, having undoubtedly reached mid-stage. He possesses ample motive. It must be him. Yao Weiwei countered vehemently. Regardless of whether it was truly Lin Yuan or not, she was determined to see him dead. As long as he remained alive, she could find no peace. Is that so? It seems Lin Yuan is highly suspicious. Where is he now? Lu Qingyun asked, his expression darkening. According to our investigations, he has been in the Red Forest these past few days, the subordinate reported promptly. Good. Come with me. Even if he is a first-tier warrior, I will personally see him perish. Lu Qingyun exclaimed, rising to his feet. Yes. May I accompany you? I want to witness Lin Yuan pay for his wicked deeds. Yao Weiwei insisted, eager to see Lin Yuan meet his end. Very well, let us go together. Lu Qingyun agreed, leading a subordinate and Yao Weiwei into the Red Forest. Intent on eliminating Lin Yuan. Lu Qingyun was a peak first-tier expert, far beyond what an entry-level warrior could contend with. For days, Lin Yuan had been sweeping the outskirts, amassing a staggering 16,000 ability points. His martial arts level was now ready for an upgrade, having nearly cleared the outer area. He resolved to delve deeper and hunt first-tier fierce beasts. However, before doing so, he decided to elevate his martial arts level to initial first-tier, ensuring greater safety even in the face of peak first-tier beasts. With this thought, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to choose the upgrade. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to initial first-tier warrior. Opening system panel. Host, Lin Yuan. Ability, S-grade spatial ability. Martial arts, initial first-tier warrior. Combat power, 18,000, upgradable. Martial techniques, dimensional/A, advanced. Heaven burning body refinement technique S, 20th layer. Skills, soul devour, swordsmanship, beginner, upgradable. Ability points, 10,000 points. Is this the strength of a warrior? How formidable. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the surge of his newfound strength. He sensed that should he encounter a martial artist of Yang Yantao's caliber again, a single strike would suffice to vanquish him. He still required an additional 2,000 battle points to reach the pinnacle of the first tier, so he decided to elevate his swordsmanship to an advanced level first, while allocating the rest to augmenting his battle power. Ever since Lin Yuan acquired the Snowfall Sword, he had been diligently honing his sword skills, which had now attained a rudimentary level of proficiency. An increase in swordsmanship not only rendered his technique more profound and elusive, allowing him to evade vulnerabilities, but it also significantly amplified the power of his swordplay based on his own battle strength. Subsequently, Lin Yuan expended 2,000 ability points to elevate his swordsmanship to an advanced level, directing the remaining 8,000 points entirely towards enhancing his battle power. His battle strength skyrocketed to 22,000 points, surpassing the 20,000 point threshold required for the pinnacle of the first tier by 2,000 points. With his battle power reaching the zenith of the first tier and possessing advanced swordsmanship, he anticipated that few adversaries would be left in the first tier to challenge him. As he ventured deeper, a plethora of ability points beckoned him. With a satisfied smile, Lin Yuan made his way toward the depths of the Crimson Forest. After traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, Lin Yuan encountered a first-tier ferocious beast, a creature at the peak of body refinement. With a single step, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The tiger-like beast was sent crashing to the ground, a milky white soul essence drifting from its body. Activating the Soul Devour skill, Lin Yuan slightly parted his lips, drawing in a wisp of the milky white vapor, thus acquiring 150 ability points. Just as he prepared to depart, he furrowed his brow and glanced toward a nearby shadow. Come forth, Lin Yuan commanded in a low voice, and 3 figures emerged. You possess considerable strength. Did you kill my son, Lu Ning? Lu Qingyun inquired with a sullen expression. Lin Yuan chose to ignore him, instead directing his attention to Yao Weiwei. Yao Weiwei, why did you seek to harm my sister? Lin Yuan asked coolly. You know, but you're mistaken. How have I harmed her? I am the belle of the 6th high school, surrounded by suitors, yet the moment Lin Anren arrived, this mere freshman overshadowed me completely. Such a stunning beauty. I graciously introduced Lu Xiao to her. Do you truly think I harmed her? Yao Weiwei scoffed, unabashedly voicing her thoughts. Yao Weiwei, you court death. I had intended to find an opportune moment to deal with you, but it seems you have delivered yourself to me, Lin Yuan said, a subtle smile curving his lips. Deal with me? Ha ha ha. Do you even have that opportunity? This is the head of the Lu family, a peak first-tier martial artist. You dare to kill his son. Today, your death is assured. You wish to kill me? What a joke. Yao Weiwei laughed arrogantly. Kid, answer me. Did you kill my son or not? Lu Qingyun pressed once more. Yes, indeed I did. He harmed my sister. Your son deserved to die? Lin Yuan admitted without hesitation. Very well, you little beast. Since you have confessed, I shall kill you first, and then annihilate your entire family. With that, Lu Qingyun drew a long knife and lunged at Lin Yuan. While one of his subordinates circled around behind to prevent his escape, Yao Weiwei merely crossed her arms, stepping aside to enjoy the spectacle. Upon hearing Lu Qingyun's words, Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Clang! The snowfall's sword was drawn. With a swift thrust, snowflakes began to swirl through the air. Humph! Flashy tricks. In the face of absolute strength. All your efforts are in vain. Lu Qingyun derided, slashing at the snowfall. Clang! With a sharp sound, Lu Qingyun's long knife shattered into 2 pieces, flying into the air, while he himself was violently thrown back. What? This is impossible. What strength do you possess? Lu Qingyun exclaimed, astonished. Lin Yuan's battle power had evidently surpassed his own, and his swordsmanship was terrifyingly sharp. His arm trembled, struggling to maintain his grip on the broken blade. Lin Yuan, however, took a step forward, his figure eerily traversing the space to appear before Lu Qingyun, the snowfall aimed straight at his heart. This maneuver was enabled by the spatial abilities one could wield upon reaching the martial artist realm, known as spatial leap, allowing him to slip into another dimension and emerge instantaneously at a short distance. Thud! The snowfall sword pierced Lu Qingyun's heart. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Clutching the blade, blood spilling from his mouth and hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. How old are you? It's impossible for you to be this strong. What manner of monster are you? Lu Qingyun lamented, regret flooding him. In his fervor for revenge, he had not anticipated that his opponent could be so prodigious. A peak first-tier powerhouse, yet he would perish at the hands of an 18-year-old youth. Regret? Too late. Lin Yuan's snowfall suddenly twisted, crushing Lu Qingyun's heart. His lifeless body fell to the ground, blood instantly staining the earth, a pungent scent of iron wafting through the air, inducing nausea. Yao Weiwei screamed, collapsing onto the ground, terror-stricken as she gazed at Lu Qingyun's lifeless form in a pool of blood. The underlings of the Lu family were equally stunned, turning to flee. But before they could take more than a few steps, their heads were severed, falling to the ground. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from his sword, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached Yao Weiwei step by step. Chapter 23, Mid-First Tier, the Martial Arts Examination Approaches. Impossible. This cannot be. How could you kill the head of the Lu family? You are merely a senior in high school. Yao Weiwei sat on the ground, continuously retreating, viewing Lin Yuan as a demon, inching closer with each step. Lin Yuan, don't come any closer. Stay away. Yao Weiwei, the architect of this calamity. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive today? Lin Yuan's calm voice echoed, yet in Yao Weiwei's ears, it rang like the tolling of a death knell. No, don't kill me. I am beautiful. You can do whatever you wish with me. As she spoke, Yao Weiwei hastily tore open her collar, revealing her voluptuous figure, believing that this would save her from peril, as the boys around her had always gazed at her with lust. How naive. You should just die. Buzz. Lin Yuan didn't even cast her a glance as his sword swept across her snow-white neck, blood immediately gushing forth. Yao Weiwei clutched her throat, producing strange sounds but unable to utter a word, her eyes widening in disbelief as she succumbed to the void. In Lin Yuan's eyes, she was merely an enemy. Her beauty held no value whatsoever. 3 soul essences drifted from the slain, and Lin Yuan would not waste them. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment with his eyes closed. Lu family, do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to uproot you completely. As Lin Yuan observed a ferocious beast approaching in the distance, he chose not to engage it, instead opting to circumvent it, unwilling to disrupt its meal. Lin Yuan remained in the Crimson Forest for another 5 days before preparing to depart, as the day of the martial arts examination was imminent. He opened the system panel. Ding! System panel is opening. Martial path, Mid-first tier martial artist. Battle power, 36,000. Ability points, 0. His battle power had surged once more, nearing the threshold of the initial second tier. Tomorrow marked the martial arts examination. It was time to venture forth. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he stepped outside, exchanging the numerous beast crystals he possessed for great xia coins at the exchange station by the door. His current assets had reached 1.9 million great xia coins, marking him as quite affluent. However, it was still insufficient to purchase a reasonably decent apartment in the city center. It appeared that he would have to wait until the martial arts examination concluded before devising a plan to gather more funds. Hailing a cab, Lin Yuan made his way directly to the first hospital. Brother, since you're participating in the martial arts examination tomorrow, there's no need for you to visit me. I'm recovering splendidly, so you need not worry about me. Focus on your exam, Lin Anren said sweetly upon seeing Lin Yuan. He affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, what could be more important than my sister? I'm fully prepared for the exam, and since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I thought I'd come see you, as well as mom and dad. Lin Tianming and Yu Hui felt immense relief. Had it not been for Lin Yuan becoming a martial artist, they would still be fretting over Lin Anren's surgical expenses. Now, both the Martial Alliance and the City Lord's mansion held Lin Yuan in high regard, frequently sending gifts, and even the hospital staff treated them with great care, not daring to be negligent. All these privileges stemmed from their son, Lin Yuan. Little Yuan, your sister is right. You should head back to rest. You'll want to be in good shape for tomorrow, Lin Tianming advised. All right. Anren, take good care of yourself and await the good news from me tomorrow, Lin Yuan said with a slight smile, giving her one last affectionate rub on the head before departing the hospital. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan arrived at school, where they were to convene before being transported to the examination site. Tang Wei was stood in the school square, scanning the gathering crowd, searching for Lin Yuan's figure. Upon spotting him, he visibly relaxed. As the hope of the 6th high school, Lin Yuan's presence alone was reassuring. Lin Yuan, how are you feeling? Are you prepared? Tang Wei approached with a warm smile, his demeanor friendly and encouraging. Quite well, I've made some progress, and I assure you, I won't let you down. Lin Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Tang Wei felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Progress was indeed a good sign. Meanwhile, Hao Chong, standing nearby, felt a twinge of displeasure. Lin Yuan, enjoy your moment of pride while you can. When the martial arts examination takes place, you'll realize that I, Hao Chong, am the true genius of the 6th high school. For reasons unbeknownst to him, after Lin Yuan left the training camp, Hao Chong had become the undisputed top contender there. After enduring over half a month of rigorous training, he had significantly improved his abilities, regaining his confidence and believing he had surpassed Lin Yuan. His earlier fainting spell had clouded his understanding of Lin Yuan's true strength. At that moment, Jiang Sheng clenched his fists, filled with confidence. He believed he was not inferior to anyone. Soon, all candidates had gathered, with over 200 students from the 6th high school participating in the martial arts examination. Tang Wei ascended the platform, surveying the students below, and proclaimed loudly, today marks the day of the martial arts examination. You are all the pride of the 6th high school. I hope everyone can perform beyond their usual capabilities and achieve commendable results. All teachers from the 6th high school are eagerly awaiting to celebrate your success. Now let us depart. All candidates, board the buses. Yes, the candidates began boarding the buses, and 5 vehicles set off towards the martial arts examination base in Quanqing. The examination was held at a facility that featured an entrance resembling a void rift, reportedly created by a martial god from the Great Xia using supreme powers. Every city possessed such an entrance, with the interior being an independent space. Within the examination arena, various levels of ferocious beasts had been released in different sectors. Candidates would earn points by defeating these beasts, with their final scores determined by the total points accrued over the course of the day. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt no anxiety, only exhilaration. He was determined to earn a commendable score and acquire as many ability points as possible, as this was a prime opportunity to gain them. Seated behind Lin Yuan, Hao Chong's gaze had been fixed on him since they boarded the bus, eyes alight with confidence and disdain. Lin Yuan, I am no longer the same as before. Today, I will completely trample you underfoot. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, Hao Chong's thoughts held no weight. Had he been aware, he would have been more than willing to teach him a lesson, though the examination rules prohibited candidates from attacking one another. Lin Yuan's prowess alone could easily dispatch any opponent who underestimated him. If it were merely an accidental injury, he would have no choice but to accept his misfortune. The bus soon arrived at the martial arts examination base, where a colossal, silvery entrance reminiscent of a void rift awaited. Numerous candidates had already gathered, students from all 25 high schools in Quanqing, totaling around 5,000 participants. After disembarking, staff members distributed smart wristbands to everyone, which would record points earned from slaying ferocious beasts. In case of danger, candidates could shout withdraw and the wristbands would promptly extract them from the arena to prevent casualties. Each candidate was also provided with a single essence nourishing pill, which served the sole purpose of satiating hunger. as the examination would run from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. 10 hours without sustenance was simply unfeasible. Lin Yuan secured the wristband onto his wrist, tucked the essence-nourishing pill away, and gripped his sword, gazing at the vast silver portal with a slight smile. Chapter 24. The martial arts examination commences, leaving no survivors. Lin Yuan had fully prepared himself to enter the examination grounds, where many began to form teams. Given that most candidates were at the initial stage of body refinement, attempting to face the beasts alone would likely result in barely defeating one or two before retreating. Thus, forming teams became the preferred choice for the majority. Although they would have to share points with their teammates, the efficiency gained was substantial. Only exceptionally strong candidates might opt for solo endeavors to claim points exclusively for themselves. But such individuals were rare. No one would jeopardize their examination scores for the sake of bravado. Candidates ranking within the top 100 at the city level were essentially guaranteed spots in prestigious universities, while those in the top 300 at the provincial level had chances of entering elite institutions. Lin Yuan, do you not have a team? Would you like to join mine? We're still one person short, a melodious voice called out. Lin Yuan turned to see a youthful and radiant girl standing behind him. This girl, named Xia Yuhan, was from class 6 and possessed a sweet appearance, endowed with B-grade abilities, attracting the admiration of many boys. Yet she held a particular fondness for Lin Yuan. With his striking good looks, standing at a stately height of 185 meters, he had long been her object of affection. After all, if his sister was the school beauty, how could the brother be lacking? Especially today, Lin Yuan donned a white martial outfit, wielding a white longsword, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman and the aura of a cold swordsman. At that moment, Xia Yuhan blushed, boldly gazing at him. With the examination looming, they would soon part ways, and she felt this was her chance to be brave. Lin Yuan, noticing her gaze, smiled gently. Yuhan, I appreciate your offer, but I've decided to fight alone. I have no intention of seeking teammates. He declined her kindness, believing that partners would only hinder him. Moreover, the more beautiful a girl was, the more distracting she became, impeding his swiftness in drawing his sword. How charming. You, an F-grade ability user, wish to fight solo? At least you possess the self-awareness not to drag us down, a boy chimed in with a sarcastic tone. He was one of Xia Yuhan's teammates, and also one of her admirers. Yuhan, if he does not reciprocate your kindness and intends to remain a solitary wolf, why must you insist on drawing him into your ranks? One cannot judge a man solely by his appearance. True strength is of paramount importance. A girl with a pleasant appearance spoke up. She was Li Ying, Yuhan's close friend. Ahem, Lin Yuan, do not heed their words. I genuinely wish to extend an invitation to you, Yuhan said somewhat awkwardly, offering an explanation. No worries, Yuhan. Do take care, and I wish you success. Lin Yuan replied before turning away, clearly uninterested in conversing further with the group. You too, Yuhan murmured softly, and then followed her teammates to a corner to prepare. Hey Lin Yuan, are you not forming a team? Li Ming approached, the girl who had accompanied Lin Yuan to the training camp. Although Li Ming was not conventionally attractive, her carefree demeanor and boyish charm endeared her to many. Their relationship was quite amicable, akin to that of brothers, and she often sought him out for conversation. Do you think my strength necessitates teaming up? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. True, you are rather extraordinary. If you were to form a team, your companions would struggle to keep up with you. By the way, did you see that tall individual over there? His name is Han Fei, the top student from Class 1, often hailed as the greatest talent in the province, with an A-grade lightning ability. It is rumored that he has attained peak body refinement strength, and his attack power is exceedingly ferocious. He is your most formidable rival. Li Meng pointed towards a boy towering at nearly 6 feet 3. Lin Yuan glanced over, but said nothing, merely smiling and nodding. What is that expression? Does he not pose a threat to you? Surely you jest. You are truly something else, Li Meng remarked in disbelief, then continued. Did you catch sight of the boy behind him? That is Sheng Yang, a strong contender for the provincial top student, second only to Han Fei. Lin Yuan acknowledged with a faint response. Never mind, discussing this with someone as extraordinary as you seems futile. I'm off to strategize with my teammates. Li Ming lightly punched Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Go ahead. With your abilities, you have a chance to aim for a top university. Best of luck, Lin Yuan encouraged. And upon hearing this, Li Ming nodded earnestly before turning to leave. Lin Yuan surveyed all the candidates present, a smile gracing his lips. Ding! The sound of the bell rang, marking the commencement of the martial arts examination. All candidates surged towards the massive silver teleportation portal, which was so expansive that the entry of 5,000 candidates did not appear congested. Lin Yuan stepped into the portal, a familiar sensation enveloping him as he materialized in an unfamiliar landscape. Before him lay a mountain range, and he found himself at the base. Lin Yuan activated his wristband, and a map materialized before his eyes. The examination area for the martial arts test was vast, roughly the size of half a district in Spring City. He stood on the periphery of the mountains, marked in green on the map with the character for easy, while the closer one approached the summit, the deeper the color became. The areas were designated as easy, moderate, dangerous, high risk, ultra dangerous, and super high risk, with the latter marked in deep red and pulsating with warning lights, alerting candidates to the peril therein. The sheer size of the area made it challenging to encounter others, as candidates were randomly teleported to the mountain's outskirts. Those who had formed teams could see their teammates' locations on the map, allowing them to regroup and hunt ferocious beasts together. In this martial arts examination, not only was achieving good results paramount, but the points from the beastly abilities also could not be overlooked. Starting from the periphery, he would not let a single soul slip away. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yuan began searching the outskirts for ferocious beasts. Every little bit counts. As for the martial arts exam points, he was not in a rush. He believed that only a few candidates would possess the ability to enter the high-risk and ultra-high-risk zones. He had already reserved those substantial points. It was merely a matter of when to collect them. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast area outside the examination venue, a backdrop displayed 10 colossal screens, the largest of which dominated the top position. This area would showcase the live footage of the top 10 candidates in the city, with the largest screen reserved exclusively for the city's top student. Seated in the front row were the directors of the provincial and city education departments, followed by various school principals, teachers, and some parents who had come to witness the event. At that moment, 10 figures appeared on the screens, instantly igniting a flurry of discussion. Here we go. Candidates have emerged. Look, the first place is indeed Han Fei, the so-called top talent in the province, someone exclaimed. And Sheng Yang has made the list as well. The principal of Class 1, Zhou Haoran, expressed with excitement. Spring City hasn't produced a provincial top student in years. And all our hopes rest on these two. It is rather embarrassing for the provincial capital, Spring City, to lack a provincial top student. This year, we have two promising candidates. Class 1, being the best high school in Spring City, has devoted itself entirely to nurturing these two for this very moment. Don't get too complacent. My Class 2 genius, Wang Jingyu, is also on the list. It's only just begun. We want to know who has the potential to be the provincial top student until at least noon, interjected Yang Jinyu, the principal of Class 2, with disdain. Last year's city top student also hailed from Class 2, and this year, their prodigy Wang Jingyu is no less impressive than last year's top candidate. Behind the crowd, 3 massive screens displayed rankings, showing only the candidates' names and their respective schools. Why hasn't Lin Yuan made the list yet? What is that kid up to? Tang Weigua anxiously gazed at the citywide rankings, feeling the weight of expectations resting on Lin Yuan's shoulders. His success was crucial for their pride. Principal, do not fret. It is likely that he hasn't encountered any ferocious beasts yet. With his strength, he should be fine, Du Feng reassured from the side, though he too clenched his fists, clearly anxious. While the crowd outside buzzed with speculation, many talented candidates had already ascended the mountain to the moderate and dangerous zones, hunting for high-point ferocious beasts. In contrast, Lin Yuan calmly dispatched the weaker beasts on the periphery, his aim to leave no survivors. Chapter 25, Ascending the 1,000-Person Rankings. Activation of segmented tasks. Lin Yuan had slain over 50 initial stage body refinement beasts and encountered numerous other candidates, many of whom were working in teams to take down the ferocious beasts. Thus, he managed to absorb a considerable number of soul entities without needing to exert himself much. An hour passed, and having absorbed over 200 soul entities, he realized his pace was still too slow. He needed to accelerate. With that thought, Lin Yuan quickened his pace, swiftly moving along the outskirts. Slaying an initial stage body refinement beast earned 1 point, a mid-stage beast 10 points, a peak body refinement beast 50 points, a first-stage initial beast 300 points, a mid-stage beast 800 points, and a peak first-stage beast 2,000 points. The higher the beast's level, the greater the points awarded. Wielding his Frostfall longsword, Lin Yuan moved like a specter through the forested mountains, leaving behind the corpses of ferocious beasts in his wake, their soul entities thoroughly consumed. Another hour passed, and Lin Yuan had dispatched 120 initial stage body refinement beasts, bringing his score to 120 points, thus catapulting him into the 1,000-person rankings at the 1,000th position. Ding. Segmented task activated. First phase task. Achieve first place in provincial rankings. Reward. A martial arts manual. To my surprise, the tasks are divided into stages, and the reward for the first phase is the least desirable, yet it turns out to be martial arts. The system grants martial arts at a minimum rank of A, indicating that I must prioritize the tasks at hand. These soul entities, after all, will not dissipate. Once I complete all the tasks, I can return to devour the soul entities at my leisure. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan ceased his aimless wandering at the periphery and made a beeline for the area marked as challenging. Hao Chang and Jiang Sheng had been closely monitoring the leaderboards, with Hao Chang already climbing to over 30, while Jiang Sheng hovered in the 40s. Lin Yuan, you truly are pathetic, entering the top 1,000 only now. Clearly, this is your level. The top genius of 6th high school is indeed me. What right do you have to compare with me? Hao Chang sneered at Lin Yuan's name, which appeared at the 1,000th position, before continuing to lead his team in slaying fierce beasts. Jiang Sheng glanced at Lin Yuan's ranking, but paid it little mind. His focus was solely on Hao Chang, who had always been his rival. Outside the examination venue, Du Feng excitedly pointed at the large screen behind him. Principal. Lin Yuan made it onto the board at 1000th place. Look. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiguo abruptly turned his gaze toward the citywide leaderboard, and indeed, Lin Yuan's name appeared at 1000. Finally on the board. That young man has proven himself, just as I knew he would, Tang Weiguo exclaimed with exhilaration. Huh. 1000th place. Look at how thrilled you are. 1000th is merely enough for an average university. I thought 6th high school had produced an extraordinary genius. Remarked a teacher from 5th high, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Look, his rank is rising so rapidly. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, and everyone turned their attention back to the citywide leaderboard. As expected, Lin Yuan's name began to ascend swiftly. 900, 800, 500, 300. How could it rise so quickly? Were the fierce beasts just standing still, waiting for him to strike? The 5th high teacher's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. In contrast, Tang Weiguo and Du Feng were filled with excitement, while Lin Yuan's homeroom teacher, Wu Zhe, stared in astonishment, his lips trembling. Is he truly this formidable? The last time Wu Zhe saw Lin Yuan, he was merely at the mid-stage of body refining, with combat power that barely reached the peak of that stage. To think that in just over half a month, Lin Yuan had achieved such a remarkable level. After reaching an advanced level, Lin Yuan's snowflake sword technique had become ethereal. His swordplay was graceful and agile, embodying the essence of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Despite the fierce beasts being enormous and powerful, he could effortlessly vanquish them with a mere thrust. Upon entering the challenging area, Lin Yuan had already dispatched more than 20 mid-stage body refining beasts with ease. For someone of his prowess, the fierce beasts in this martial examination were akin to providing him with points and ability points. With a swift thrust, Lin Yuan pierced the skull of a flame tiger, a mid-stage body refining beast, sending its massive form crashing to the ground, and he consumed its soul in one gulp. At this point, his ability points had accumulated to 18,000. Continuing onward, he encountered a small team approximately 50 meters away. It was none other than Xia Yuhan's group, consisting of 3 males and 2 females, who also noticed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what a coincidence to run into you here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Xia Yuhan's heart involuntarily quickened. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. How did you make it to this area? It's extremely perilous, teeming with mid-stage body refining beasts. We have to tread carefully even as a team. You should return to the easy zone. This isn't a place for you to show off, Li Ying interjected, frowning. She believed Lin Yuan's strength was at most at the early stage of body refining, and his solo venture here was tantamount to courting death. Not to worry. I'm merely taking a stroll here. Yuhan, stay safe. I shall take my leave, Lin Yuan replied amicably, maintaining a friendly demeanor towards Xia Yuhan. Regardless of her feelings towards him. Take care, Xia Yuhan waved as he departed. Come on, Yuhan, you two are from different worlds. You are destined for a prestigious university. Whereas he would be fortunate to find a college at all, Li Ying remarked, pulling Xia Yuhan's hand as the 5 continued onward, while Xia Yuhan cast a lingering glance back at Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Hey, there's a fierce beast here that has just been slain. The wound is from a sword, Li Ying noted, observing the corpse of the flame tiger before them. I don't see anyone nearby, one of the boys commented. Could it have been Lin Yuan? I think he was wielding a sword, another boy speculated. Impossible. Isn't he an F-grade ability user? The 3rd boy countered. Xia Yuhan hurriedly checked the leaderboard on her wristband. Lin Yuan, 45th place, with a total of 435 points. She was instantly taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. Among her team, her score was the highest, yet she was only ranked in the 80s, while Lin Yuan, acting alone, had surpassed her by such a significant margin. It seems I misjudged him. He truly is a lone wolf. Yuhan, you have an eye for talent, Li Ying conceded with a hint of embarrassment. Xiaoying, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Yuhan's face flushed crimson as she scolded her gently. The other 3 boys exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with jealousy and anger. Rather than continuing his search in the challenging area, Lin Yuan charged directly into the perilous zone, a realm dominated by peak body refining beasts, where few dared to tread. After slaying 3 peak body refining beasts, Lin Yuan spotted a team engaged in battle against a wild bear. Though this wild bear was at the peak of body refining, its defenses were exceptionally strong, and its power exceeded that of typical beasts at this stage. The 5-person team was being forced back repeatedly, each member bearing wounds. This team consisted of mid-stage body refining fighters. While they could collectively take down a peak body refining beast, they had unfortunately encountered the formidable wild bear. Jiang Sheng. Let us give up. This wild bear is beyond our capability, one teammate urged Jiang Sheng. Indeed, this was Jiang Sheng's team, and he was their captain. No, I cannot concede. If I slay this wild bear, my rank will surpass Hao Chang's. I cannot be defeated, Jiang Sheng declared stubbornly, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Though his teammates wore expressions of resignation. Jiang Sheng, go ahead and fight. I'm done. Entering the top 50 in the province guarantees a spot in a top-tier university. What is the point in continuing? I'm out. One teammate raised his wristband and shouted, withdraw. In a flash of light, he vanished, having exited the examination grounds. Seeing this, the others began to waver as well. Jiang Sheng, let it go. Why persist? If you insist on continuing, we will have to leave you behind. Subsequently, 3 of his teammates opted to withdraw, leaving Jiang Sheng alone in the face of the terrifying wild bear. Was he destined to be inferior to Hao Chang? A flicker of despair crossed Jiang Sheng's eyes as he prepared to exit the examination, realizing that staying further would be tantamount to courting death. Just then, a dazzling blade of light zipped past his ear, tearing through the space around him. The sharp sound of space being rent filled his ears, and he instinctively covered them. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. Silver blades of light, radiating blinding brilliance, sliced into the wild bear, severing its limbs as easily as if cutting through butter. The savage bear, having lost all 4 of its limbs, crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, blood gushing forth as it emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Utterly tragic in its despair, Jiang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the once invincible savage bear that had cornered their 5-member team, now rendered helpless by a single swift strike that severed its limbs. Turning around, he discovered a striking figure standing behind him, clad in immaculate white, wielding a long sword. The individual approached with an air of serene confidence, his garments untainted by even a speck of dust, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. Lin Yuan, have you attained the rank of a first-tier martial artist? Jiang Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. Was that just now a display of martial arts? He could hardly fathom that the person behind him was Lin Yuan, the very same who had only recently made his mark on the leaderboard. Lin Yuan merely nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of Jiang Sheng's words. Ah, so you have always been an insurmountable mountain to us. How amusing that I once believed I had surpassed you. I wonder if Hao Chang will experience a collapse of his martial spirit upon witnessing this scene. The thought alone is exhilarating, Jiang Sheng remarked with a self-deprecating smile. What are you waiting for? If you have no desire for the savage bear, I can eliminate it, Lin Yuan said, casting a glance at the fallen creature. Realizing the implication, Jiang Sheng understood that if Lin Yuan intended to kill it, he wouldn't have merely severed its limbs. Of course I want it, he replied hastily, rushing forward with his battle knife and delivering a flurry of strikes until the savage bear was finally vanquished. Glancing at his wristwatch, Jiang Sheng noted his ranking had risen to 26th, surpassing Hao Chang, who now sat at 28th. Well then, I shall take my leave. You can find your own way out. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, preparing to depart. Lin Yuan, wait. Why did you help me? You are only ranked 40th yourself. Jiang Sheng inquired, perplexed, as he had never shared a friendship with Lin Yuan and had even previously regarded him with disdain. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Perhaps it's simply because we are classmates. You are not as intolerable as Hao Chang, and you pose no threat to me. My 40th position is merely temporary. Our encounter is fortuitous. You seem relatively agreeable, so I lent a helping hand. There's no need to dwell on it. With those words, Lin Yuan continued on his way. Jiang Sheng, in response, offered a bitter smile, realizing that in Lin Yuan's eyes, they were merely individuals of no consequence. Engaged in our own struggles, an unexpected admiration and reverence for Lin Yuan began to bloom within him. Lin Yuan, may I accompany you? Jiang Sheng ventured. Accompany me? Given the ferocious beasts ahead, you may find it challenging to keep pace, Lin Yuan replied, halting his steps without turning back, his tone nonchalant. As he had no desire to carry a burden. Not in that sense. I wish to attend the same university as you, Jiang Sheng clarified. Good grief. You're not a woman, and such statements make my stomach uneasy, Lin Yuan turned, rolling his eyes. Not in that way. I see you as a goal to strive towards, to inspire my own progress, Jiang Sheng said meekly. Suit yourself, if you wish to attend the same university as me. I cannot prevent you, Lin Yuan shrugged, departing. After all, with his ranking above 20, he could choose any university he desired. Haha, I shall take that as your agreement. Wait for me. I'll be a spectator in the upcoming battles, Jiang Sheng called, hastening to catch up with Lin Yuan, walking alongside him. Outside the examination grounds, Tang Weigua and Du Feng were intently observing the leaderboard. Principal, that lad is climbing swiftly. He is already at 40, Du Feng exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. He has begun to show his true potential. We'll see how quickly he breaks into the top 10, Tang Weigua replied, equally thrilled. Old Tang, are you being overly optimistic? The top 10? He is only at 40. Breaking into the top 10 is no simple feat, Yang Jinyu, the principal of the second high school, chuckled, noting that their own prodigy, Wang Jingyu, had secured 3rd place, following Han Fei in 1st and Sheng Yang in 2nd. Their conversation caught the attention of Cheng Guofeng, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, who turned to Tang Weigua and said, Old Tang, I remember the most formidable among your ranks was that Hao Chang, and Jiang Sheng wasn't too bad either. They're both now in the 20s. Do you have any aces up your sleeve? Indeed, the student named Lin Yuan is our school's true genius. I am confident he will ultimately become the provincial champion. Tang Weigua declared with conviction. Is that so? Heh, Old Tang, do share his profile with me. I'd like to take a look, Cheng Guofeng replied. Laughter evident in his tone, clearly skeptical of Tang Weigua's assertion. Han Fei was a frontrunner this year, Yet even he only ranked in the teens at the provincial level. How could a student ranked 40th at the municipal level be taken seriously? Director Chung, do you actually believe Old Tang's claims? You should focus on our top contenders and see if they can clinch the provincial championship, Yang Jinyu interjected sarcastically. Chung Guofeng, upon hearing this, lost interest in reviewing Lin Yuan's profile. Old Tang, hope is a good thing, keep an eye on it. I'll pass on the profile for now and focus on our seed contenders. Chung Guofeng waved his hand, turning back to observe the live broadcast. This is ridiculous, Du Feng said, holding Lin Yuan's profile with a look of disbelief. Director Du, it's all right. Once Lin Yuan reaches first place, I can't wait to see their expressions. Tang Weiguo replied, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Indeed, Du Feng nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan advanced into the high-risk zone, effortlessly dispatching any beast that crossed his path with a mere flick of his sword. For the more formidable foes, a swift, spatial dimension slash cleaved them in twain. Jiang Sheng watched in astonishment, realizing just how trivial his own struggles against Hao Chang had been. Lin Yuan was not merely participating in the martial arts examination. He was here to reap the spoils. As they ascended the mountain, searching for more beasts, Jiang Sheng pointed into the distance. Lin Yuan, there's a battle occurring over there. Should we investigate? Let us go take a look, Lin Yuan said, ever eager to confront any living beast to slay or consume its soul if it were already vanquished. The two swiftly approached, gaining clarity on the battlefield. To their surprise, it was Hao Chang's team engaged with a savage bear. Haha, it seems not only is my luck lacking, but Hao Chang's fortune is hardly better, Jiang Sheng mused, finding a sense of balance within himself upon seeing Hao Chang's predicament. Chapter 27. The misfortunes of Hao Chang in the high-risk zone. At this moment, Hao Chang was leading 4 teammates in an assault on a colossal savage bear. Judging by its size, this bear was likely even stronger than the one Jiang Sheng's team had encountered earlier. Spotting Lin Yuan and Jiang Sheng approaching, Hao Chang furrowed his brow, questioning how they had come to be in the same vicinity. Jiang Sheng, are you here to steal the beast? Hao Chang paused his attack to address him, pointedly ignoring Lin Yuan. Of course not. I'm merely here for the spectacle, Jiang Sheng shrugged, a peculiar expression on his face. It's best that way, Lin Yuan. You've made it to this area by tagging along with Jiang Sheng. Observing might prove enlightening, Hao Chang remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, viewing him as merely a newcomer to the leaderboard. Ha ha ha, Hao Chang, how laughable you are to mock Lin Yuan. Back in training camp, he consistently outperformed you. What is this? Has a brief stint at the top of the training camp inflated your confidence? Jiang Sheng laughed heartily, dismissing Hao Chang's arrogance. It's not that Lin Yuan follows me. Rather, I follow him. How long has it been since you checked the rankings? Jiang Sheng retorted with a scoff. Upon hearing this, Hao Chang hurriedly accessed the ranking on his wristband, eager to check Lin Yuan's position. What? How is this possible? How could you have surged to 19th place in such a short span of time? Hao Chang's eyes widened in astonishment, and when he glanced at Lin Yuan again, disbelief painted his expression. Hao Chang, do you now comprehend the disparity between you and Lin Yuan? This ranking is merely temporary. Lin Yuan is destined to ascend to the pinnacle. Don't you find yourself rather ridiculous? Haha. Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity to mock Hao Chang, having had previous grievances with him, and having endured his incessant belittling. This time, he relished the chance to deride Hao Chang, wishing to shatter his martial spirit. All right, enough of this. The person still has to contend with the bear. Imagine if they falter in their performance and end up being bested by the bear. How embarrassing that would be. Lin Yuan remarked to Jiang Sheng, though his words carried an odd undertone, causing Hao Chang's face to fluctuate between shades of pale and red. Yes, let us observe. Hao Chang, do continue. Please commence your performance. Jiang Sheng gestured theatrically. He stifled a laugh, watching him intently. Humph. Hao Chang let out a cold snort and turned to charge at the wild bear with all his might, clearly seeking to vent his frustrations. Roar. The wild bear suddenly bellowed, enraged by the pain inflicted by these humans. Its eyes glinted with a fierce crimson light as it lunged towards Hao Chang and his companions. Ha, the wild bear has gone berserk. This will be quite the ordeal for Hao Chang. Jiang Sheng chuckled at the sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, arms crossed and a smile playing on his lips, observed the unfolding drama. Block its path. It has gone berserk. Hold nothing back. Let us clash with it. Hao Chang shouted, charging ahead, while his 4 teammates, albeit hesitantly, followed suit. However, the peak of the body-refining wild bear, in its frenzied state, possessed strength rivaling that of an early-stage fierce beast, far beyond what these students, who had yet to reach the peak of body refinement, could withstand. The wild bear rose on its hind legs, its colossal paws sweeping through the air with a howling wind, relentlessly striking at the group. Puff, puff. The 2 students at the forefront immediately spewed blood and flew backwards, while the other 2, seeing this, turned tail and fled. Don't run. Come back. If we withstand this wave of fury, we can slay it. Hao Chang bellowed angrily at their retreating figures. You handle it yourself. We are merely here for a test. There's no need to risk our lives. I'm out. With a flash of light, one person vanished. We're out too. Soon, The remaining 4 disappeared from view. Jiang Sheng, who had previously shared Hao Chang's mindset, now reflected on his past impulsiveness, realizing that had it not been for Lin Yuan's intervention, he too would have exited in disgrace. You all, damn it. Hao Chang's face flushed crimson as he glanced at Lin Yuan and Jiang Sheng. Upon seeing one holding a sword with a smile and the other grinning mockingly while waving goodbye, his blood boiled with indignation. I'm out. Just as the wild bear's massive paw descended, Hao Chang roared and vanished from sight. Haha, that was hysterical. Lin Yuan, did you witness that wretched expression on Hao Chang's face? It must have infuriated him to no end. What a delight, Jiang Sheng exclaimed, clutching his stomach. Still laughing heartily at Hao Chang's disappearance, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and turned his attention back to the wild bear. Clang. The blade of snowfall was unsheathed. Rip. The spatial dimension slash was effortlessly unleashed, a blinding silver blade shot forth, severing the wild bear's massive head. Its enormous body crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook the earth. Holy cow. Brother Yuan, what level of martial arts is that? That was simply astounding. Jiang Sheng gazed at him in admiration, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light, making Lin Yuan feel somewhat uneasy. Smack. Lin Yuan delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Sheng's face, causing him to spin around. If you dare look at me with that insipid gaze again, I'll make you unrecognizable, Lin Yuan declared with a look of disdain, then continued onward into the high-risk zone. Brother, Yuan, wait for me. Jiang Sheng shook his head, dazed, and hurried after him. Lin Yuan, shaking his head in exasperation, mused how Jiang Sheng had seemed quite normal before. How had he transformed into such a buffoon once he shed his burdens? Along the way, Lin Yuan eliminated over a dozen peak body-refining fierce beasts before finally entering the high-risk zone. At this point, his total points had reached 1560, placing him 12th in the city rankings, with his ability points soaring to a staggering 40,000. Gazing at the system panel adorned with various upgrade options, Lin Yuan chose not to hasten in using his ability points. His strength posed no issue for the martial examination. He resolved to meticulously plan how to utilize his ability points later, aiming for the most effective enhancement of his prowess. Upon entering the high-risk zone, Lin Yuan began to scout for traces of fierce beasts. This area was nearing the mountain peak and was not particularly vast. Accompanied by Jiang Sheng, they searched diligently, yet failed to uncover any signs of the fierce beasts. Brother Yuan, do you think those in the top 10 might have wiped them all out? Jiang Sheng remarked, gazing at the barren high-risk zone. I doubt it. Those individuals possess at most peak body-refining strength. Even in a team, it's improbable they could sweep through the high-risk zone. They must be congregating somewhere. Let us search further. The high-risk zone isn't that large. We can run a lap and see. Lin Yuan held firm in his belief that the fierce beasts would not be completely eradicated. He would not forfeit those points and ability points. As Lin Yuan sought traces of fierce beasts, 3 teams were currently gathering at a single location. Leading one team was Han Fei, renowned as the top prodigy of Tai Province. Another team was led by Sheng Yang, second only to him in reputation. The last team was commanded by the genius Wang Jingyu from the second high school. These 3 teams, comprising a total of 15 individuals, occupied the top 15 ranks in the city, with only one person being pushed out by Lin Yuan. At this moment, the 3 teams were huddled together. Concealed within a dense thicket, their silhouettes obscured. Before them, no fewer than 10 fierce beasts lounged together, resting. This was a pack of bloodthirsty terror wolves, all at the early stage of first rank. Despite their numbers, the 3 teams remained cautious. Their highest strength was merely at the peak of body refinement, barely sufficient to tackle a single beast. Facing 10 of them, they hesitated to act, unwilling to depart. Chapter 28. The despicable Wang Jingyu. Lin Yuan takes action. The 3 teams remained crouched in the grass, none willing to leave. After all, the point differences among the top 3 were minimal. If one departed, the city's top scorer might well become someone else. The 3 small teams were remarkably united. None would dare leave first. If their captain secured the top spot in the city, they too would rise in stature, garnering greater rewards from the city. Han Fei, why doesn't your team take the lead? Lure out 1 or 2 of them. You can handle one, and we'll take care of the rest. Wang Jingyu suggested with a smirk, lowering his voice. You must be joking. Do you not see there are at least 10 of them? You think I can just lure out 1 or 2? What if they all come at once? If that happens, what are we to do? Han Fei rolled his eyes, exasperated, refusing to be the sacrificial lamb. Heh, perhaps Sheng Yang, you could take the lead? With a sly grin, Wang Jingyu turned to Sheng Yang and said, get lost. Sheng Yang uttered a single word, too apathetic to engage in conversation with this fool. So what do you propose we do? Shall we just lie here and wait for the exam to conclude? I'm indifferent, as I'm already in 3rd place. Don't you aspire to contend for the provincial champion? Wang Jingyu continued, and as his words fell, both Han Fei and Sheng Yang noticeably shifted their expressions. Wang Jingyu, observing their reluctance, sensed their latent desires. These 2 would be easy to motivate if only he prodded them a little more. How about this, my friends? We form 3 teams and simultaneously attract attention from 3 different directions. The number we lure will depend on our luck. After all, one of those beasts is worth 300 points. Don't you want it? Wang Jingyu proposed once more. This time, Han Fei and Sheng Yang appeared somewhat intrigued. After all, it was likely the best strategy compared to lying idle. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Fine, we'll do it your way. I'll take the left flank, you take the right, and Sheng Yang will position himself in the middle. Han Fei promptly allocated their positions. All right, sounds good. Wang Jingyu smiled subtly and led his team toward the right side. Watch for my signal. We'll wait for the two teams to engage before making our move. Let us not foolishly charge in to attract the beasts, Wang Jingyu whispered to his teammates, who nodded in understanding. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Jiang Sheng finally arrived, spotting the 10 bloodthirsty wolves resting on the hillside. I thought we wouldn't see even one. Turns out they're all gathered here, Jiang Sheng remarked, gazing at the feral pack. Indeed, these creatures are social predators. Their strength lies in numbers. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. This entire group appears to be in the early first stage. Can you handle them? Jiang Sheng inquired, somewhat uncertain. Are you doubting my abilities? Lin Yuan shot him a glance. Don't get too cocky, or you might end up messing it up, Jiang Sheng chuckled. Messing up? Not a chance. Just stand here and observe. Learn well, Lin Yuan replied lightly as he strode toward the pack of beasts. He had noticed the 3 small teams lurking in the grass, but dismissed them. If they wouldn't kill, then why should he refrain? Lin Yuan's path was directly toward Wang Jingyu's team, and he continued forward without hesitation. Suddenly, Wang Jingyu, hidden in the grass, heard a rustle behind him and turned sharply to find Lin Yuan approaching, with another individual standing at a distance, not advancing. Stop! Don't come any closer. Can't you see the pack? Wang Jingyu hissed angrily at Lin Yuan. If you want to kill them, I will, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. These beasts are in the early first stage. Do you really think you can take them on? They belong to us, so you should leave, Wang Jingyu retorted with irritation. Yours? Did you write your names on them? Call them and see if they listen, Lin Yuan scoffed, asserting his claim. You. I don't have time to waste with you. Get lost. Wang Jingyu pointed at Lin Yuan, his eyes blazing with fury. Lin Yuan ignored him and continued forward. What should we do, Captain? If that guy gets any closer, he might alert the pack, one of the team members said anxiously. Damn it, let us do it. Attack. Wang Jingyu immediately stood up and gestured to Han Fei and Sheng Yang, who promptly followed suit. Han Fei gripped his throwing knife, and Sheng Yang readied his longbow, while Wang Jingyu drew a hand crossbow from his pocket, all 3 aiming at the beast pack. Fire! Wang Jingyu shouted, and 2 piercing sounds echoed as Han Fei's knife was thrown and Sheng Yang's arrow was loosed, but Wang Jingyu's crossbow failed to discharge. Wang Jingyu, you bastard! Han Fei yelled in anger upon realizing this. Coward! Sheng Yang echoed his sentiment. The pack awoke, the bloodthirsty wolves glaring with their crimson eyes, and suddenly, for lunged toward Sheng Yang's team, while 6 charged at Han Fei's. Oh no, the crossbow jammed. It's not that I didn't shoot. Wang Jingyu hastily defended himself, then swiftly activated the crossbow, shooting at the last wolf charging toward Han Fei's group. The struck, bloodthirsty wolf turned with a snarl. Its gaze fixed menacingly on Wang Jingyu, then it lunged forward. Han Fei and Sheng Yang were infuriated. This despicable Wang Jingyu had clearly plotted to lead them into a trap for his own gain. However, with the wolves now upon them, their only option was to flee and see if they could shake off the pack. At that moment, Lin Yuan observed Wang Jingyu's actions with a slight start, taken aback by his treachery, which had drastically altered his opinion of Wang Jingyu for the worse. Shaking his head, he hoped the beasts wouldn't wander too far, as he had only just found them. Clang! The sword, Snowfall, was unsheathed. With a light step, Lin Yuan darted toward the wolves behind Sheng Yang. Buzz! A woo! With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed a dimensional slash, cleaving a bloodthirsty wolf in half, which fell to the ground with a wail. The remaining 3 wolves halted abruptly, turning to face Lin Yuan, sensing an immense threat emanating from him as they emitted low growls of warning. Sheng Yang and his team were fleeing with all their might when the wolves suddenly reversed direction, causing them to stop in their tracks. Upon witnessing the severed wolf and the elegant youth wielding the sword, they were all left in shock. Who is this person? Is there such a monstrous talent in Quan City? Sheng Yang stammered, unable to comprehend which school could harbor such an extraordinary individual, having never heard of him. This is terrifying. How could someone so powerful be so unknown? Could he be a trump card from some school? A team member speculated. Can he really handle 3 bloodthirsty wolves by himself? Should we go help? Another asked. Don't move. Stay still. Didn't you see that young man's expression? Clearly. He's warning us not to interfere with his beasts, Sheng Yang urged as he spread his arms to block his teammates. So we just watch? One member questioned. What else can we do? Don't you see there's another spectator over there? Sheng Yang pointed at Jiang Sheng. Hearing this, the others nodded and approached Jiang Sheng, curious about Lin Yuan's identity and eager to inquire further. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan faced the 3 bloodthirsty wolves, a slight smirk playing on his lips. 3 of you? Where do you think you're going? Chapter 29, Fighting the Pack Alone, rising to the top of both rankings. Lin Yuan took a step forward, utilizing spatial leap to instantly appear beside one bloodthirsty wolf, his sword gliding through the air. Flash! A massive wolf head tumbled to the ground. blood gushing forth from the severed neck. The sudden turn of events immediately triggered a response from the remaining two bloodthirsty wolves, which, upon witnessing their companion fall, glinted with bloodlust in their eyes and charged at Lin Yuan recklessly. Yet, with another step, Lin Yuan traversed space once more, appearing next to the second bloodthirsty wolf, replicating his previous action and severing yet another wolf head. With a flicker, he vanished again, and a third wolf head rolled away. Silence enveloped the scene, rendering it eerily still. Sheng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a clenched fist. The others fared little better, each one frozen, eyes wide and mouths open in shock. Even Jiang Sheng, who was acutely aware of Lin Yuan's formidable prowess, found his jaw slackened in astonishment. He recognized Lin Yuan's strength. Yet this was astonishingly beyond reason. It was utterly absurd. A first-tier ferocious beast was not to be trifled with in the realm of body refinement. Under Lin Yuan's hand, in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses, blood pooling abundantly. The heavy stench of blood wafted through the air, rousing the onlookers. And soon someone began to retch. Is this still human? Shenyang murmured in disbelief. This is terrifying. He is a god of death. My goodness. Is he truly one of us, a senior high school student? I refuse to believe it. Brother, what cultivation level does this guy possess? Shenyang inquired of Jiang Sheng. Oh, you mean Brother Yuan? I'm not entirely sure, but he is undoubtedly a martial artist, Jiang Sheng replied, suddenly snapping back to attention and shaking his head uncertainly. Captain, I've never seen him on the genius list of Quan City, one team member remarked. This genius list was a ranking established by various high schools in Tai province based on students' performance in mock examinations, with Han Fei at the top and Shenyang among the top 5. Yet, it was evident that many had concealed their true abilities. Otherwise, Han Fei would not currently rank only in the teens. Forget the genius list. If anyone dares to label me a genius again, I'll have words with them. Shenyang spat in frustration. To proclaim oneself a genius in front of this individual was the height of irony. Lin Yuan did not linger, having devoured 4 soul bodies. He charged toward the pack of bloodthirsty wolves trailing Han Fei's team. As Sheng Yang and his companions emerged from their stupor, they looked back at Lin Yuan and gasped. What the hell? In a mere span of seconds, they had exchanged only a few words, and when they looked up again, all 5 of the bloodthirsty wolves behind Han Fei lay slain, the hillside stained crimson, blood cascading down the slope. This is no longer human. Sheng Yang shook his head and approached the dazed Han Fei. Brother, let me, someone with experience, comfort your wounded pride. Han Fei's state mirrored that of moments ago. He was aware of his own arrogance, and now it was likely on the brink of shattering. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the onlookers, turning instead towards the last of the bloodthirsty wolves. Wang Jingyu's team was struggling against it, relying on their numbers to wear the beast down. Captain, that guy is coming. He has killed all the ferocious beasts. What do we do? His strength is too overwhelming. One team member exclaimed nervously. Wang Jingyu, witnessing the carnage, was astonished but remained focused on the battle, unwilling to lose his concentration. Don't mind him. This is a martial arts exam. We cannot engage with other test takers, or else his score will be nullified, Wang Jingyu asserted, steeling himself. Understood, Captain. The others resumed their focus on the fight. At that moment, Lin Yuan sprang into action, his long sword imbued with an aura of slaughter as it lunged forward. The oppressive force of his martial artist rank sent Wang Jingyu and his comrades into a panic. Abandoning their foe and retreating hastily, they sensed an imminent threat of death, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The intensity of Lin Yuan's presence bore down most heavily on Wang Jingyu. An icy chill gripped him, and the fear of death rendered him weak, nearly collapsing to the ground had it not been for his teammates supporting him. With a swift thrust, Lin Yuan's sword pierced the skull of the bloodthirsty wolf, the blade twisting as the massive head shattered, blood splattering onto the 5 like a gory shower. Yet none dared to wipe it away, trembling as they gazed at the sword's tip aimed at them. A beast crystal rolled to the ground, coming to rest at Wang Jingyu's feet. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword and extended his hand toward Wang Jingyu. Startled, Wang Jingyu quickly bent down, picked up the crystal, and wiped the blood off with his shirt before handing it to Lin Yuan with both hands. Lin Yuan pocketed the crystal and turned to leave. But before Wang Jingyu could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold voice cut through the air. Leave. Do not let me see you here again. As he watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Wang Jingyu felt all strength drained from him, mumbling, I withdraw. I too withdraw. 5 silvery flashes flickered as the 5 vanished from sight, having lost the courage to remain. After devouring the soul bodies, Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, noting an additional 2,000 ability points credited to his account, nodding in satisfaction. He then checked his wristband, revealing the points leaderboard, a total of 4,560 points, securing the top position on both the city and provincial leaderboards. Double first place, Lin Yuan mused with satisfaction, feeling accomplished with the completion of the first phase of his task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. You are awarded a martial arts package. The next phase task is activated, which involves obtaining first place on the national leaderboard, rewarding you with an ability package. Lin Yuan smiled at the sight of the package in the system space. First place on the national leaderboard would surely be within his grasp. What could this ability package entail? Perhaps it would elevate his ability level? No matter, he would find out upon receipt. Not dwelling on it. He cast a glance towards the ultra-danger zone, a slight smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, Brother Yuan, for topping both leaderboards. You are truly my idol. Jiang Sheng approached, clapping his hands in admiration. Lin Yuan turned to Jiang Sheng, who was flanked by Han Fei and Sheng Yang, all bearing expressions of reverence. Lin Yuan, thank you for saving us. Congratulations on becoming the provincial champion, Han Fei said sincerely. The once proud Han Fei now stood humbled, profoundly impressed by Lin Yuan's prowess. I merely sought some points. It's nothing to dwell upon. Besides, had I not intervened, you could have chosen to exit the examination grounds. There was no obligation to save anyone. Lin Yuan waved dismissively. No, Lin Yuan, we must express our gratitude. Thank you for allowing us to see our true selves. We had all been far too arrogant before. From now on, we will humble ourselves and strive to catch up to your pace, Sheng Yang said earnestly. Enough with the sentimentality. You all should leave now. I must continue. Lin Yuan gestured towards the ultra-danger zone. Of course, how could a provincial champion be satisfied with this? We shall wait outside for your good news, Han Fei replied, and one by one, they departed, including Jiang Sheng, who wished to avoid distracting Lin Yuan from the imminent dangers ahead. As Lin Yuan prepared to head towards the ultra-danger zone, he remained unaware that chaos had erupted outside the examination grounds. He could scarcely imagine the scene unfolding beyond. Chapter 30. Nonsense? You've bruised my face. At this moment, the examination grounds had exploded in uproar. Just as Han Fei's 3 teams dispersed in 3 directions, preparing to confront the pack of first-tier bloodthirsty wolves. The large screen outside the examination grounds displayed their actions vividly. The footage was provided by drones hovering above the candidates, capturing the scene in crystal clarity. At the topmost and largest screen, Han Fei's image was prominently displayed, followed closely by those of Sheng Yang and Wang Jingyu, with several other screens showcasing their respective team members. Old Cheng, the 3 teams from your spring city possess remarkable strength. Should they successfully subdue this group of ferocious beasts, there lies a promising chance for your city to produce a provincial champion this year, remarked Jiang Tingrong, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, to Cheng Feng, the director of the Spring City Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng beamed with delight. Director Jiang, you flatter me. Whether we succeed depends on those 3 lads. It has been several years since Spring City last produced a provincial champion, and if this endeavor proves fruitful, it would indeed be a significant achievement for Cheng Feng. Principal Zhou, you have done well in nurturing your students. If no one high school secures a provincial champion this year, the Education Bureau will certainly enhance our investment in your institution. Cheng Feng turned to Zhou Haoran, the principal of no one high school, with encouragement. Rest assured, Director Cheng, I have confidence in Han Fei and Sheng Yang. They will not disappoint and will claim the title of provincial champion. Zhou Haoran replied, his face radiating confidence. Excellent. Cheng Feng nodded in satisfaction. Director Cheng, Wang Jingyu from number 2 high school also has potential. Until the very end, it remains uncertain who will prevail, interjected Yang Jinyu, the principal of number 2 high school, hastily. Haha, splendid. Whether it be number 1 or number 2 high school, securing the provincial champion is a commendable achievement, a source of honor for our spring city, Cheng Feng exclaimed, his face aglow. While Zhou Haoran and Yang Jinyu shared in the joyous anticipation, as though the provincial championship was already within their grasp. Look, more participants are arriving. At that moment, a voice rang out, prompting the trio to turn their attention to the screen. 2 boys were approaching the perimeter of the 3 teams. One of them halted not far away, arms crossed, seemingly prepared to watch the spectacle, while the other strode confidently toward the pack of ferocious beasts, with Wang Jingyu seemingly attempting to dissuade him. Who is this candidate? What chaos is he attempting to sow at such a time? Cheng Feng's irritation flared, as the 3 teams had meticulously arranged their formations, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The audacity of this candidate to saunter over would surely alarm the beasts, jeopardizing their efforts. Principal Tang, it seems to be Lin Yuan and Jiang Sheng. Du Feng recognized the 2. Indeed, it is them, Tang Weiguo exclaimed, visibly excited. They had been closely monitoring Lin Yuan's progress and were astonished to see his ranking rise to 12th place just as they arrived. Old Tang, are they from your school? I know Jiang Sheng, but who is the other? Cheng Feng inquired, his displeasure evident. Director Cheng, the other is Lin Yuan, the very student I mentioned to you earlier. You did not review his profile as intended, Tang Weiguo explained. Absurd. He is approaching a first-tier ferocious beast so brazenly. What sort of education do you provide? If this affects our city's results, you shall no longer be principal. Cheng Feng's ire erupted. If Lin Yuan's reckless behavior caused them to lose the provincial championship, he would not hesitate to vent his frustration upon Tang Weiguo. Look, they have begun their assault. Another voice shouted, causing Cheng Feng to whip around to the screen. He beheld Han Fei and Sheng Yang simultaneously charging at the pack of beasts, while Wang Jingyu remained passive, waiting until the beasts were agitated before luring one away. Damn it! Wang Jingyu is truly despicable. The crowd erupted in condemnation. Many candidates who had exited early remained gathered in the square, eager to witness the final standings. Yang Jingyu, witnessing the scene, lowered his head in shame, rendered speechless by Wang Jingyu's antics, especially since this was being broadcast live. Cheng Feng shot him a fierce glare. Though he yearned for the provincial championship, he would not accept it gained through such underhanded means, for it would tarnish his reputation. Incredible! A one-hit kill, someone shouted, prompting Cheng Feng to quickly look up, where he saw a bloodied corpse of a bloodthirsty wolf split in two lying before Lin Yuan. Who did this? Cheng Feng murmured in disbelief. It was that candidate from number 6 high school, a single strike, Zhou Haoran reluctantly admitted. What? One-hit kill? Old Tang, quickly, provide me with his profile. Cheng Feng commanded, his urgency palpable. Oh right, Du Feng, hurry. Tang Weiguo seized the profile from Du Feng and promptly handed it to Cheng Feng. At that moment, Lin Yuan made his move again. His figure flickered 3 times. And 3 bloodthirsty wolves collapsed, their massive heads rolling across the ground. Silence enveloped the square, a chilling stillness, until 5 seconds later, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Incredible. This is pure domination. This is terrifying. He has become my idol. The atmosphere exploded with fervor, a wave of national pride swelling amongst the crowd. Tang Weiguo and Du Feng, overcome with excitement, leapt from their seats, joining the throng in exuberant celebration. They had never anticipated that their lifelong dedication to education would lead them to such a momentous display of talent from a student. Cheng Feng's expression was a blend of astonishment and elation, shifting from disdain for Lin Yuan to exhilaration as he realized their city had birthed such an extraordinary talent. His future prospects now appeared boundless. At that moment, Wu Zhe gazed at the screen in shock, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly my student?" Yet the spectacle was far from over. Lin Yuan appeared on the 3rd screen, displacing Wang Jingyu, and then vanished once more. A fresh slaughter unfolded, this time involving 5 bloodthirsty wolves. Amidst a flurry of snowflakes, Lin Yuan darted among the wolves, striking with ghostly precision. Within mere seconds, all 5 lay defeated. The crowd once again erupted into thunderous applause, the earlier candidates flushed with excitement, stirred by the power of a true exemplar. Ultimately, Lin Yuan delivered the final blow to the last bloodthirsty wolf, a beast crystal rolling to rest at Wang Jingyu's feet. Lin Yuan now dominated the largest screen. His sword held aloft, his icy gaze fixed upon Wang Jingyu, exuding an overwhelming aura that transcended the screen, palpable even to the audience. Wang Jingyu bent down to retrieve the beast crystal, wiping it with his clothing before presenting it to Lin Yuan with both hands. Ha ha ha, Wang Jingyu deserves this. Let him face the consequences of his underhanded tactics. The crowd reveled in his humiliation. How pitiful he appears. I shall only admire Lin Yuan from now on. Overwhelmed by the taunts of the crowd, Yang Jingyu felt he could no longer remain, scoffing in disdain as he departed from his seat. Old Tang, you have saved a brilliant trump card. My face has been thoroughly bruised by this. Cheng Feng turned to Tang Weiguo and Du Feng with a grin. Director Cheng, we told you at the outset, but you were skeptical, Tang Weiguo lamented. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it was my oversight. You folks at number 6 high school are marvelous. Next year, you shall be the premier focus high school of Spring City. Cheng Feng laughed heartily, while Tang Weiguo and Du Feng exchanged satisfied glances at the screen, where Lin Yuan's imposing figure stood tall. Double rankings at the summit. The provincial champion has emerged. A voice called out, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze towards the leaderboard behind them. Lin Yuan's name prominently occupied the pinnacle of both rankings, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause. Hao Chong, upon seeing Lin Yuan's name at the top, silently bowed his head and turned away from the scene. At this moment, Xia Yuhan also lifted her gaze to Lin Yuan's name, offering a resigned smile. Xiaoying, you were right. We are indeed from different worlds. His realm is beyond my reach. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Jiang Tingrong, approached Tang Weiguo and grasped his hand warmly, exclaiming, Congratulations, Principal Tang. You have nurtured an exceptional talent for our province. The provincial champion belongs to Quanqing, and your contributions are monumental. Director Jiang, your praise is unwarranted. It is Lin Yuan's own diligence that has brought him this far. We merely provided him with minimal assistance, Tang Weiguo humbly replied. Indeed, indeed. I wonder if Lin Yuan possesses the strength to maintain this momentum, Jiang Tingrong remarked, gesturing towards the national leaderboard. At that moment, Lin Yuan ranked 23rd, indicating that the prodigies from Modu and Jingdu were formidable indeed. Jiang Tingrong was also eager to see if there were greater expectations to be had. Tang Weiguo smiled gently, clasping Jiang Tingrong's hands as he spoke. Director Jiang, please take a seat and continue watching. I have faith in Lin Yuan. This may just be the beginning. Jiang Tingrong was taken aback, looking at Tang Weiguo with surprise. Old Tang, are you suggesting? Meanwhile, within the examination hall, as everyone else departed, Lin Yuan did not hurry to leave, but instead opened the martial arts package stored within his system space. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-level spatial martial art. Space Rift Strangle, upgradable. Space Rift Strangle, by its name, should be a group attack skill, precisely what I have been lacking. With the skill, I need not exert effort in slaying beasts one by one. Lin Yuan boldly utilized 2,000 ability points to elevate Space Rift Strangle to an advanced proficiency, sufficient for his current stage. With 40,000 ability points remaining, he felt this was still inadequate. Lin Yuan glanced at his wristband. He was currently ranked 23rd nationally, with the top scorer ahead of him by nearly 1,000 points, an amount not overly daunting, as a single beast from the Ultra Danger Zone could yield 800 points, making it easy to seize the first place. His goal was to accumulate more ability points and, simultaneously, secure the title of national champion, thus earning the system's rewards. With a smile gracing his lips, Lin Yuan strode towards the Ultra Danger Zone. The area was not vast, roughly the size of a large community. The hillside was barren. Even the wild grass on the ground had become exceedingly low. A fierce atmosphere lingered in the air, accompanied by distant growls of beasts. At this moment, Lin Yuan stood alone in the examination hall, as even the surrounding candidates had exhausted their strength and exited. On the desolate hillside, 5 beasts were visible, aimlessly wandering as if searching for prey. Lin Yuan sprang forward, targeting the nearest giant ape. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's charge, the giant ape pounded its chest in fury, releasing a thunderous roar and swinging its massive fists towards him. Yet, what greeted it was a swift sword shadow. A flash of silver light effortlessly sliced through its fist, and then its body. Boom. The giant ape collapsed in half with a resounding crash, a one-hit kill. Outside the examination hall, gasps of astonishment erupted. No one had anticipated that Lin Yuan could dispatch a mid-tier beast of the first rank so effortlessly. Just how powerful was Lin Yuan? This was the question on everyone's mind. Cheng Feng handed a document to Jiang Tingrong, pointing to the large F on Lin Yuan's profile. Taking the document, Jiang Tingrong furrowed his brow, glancing at Tang Weigua. Principal Tang, what does this mean? He asked, indicating the screen where Lin Yuan had just slain a mid-tier beast of the first rank. Are you telling me this is an F-level ability? Director Jiang. Lin Yuan did awaken with an F-level spatial ability, Tang Weigua admitted, barely believing it himself. What he used just now must have been a martial art, considering its power. It should be at least an A-level martial art. Were you unaware of this? We had no idea. How could our 6th high possess such a level of martial art? Well, once he emerges, we shall reassess his ability level. If it is known that the provincial champion of Tai province is an F-level, wouldn't that be utterly ridiculous? Yes, upon his exit, we shall measure it. Tang Weigua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Within the examination hall, Lin Yuan continued his assault. Disregarding the mid-tier beasts of the first rank, perhaps only a second-tier beast would warrant his attention. With a flurry of snowflakes like deadly charms, the 5 beasts lay dead upon the ground. Lin Yuan consumed 5 soul bodies, gaining 1250 ability points, along with a beast crystal. Nodding in satisfaction as he checked his wristband. At this point, his rank had undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of the national leaderboard, boasting a total score of 8,560 points, over 3,000 points ahead of the second place. The title of national champion was within his grasp. Yet he wondered why the system had not yet indicated the completion of his task. Perhaps it would only be recognized upon the conclusion of the examination. After tossing the beast crystal into his small space, Lin Yuan set his sights on the final area, the ultra-high danger zone. As a spatial ability user, he required no storage treasures like space rings. Upon becoming a martial artist, he had created his own small space for storing items, even allowing himself to enter it. Lin Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the national leaderboard. He had truly achieved it, scaling heights once deemed unreachable. Outside the examination hall, applause erupted, excitement illuminating every face as they witnessed the birth of a national champion, an extraordinarily rare life experience. Jiang Tingrong trembled with excitement, having never dared to dream of such an achievement. Each year, the national champion of the martial examination hailed from either Modu or Jingdu, with other provinces having no chance whatsoever. Yet, this time, it was Tai province's turn, evoking a surge of exhilaration for Jiang Tingrong, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau. It was the utmost validation of his work. He firmly grasped Tang Weigua's hand, exclaiming, "Old Tang, fantastic. Lin Yuan has become the national champion. I must represent the Education Bureau to commend this child, and you all at 6th high? Thank you, Director Jiang." Lin Yuan comes from a challenging background. This is truly a testament to his hard work, Tang Weigua replied. Oh, to achieve such results despite hardships is remarkable, Jiang Tingrong expressed, astonished. The profession of a martial artist undoubtedly demanded significant financial investment, whether in cultivation resources or martial arts, each bearing an exorbitant cost. Jiang Tingrong glanced at the large screen, where Lin Yuan continued his advance into the ultra-high danger zone, immediately furrowing his brow. Old Tang, does Lin Yuan have any assurance? The ultra-high danger zone is a realm even the geniuses from Jingdu and Modu dare not tread. Director Jiang, to be honest, I am uncertain. Perhaps Lin Yuan has experienced another breakthrough recently, Tang Weiguo replied, his uncertainty palpable. He could not fathom it. When Lin Yuan had departed the training camp, he possessed only the strength of a beginning first rank. Yet, how little time had passed since then, and Lin Yuan could now effortlessly slay mid-tier beasts of the first rank. Who could say if he might annihilate the peak first rank beast atop the mountain? Chapter 32, The Terror of Space Rift Strangle, the conclusion of the martial examination. Lin Yuan swiftly ventured into the ultra-high-risk zone, a limited area atop a mountain, scarcely larger than a football field. At the center of this mountaintop, a fearsome beast lay sprawled, a pitch-black nether tiger exuding an aura of terror. Its strength at the pinnacle of the first tier. Lazily basking in the sun, it reveled in its leisurely moments. Surrounding it were 6 early-stage nether tigers, akin to guards in their demeanor. This group of creatures seemed to know how to indulge in comfort. Thus, Lin Yuan mused, let me test the efficacy of my new martial arts. With a slight smile, he retrieved several vials of restorative energy potions, rewards from his training camp. After consuming 3 in quick succession, he felt his internal energy replenished to 80%, having expended nearly half of it on continuous releases of spatial dimension slashes. These potions, albeit somewhat rudimentary, were still adequate for his needs. Discarding the empty vials, he stepped forth, utilizing spatial transition to appear near the formidable beasts. In an instant, his eyes glimmered with silver, and a basketball-sized orb of silver light coalesced within his palm, radiating a blinding brilliance and exuding a formidable presence. With a sudden thrust of his hand, the orb surged in size, transforming into a colossal sphere over 20 meters in diameter, enveloping the 7 beasts within. Startled, the beasts awoke, fear etched into their eyes, just as crimson blades of light manifested within their luminous prison, slicing with astonishing speed from all directions. In an instant, the anguished roars of the nether tigers echoed across the mountaintop, as the 6 early-stage nether tigers were mercilessly shredded into countless fragments by the terrifying spatial force. Only the pinnacle-tier nether tiger remained, struggling yet grievously wounded, attempting to escape the silver confines. Yet, it was as if it were trapped in another realm. No matter how fiercely it charged, the spatial constraints held firm. 5 seconds later, the effects of the spatial rending technique waned, yet the battered pinnacle-tier nether tiger had no time to react before it beheld a young human male, Lin Yuan, hovering above it, having executed a spatial leap. With an icy gaze and a sword as white as snow, he swiftly unleashed 3 slashes downward, launching 3 spatial dimension slashes. The sound of tearing flesh resounded ominously as the pinnacle-tier nether tiger met its inevitable fate, cleaved into segments and crashing to the ground, lifeless. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword, nonchalantly consuming the soul essence and pocketing a beast crystal. Upon inspecting his system panel, his ability points had surged to 42,750, his total score increasing by 3,800 points to 12,360, surpassing the first place by 7,000 points. Rather than exiting the examination grounds, Lin Yuan turned to race down the mountain. There remained time, and he sought out lingering soul essences and overlooked beasts, refusing to let any opportunity slip away. Outside the examination arena, onlookers were astounded to witness Lin Yuan's defeat of the ultimate boss. For over 50 years since the inception of this martial arts examination, no candidate had dared confront this final beast, marking Lin Yuan as a historical figure. Jiang Tingrong expressed his excitement, feeling fortunate to encounter such a prodigious candidate during his tenure as the education director. The crowd anxiously awaited the triumphant return of this history-making student. Yet the screen displayed Lin Yuan not exiting, but rather descending the mountain. Is it possible that our national champion is unaware of how to exit early? Murmured one. Surely, there must be a reason for his actions, speculated another. Observers soon saw Lin Yuan locate a stray beast, dispatching it with a single stroke, yielding yet another beast crystal. Prompting a smile from him. I recognize him. Lin Yuan is our classmate from 6th High. His family struggles financially and still resides in the old district. Recently, his sister was hospitalized but was nearly discharged for inability to pay, only to continue treatment after he managed to cover the costs, a fellow candidate remarked. Understanding dawned on the crowd. Lin Yuan sought additional beast crystals to aid his sister's medical needs, stirring emotions among onlookers. With a brother like Lin Yuan, how fortunate his sister must feel. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, his quest for more ability points had inadvertently cast him as a national hero. As he darted around the examination grounds, spectators marveled at his stamina, realizing he had yet to exert his full potential while collecting beast crystals. Finally, at 6 o'clock, as the examination concluded, Lin Yuan emerged onto the plaza, momentarily bewildered by the throng awaiting him. Why were so many people still here? Did they not have meals to attend to? Not only teachers and officials, but also numerous candidates remained. Having witnessed the emergence of the national champion, while also bearing witness to an unprecedented moment in history. In previous years, the highest score had never exceeded 6,000 points. Yet Lin Yuan's total had reached 12,835 points. This was a remarkable feat, equivalent to the combined scores of two national champions in a single martial arts examination. Just as Lin Yuan contemplated addressing the crowd, an eruption of applause and cheers filled the air, drowning out all sounds, leaving only fervent faces before him. Eventually, the local government dispatched officials to manage the ecstatic crowd, and Lin Yuan was escorted away in a special vehicle provided by Mayor Zhao Yan. Thus, the unforgettable martial arts examination came to a close. As Lin Yuan sat in the car, he shook his head slightly, realizing this spectacle far surpassed the fame of any top-tier celebrity he had known in his previous life, experiencing firsthand the fervor of his admirers. Little brother Lin, you have truly astonished everyone. When I received the news, I could hardly believe it myself, Zhao Yan exclaimed with hearty laughter. I merely felled a few extra beasts. There were plenty to be had. I hoped to gather enough beast crystals to secure a new home for my parents, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, offering a modest excuse. You underestimate the significance of being the national champion. Do you still worry about housing? You might find yourself inundated with offers. Zhao Yan chuckled, even contemplating what gift would be fitting to present to Lin Yuan. A house. That would be splendid. Lin Yuan was taken aback, realizing the honor bestowed upon him, as such recognition had never been granted in Quan City before. Opting against a hospital visit, Lin Yuan returned to his home in the old district, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications amid the throng of patients. At home, Lin Tianming awaited him, while their mother, Yu Hui, remained at the hospital with Lin Anren. As Lin Tianming anxiously stood at the door, a black Hongqi sedan with the license plate reading Quan 01 approached slowly. In Quan City, everyone recognized this as the mayor's official vehicle, which came to a halt right at their doorstep. In astonishment, Lin Tianming watched as his son, Lin Yuan, descended from the car, a smile adorning his face as he approached. Chapter 33, SS Class Spatial Ability, Strength Surge. Upon returning home, Lin Tianming was utterly astonished. His mouth agape as he listened to his son's account of the martial arts examination. He could hardly fathom that merely a month ago, his son was an ordinary individual devoid of any martial aptitude. Yet now, not only had his son become a martial artist, but he had also triumphed over the prodigies of the Great Xia during the examination, emerging as the top scholar nationwide, an accomplishment that left him, as a father, completely unprepared. Eventually, Lin Tianming found himself in a daze as he made his way back to the hospital, eager to share this splendid news with Lin Yuan's mother and sister. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the final task and receiving a supernatural ability gift package. The system appeared quite considerate, sensing that I now had the time to explore the gift. Thus, I shall open the package. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan activated the gift. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received an ability enhancement pill and an SSS level breathing technique. An ability enhancement pill? Lin Yuan felt his breath quicken. Could it be SS level? With fervor, he seized the ability enhancement pill from the system's space and eagerly consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly within him, and Lin Yuan felt a wave of warmth surge through his lower abdomen, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your supernatural ability has been upgraded to an SS level spatial ability. With this enhancement, Lin Yuan suddenly found himself possessing a deeper understanding of the surrounding space. His control significantly amplified. He distinctly sensed that the power of his two martial arts had undergone a terrifying increase, far exceeding mere doubling. Opening the system panel, he observed, System panel opening. Host, Lin Yuan. Supernatural ability, SS level spatial ability. Martial arts, mid-stage first tier martial artist, upgradable. Combat power, 57, 100 upgradable. Martial techniques, spatial dimension /A advanced, upgradable. Body refinement technique S, burning skin realm 20, spatial tier and strangle S, advanced, upgradable. Skills, devour spirit, swordsmanship, advanced, upgradable. Breathing technique SSS. Ability points, 46,000 points. Undoubtedly, the SS level abilities were formidable. Not only had his spatial control intensified, but his combat power had also surged considerably. It was reasonable to anticipate that each upgrade of his martial arts rank would yield an even greater increase in combat power, though he wondered if the required ability points for upgrades would escalate. His combat power had risen by an astonishing 100 points, effectively doubling the power he possessed prior to the enhancement, excluding body refinement. Lin Yuan was elated. He still had a considerable distance to reach the standard of 80,000 combat power required for mid-second tier, so he decided to elevate his martial arts rank to the peak of the first tier. With a thought, Lin Yuan opted to enhance his martial arts rank, and an overwhelming sensation enveloped him. Martial arts, peak first tier martial artist. Combat power, 105, 100 upgradable. Ability points, 22,000 points. He had expended 24,000 ability points to achieve an increase of 48,000 combat power, an astonishing doubling of his previous enhancement. Absolutely exhilarating. The SS level abilities were indeed powerful. He eagerly anticipated what the SSS level abilities would entail. With the remaining ability points, he could not upgrade his martial arts rank any further in the short term. So he allocated them to combat power instead. Lin Yuan directly invested all 22,000 remaining ability points into his combat power. Combat power, 127, 100. Ability points, 0 points. Previously, it required 2 ability points to increase combat power by 1 point, but now, a single ability point could yield a full point increase, an incredibly advantageous trait. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he still had a considerable way to go before reaching the combat power standard for peak second tier, as 160,000 was no trivial target. A sense of urgency began to wash over him. He had not forgotten that he had slain Lu Ning, the heir of the Lu family, as well as Lu Qingyuan, Lu Ning's father. Lu Ning's grandfather was a formidable early third-tier powerhouse, and Lin Yuan was far from being a match for him. Should the latter discover that Lin Yuan was the one who had taken the lives of his descendants, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Lin Yuan was not afraid for himself. With his strength, even if he could not win, he could certainly flee. But what about his parents and sister? From tomorrow onward, he must continue to strive. Without strength, he could not afford to be complacent. Lin Yuan silently gritted his teeth. He lay on his bed, closing his eyes, utterly fatigued from the day. The breathing technique activated automatically, and with each breath, his spiritual energy and combat power steadily grew. This was the remarkable aspect of the SSS level breathing technique. It allowed one to remain in a state of cultivation continuously without the need for deliberate practice, thus perpetually enhancing their martial arts rank and combat power. Though the progress might be gradual, the principle of accumulating small gains over time was one understood by all. At the moment Lin Yuan returned home, various forces began to stir in response to his rise. A future star was emerging, and all sought to forge favorable ties with him. Xiao Tian, check if there are any vacant villas in the Martial Alliance community, preferably in prime locations. Qi Tianheng instructed Supervisor Tian. Although he had not attended the event in person, he had been closely following the updates on the martial arts examination. Eager to see how far his acquaintance, Lin, could ascend. He was confident in his judgment, and it was now evident that his foresight had been astute. Lin Yuan had indeed claimed the title of national champion, and he had done so with an overwhelmingly impressive performance. Yet, as the leader of the Martial Alliance in Quench City, while he held a significant position, he truly possessed no remarkable assets. Despite being a 6th-tier powerhouse, in the eyes of master-level experts, he was but an insignificant insect. Relying on the privileges of the Martial Alliance, he had little of value to present as a gift. However, he did possess the welfare housing provided by the Martial Alliance. Knowing Lin Yuan's family circumstances, gifting a house seemed to be the most fitting choice. Yes, Alliance leader. There is still a nice unit available. I'll retrieve the keys for you. Supervisor Tian dashed off to fetch the keys and soon returned them to Qi Tianheng. Looking at the keys in his hand, Qi Tianheng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Lin's home to deliver the gift. And do include Xiaomin, understood. Alliance leader. I'll make the arrangements right away. Supervisor Tian promptly set off to organize the details for the following day. In the city lord's mansion, Zhao Yan paced anxiously, unable to settle his nerves as he pondered what gift to present. He had already given weapons, and Lin Yuan surely lacked for housing. So the gift must touch the recipient's heart to convey its true worth. City lord, isn't there an official reward? Shouldn't we prepare something else as well? Captain Yang interjected. You don't understand a thing. The official rewards are one thing, but my connection with Lin is another. Do you comprehend the significance of my brother Lin's remarkable achievement? He is making history. If I don't build good relations now, I'll be at a tremendous loss. Zhao Yan snapped. Before a sudden idea struck him, he could present cultivation resources. What mattered most to martial artists were resources, after all. While he lacked high-quality pills, he did possess the blood essence of a 7th-tier ferocious beast, something that could not simply be purchased with money. He had painstakingly obtained it during a trip to the capital and had yet to use it. It would be perfect to gift to Lin Yuan. Xiao Yang, make preparations. We're heading to Lin's home tomorrow morning, Zhao Yan said with a grin, confident that Lin Yuan would be pleased with his gift. In the provincial governor's office, Governor Wan Hengfeng received official notification that he would be recognizing Lin Yuan in Quench City the following day. He had never anticipated that the province could produce such an outstanding talent. Secretary Liang, prepare to head to Spring City early tomorrow morning. Wan Hengfeng instructed as he picked up the phone. Understood, Your Excellency, came the reply. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, who was engrossed in his training, his home in the old city would soon be abuzz with activity. Chapter 34, A Gathering of Titans and Masterful Experts. The following morning, Lin Tianming strolled home, carrying a bag of steamed buns and 2 cups of soy milk. Having just exited the hospital, he had purchased breakfast at the alley's entrance, intending to share it with his son. With Lin Yuan's martial arts examination concluded the previous day, today he aimed to inquire about his son's future plans. Hence his special return home. However, as he approached his alley, he was met with a contingent of city guard soldiers who had cordoned off the road, prohibiting any passage. Numerous pedestrians caught in the blockade were pointing and murmuring amongst themselves regarding the soldiers. Lin Tianming found himself stranded, unsure of the situation, when an elderly lady beside him exclaimed, "Old Lin, the road's been closed. We can't get back now. I heard it's because some city leaders are arriving." Which explains this grand display. But what on earth is happening? Ah, Aunt Wang, I have a nephew serving in the city lord's office. And he mentioned that our little alley has produced a national champion in the martial arts examination. All the various factions are coming to congratulate him, hence the lockdown. A middle-aged man interjected. Lin Tianming couldn't help but smile slightly at the news. Wasn't that precisely about his son? Really? I wonder whose family is so fortunate to have such an outstanding child. It's like a golden phoenix emerging from a humble nest, Aunt Wang remarked enviously. Old Lin, has your little Yuan taken the college entrance examination this year as well? Is he in martial arts? The middle-aged man inquired. Indeed, he is in martial arts. Lin Tianming replied with pride. How did he fare? Will he get into university? Absolutely. Look, the city lord's car is arriving. Before Lin Tianming could finish his sentence, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Everyone turned to the alley's entrance, where a black Hongqi sedan bearing the license plate QUA00001 rolled in. Following closely behind was another black Hongqi. This one with the plate QUA0001. Wow, the leader of the Martial Alliance has also arrived. This champion must have quite the clout. Someone remarked nearby. Indeed. Both of Spring City's bigwigs are here, others speculated. At that moment, the doors of both vehicles swung open, revealing two distinguished elderly gentlemen, Qi Tianheng, the leader of the Martial Alliance, and Zhao Yan, the city lord. Leader Qi, you're quite early. Zhao Yan clasped his fists in greeting. Haha, city lord Zhao likewise. Qi Tianheng returned the gesture. Let us proceed inside. We must attend to important matters. Certainly, please. The two men strode toward Lin Yuan's home. But just a few steps later, another vehicle entered the alley. This one sported the license plate QUA0001, prompting gasps from onlookers. Goodness, the provincial leader has arrived. That's certainly the provincial leader's car. Signifies Tai province. Wow, I've never seen such high-ranking officials in my life. Today truly is an eye-opener. Listening to the chatter, the middle-aged man turned to Lin Tianming and said, Old Lin, have you seen the spectacle? What grandeur! If your little Yuan were to become the champion, you'd wake up laughing in your sleep, wouldn't you? Haha, indeed, you speak the truth. I did wake up smiling this morning, Lin Tianming replied with a grin, boldly stepping beneath the security cordon, unfazed by the astonished gazes of others. Nearby guards quickly intercepted him, but Zhao Yan recognized Lin Tianming immediately. He was well acquainted with the details of Lin Yuan's family. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the guards to step aside and approached Lin Tianming, grasping his hand warmly. Ha ha ha, you must be Lin Yuan's father. Just in time to guide us. The provincial leader has also arrived, and we are all here to congratulate Lin Yuan on his remarkable achievement. Absolutely, absolutely, Lin Tianming replied, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, provincial leader Wan Hongfeng emerged from his vehicle and approached. Your Excellency, Zhao Yan and Qi Tianheng greeted with deep respect, acknowledging not just his position but his formidable prowess as a seventh-tier master, an authentic powerhouse among martial artists. You two have arrived quite early, Wan Hongfeng chuckled heartily. Your Excellency, this is Lin Yuan's father, Lin Tianming. Let us ascend together, Qi Tianheng suggested. Very well, then, I would appreciate it if you could lead the way. Wan Hongfeng replied graciously, devoid of any pretension associated with his status. Of course, esteemed leaders, please follow me. My home is a bit chaotic, and I apologize for the inconvenience, Lin Tianming promptly responded. No need for apologies, Zhao Yan smiled, and they all followed Lin Tianming toward his residence. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang and the middle-aged man stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the champion was indeed the son of old Lin. Aunt Wang, just a moment ago, I asked old Lin if his son could get into university. Would he think me foolish? The middle-aged man lamented, shaking his head in disbelief and envy. Looks like the Lin family has struck it rich. Soon they won't be living next to us poor folks anymore, Aunt Wang remarked sourly. Lin Tianming ushered the three dignitaries into his home, followed by several others, including Supervisor Tian from the Martial Alliance, Xiao Min, Captain Yang from the City Lord's office, and Secretary Liang from the provincial office. They bore gifts and awards intended for Lin Yuan. Please make yourselves comfortable. Little Yuan might still be resting. I'll go wake him, Lin Tianming noted, noticing the closed door to Lin Yuan's room. Upon entering, he found Lin Yuan seated cross-legged on his bed, having practiced breathing techniques throughout the night. Little Yuan, the leader of the Martial Alliance, the city lord, and the provincial leader have all come. You should come out. At the sound of his father's voice, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All right, Dad, I'll be right out. As Lin Yuan entered the living room, his gaze immediately fell upon Wan Hongfeng, whose imposing aura exuded a formidable presence. So this is what a master exponent feels like. Truly powerful, Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Greetings, Your Excellency, Brother Zhao, Brother Qi. Lin Yuan offered with a respectful bow, his demeanor calm and composed. Wan Hongfeng observed him and nodded subtly, recognizing his exceptional poise. an individual of great potential. Haha. My dear brother Lin, congratulations. Your remarkable achievement has truly shaken the heavens and made history. You have left me utterly astonished, Qi Tianheng exclaimed. You flatter me, brother Qi. It was merely an examination, Lin Yuan replied with a modest smile. Indeed, this young man is humble. Having achieved such remarkable results, he remains unpretentious. Very commendable, Wan Hongfeng remarked, generously offering his admiration. Lin Yuan, I come on behalf of the Tai province government to present you with a commendation. With a gesture, Wan Hongfeng signaled Secretary Liang, who promptly placed a certificate in a box on the table. This is the commendation certificate for the national champion, along with a scholarship of 3 million, Wan Hongfeng continued. Thank you, provincial leader, Lin Yuan said, clasping his fists in gratitude. There's no need for formality. As you enter university, continue to strive and bring further glory to Tai province, Wan Hongfeng encouraged. I will, indeed, Lin Yuan nodded resolutely. Subsequently, Qi Tianheng, representing the Martial Alliance, and Zhao Yin, representing the official authorities of Quancheng, both bestowed accolades upon Lin Yuan, each awarding him a scholarship of 1 million. Wan Hongfeng, as a master-level powerhouse, naturally had no intention of ingratiating himself with Lin Yuan. He would only pay attention to those geniuses who exhibited potential for growth. To him, Lin Yuan, at this stage, was not worthy of his consideration. After all, beneath the master level, all were but ants. And even the most talented ant remained an ant until it could rise to his level, at which point he might regard it with some respect. Although such statements may seem exaggerated, the underlying truth is clear. In a world of martial prowess, strength is paramount. After respectfully seeing Wan Hongfeng off, the gathered individuals returned indoors. Qi Tianheng and his companion immediately presented their respective gifts. In Chapter 35, Burning Skin Realm 80, Combat Power Source, Qi Tianheng waved at Xiaoman, who promptly brought forth a small box and placed it into Lin Yuan's hands. Upon opening it, Lin Yuan discovered a key nestled within. Brother Qi, what is this? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Little brother Lin, this is a gift from the Martial Alliance. Are you familiar with Longton Garden? I have meticulously selected a villa for you there. I am certain you will adore it. Qi Tianheng exclaimed, laughing heartily from his seat on the sofa. Lin Yuan was indeed well aware of Longton Garden. No resident of Quancheng would pass up the opportunity to reside there, as it was a sanctuary exclusively for the martial artists of the Alliance. Wealth alone could not secure a place. The community boasted an exquisite environment and comprehensive facilities. But most importantly, it offered unparalleled safety. The residents were predominantly martial artists and their families, and the Alliance took great care in ensuring security, with martial artists patrolling around the clock. If one were to speak of the safest residence in Quancheng, it would undoubtedly be this locale. This was precisely what Lin Yuan sought, especially considering the enmity he had incurred with the Liu family. While he was unperturbed by any personal retaliation, he would be considerably vulnerable should they target his family. With this villa, he could rest assured. Brother Qi, isn't this against the rules? After all, I have not formally joined the Martial Alliance, and residing there might cause you some trouble. Lin Yuan expressed his concern, wary of overstepping boundaries. No trouble at all. You have been certified by our alliance, and even if you do not formally join, you are still recognized as a martial artist of Quancheng by us. That is more than sufficient. Little brother Lin, you can reside there without concern. It is entirely legitimate, Qi Tianheng reassured him. Very well, I am truly grateful, brother Qi. Lin Yuan bowed in thanks, fully aware that this was merely an excuse from Qi Tianheng. He had not presented him with a villa before, but now, he had chosen to do so, recognizing Lin Yuan's potential. However, this was hardly objectionable. In the realm of martial arts, strength dictated status. And Qi Tianheng's treatment of him was indeed commendable, a favor Lin Yuan accepted graciously. Haha, little brother Lin, there is no need for such formality with me. I will arrange for some people to assist with your move shortly. You can settle in today, Qi Tianheng declared. All right, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Hold on, brother Qi. Don't rush into moving just yet. I still have my gift to present, Zhao Yin interjected. Little brother Lin, I hope you like this token of my esteem. With a gesture towards Captain Yang, a box was swiftly delivered to Lin Yuan. Upon opening it, Lin Yuan found a spatial bottle containing a vivid crimson liquid. Brother Zhao, is this the blood of a fierce beast? Lin Yuan gasped in delight, as his heavenly burning body refinement technique had stagnated due to the inability to enhance his body-refining martial arts with ability points. Moreover, he lacked the means to hunt high-level fierce beasts, leaving his body refinement at Burning Skin Realm 20. Now, with the addition of this fierce beast's blood, he anticipated a significant boost in power. Indeed, this is the essence of a 7th-tier fierce beast, a treasure I have cherished for a long time. Originally intended for my own breakthrough to the master level. However, it seems I still have a long way to go. So I might as well gift it to you now. Zhao Yan nodded affirmatively. Brother Zhao, this is far too precious, Lin Yuan replied, reluctant to accept. What is this? After receiving Brother Qi's villa worth over 10 million, you wish to refuse my offering of fierce beast blood? Zhao Yan feigned displeasure, casting a stern glance at Lin Yuan. Of course not. The gifts from both of you are truly beyond my capacity to decline. Very well. I shall accept them with gratitude, Lin Yuan replied, clasping his hands in appreciation, mentally noting the kindness of both brothers once again. Haha, that is more like it. They both laughed in response. Let us enjoy some tea, my esteemed brothers. Having received such generous gifts, Lin Yuan hastened to entertain them with tea. After the two departed, Lin Yuan instructed his father to begin packing their belongings, keeping only the essentials, as the new villa was already fully furnished. The sooner they could move, the more peace of mind he would have to devote to his training, especially considering the potential threats from the Liu family. He had not disclosed the troubles with the Liu family to Qi Tianheng or Zhao Yan, as it was imperative to keep the incident involving Liu Ning and his two henchmen a secret. If the Liu family sought to retaliate, he could then act in self-defense, avoiding any subsequent complications. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan resolved to elevate his strength before the patriarch of the Liu family came seeking trouble. He refrained from assisting his father in packing, opting instead to retreat to his room. He retrieved the bathing tub and poured the bottle of 7th-tier fierce beast blood into it. Despite its modest appearance, the bottle contained a spatial storage, and soon the tub was filled to the brim. Eagerly, Lin Yuan leapt into the tub, sitting cross-legged with the blood engulfing him to the shoulders. As he activated the heavenly burning body refinement technique, he began to absorb the potent essence of the fierce beast's blood, enriching himself with its power. 2 hours later, having entirely consumed the blood, Lin Yuan rose, clenching his fists, and felt a notable surge in his strength. Upon glancing at his system panel, he discovered his progress in the burning skin realm had reached 80, a remarkable 60 increase. It was evident that advancing in body refinement was no easy feat, demanding extensive resources for training, yet the results were undeniably impressive. Lin Yuan felt a significant enhancement in his skin's defensive capabilities. Drawing out his sword, Snowflake, from his spatial storage, he drew a line across his arm, leaving only a faint white mark upon his skin. Should he attain perfection in the burning skin realm, it would be exceedingly difficult for martial artists of the same level to breach his defenses. Truly, the S-grade body refinement technique was formidable. In high spirits, Lin Yuan examined his combat power, only to find it had surged by an astonishing 40,000, bringing his total to 167,100 combat power. How could it have increased so much? He pondered. Previously, a mere increase of 20 had only granted him 5,000 combat power. Yet now a jump of 60 had yielded 40,000. It appeared that the benefits of the body refinement technique multiplied significantly in its later stages. Excellent. My combat power has now reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, enabling me to battle ordinary martial artists across an entire realm. Lin Yuan was exceedingly satisfied with such rapid progress. Although the 3rd tier remained a distant goal, everything was shifting positively. Emerging from his room, Lin Yuan found his father, Lin Tianming, nearly finished with the packing. After gathering a few personal items, he promptly called Qi Tianheng. Soon, a team of workers arrived, and 2 large trucks efficiently loaded all their belongings in one go. As the vehicles departed the old district, Lin Tianming waved goodbye to the neighbors from the passenger seat of the truck. See, I told you, the old Lin family is moving out. Truly, one person's success can elevate the whole family. Aunt Wang remarked sarcastically, betraying her envy. Aunt Wang, please refrain from speaking ill. The Lin family has always treated us neighbors well. Their good fortune is simply a matter of fate, not something to be envious of, a middle-aged man interjected. After moving into Longton Garden, Lin Yuan set out, having just received a call from Principal Tang Weiguo, requesting his presence at the school. The Education Bureau had issued a commendation, prompting his visit. Lin Yuan also wished to express his gratitude to several teachers and seek the principal's counsel on which university would be the most suitable for him. Since activating the system, he had been preoccupied with enhancing his abilities and was rather uninformed about the universities. Upon arriving at the school, Lin Yuan was greeted by the familiar surroundings, the classrooms and training grounds. However, the atmosphere of cultivation was particularly intense, even during break time. Students were diligently training on the fields. Some were engaged in practical sparring to gain combat experience. Perhaps the school had used him as a typical example, significantly inspiring the younger students to heighten their dedication to cultivation. Entering the principal's office, Lin Yuan found Tang Weiguo conversing with Du Feng. Lin Yuan, you're here. Come in and take a seat. Tang Weiguo beckoned upon noticing him at the door. Lin Yuan smiled slightly and stepped into the office, seating himself on the couch. Haha, Lin Yuan, you have no idea. Early this morning, numerous parents came to the school seeking information. High school students wish to enroll here, and some even want to transfer. This is all thanks to you, our top scholar. Tang Weiguo chuckled, his mood exceptionally buoyant, relishing the moment as something he could boast about for a lifetime. How could this be my merit? It is the result of the teachers at our school imparting their knowledge effectively, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, offering praise in return. Tang Weiguo, evidently pleased, grinned broadly. Principal, you call me here for a reason? Lin Yuan inquired. Ah, right, I got carried away with joy. Here. This card is a commendation from the Provincial Education Bureau and our school for you. Though the amount isn't substantial, it acknowledges your hard work, Tang Wei was stated. Handing over a bank card, Lin Yuan accepted it and placed it directly into his pocket. He currently had no shortage of money, with various rewards and his previous savings amounting to around 6 to 7 million. Thank you, Principal. By the way, regarding university applications, I would like to hear your suggestions. Lin Yuan asked. Haha, you didn't even need to ask. We were just about to discuss it with you, Du Feng chimed in. Well then, Director Du. Please enlighten Lin Yuan about the situation at the Martial Arts University. Tang Wei gestured to Du Feng. Certainly, Lin Yuan. You should know that martial arts universities are categorized into ordinary, key, and top-tier institutions, right? You need only focus on 4 top-tier martial arts universities, known as the 4 Sacred Academies, Du Feng explained. The 4 Sacred Academies? What do you mean? Lin Yuan queried, intrigued. The 4 Sacred Academies are Qingwu University in the capital, Mo University in the Magic City, Rongwu University in Shuqing Province, and Qinwu University in Qing Province. These institutions are referred to as Sacred Academies as they were among the earliest established martial arts universities in Daxia. Other universities were founded by talents emerging from these 4. Furthermore, the primary reason they are deemed Sacred Academies is due to their founder, Su Yuntian, a martial god renowned as Su Sheng. Even the martial examination was initially proposed by Su Sheng, with the ferocious beasts designed according to his specifications. After establishing the Sacred Academies, Su Sheng constructed a martial god tower at each of them. This martial god tower is the true reason we encourage you to choose one of the Sacred Academies, as only students from these institutions can enter the tower. It serves as an exceptional place for cultivation and holds numerous opportunities, so you must venture there. Du Feng earnestly elaborated, fostering Lin Yuan's aspirations. Which Sacred Academy should I choose? Lin Yuan asked. I suggest you opt for Qingda or Moda, as these 2 academies rank higher in strength among the 4 Sacred Academies, while the other 2 are comparatively weaker, Tang Wei advised. Thank you, Principal and Director Du, for your insights. I will take some time to consider, Lin Yuan nodded. Du pondered quickly. The enrollment representatives from the 4 Sacred Academies are expected to arrive within the next couple of days, at which point you will need to make a decision. Tang Wei reminded him. Is it so soon? Isn't the application period for ordinary candidates 2 weeks away? Lin Yuan questioned, puzzled. What you mentioned applies to regular candidates. Do you think the 4 Sacred Academies would let a national top scholar slip through their fingers? Securing your admission is their utmost priority, Du Feng chuckled, reflecting on the numerous tales he had heard, despite the school never having produced a top scholar before. All right, I will think it over thoroughly. By the way, Principal, I will borrow your membership card for a few more days and return it soon, Lin Yuan informed Tang Wei. Planning to venture into the Crimson Forest to delve deeper and acquire some ability points. This was currently his best avenue for gaining such points. Feel free to use it. There's no rush in returning it. However, we need to conduct another assessment of your ability level, Tang Wei stated seriously. Understood, Lin Yuan replied, knowing this was inevitable. Was it possible for an F-rank ability to be so formidable? Even he found it hard to believe that the school would reassess his abilities. The 3 then proceeded to an office where they tested Lin Yuan's talents on the ability assessment device. Upon seeing the bright red SS on the screen, both men were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. When they turned to Lin Yuan, it was as if they were gazing upon a rare treasure. Ultimately, at Lin Yuan's request, the school publicly declared that he possessed an S-rank spatial ability. Lin Yuan understood the implications of holding such a precious gem. While an S-rank might be somewhat common in Daxia, an SS rank was an entirely different matter. Historically, very few had emerged, and those who did often met untimely ends. The reasons were evident. In any environment, there exists rivalry, and no faction wishes to witness a formidable opponent arise from their midst. While the situation within Daxia was manageable, what about other nations? What of those nefarious cults? It was far more prudent to remain discreet and develop cautiously. After parting ways with the 2, Lin Yuan set off towards the Crimson Forest, knowing that time was of the essence. Every moment was invaluable to him. Just as he entered a taxi, a black SUV rolled out from a side street near the school, tailing the taxi at a distance. Inside the vehicle, a man clad in a black suit and dark sunglasses retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Elder Patriarch, I have the target in sight. Understood. I will await your instructions. The man hung up, his gaze fixed firmly on the taxi ahead. Meanwhile, in the Liu family mansion, the patriarch Liu Hansheng was seated in the main chair, his expression dark and brooding. Liu Hansheng appeared to be in his 70s, yet his demeanor exuded a steady vigor. His physique robust, defying the typical appearance of a septuagenarian. It seems I was correct. That boy must have killed Qing Yuan and Ninger. Given his ability to slay a peak first-tier ferocious beast during the martial examination, his strength must have reached the early second tier, enabling him to take down Qing Yuan. Lin Yuan, daring to harm my descendants, regardless of whether you are a national champion or not. I, Liu Hansheng, shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts. Liu Hansheng crushed the teacup in his hand, gritting his teeth as he commanded, send out the order. Everyone is to be on standby. Today, I will make Lin Yuan pay with his life. Yes, An underling promptly responded before rushing out to relay the orders. At this moment, Lin Yuan was blissfully unaware that an impending danger was silently closing in on him. Upon reaching the void rift of the Crimson Forest and presenting his membership card, he entered its depths. From a distance, a figure clad in black sat in a vehicle, witnessing the entire scene unfold. He immediately dialed Lu Hanqing's number, exclaiming, "Old patriarch. That brat has entered the Crimson Forest." "What? The Crimson Forest again? Very well, my son Xinyan perished there. It seems there is no mistake. Today, I shall claim your head as a tribute for my son. Everyone move out." With a single command from Lu Hanqing, the Lu family warriors surged forth, heading towards the Crimson Forest. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Soul Entity and the Divine Path Tree. Lin Yuan navigated the depths of the Crimson Forest with familiarity, his target being the second-tier ferocious beast that could yield a relatively high number of ability points, thus enhancing his efficiency. Just as Lin Yuan concentrated on slaying the beasts, Lu Hanqing, accompanied by a dozen individuals, entered the Crimson Forest. Among them were 3 of Lu Hanqing's friends, all second-tier martial artists, who volunteered to accompany him to curry favor. The remaining 10 or so subordinates were esteemed guests of the Lu family, all having reached the body refinement stage. Spread out to locate Lin Yuan. Once found, do not act hastily. Keep a close watch on him and report back to me immediately. I shall personally deal with him. Lu Hanqing instructed his subordinates. Understood. They promptly dispersed to search for Lin Yuan's whereabouts. Lu Leoj, the 3 of us will also search. Once we find him, we will break his legs and await your arrival, one second-tier warrior stated. Excellent. I am grateful for your efforts. Once my vengeance is fulfilled, I will reward you handsomely. Lu Hanqing responded with a respectful salute. No need for thanks. We brothers are merely doing what we ought to. With that, the trio dispersed with their subordinates, venturing deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Hanqing remained at the entrance, guarding against Lin Yuan's escape. Lin Yuan had already slain 5 second-tier ferocious beasts. Yet he found this efficiency unsatisfactory. Having been in the forest for 2 hours, discovering only 5 beasts was quite slow. He shook his head, realizing the scarcity of beasts in this relatively safe void rift, designed to prevent martial artists from facing significant dangers. The perilous void rifts were under military control, periodically erupting with beast tides, where ferocious beasts could even burst forth to attack the human realm. In high-risk void rifts, merely maintaining control was a remarkable feat. Charging in was tantamount to courting death. The beasts here were elusive. Perhaps he should check near the portal to the ferocious beast world, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Speeding towards the innermost region, the highest-tier beasts here were only in the early 3rd tier and exceedingly rare, leaving their presence uncertain. Thus, Lin Yuan felt bold. Even if he encountered a 3rd-tier beast, he could escape using his spatial leap. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, having dealt with 2 more beasts along the way, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the portal. The portal to the ferocious beast world resembled the one at the entrance, albeit with a darker hue, leaning towards a blackish purple. Strange light points flickered across the portal. Lin Yuan attempted to touch it, but his hand could not penetrate. Interesting sensation, Lin Yuan mused, feeling an inexplicable oddity, as if something eluded his grasp in his mind. Perhaps his understanding of spatial abilities was still too shallow. He would explore the portal's secrets when his power grew stronger. At that moment, the portal shimmered with dark light, and 2 figures materialized before Lin Yuan, 2 mid-second-tier ferocious beasts. The snowfall sword was instantly drawn, and 2 spatial dimension slashes were unleashed, swiftly decapitating the beasts before they could comprehend their surroundings. 2 soul entities dispersed from the slain beasts, which Lin Yuan promptly consumed, easily acquiring 1,000 ability points. Not bad, not bad. Just as I arrived, ferocious beasts came through. It seems waiting here is a wise choice. Lin Yuan decided against wandering aimlessly and opted to guard this spot. Shortly thereafter, the portal flickered with dark light once more, igniting Lin Yuan's excitement. Another one is coming. More ability points are on the way. As the light coalesced, just as he prepared to strike, he was taken aback. On the ground before the portal lay an ancient wooden sword, its appearance suggesting a rich history, the wood having aged and turned pale. What is this? Where are my ability points? Lin Yuan was at a loss, bemused by the arrival of a decrepit wooden sword. As he approached to investigate, a milky white gas seeped from the sword, gradually solidifying into a human form. A human soul entity. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. This soul was remarkably solid, and from his experience, it appeared to be of high caliber. He had never consumed a soul of such quality before. The humanoid soul entity stretched its form, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan before seizing the wooden sword and turning to leave. It possesses awareness and can act independently. What level of soul entity is this? Lin Yuan stared in shock, having consumed countless soulless entities before, but this one was a striking anomaly, evoking a sense of encountering a ghost. However, as a soul entity, it could not escape his soul devour skill. No matter how powerful it was, once it became a soul, it must submit to being devoured. Observing the mysterious soul entity casually preparing to depart, Lin Yuan called out, Are you just going to leave like that? Upon hearing this, the soul entity paused, turning back with a smirk, shaking its head in self-mockery before continuing onward. You think I won't listen? Do you dare to walk away? Lin Yuan retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. The mysterious soul entity abruptly halted, spinning around in disbelief to face Lin Yuan, who was now smiling at him. You can see me? It asked, wide-eyed. Indeed, I can see you quite clearly, Lin Yuan shrugged, responding candidly. How is it possible for you to see me? This is inconceivable. I am a soul entity. And what of being a soul entity? I've seen many, but encountering one that can speak is a first for me. As Lin Yuan spoke, he instinctively licked his lips, adopting a predatory demeanor as he stepped closer to the mysterious soul entity. Kid, what do you intend to do? I warn you, even in my current weakened state as a soul entity, I am not something a mere insect like you can contend with. Don't provoke me, or I shall take your life. The soul entity threatened while retreating, realizing that Lin Yuan's ability to see him might indicate he possessed the means to harm him. I don't wish to do anything. I merely want to consume you. I am curious about the surprises you, as a powerful soul entity, might bring me. As Lin Yuan's words faded, he slightly parted his lips, activating Soul Devour. A tremendous force surged towards the mysterious soul entity. What is this power? No. Don't devour me. I am of use to you. I still hold value. The enigmatic soul entity ultimately realized that, despite possessing unparalleled abilities, his efforts were futile in the presence of this youth. As long as he remained in a spiritual form, he could not escape the formidable devouring power wielded by his adversary. Oh, pray tell, what utility do you offer? Lin Yuan merely sought to intimidate him. Such a unique soul entity was not something he would easily consume, though it was indeed quite delectable. I can teach you cultivation. I can reveal many truths about the outside world. The mysterious soul entity gestured towards the portal. Is that all? That pales in comparison to the benefits of consuming you. Lin Yuan shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. An elder in the house is akin to a treasure. With my assistance, you shall undoubtedly flourish into a formidable being. The mysterious soul entity hastily asserted. Lin Yuan slightly parted his lips, adopting a posture suggestive of devouring. This recalcitrant soul entity needed further persuasion. Indeed, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's renewed intent, the mysterious soul entity's eyes widened in terror, and he leapt up in alarm. Stop. Halt. Very well. This wooden sword is forged from the divine wood of my world, with my presence. I can help you activate some of its capabilities to aid you against foes in times of peril. Consider this ability as your trump card. Without my assistance, this caliber of divine sword would merely be a worthless piece of wood in your hands, the mysterious soul entity reluctantly divulged. Chapter 38, Chu Yunfeng. The Sword of Heavenly Slaughter. Should you speak thus, I might consider sparing you. However, how can I trust you not to betray me or sneak away? Lin Yuan pondered aloud, realizing he could not constantly monitor him, akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. A being of my stature is as good as my word. How could I possibly renege? The mysterious soul entity appeared genuinely incensed, resembling an upright individual wrongfully accused, his performance commendable. Continue your act. While I am unaware of your past prowess, it must surely exceed my comprehension. Do you expect me to trust a cunning old fox like you? Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully, causing the mysterious soul entity to exhibit visible embarrassment, aware that his acting was somewhat stilted. Then what do you propose? Perhaps you might simply let me go. As if we had never crossed paths? He feigned nonchalance. Ding. The host encounters a conscious soul entity, granting the skill, Soul Mark. Ah, it is you. My dear companion. I knew you would be the most considerate. Lin Yuan smiled softly. The newfound skill that appeared in his mind was specifically designed for such soul entities, enabling him to plant a soul mark within their consciousness, thereby ensuring their loyalty. Should any notion of betrayal arise, Lin Yuan would instantly be aware. And through the soul mark, he could exert control over them, permitting him to devour them without reservation. Don't move, or I shall consume you. Lin Yuan abruptly raised his hand, pressing his finger against the mysterious soul entity's forehead, activating this soul mark skill. What are you doing? What is this? The soul entity gasped in astonishment, realizing that Lin Yuan possessed such a formidable technique. According to his knowledge, few beings of the Tao realm could master such an extraordinary art. After all, this was a world of martial prowess, not one of cultivation. Control over souls was indeed a transcendent skill. Lin Yuan slowly retracted his finger, a faint smile playing on his lips as he could now distinctly sense the thoughts of the soul entity. Since you recognize this as a soul mark, I need not elaborate further. From now on, behave yourself, and I may consider sparing you, Lin Yuan stated nonchalantly. What secrets do you harbor that render you so extraordinary? The mysterious soul entity inquired, astonished. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply know that aligning with me is the wisest choice you could make. Now, speak of your circumstances, as well as the matters beyond this realm. Very well, my name is Chu Yunfeng, a formidable entity of the starry expanse. However, there is no need for you to know too much about the outside world, as such knowledge may hinder your cultivation mindset. when your strength is sufficient, I shall impart my wisdom. Just understand that I was once powerful, yet betrayed by a friend, leading to my current plight. I relinquished my corporeal form, my soul entering this sword of heavenly slaughter, desperately seeking refuge within the chaotic void, only to find myself here. Chu Yunfeng recounted, his eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. He paused before continuing. This sword is named Heavenly Slaughter. It is encased in divine wood from the Tao realm, concealing the true sword within. Only those who comprehend the path of slaughter can activate it with a heart attuned to killing, revealing its true form. Alas, I am unable to grasp this path. This sword, being excessively malevolent, was sealed by a powerful being within the divine wood, and after countless years, it fortuitously came into my possession. It was also this sword that led to my treachery. I sense that you are quite young, yet possess commendable strength, and there are great secrets about you as well. I shall earnestly assist you, hoping that one day you will help me escape the starry void, so I may exact vengeance for my betrayal. This is my singular obsession. Agreed. Such treachery is distasteful to me as well. If you genuinely assist me, I promise that when my power is sufficient, I shall help you reconstruct your corporeal form and aid you in avenging this profound grievance, Lin Yuan stated with solemnity. Chu Yunfeng nodded slightly, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps this was a sign that fate had not forsaken him, but rather presented him with a grand opportunity. Transforming into a wisp of white smoke, he merged into the sword of heavenly slaughter. Lin Yuan grasped the sword, caressing its surface before fastening it to his back. He discovered that he could not store this sword in his spatial inventory, perhaps due to his insufficient ability to accommodate such a high-tier object. Subsequently, Lin Yuan resumed his vigilant wait, while Chu Yunfeng remained perplexed but chose not to voice his thoughts. After a span of over 10 minutes, the portal shimmered, and two fierce beast figures materialized before them. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan drew his sword, and two soul entities emerged. Then, he opened his mouth, swallowing them whole before the astonished gaze of Chu Yunfeng. You are terrifying, consuming souls whole. Chu Yunfeng quivered, realizing that if everyone possessed Lin Yuan's capabilities, those of his caliber would find no escape upon demise. Death would be absolute. Terrifying? Huh. Cultivation itself is an act of defiance against heaven. Good and evil reside within the heart. Old Chu, it is no wonder you were betrayed. Your character requires further refinement. Lin Yuan remarked in a tone reminiscent of a wise elder, nearly chuckling to himself. But Chu Yunfeng responded earnestly, I stand corrected. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his response, then chuckled and shook his head. The system was his greatest secret, one he could never divulge to Chu Yunfeng, even with the soul mark binding him. As Lin Yuan continued his vigilant watch, a sudden explosion drew his attention. It seems there is a battle nearby, he noted. Indeed, two young individuals are besieged by 5 pinnacle first-stage beasts and are struggling to hold on, Chu Yunfeng replied. How do you know this? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Because I possess spiritual awareness. Although my corporeal form is lost, my spiritual consciousness remains functional, Chu Yunfeng explained. Spiritual awareness? What does that entail? Lin Yuan asked, encountering such terminology for the first time. Beyond the 9th tier, humans can extend their mental energy from their consciousness to perceive environmental changes from afar, providing clarity surpassing mere eyesight, Chu Yunfeng elucidated. How astonishing. Then, martial deities must possess spiritual awareness as well. Martial deity realm? Is that the stage beyond the 9th tier? Indeed, that realm possesses the foundational aspect of spiritual awareness. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt an even stronger yearning for the legendary realm. It is said that the great Xia boasts 4 formidable martial deities. He could not help but wonder just how powerful they truly were. Let us go and take a look. We cannot let any ferocious beasts escape. Lin Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Shaoqing, I will hold these beasts at bay. You must flee without concern for me. A young man, wielding a battle knife, stood protectively in front of a strikingly beautiful woman. Before him loomed 5 hideous ferocious beasts, and the young man bore numerous injuries, clearly inflicted by the beast's savage bites. He was barely holding on. The woman, with one arm hanging limply, bore bite marks on her shoulder, her face etched with determination. Wang Hao, I will not abandon you to flee alone. If we must go, we shall go together. Quickly. This is not the time for emotional sentiment. Your escape is far better than both of us perishing here. Wang Hao urged as he pushed Shaoqing behind him. Just then, the 5 ferocious beasts opened their gaping maws and lunged at Wang Hao, who, now too weak to resist, could only watch helplessly as his demise approached. Wang Hao, Shaoqing's anguished scream pierced the air as she threw herself onto him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, whispering tenderly, if we must die, let us die together. In that moment, regretful tears streamed down Shaoqing's face. Had it not been for her insistence on delving deeper, they would not have fallen into the beast's trap. Just as they resigned themselves to fate, preparing to close their eyes and accept death, a surge of silver light erupted before them, blinding them momentarily. They heard a sharp sound, and the 5 ferocious beasts were abruptly cleaved in two, their blood spilling onto the ground. What? As the two gazed in astonishment, a tall, handsome young man appeared, brandishing a silver sword and carrying a wooden sword on his back, approaching them with a serene smile. Chapter 39, one moment smiling, the next shattering. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, both were taken aback, stunned by his youthful appearance that belied the immense power he wielded. We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Wang Hao clasped his fists in gratitude, bowing deeply. Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Qing echoed with her own words of thanks. There's no need for such formality. I was merely passing by and acted on impulse. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, then began to absorb the souls of the fallen beasts. With 5 souls consumed, another 1,500 ability points were credited to him. Since his arrival, he had amassed 5,000 ability points. The haul was quite satisfactory. To you, it may be a mere happenstance, but to us, it is an immeasurable blessing. Might I ask for your name and contact information? We shall repay your kindness in the future, Wang Hao insisted, still holding his fists in salute. There's no need for such things. I too came to hunt ferocious beasts, and simply took action upon encountering them. Lin Yuan, finding the conversation bothersome, turned to leave. Young brother, wait. Xiao Qing attempted to detain him, but seeing Lin Yuan turn away, she sensed he truly regarded them as inconsequential and ceased her words. Lin Yuan, someone approaches. Chu Yunfeng warned in a low voice. Perhaps they heard the commotion and are coming to help. Lin Yuan responded casually. Doesn't seem like it. It appears as though they are searching for someone. Could they be after you? Chu Yunfeng speculated. Assess their strength, Lin Yuan instructed. 1 mid-second tier individual and 5 at the body forging stage. They pose no threat. Let us see what they intend. Lin Yuan halted his steps, gazing into the dense forest ahead. Moments later, 6 figures emerged from the thicket, led by a middle-aged man, presumably the mid-second tier expert. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, the man broke into a smile and approached slowly, accompanied by his 5 companions. Are you Lin Yuan? The middle-aged man inquired with a grin. Indeed, and you are? Lin Yuan replied coldly. Your audacity is commendable, to see me and not flee. I shall inform you without hesitation. You killed the Liu family father and son. Did you not? The man sneered. I did. Are you here to seek revenge? Quite so. How bold of you to admit it. However, this is not merely vengeance. It is a favor for the Liu family's elder. You are to blame for offending someone you ought not to have. The man chuckled darkly, underestimating Lin Yuan, viewing him as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. How dare you? I am the young master of the Wang family, and this young brother here is my savior. To lay a hand on him is akin to declaring war on the Wang family. Withdraw at once, and I shall overlook your transgressions, Wang Hao interjected. Stepping forward with Xiao Qing, the Wang family was a martial clan in Quench City, with their patriarch being a mid-second tier powerhouse. The Wang family? Which Wang family? Do you mean Wang He? The middle-aged man mocked. Since you are aware of my father, why do you not retreat? Wang Hao retorted angrily. You insolent wretch. Even if your father Wang He were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. The likes of your Wang family dare not instill fear in me. Since you have seen me, you shall all perish. The man drew a long knife from behind him, showcasing his mid-second tier aura without reservation. What? You are a mid-second tier? Young brother, run. Wang Hao exclaimed in shock, realizing the man was even stronger than his father. He called out to Lin Yuan, knowing such a powerhouse was beyond their means to confront. Flee. It is too late. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally, swinging his long knife toward Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood his ground, seemingly frozen in fear. The man's eyes gleamed with malevolence upon witnessing this. What a pathetic so-called genius, boasting of being the national champion with such cowardice. But in the next instant, as the knife descended upon him, Lin Yuan merely sidestepped slightly, evading the attack, and then delivered a powerful punch to the man's chest. What? No. The middle-aged man realized his grave error, but it was too late to evade. A thunderous impact echoed as the man was sent reeling backward, his chest caving in, crashing into the 5 Liu family body forging guests behind him, sending them sprawling. Blood erupted from the man's mouth as he flew through the air, landing several meters away like a lifeless dog, motionless on the ground. What? This is impossible. He is a mid-second tier martial artist. Wang Hao gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had expected Lin Yuan to be paralyzed by fear, yet the next moment, Lin Yuan had unleashed a devastating blow, rendering the mid-second tier expert unconscious. What kind of power is this? It is terrifying. How old could he possibly be? Xiao Qing was equally astonished, covering her mouth with her hands to stifle her gasp, her large eyes brimming with incredulity. The remaining 5 Liu family guests lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to rise. Brother Wang, you witnessed it. He sought to kill us. I was merely acting in self-defense, so you must bear witness, Lin Yuan said with a faint smile, a grin that hinted at mischief. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao quickly suppressed his astonishment and steadied himself, responding calmly. Indeed, the Liu family has resorted to hiring assassins, while you, Brother Lin, have merely acted in self-defense. Both Xiaoqing and I can testify to that. Excellent. Lin Yuan uttered a mere 2 words before stepping in front of the middle-aged man. raising one foot to crush his head. Instantly, the man's skull exploded like a watermelon with a resounding crack. Ah! Xiaoqing let out a piercing scream. Burying her face in Wang Hao's embrace, who was also trembling in fear, utterly taken aback by Lin Yuan's seemingly benign exterior that belied such brutal ferocity. He was, in fact, a merciless killer, smiling one moment, and then shattering a man's skull the next. Lin Yuan paid no heed to their terror, with a swift motion. The sword floating snow was drawn, and in a flash of silver light, all 5 adversaries lay lifeless on the ground, their blood staining the earth beneath them. This was a veritable hell on earth. Who exactly is Brother Lin? Wang Hao had never witnessed such a scene. A tumultuous churn in his stomach threatened to overwhelm him. Brother Wang, could you please visit the city lord's mansion and summon some assistance? Lin Yuan said with a smile. All right, I'll go right away. Wang Hao replied, immediately taking Xiaoqing by the hand and fleeing toward the exit, eager to distance himself from this harbinger of death, feeling an unbearable weight of pressure. Lin Yuan was not a bloodthirsty individual. He simply showed no mercy to his foes. He understood well the adage that mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. Having consumed the souls of 6 individuals, he accrued another 1,500 ability points. The Lu family was proving to be quite generous in their contributions of ability points. He chuckled inwardly at their misfortune. Lin Yuan, you are at the peak of the 1st tier in martial arts, and your strength is commendable. If I am not mistaken, your combat prowess has reached the standards of the peak of the 2nd tier, correct? Chu Yunfeng assessed lightly. Just a small talent. It seems I must strive harder. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. However, given the circumstances of Blue Star, you are indeed remarkable. Approximately 3 kilometers to the southwest, there is another group likely searching for you. Chu Yunfeng reminded. It appears the Lu family is determined to capture me today. They shall not blame me for my ruthless actions. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, his figure vanishing as he darted southwest. Chapter 40, Slaying the 3rd Tier, a Man Hard to Grasp. Lin Yuan soon located another group in the dense forest to the southwest. After confirming their allegiance to the Lu family, he wasted no time in slaughtering them all. Under Chu Yunfeng's guidance, the last wave of adversaries could not escape their fatal fate, as Lin Yuan claimed each one without leaving a single soul behind. There's still a 3rd tier initial stage individual at the entrance. How do you plan to handle that? Chu Yunfeng inquired. A 3rd tier? I'm not confident. But I believe if I choose to leave, he won't be able to stop me, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Gazing at the 9,000 ability points on his panel, he realized it was merely a drop in the bucket, hardly sufficient for his needs. He made his way toward the exit, soon arriving at the designated spot. At the exit stood 3 individuals, 2 of whom were Wang Hao and Xiaoqing, blocked by Lu Hanqing, unable to escape. The 3rd was a burly elder, the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Hanqing himself. You little beast. I did not expect you to emerge so soon. Prepare to pay with your life. Lu Hanqing recognized Lin Yuan instantly, his voice dripping with venomous fury. Lu, old dog, do you truly believe you can detain me? Allow me to enlighten you. Every member of your Lu family has already perished within the Crimson Forest, Lin Yuan stated flatly. No wonder I could not reach them, but what does it matter? To kill you, I would gladly pay any price. I shall wait right here at the entrance. Let us see who outlasts whom. Lu Hanqing acknowledged Lin Yuan's strength. Aware he had slain his 3 companions, yet he still believed himself superior. Old Chu, do you have any suggestions? This old coot is quite troublesome. Lin Yuan thought to himself, contemplating how to escape Lu Hanqing's blockade. Of course, as long as you wield the sword of heavenly execution, I can expend some soul power. Killing a 3rd tier opponent would be effortless, Chu Yunfeng replied with confidence. Very well. However, consider this, once I act, I will not be able to summon any power for at least 3 months, Chu Yunfeng cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Feeling reassured as he slowly drew the sword floating snow, he was prepared to confront Lu Hanqing, eager to gauge the true strength of a 3rd tier warrior. Emboldened by Chu Yunfeng's support, Brother Lin, do not act rashly. This man is the patriarch of the Lu family, a 3rd tier initial stage powerhouse, far beyond the 2nd tier. Wang Hao urged anxiously. Lin Yuan ignored him, pointing his sword directly at Lu Hanqing, determination gleaming in his eyes. Lu, old dog, the enmity between us is irreconcilable. Strike. Let me witness the true power of a 3rd tier warrior, Lin Yuan declared coldly. In response, Lu Hanqing summoned a long spear, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You speak boldly, young one. Allow me to show you what true despair feels like. Lu Hanqing taunted, brandishing his spear in an aggressive stance. You fool, Lin Yuan scoffed, incensed by Lu Hanqing's arrogance. Lu Hanqing's fury ignited at Lin Yuan's insolence as flames engulfed the spear. With a powerful thrust, he lunged forward, aiming for Lin Yuan's chest. Fire-type ability, is it? Lin Yuan remained vigilant. At the moment the spear struck, he activated his spatial leap, instantly teleporting behind Lu Hanqing, aiming to stab him in the back with floating snow. Anticipating the move, Lu Hanqing executed a swift counter with his spear. Clang! The clash of metal resounded as Lin Yuan staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, while Lu Hanqing also retreated 3 paces, stabilizing himself. Is it any wonder you are so arrogant? You possess some genuine strength, Lu Hanqing remarked, astonished as he had underestimated Lin Yuan's capabilities. Lu, old dog. I must admit you have disappointed me. Your combat power is at most 25,000, far from the standard of the 3rd tier. Have you been indulging in too many potions? Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to mock him, and Lu Hanqing's expression darkened further. What of 25,000? It is more than enough to deal with you. Prepare to meet your end, Lu Hanqing retorted, unleashing a fireball toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan cleaved the fireball in 2 with his sword, but Lu Hanqing's spear followed closely behind, piercing through the remnants of the fireball. Are you testing my patience? Lin Yuan bellowed, directing floating snow toward the spear's tip. Boom. Their attacks collided, resulting in another stalemate as both retreated. Increase my combat power, Lin Yuan mentally shouted, instantly allocating all 9,000 ability points to enhance his strength, bringing his combat power to 176, 100 points, narrowing the gap with Lu Hanqing. With his eyes shimmering with silver light, a silver orb of energy coalesced in his palm, hurtling toward Lu Hanqing. Spatial rift slash. The silver mass enveloped Lu Hanqing, numerous crimson blades tearing through space and striking him. With his SS-level ability combined with S-level martial arts, Lin Yuan's combat prowess had reached a level capable of threatening Lu Hanqing. Indeed, wounds began to mar Lu Hanqing's body, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Damn it! What level of martial arts is this? How can it possess such formidable power? Lu Hanqing exclaimed in terror. Huh, do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Once I escape, I will take your life, Lu Hanqing shouted while fending off the attacks. 5 seconds later, the effects of this spatial rending kill skill dissipated, yet before Lu Hanqing could breathe a sigh of relief, 3 blinding silver beams of light illuminated the surroundings once more. Spatial dimensional slash. 3 colossal silver blades surged toward Lu Hanqing. He dared not underestimate this attack, knowing it was another of Lin Yuan's techniques, which he presumed to be of considerable caliber. He could only respond with all his might. The tip of his spear ignited with an even fiercer flame as he thrust it toward the spatial dimensional slash. Boom. The moment Lu Hanqing's spear collided with the spatial dimensional slash, he suddenly felt a chill within his body, and to his astonishment, he discovered a bloodied longsword protruding from his chest. Struggling to turn around, Lu Hanqing saw Lin Yuan standing behind him with a cold smile. The sword embedded in his back. How can you be this strong? Lu Ning, what kind of being have you provoked for the Lu family? Lu Hanqing coughed blood, his voice filled with regret. Lu Hanqing, it is too late for regrets now. Your failure to educate your son and your grandson is the destined fate of your family. Even if it were not me, someone else would eventually come to collect from the Lu family, Lin Yuan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanqing's heart turned to ashes. He realized Lin Yuan spoke the truth, cursing himself for his previous arrogance that had brought ruin upon the Lu family. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan ruthlessly withdrew his longsword, causing Lu Hanqing to widen his eyes in shock before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Clang. Lin Yuan flicked the blood from his sword and sheathed it with remarkable composure. Impressive, young man. I thought you would require my assistance, praised Chu Yunfeng. He is but a worthless individual propped up by elixirs, Lin Yuan replied coolly. Indeed. Chu Yunfeng nodded in quiet approval, realizing that had it been another youth, he might have had to intervene. It seemed Lin Yuan's resolve was steadfast. Is this still human? A 3rd-tier powerhouse, and he was slain so easily? Just how strong is he? Wang Hao was once again awestruck by Lin Yuan's power, which had shattered his previous perceptions. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of something different, yet upon recalling Wang Hao beside her, she quickly lowered her head, trying to dismiss her thoughts. However, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Lin Yuan's earlier swordplay had deeply etched itself into her heart, a memory she would never forget. Yet, she also understood that he was a man she could never possess. Chapter 41. Arrival of the 4 Great Holy Institutes. Brother Wang, I apologize for almost implicating you because of my actions. Lin Yuan approached Wang Hao and said, nodding at Xiao Qing. No, not at all. You didn't implicate us. You merely prevented us from leaving. Wang Hao quickly gestured with his hands. All right, now that everything is fine, let us exit. Of course, please, Brother Lin. Wang Hao stepped aside, allowing Lin Yuan to exit first, with Wang Hao and Xiao Qing closely following. Once outside, Lin Yuan called the city lord, while Wang Hao explained the situation to the staff at the entrance. Moments later, 3 vehicles from the city lord's mansion sped over, led by Zhao Yin and his guards. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yin instructed Captain Yang to lead the guards into the Crimson Forest to investigate the situation. Uncle Zhao, greetings. I am surprised to see you leading the team personally, Wang Hao said as he approached Zhao Yin to pay his respects. Oh, it is the young man from the Wang family. Greetings, greetings, Zhao Yin replied with a smile. Thank you for taking the trouble to come, Brother Zhao. Lin Yuan spoke up. Oh, Zhao Yin hadn't yet responded when Wang Hao felt awkward. Having just called Lin Yuan brother, and now finding himself addressing Zhao Yin in a seemingly inferior manner. Was there anything more embarrassing? Not at all. Your matters are my matters. We are all family here. No need to be formal. Zhao Yan laughed heartily. At that moment, Captain Yang emerged from the Crimson Forest, whispering a few words to Zhao Yan. Suddenly, Zhao Yan's eyes brightened with disbelief as he turned to Lin Yuan, his astonishment evident. Brother Lin, you have truly amazed me. The Liu family member you mentioned killing was actually the head of the Liu family? He is a third-tier powerhouse. It seems everyone has underestimated you. Your prowess far exceeds the peak of first-tier displayed during the martial arts examination. If the world were to know of your strength, how many talented individuals' hearts would be shattered? Zhao Yan exclaimed, his shock palpable. Brother Zhao, you overpraise me. Liu Hanqing's combat ability barely reached the standards of the early third tier, at most around 250,000 battle power. Lin Yuan humbly replied. Although he was at the bottom of the third tier, he was still a genuine third-tier fighter. Lin Yuan should not be so modest. With a resigned smile, Lin Yuan shook his head. Had it not been for Chu Yunfeng's backing, he would not have dared to engage Liu Hanqing so recklessly, especially considering the significant gap in their battle power. Thanks to his high-level abilities and advanced martial arts, he managed to contend with such a formidable opponent. In the admissions office of Tsinghua University, a middle-aged man sat at his desk, holding a student's profile, while two young teachers stood before him. Director Li, this is the latest information. It seems there was a mistake regarding his ability level. He is actually an S-class spatial ability user, one of the young male teachers reported. An S-class? It has been 3 years since an S-class has appeared in Xia, and now two have emerged. One is the grandson of the principal of Mo University, and he will undoubtedly enroll there. This S-class national champion is a must for Qingda. Otherwise, we will be overshadowed by Mo University for years to come. Director Li Tsongfeng stated solemnly. Director Li, a dignified middle-aged man and the head of Qingda's admissions office, was filled with excitement. He would have pursued the national champion regardless. But since the individual was S-class, it was imperative to recruit him into Qingda. Director, Mo University has also received the news and will likely put in their utmost effort to recruit this champion. Moreover, Rome University and Qin University seem poised to offer their best sincerity as well, a young female teacher added. Let us see who secures this S-class champion. It will be a battle of wits, Li Tsongfeng asserted confidently, slamming his hand on the desk. Director, let me go? I will ensure we bring this S-class champion to Qingda, the male teacher volunteered. I can go too. The female teacher chimed in. Successfully recruiting Lin Yuan to Qingda would be a monumental achievement, leaving a lasting mark on their professional records. No, this time, I shall go personally, Li Tsongfeng declared gravely. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot afford to fail. Upon hearing this, the two teachers dared not protest further, understanding the significance Li Tsongfeng placed on this recruitment. Mo University was indeed preparing to compete for this admission, and having two S-classes was more than welcome. This time, their admissions director also decided to take personal charge. For Lin Yuan was a candidate worthy of Mo University's utmost attention. A similar situation has arisen at Rome University and Qin University, where the rankings of these two esteemed institutions have consistently lagged behind. However, should they succeed in recruiting Lin Yuan this time, there exists a substantial opportunity to fundamentally alter their current standings. Consequently, both universities are exerting every effort to secure Lin Yuan's commitment. The following day, Lin Yuan was enjoying tea at the City Lord's mansion with Zhao Yin and Qi Tianeng. The case involving the Liu family had just concluded, with Lin Yuan being deemed to have acted in self-defense, supported by two witnesses. The City Lord's mansion had also clarified the previous incident of Lu Ning's assault on Lin Anren, further exacerbating the Liu family's culpability. As for Lu Ning's disappearance, it had gone largely unnoticed, ensuring that Lin Yuan would not face any repercussions. All remaining servants of the Liu family were dismissed, and their assets had been swiftly absorbed by the Wang family, who were the first to learn of the developments. The Liu family's martial arts school had also been taken over by the Wang family. Lin Yuan held no objections to this. Wang Hao was, after all, a friend, and he had little interest in such enterprises. In truth, Lin Yuan emerged as the primary beneficiary, having seized Liu Hanqing's storage ring after vanquishing him. This ring contained the entirety of the Liu family's wealth. Though they were not a commercial family, their riches were nonetheless impressive. Lin Yuan currently possessed over 60 million in cash alone, not accounting for the value of other cultivation resources. However, these resources offered limited assistance to Lin Yuan. What he truly required was a soul entity, although these could later be exchanged for other materials. As Lin Yuan conversed with his two companions about matters within the martial arts community, his phone rang, an urgent call from Tang Weigua. Lin Yuan, the representatives from the 4 major sacred academies have arrived. You must come to school at once. Tang Weigua implored. All right, I shall be there shortly. Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. After all, visiting any of the 4 major academies would not be a loss to him. Upon entering the principal's office, Lin Yuan observed 4 distinguished individuals seated on the opposite sofa. There was a formidable middle-aged man, a youthful and radiant woman, a kindly elder, and a refined middle-aged gentleman. Each exuded an almost imperceptible aura, unmistakably marking them as masters in their own right. Lin Yuan cast a brief glance before walking over with a serene expression, gracefully taking a seat across from them and offering a slight smile. Lin Yuan, these four are the directors of the admissions offices from the four major sacred academies, who have all personally come to extend their invitations to you, Tang Weiguo introduced with a smile. Today, Tang Weiguo was particularly elated. The convergence of the admissions directors in his office was a matter he could boast about for years to come. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and spoke. I appreciate the attention from the four esteemed teachers. I am not well acquainted with the sacred academies and hope you can enlighten me. His words were delivered with subtlety, implying that he wished to see the sincerity of their offers. The four directors observed Lin Yuan intently, faced with four masters who subtly radiated their power. Lin Yuan remained composed and articulate, indicating a commendable temperament. Allow me to begin, the kindly elder said. I hail from Tsinghua University and serve as its admissions director. I am here to sincerely invite you, Lin Yuan, to study at our esteemed institution. Although our cultivation resources may be limited, we shall endeavor to meet your requests. The other three directors exchanged glances, surprised by the elder's unexpectedly humble approach. Hadn't he just been putting on airs? Did he not fear that Lin Yuan might take advantage of this? Please, do not look at me in such a manner. I speak the truth. While Qing University and Mo University possess formidable strengths, we at Qing University can only extend our utmost sincerity, the elder shrugged nonchalantly. Well then, I shall not hold back either. Rome University shares the same sentiment. Should Lin Yuan wish to join us, your requests will be fully accommodated. The refined middle-aged man chimed in. Ah, so you are laying all your cards on the table, are you? The radiant woman interjected. Lin Yuan, you must have heard of the renown of Mo University. While we are all part of the four major sacred academies, Mo University is undoubtedly the better choice for you. Director Huang, what do you mean by that? If you believe Mo University is superior, you need not belittle the rest of us, the refined middle-aged man retorted, displeased. Mo University may be strong, but there is no need to state it so brazenly. I merely stated facts. We all know the truth. Lin Yuan, should you choose to attend Mo University, we can offer you the blood of a 9th-tier fierce beast, your choice of S-rank martial arts. And I can guarantee you a full set of S-rank weapons and armor. The woman, referred to as Director Huang, proclaimed with pride, rendering the other two directors speechless. Given that the official investment in education resources for Mo University was already substantial, coupled with the high caliber of its students and their frequent completion of various academy tasks, which yielded additional rewards, Mo University's resources had grown increasingly robust. Lin Yuan's interest was piqued at the mention of 9th-tier fierce beast blood, while he lacked martial arts. Acquiring S-rank weapons and armor was no easy feat to him. The authoritative middle-aged man finally spoke. Lin Yuan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Tsongfeng, an admissions officer from Tsinghua University. You may call me Teacher Li. I refrained from speaking earlier because I have set my sights firmly on you. You should have heard of the strength of Qing University. We can provide you with the same cultivation resources as others, and even the blood of a divine beast, if necessary. What? Director Li, does Qing University truly have such resources to spare? To my knowledge, you only have this last portion of divine beast blood left, correct? Are you truly willing to part with it for a new student? Director Huang responded incredulously. Knowing her own highest authority allowed only for 9th-tier beast blood, what is there to hesitate over? Resources are meant to cultivate geniuses, and I believe Lin Yuan is worth the investment of divine beast blood. Furthermore, Qing University will fully support his development, offering whatever resources are necessary, Li Tsongfeng stated emphatically, causing Director Huang to look somewhat displeased. The other two universities quickly recognized their disadvantage. Their resources paled in comparison to those of Qing University and Mo University. In such a competitive atmosphere, they knew they could not compete. All right, Lin Yuan, we have all spoken at length. The decision now rests with you. Please make your choice. The kindly elder said with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan arrived at his decision. He chose Qing University, not solely for the offerings, but rather for Li Tsongfeng's earnest demeanor. He was confident that Qing University would wholeheartedly assist him in becoming stronger. To both of you, I apologize, but as a northern dweller, I believe that Mo University and Rome University may not suit me due to the climate. And to the esteemed teacher from Qing University, I am truly sorry. Qing University is significantly closer to Quench City, and I prefer to avoid complications. Thus, I will opt for Qing University. Lin Yuan articulated his choice with tact, sparing the other three institutions from undue embarrassment. Very well, Lin Yuan. Since you have made your choice, I wish you great success in your studies, the kindly elder from Qing University said as he rose and departed with a smile. I shall take my leave as well. Lin Yuan, do visit me in Rome City sometime. You will surely fall in love with the local hot pot. The refined middle-aged man added before standing to leave. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement as he saw them off. What a pity. I had hoped you would choose Mo University. I must depart now. Having come to Quench City, I must sample the local delicacies, Director Huang remarked as she gracefully exited the office. Haha, Lin Yuan. Selecting Qing University will undoubtedly be your wisest decision, Li Tsongfeng declared with satisfaction. After a few individuals departed, Li Songfeng burst into hearty laughter, elated at the prospect of recruiting Lin Yuan. Haha, I feel the same way, teacher Li. When can I expect the blood of the fierce beast you mentioned? Lin Yuan inquired directly. You are quite straightforward, which I appreciate. However, I cannot carry the divine blood with me. Once you report to Qing University, I will promptly apply to the academy to expedite the transfer of the blood to you. Nevertheless, the energy contained within the divine blood is exceedingly volatile. The academy will assign specialized instructors to guide your absorption. There is no need to rush. I assure you, I will keep my word. Qing University has a reputation to uphold, Li Songfeng replied with a smile. His highest authority was indeed the 9th-tier fierce beast blood. Yet he spoke of the divine blood merely to secure Lin Yuan's allegiance. He was confident that upon returning and explaining the situation to the dean, the divine blood would be approved. All right then, teacher Li, when can I report to the academy? Lin Yuan asked. You are quite eager. Typically, new students report in September, though some may arrive early, as the training environment at the academy surpasses that of the outside world. If you wish to come early, feel free to call me. Li Songfeng said, handing Lin Yuan his business card, which Lin Yuan accepted and stored in his spatial pouch. Understood, teacher Li. I will contact you before I head over. Lin Yuan nodded. Your acceptance letter will be mailed here shortly. Well, I shall not linger any longer. Until we meet again in Kyoto. Li Songfeng remarked as he rose to depart, needing to resolve matters concerning the divine blood. After Li Songfeng left, Lin Yuan conversed with Tang Weiguo for a while before finally leaving the school. Upon returning to Longton Garden, he discovered that his sister, Lin Anren, had also returned home. Lying on her bed, Lin Yuan approached her bedside and gently stroked her head. Anren's surgery was very successful. The doctor said she just needs to rest. They will come to the house for regular checkups. Their mother, Yu Hui, said reassuringly. Yes, Anren, just focus on your recovery. Lu Ning and his family have vanished from Quancheng, so no one will dare to bully you again, Lin Yuan said fondly, as he cherished his family deeply. Especially since he had none in his previous life. He was soon to leave home for Qing University, and he could only do so with peace of mind knowing his family was safe. Thanks, brother. Once my leg is healed, I will work hard to cultivate and strive to be as formidable as you, aiming for Qing University too, Lin Anren declared, shaking her little fist. Her adorable demeanor melting Lin Yuan's heart. All I wish for is your happiness. That is what matters most, Lin Yuan said with a smile, ruffling her hair affectionately. Chapter 43, Qingwu University, A New Beginning. In the following days, Lin Yuan refrained from training in the Crimson Forest, understanding that haste makes waste. He recognized the necessity of balancing work and rest. He decided to meet up with his good friend Huang Dongdong, who had performed well in the liberal arts entrance examination and was contemplating enrolling in a liberal arts university in Rongqing. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's choice of Qing University, Jiang Sheng also resolved to apply there, confident in his qualifications. Meanwhile, Li Meng opted for a prestigious university in Modu, although his scores were barely adequate for the top-tier institutions. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan declined several offers from entrepreneurs wishing to bestow gifts upon him. Zhao Yin's predictions had proven accurate, with offers of houses and cars in abundance. He graciously turned them all down, mindful of the complexities of human relationships. Subsequently, he visited Qi Tianheng, Zhao Yin, and his teachers, Tang Weiguo, Du Feng, and Wu Zhe, among others. After a few days of leisurely respite, Lin Yuan felt it was time to return to his cultivation journey and decided to head to Qing University ahead of schedule. As one of the 4 great sacred academies, Qing University boasted an unparalleled training environment and resources, promising a much faster rate of advancement compared to lingering in Quancheng. Once he ensured his family was settled and left them with a substantial sum of money, Lin Yuan embarked on his journey to Qing University. Early one morning, Jiang Sheng awaited him at the entrance of his home, eager to accompany Lin Yuan to the academy. The two swiftly boarded the high-speed train to Kyoto. Once aboard, Lin Yuan closed his eyes to meditate. The distance from Quancheng to Kyoto was not great. The train would arrive in just over an hour. Jiang Sheng, respecting Lin Yuan's focus, busied himself with his phone. The carriage was filled with numerous students heading to the school, all buzzing with excitement at the prospect of entering their dream institution. Discussions predominantly revolved around the recently concluded martial arts examination, with Lin Yuan becoming the focal point of their chatter. Hey, listen, you've garnered quite the fan base, participating in the martial arts exam. You're practically a top-tier celebrity now, Jiang Sheng teased. Lin Yuan simply pulled up the hood of his jacket, resuming his breathing exercises for cultivation. Though he possessed a system, he recognized the importance of hard work, as these exercises could enhance the strength of his internal spiritual energy, gradually elevating his martial arts level and combat prowess. While it may not be as swift as utilizing ability points, he understood the principle of perseverance through diligence. Despite his advantages, a sense of urgency lingered, particularly with the wooden sword strapped to his back, reminding him of the gap between himself and true prodigies. Before long, the train arrived at Kyoto Station, and Lin Yuan had already contacted Li Songfeng, the head of the admissions office, who would send a vehicle to pick him up. Upon exiting the station, Lin Yuan spotted Li Tsongfeng standing beside an SUV emblazoned with the Qing University emblem, waving in his direction. "Look, it's the Qing University vehicle. It must be here to pick up new students," exclaimed a student nearby. "Indeed, that's the Qing University car. That's Director Li from the admissions office." A master-level expert, another student recognized. "Yes, there's a profile of teacher Li on Qing University's official website. I can't believe he personally came to pick up a new student. I wonder who has such influence that would warrant his attention," speculated another. "Do you really think a master-level expert would care about any high-ranking official?" Amidst the chatter, Lin Yuan walked directly toward Li Tsongfeng, shaking his hand before boarding the car with Jiang Sheng. "Look, the person Director Li came to pick up has appeared. Wait, that person looks familiar. I've definitely seen him before, but I can't quite place it," said one student. "Are you foolish? That's Lin Yuan, the national champion Lin Yuan. I can't believe I shared a train with him. What an honor," exclaimed another. It truly was Lin Yuan, and it seemed only someone of his exceptional caliber could attract the attention of a master-level expert. "Lin Yuan, I thought you would wait until the official start of the semester to come to the academy," Li Tsongfeng remarked, smiling as they drove. "I recently dealt with some matters and found myself with nothing pressing to attend to, so I figured it best to arrive at the academy early. After all, cultivation is paramount," Lin Yuan responded nonchalantly. "Indeed, you possess great talent and diligence. I have high hopes for you," Li Tsongfeng affirmed, nodding in appreciation. "Brother Yuan, you truly leave no room for others to catch up. With your level of effort, I wonder when I will ever be able to match your pace," Jiang Sheng lamented. "Haha, and who might this classmate be? If you wish to keep up with Lin Yuan, you'll need to train relentlessly," Li Tsongfeng laughed heartily. "Greetings, Teacher Li. I am also a freshman at Qingda, a classmate and close friend of Lin Yuan, and I am Jiang Sheng." Jiang Sheng introduced himself briefly. "We are merely classmates. I am not well acquainted with him," Lin Yuan interjected nonchalantly. "Brother Yuan, saying that will surely hurt his feelings," Jiang Sheng replied, looking at him with an aggrieved expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan shifted slightly to the side, wearing a look of disdain. "Haha, well, you are a genius of Qingda. Should you and Lin Yuan require any assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out," Li Tsongfeng remarked, sensing a good rapport between the two. "Thank you very much, Teacher Li." Jiang Sheng quickly expressed his gratitude, fully aware that Li Tsongfeng was extending this courtesy due to Lin Yuan's presence. Yet he felt no jealousy, genuinely admiring Lin Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Qingda, and they curiously peered out the window. The gates of Qingda were magnificent, exuding both grandeur and solemnity, instilling a sense of reverence. Above the enormous arched entrance, for gilded characters read Qingwu University. These characters were robust and powerful, brimming with an exhilarating momentum that truly lived up to the institution's esteemed name. "Wow, Qingwu University is so impressive," Jiang Sheng exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, quite remarkable," Lin Yuan replied, clenching his fists. This was the place where he would grow into a formidable force. As the vehicle reached the main office building, the three disembarked, and Li Tsongfeng assisted the two in completing their enrollment procedures and obtaining their student cards. This student card was of paramount importance, symbolizing their identity and containing crucial information such as academic credits, which would be required in various places within the academy. "Hooray, Qingda, here we come," Jiang Sheng shouted exuberantly as they exited the office building. "All right, enough shouting. Let us head to the dormitory and familiarize ourselves with the campus," Lin Yuan said, patting Jiang Sheng on the shoulder. "Sure thing. Brother Yuan, I'll go find my dormitory first," Jiang Sheng replied, wheeling away his suitcase. Jiang Sheng possessed an A-class ice ability and was assigned to the Elemental Academy, which primarily housed individuals with elemental powers, making it a large institution. It encompassed elemental categories such as metal, wood, water, fire, soil, as well as ice, lightning, wind, light, darkness, and others. Conversely, Lin Yuan's spatial abilities were rare, placing him in the Rare Academy, which included a variety of unique powers. Additionally, there were three major academies: the Beast Academy, the Mental Academy, and the Enhancement Academy. As their names suggest, the Beast Academy focused on various beast transformation abilities, the Mental Academy dealt with special mental powers, and the Enhancement Academy was dedicated to enhancing personal or others' abilities. Lin Yuan proceeded towards the dormitory area of the Rare Academy, recognizing that this marked a new beginning. He needed to integrate swiftly into the academy and commence his journey of self-improvement. Chapter 44. The Martial God Tower. Lin Yuan ascends the tower. The dormitories at Qingda were designed as villa-style accommodations, with two students sharing each villa. This design was primarily to facilitate martial artist training needs, as practicing martial arts in designated training rooms could be quite inconvenient. Hence, training rooms were incorporated within the dormitories. The first floor comprised a living room, while the second floor housed two training rooms, constructed with special materials that were sturdy and durable, impervious even to fifth-tier warriors. After all, fourth-tier warriors had already met the graduation criteria, Even some exceptionally talented individuals nearing graduation who achieved 5th-tier status would find these training rooms entirely sufficient. Soon, Lin Yuan located his dormitory. He swiped his student card at the villa entrance, and the door swung open. Upon entering, he found the dormitory to be immaculate, clearly unoccupied. The living room was furnished with a sofa, television, and all the essential furniture and appliances. The first floor contained 2 bedrooms, and Lin Yuan chose the one further inside for its tranquility. After retrieving some basic belongings from his storage space and placing them in the bedroom, Lin Yuan ascended to the training room on the 2nd floor. The training room was quite spacious, approximately 100 square meters, providing ample room for martial arts practice. In one corner, there were some training equipment and a combat power testing device to gauge one's strength. However, Lin Yuan, possessing a system panel, found little use for it. After a brief assessment, he descended the stairs, intending to explore the campus. Just as he reached the ground floor, the villa door opened, revealing a tall young man entering with a suitcase in tow. This young man appeared very clean-cut and exuded a friendly demeanor. "Hi, brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Li Yuan from Jiang Province, also residing in this dormitory." He introduced himself warmly. "Lin Yuan, from Tai Province." Lin Yuan nodded in response. "Tai Province, Lin Yuan? Wow, brother, you wouldn't happen to be that legendary national top scholar, would you?" Li Yuan's eyes lit up. "It's no legend. I merely scored a bit higher on the martial arts exam," Lin Yuan said modestly. "A bit higher? Come on, brother, are you trying to downplay it? You scored 6 or 7,000 points higher than the second-place contender, and you call that just a little?" Li Yuan exclaimed, wide-eyed. Is it all right if I stay in this bedroom?" Lin Yuan quickly shifted the topic, helping Li Yuan pull his suitcase into the room. "Oh, of course. Thank you. Lin classmate, you're quite hospitable," Li Yuan chuckled, scratching his head as he entered the bedroom. "Lin classmate, you can tidy up first. I just arrived and plan to explore the campus," Lin Yuan said. "I'll join you. There's no rush to unpack." "Lin classmate, I've done ample research about Qingda, so let me be your guide," Li Yuan replied, dropping his luggage and preparing to accompany Lin Yuan outside. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Having a guide was certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly. The two set off together towards the campus, which boasted a remarkably beautiful environment, with various landscapes resembling a 5-star attraction. Refreshing the spirit, the buildings, including classrooms, training fields, and martial arts stages, were meticulously constructed, exuding the grandeur of a prestigious institution. They soon arrived at the central part of the academy, where Lin Yuan spotted a towering structure soaring 100 meters high in the central plaza. Lin Yuan. This is the renowned Martial God Tower of the Holy Academy. This tower is extraordinary. Those who ascended are undoubtedly exceptional talents, Li Yuan remarked. Gazing at the tower with admiration, Lin Yuan, too, looked at the ancient-looking tower with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Possessing a system, conventional training methods held little allure for him. He hoped that the Martial God Tower would bring him some delightful surprises. "What is so remarkable about this tower?" Lin Yuan inquired curiously. "Look at all the people gathered around the tower, yet very few can actually ascend it. It's said that the tower consists of 10 levels, and just conquering the first level is quite challenging. If one fails to reach the second level before their second year, they will permanently lose the chance to challenge the Martial God Tower. Furthermore, one must ascend to the 3rd level before their 3rd year. Otherwise, they will also lose eligibility. However, once one reaches the 3rd level, they gain the privilege to train within the tower without being bound by rules, allowing them to ascend at any time before graduation." Li Yuan explained. "Is there a selection mechanism? What challenges lie within the tower that so many cannot ascend?" Lin Yuan questioned. "It's said that the first level features 3 humanoid projections, all at the peak of 1st-tier strength, which will attack the challenger simultaneously," Li Yuan responded. As a freshman nearing the end of their 1st year, attaining the mid-stage of the 1st rank is considered a remarkable achievement. One might ponder, how formidable is the challenge of ascending the tower? This is merely the 1st level. The 2nd level is rumored to host 3 peak 2nd-rank projections, which tend to eliminate a significant portion of the gifted sophomores. Those who can truly reach the 3rd level are undoubtedly prodigies. The 3rd level houses the Heavenly Fire Training Chamber, where it is said that the esteemed Su Sheng gathered celestial flames from a hidden realm and infused them into this level. The celestial fire serves to refine the bodies of all martial artists. Only those who can endure for over 2 hours within the training chamber are deemed worthy of ascending to the 4th level, a feat that is said to be beyond the capabilities of the average individual. As for what lies within the 4th level, it is rarely mentioned, and I have not been able to uncover any pertinent information. Li Yuan elucidated the first 3 levels of the Martial God Tower in one breath. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, realizing that bringing Li Yuan along was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, he would not have been privy to such extensive knowledge. "Let us go take a look. It seems quite lively," Lin Yuan remarked, his interest in the tower piqued. "Absolutely," replied Li Yuan, who had long harbored a desire to visit. And together they proceeded toward the Martial God Tower. "Senior, may I inquire if there are challengers within the tower? Which talented senior is it?" Li Yuan asked a nearby upperclassman. "You must be a new student, right?" "Hee hee, See the light illuminating the left side of the martial god tower? That signifies someone is challenging the tower on that side, the senior explained. At present, it is Senior Duan Qing from the 3rd year. Renowned as a genius among his peers, he added. Li Yuan looked up to see that a green light was indeed shining at the 3rd level on the left side of the tower. Oh, thank you, senior, he responded, turning to Lin Yuan with a grin. Did you hear that? A 3rd-year genius, quite impressive, already at the 3rd level. Yuan, can new students like us challenge the tower? Lin Yuan inquired, curious about the tower's capabilities. Of course, you can ascend the tower with your student card. What about you, junior? Are you interested in giving it a try? The senior replied before Li Yuan could speak. Yes, I'm somewhat intrigued. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Lin Yuan, don't act impulsively. We've just enrolled. Let us come back to challenge it later. Can't you see this group of upperclassmen waiting to see you make a fool of yourself? Li Yuan whispered, urging caution. It's fine. I genuinely wish to see what this tower can do, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head knowingly. The newcomers this year have quite the audacity. Just a few days ago, one claimed to be the top scholar of Yun province and was thrown out after merely reaching the 1st level. Ha ha, it was hilarious. An upperclassman chuckled nearby. Fresh calves fear no tigers. If they wish to embarrass themselves, we'll just enjoy the spectacle. I wonder if this is yet another provincial champion. Perhaps their confidence from the martial examination has gone to their head, another remarked. Unfazed by the surrounding mockery, Lin Yuan's gaze remained resolute as he approached the entrance of the martial god tower. Lin Yuan, you're being too reckless, Li Yuan lamented, unable to dissuade him. And sighed helplessly. A group of upperclassmen quickly gathered around, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Perhaps for the incapable, witnessing the misfortune of others serves as a source of amusement and psychological comfort. Chapter 45, Task Activation, Ascend to the 2nd level. Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the martial god tower and scanned his student card at the machine. Immediately, the right side tower door swung open, and he stepped inside. The martial god tower can accommodate up to 4 challengers simultaneously. With Lin Yuan's entry, there were only 2 individuals within. Li Yuan anxiously watched the green light on the 1st level, hoping Lin Yuan would not be expelled. For such an outcome would also subject him to the cruel mockery of the upperclassmen. What is his background? He seems quite confident. Is he a provincial champion? An upperclassman inquired. No, Li Yuan shook his head. Oh, what audacity. Not a provincial champion, yet still daring to challenge the tower. I can't tell if he is ignorant or just not very bright, someone scoffed. He is the national champion, Li Yuan corrected, irritated. National? The national champion? How impressive. Ha ha ha, many national champions have come through Qing University, but none have been as audacious as him. Let us wait and see how long our national champion can last. I bet 5 minutes. I wager 2 minutes. The surrounding upperclassmen erupted into raucous laughter, showing no faith in Lin Yuan's chances. Lin Yuan, I hope you can hold your ground, Li Yuan thought to himself, clenching his fists in silent hope for a miracle. Upon entering the tower, Lin Yuan found the challenge space of the 1st level to be quite expansive, occupying a quarter of the total area, yet still measuring around 100 square meters. Just as he steadied himself, 3 figures suddenly materialized in the opposing space. Ding. Tower segmented task activated. Ascend to the 4th level of the martial god tower. Reward, a martial arts gift package for the host. Another new task? A segmented task, martial arts gift package? Is the system about to bestow upon me more martial arts? Lin Yuan smiled faintly, gazing at the 3 phantoms before him. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Yuan charged toward the 3 apparitions like a cannonball, not even retrieving the snowflakes from his storage space, and instead launched a punch at the trio. The 3 phantoms were merely peak 1st rank, and Lin Yuan dismissed them entirely. The vast disparity in combat power rendered any technique unnecessary. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 phantoms offered no resistance, swiftly dissipating into the void. And the green light on the right side of the 1st level of the martial god tower extinguished in an instant. As the phantoms vanished, they coalesced into shimmering particles of spiritual energy that swiftly entered Lin Yuan's body. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, and he felt his cultivation level elevate slightly. He quickly glanced at the system panel and discovered a change in his martial arts level. Martial arts, peak 1st rank, 30. Combat power, 203,000. Recently, through incessant practice of his breathing techniques, Lin Yuan had already increased his martial arts level by 5%. To his astonishment, by merely challenging the 1st level of the martial god tower, he had gained a 25% increase in cultivation. This was truly extraordinary. If he were to visit here frequently, his cultivation would surely soar. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was not much different from having an external augmentation. What a delightful surprise, he mused. This effect is only valid for the 1st time, Chu Yunfeng interjected, dousing his enthusiasm. It's a one-time effect. But that is still quite fortunate. What is the principle behind this? Lin Yuan inquired. It's akin to passing down skills. Your Su Sheng truly deserves the title of sage for selflessly expending his own cultivation to nurture the next generation. How commendable, Chu Yunfeng remarked coolly. Cultivators are inherently selfish. For the sake of cultivation, resources, and treasures, they will stop at nothing. Chu Yunfeng serves as the perfect counterexample, Lin Yuan thought, feeling a newfound respect for this martial god. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the crowd quickly noticed the extinguishing of the first level's light, causing an immediate stir. Ha! That was far too quick. Was it even 5 seconds? Make way. He.S. about to be expelled. What national champion? He.S. not even as good as that provincial champion from Yun province who lasted at least 3 minutes. Our national champion must have been utterly stunned. Hence his complete lack of resistance, leading to his immediate expulsion. The surrounding upperclassmen began to mock Lin Yuan as the green light extinguished. Li Yuxuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself. Lin Yuan, lacking in strength, still dared to stand out, dragging him into ridicule alongside him. Look, the lights on the second floor have illuminated. At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke the air, prompting everyone to raise their heads in unison. Indeed, the green light on Lin Yuan's side of the second floor had brightly lit up. How could this be possible? What the hell? He ascended to the second floor? Is this for real? Wasn't he just a freshman? How could he possibly reach the second floor? It must be a mistake. The martial god tower could not err. Yet, to ascend to the second floor in just 5 seconds. This level of prowess was certainly beyond that of an ordinary newcomer. Is this batch of freshmen truly so abnormal? What the hell? The crowd was filled with murmurs. While Li Yuxuan suddenly felt as if he had risen, a sense of pride swelling within him. He cast a proud glance at the senior students. The sensation of public humiliation inflicted upon them was exhilarating. Lin Yuan's remarkable feat of ascending to the second floor in 5 seconds was something even many second-year seniors could not match. Even if Lin Yuan were to last less than a second on the second floor, that alone was worthy of pride. After all, Lin Yuan was a groundbreaking national champion, incomparable to any ordinary genius. Li Yuxuan held his head high and boasted once more. As a freshman, Lin Yuan indeed surpassed many seniors. However, the latter were still reluctant to acknowledge this. Lin Yuan is indeed a genius, but the second floor is not comparable to the first. He will likely stop here. Yes, no matter how talented he is only 18 years old. If he could pass the second floor, wouldn't he that make us seniors look like failures? Observing Li Yuxuan's smug demeanor, a senior promptly spoke up to salvage their pride. Lin Yuan ascended the stairs to the second floor, where the space was not significantly different from the first, merely slightly smaller in area. 3 phantoms stood before him, and he instantly drew his sword, recognizing they were 3 pinnacle second-tier opponents. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, he had to tread cautiously. The pressure he felt was akin to facing Lu Hanxing. Yet his skills had improved, allowing him to remain considerably more composed than during his encounter with Lu. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he swiftly formed a silver sphere of energy in his hand and launched it forth. Spatial Rift Slash. Without holding back, he unleashed his most potent attack, mindful to avoid overconfidence leading to failure. The 3 phantoms were immediately enveloped by the sphere, and crimson blades of light spiraled out within the space. Lin Yuan stepped forward, utilizing spatial teleportation to instantly appear behind one of the phantoms, his sword imbued with a fierce surge of spiritual energy, as if it pierced through the very fabric of space, delivering a fatal strike to the phantom's back. The phantom disintegrated into nothingness, causing the remaining 2 phantoms to grow wary, continuously locking onto Lin Yuan's position. Subsequently, Lin Yuan attempted several surprise attacks using spatial teleportation, but none were effective. Although spatial teleportation allowed for instantaneous movement, entering and exiting space made it all too easy for skilled opponents to lock onto his location. It seemed he would need to find a martial art focusing on agility. Recognizing his shortcoming, Lin Yuan resolved that if the martial arts package did not provide him with an agility-based skill, he would visit the Academy's martial arts hall to seek one out. If stealth attacks were ineffective, he would resort to a direct assault. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan charged toward the 2 opponents, where his advanced swordsmanship displayed its might, executing fierce techniques without showing any weakness against both adversaries. As he grew bolder, his combat awareness sharpened, and seizing upon the openings presented by his opponents, he unleashed a dimensional slash that cleaved through the air. Armed with advanced martial arts, his battle prowess surged remarkably. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, Lin Yuan finally dispatched the 2 foes, and simultaneously, the green light outside the second floor extinguished. Following the dissolution of the 3 phantoms, familiar sparks of spiritual energy streamed into his body, prompting Lin Yuan to close his eyes in bliss. The exhilarating sensation of a dramatic increase in strength was utterly enthralling. Chapter 46. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Dean Mu Qianqian. Upon absorbing the spiritual energy from the dissipated phantoms, Lin Yuan's cultivation soared once more, and he gazed in astonishment at the data on his system panel. Martial Path, Peak First Tier Martial Artist, 70. Battle Power, 239,000. His battle power had increased by 30,000, and his martial path level had risen to 70%. It seemed he would soon break through to the second-tier realm. Lin Yuan, filled with excitement, fixed his gaze on the entrance to the third floor, and walked toward it without hesitation. Outside the martial god tower. 3 minutes had elapsed when the green light on Lin Yuan's side of the second floor abruptly extinguished. "Look, the light has gone out. That freshman is about to come out," someone exclaimed. Although he had failed the challenge, as a freshman, this achievement was still a source of pride. It appeared that Qing University had indeed produced an extraordinary talent, and the senior students felt a sense of pressure. The seniors finally witnessed Lin Yuan's failure, some of them displaying a smug attitude befitting their status. At Qing University, approximately 10% of first-year students reached the second floor, while fewer than 2% of second-year students ascended to the third floor. This ratio was not insignificant among the third and fourth-year students in the academy. Over 200 had ascended to the third floor. After all, the martial god tower was a place for cultivating true geniuses, and the path of the martial god was not limitless. "What the hell? The light on the third floor has lit up." A voice of shock rang out, and the crowd turned in disbelief toward the third floor, where the green light indeed shone brightly. The expressions of the onlookers instantly soured. Just moments ago, they had proclaimed his failure, yet now it was clear he had ascended to the third floor. What the hell? This world is utterly insane. Who is this remarkable prodigy? This is beyond mere genius. Even the anomalies from our fourth year would seem like mere dregs in his presence during their first year. Is he truly a freshman? Only 18 years old. If he had been cultivating since birth, it wouldn't be this extraordinary. The crowd erupted in chaos. If ascending to the second floor marked one as a genius among geniuses, then reaching the third floor was a feat that transcended the realm of prodigies. To qualify for the martial examination, one must reach the initial stage of body refinement, with the most talented candidates at best achieving the pinnacle of body refinement or even early first-tier status. These were already remarkable feats. Yet here was Lin Yuan, effortlessly defeating 3 well-coordinated pinnacle second-tier experts in a mere 3 minutes. What kind of strength was this? Early third tier? Or even higher? Yet he was only 18 years old, having awakened his extraordinary abilities for less than a year, and his cultivation had already surpassed that of many third-year students from prestigious academies. How could this not leave the self-proclaimed geniuses among the seniors feeling a sense of dread? At that moment, Lin Yuan stood with his mouth agape in shock. He knew Lin Yuan was strong, but this level of strength was utterly absurd. Too strong. Is he truly my peer? The disparity between us is akin to that of heaven and earth. It is utterly disheartening. Fortunately, Lin Yuan felt nothing but admiration for Lin Yuan. Had he harbored any jealousy, he would likely be crushed by despair at this moment. Lin Yuan now stood on the third floor, observing that there were 4 training rooms. One of the rooms had its door aglow with a green light, indicating that a third-year student named Duan Qing was likely training inside. Lin Yuan casually pulled open the door to one of the training rooms and stepped inside, causing the light above the door to illuminate green as well. The training room was not large. At its center was a circular platform designed for practitioners to sit and cultivate. Lin Yuan promptly sat cross-legged, and suddenly, the temperature around him surged, enveloping him in a wave of heat. The Fire Spirit Training Room. This was the energy of flames. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. For at that moment, his heavenly flame body refinement technique unexpectedly responded, allowing him to absorb the fiery energy to cultivate his body refinement martial arts. Splendid. Although it wasn't as rapid as absorbing the essence blood of ferocious beasts, its ease of use was commendable. Finally, my heavenly flame body refinement technique has found a pathway for advancement. With this thought, Lin Yuan quickly focused his mind, fully absorbing the surrounding searing flame energy. The temperature here would rise increasingly over time, and within the tolerable duration, Lin Yuan intended to absorb the flame energy to temper his physique. Outside the martial god tower, a crowd of onlookers gazed at the green light on the third level, engaged in animated discussions. How long has Senior Duan Qing been inside? Someone inquired. It's been an hour. He should be able to emerge in just over an hour, came the reply. Senior Duan Qing truly lives up to his reputation as a genius, enduring over 2 hours even in his third year. Impressive. Another remarked. I wonder how long this extraordinary newcomer can last. I reckon, at most, half an hour. This heavenly fire training room does not assess cultivation level, but rather the strength of the body. As a newcomer, no matter how prodigious his innate talent, his physique cannot be strong. Half an hour is already generous, an older student mused. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, to elevate one's cultivation to such heights in just 1 year of senior high school required unimaginable effort. Yet, if his physique were equally extraordinary, the senior students would surely be left astounded. Meanwhile, Li Songfeng sat in the dean's office, wearing a troubled expression as he gazed at the icy demeanor of the esteemed Dean Mu Qianqian. The dean of Qing University appeared to be in her 20s, though her actual age was indeterminate. Her skin was as fair as jade, her eyes deep and starry, her nose slightly upturned, and her lips, cherry red and thin, exuded an air of chill. With an elegant demeanor, her every gesture radiated the poise of a superior, her commanding aura making it difficult for others to meet her gaze. At that moment, Mu Qianqian sat at her desk, while Li Songfeng faced her. Director Li, you speak of this outstanding top student with remarkable talent. whose martial examination results have set a historical precedent. I have watched his martial examination video, and indeed, it is impressive. However, you must understand the value of the essence blood from divine-level beasts, an elite resource coveted even by martial god experts. Is it truly appropriate to grant it to him based solely on a martial examination? Mu Qianqian's cool, melodious voice resonated, causing Li Songfeng to shudder. Dean Mu, I have already made a promise to that child. Would it not be inappropriate to go back on my word now? Li Songfeng replied, feeling conflicted. He had publicly pledged his support, and it was through the divine essence blood that he had secured Lin Yuan's allegiance. Otherwise, Lin Yuan might have chosen to join the Demon Academy. To retract his promise now would be a blow to his own dignity and to Qing University. Then provide some alternative resources to meet his demands as best as you can. The essence blood from divine-level beasts is far too crucial. I cannot simply give it away. Unless he demonstrates his talent and potential. If he can reach the 4th level of the martial god tower before his 3rd year is over, I will agree to grant him this last remaining essence blood, Mu Qianqian asserted resolutely. The essence blood is not something to be taken lightly. Qing University can only afford to reserve it for genuine geniuses. It is only those true prodigies who possess the potential to make a significant impact on humanity's plight that merit such divine resources for cultivation. Do not be deceived by the current peace. Let us not forget that ferocious beasts still roam Blue Star, and in areas overrun by these beasts. The military continues to combat them day and night. Humanity needs a true leader. A formidable being who can ascend beyond the martial god and guide us in driving the ferocious beasts back to their realm. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already persevered in the training room for 1 hour, and the scene was nearing a tipping point, as Lin Yuan once again shattered all the older students' perceptions. His cultivation had only just begun. Chapter 47. Quickly grant him the divine essence blood. At this point, it had been an hour since Lin Yuan entered the Heavenly Fire training room. The expressions of the older students outside the martial god tower varied. Some stared blankly at the green light on the 3rd level, others looked despondent, while many clenched their fists. It's been an hour, hasn't it? Is this kid some kind of monster? His talent is impressive enough, but his physique is equally formidable, one older student remarked. Yes, an hour has passed, truly bizarre. If he can endure for 2 hours, the spectacle will be monumental. I cannot even fathom the level of his strength by the time he reaches his 4th year. Time quickly passed, and another hour elapsed. Inside Duan Qing's training room, he sat cross-legged on the circular platform in the center, his body trembling and drenched in sweat, clearly nearing his limit. This time, I managed to hold out for nearly 3 hours. I've improved by almost an hour. If I continue at this rate for another 6 months, I should be able to attempt the 4th level. Only by overcoming the 4th level can I close the gap with those prodigious peers. Duan Qing gritted his teeth and persevered. 3 months prior, he had barely surpassed the 2-hour mark. Now, after 3 months, he had extended his endurance by almost an hour, an impressive rate of improvement. Duan Qing felt a swell of pride. When he emerged, he would surely receive the admiration of the crowd. Yet, the oppressive heat had become unbearable. The temperature must have approached 150 degrees, and he could only endure for another 3 minutes at most. With that thought, Duan Qing decisively ended his training, standing up from the platform as the temperature in the training room began to drop. His sweat evaporated instantly, and he examined his resilient skin and robust muscles. Nodding in satisfaction, it is time to exit. With renewed vigor, Duan Qing pushed open the door and stepped out of the martial god tower. A confident smile gracing his lips, exuding a sense of triumph and glory. However, the next moment, he stood frozen in place. Where were the applause? The cheers? The congratulations? Why was it so eerily quiet? This was simply incomprehensible. Duan Qing scanned the faces of the crowd, puzzled. Why did they all appear as if they had not seen him, their gazes fixed on the 3rd level of the martial god tower? I'm right here, standing before you. How can they be so blind? What are they still looking up at? Confused, Duan Qing walked into the crowd, raising his gaze towards the 3rd level of the martial god tower, where a light shone brightly. Amidst the throng, he spotted a few older students who often flattered him, approaching them with an annoyed tone. Who is cultivating up there? Why does everyone look as if they've seen a ghost? Duan Go, it's a newcomer. An older student stammered. What? A newcomer? That's impossible. Duan Qing exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that a newcomer could ascend to the 3rd level. He would not accept it even if it cost him his life. The surrounding older students immediately cast him incredulous looks, as if to say, what an ignorant fool. They had been watching since Lin Yuan began his ascent. As Duan Qing noticed their expressions, his anger surged. A newcomer reaching the 3rd level? Are you all out of your minds? If newcomers could reach the 3rd level, I would eat my words upside down. The crowd's mocking gazes intensified, some stifling laughter, which only fueled Duan Qing's ire. Just as he was about to retort further, an older student grabbed his arm, whispering, Duan Go, stop talking. It really is a newcomer up there. We've been watching since he entered the tower. A newcomer like that? What kind of joke is this? Duan Qing was incredulous, unwilling to accept the fact that a mere freshman could rival him, a genius in his 3rd year. Indeed, Brother Duan, He is the national champion of this year's martial arts examination, exhibiting a somewhat abnormal prowess. Oh, please elaborate, Duang Qing remarked with a brooding expression. The individual then recounted Lin Yuan's remarkable feats, ascending to the second floor in 5 seconds and the third floor in 3 minutes. If what you say is true, this freshman must possess at least peak second-tier strength. How is that even possible? How old is he, and how long has he been cultivating on the third floor? Duang Qing continued to inquire. Almost 2 hours now. Everyone is eager to see if he can last 2 hours, came the reply. 2 hours? Duang Qing murmured. Turning his gaze towards the third floor of the martial god tower, his eyes filled with complexity. An hour passed, and in the dean's office. Li Songfeng had already expressed his thoughts extensively, but Mu Qianqian remained steadfastly opposed to granting Lin Yuan the blood of a divine beast at this moment. Just as Li Songfeng found himself at a loss, his phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out, seeing it was a teacher from the admissions office, and informed Dean Mu Qianqian. Dean Mu, I need to take this call. Mu Qianqian nodded slightly. What is the matter, Teacher Wang? Li Songfeng inquired upon answering. Director Li. He has ascended. Came an urgent voice from the other end, nearly incoherent with excitement. Ascended? Teacher Wang, please calm down and clarify, Li Songfeng frowned. To the third floor of the martial god tower. The freshman you recruited, Lin Yuan. Teacher Wang finally caught his breath. Oh, understood, Li Songfeng nodded. Initially thinking it was no big deal, but in the next moment, he abruptly stood up in shock. What? The third floor? Li Songfeng's voice soared several octaves, unmistakably revealing his surprise. Once the news was confirmed, Li Songfeng hung up, his gaze towards Mu Qianqian sparkling with excitement. However, Mu Qianqian frowned, questioning what had caused this outburst from him. Director Li, what is going on? Why are you so flustered? She asked, displeased. Dean Mu. Lin Yuan has ascended to the third floor of the martial god tower and has been cultivating in the Fire Heaven training room for 3 hours without coming out yet. Li Songfeng, trying to calm his racing heart, explained. What? Now it was Mu Qianqian's turn to raise her pitch. As she sprang to her feet, her face flushed crimson, her tone reaching a crescendo akin to a melodious aureole. Yet, true to her position of authority and formidable strength, she quickly suppressed her astonishment. However, the rising and falling of her chest betrayed her shock. Sensing her reaction, Li Songfeng hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to offend this 9th-tier powerhouse. You mean to say that this freshman has ascended to the third floor of the martial god tower? Mu Qianqian inquired, regaining her composure as she sat back down. Indeed. He is still inside, Li Songfeng confirmed. Mu Qianqian nodded slightly and pressed a button on her desk, ordering, project the footage of Lin Yuan's ascension to my office. Soon. The videos of Lin Yuan's battles on the first and second floors appeared on the projection screen in her office. The first floor, a swift annihilation. The second floor, a commanding domination. This youth possesses at least peak second-tier combat prowess, and as for his martial arts level, it remains to be seen. At his age, such strength is indeed a rare phenomenon of prodigious talent. Mu Qianqian nodded, finally acknowledging Lin Yuan's excellence. She had initially stated that if Lin Yuan could reach the 4th floor before his 3rd year, she would grant him the blood of a divine beast. Yet, he need not wait until then. He could ascend to the 4th floor now. Director Li, you've done exceptionally well. Recruiting such a genius into our Qing University is indeed a significant achievement, Mu Qianqian affirmed with a smile. Hearing this, Li Songfeng finally broke into a radiant smile. Pondering the matter of the divine beast's blood. Once he exits the tower, I will promptly present him with the divine blood. Mu Qianqian produced a spatial vial from her storage ring, within which glimmered the golden essence of the divine beast's blood. Chapter 48, Perfecting the Burned Skin Realm. Ascending to the 4th floor, Li Songfeng gazed at the divine beast's blood in Mu Qianqian's hand, his heart finally at ease. Relieved to have a satisfactory resolution for Lin Yuan. He truly feared that if Qing University lost credibility, Lin Yuan might transfer out of frustration. And he believed all the top martial academies in the Great Xia would welcome him with open arms. Mu Qianqian then stored the divine blood away and addressed Li Songfeng. Director Li, please have Lin Yuan come to my office. I will present it to him personally. Li Songfeng nodded, realizing the dean had begun to take Lin Yuan seriously, which was exactly what he hoped for. Dean Mu, Lin Yuan has been in the Fire Heaven training room for 3 hours now. Is everything all right? Li Songfeng expressed his concern, worried about Lin Yuan's well-being. There will be no issues. If his body were to encounter any problems, the Fire Heaven training room would immediately cut off the fire energy, Mu Qianqian reassured him, shaking her head. However, Dean Mu, should we not check the surveillance just to be safe? We wouldn't want to regret it later if something went wrong. Very well. Mu Qianqian considered before pressing another button on her desk. The projected image switched to display the interior of the Fire Heaven training room. There, Lin Yuan sat calmly on the circular platform, his breathing steady, clearly in a state of stable cultivation. Upon seeing Lin Yuan in the footage, Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock, and she abruptly turned her head, hastily shutting off the display. The temperature in the Fire Heaven training room had reached nearly 300 degrees after 3 hours. Ordinary clothing could not withstand such heat, having long since reduced to ash. Ahem, Li Songfeng cleared his throat awkwardly. Dean Mu, I apologize. I forgot about the temperature inside. No matter. Prepare an S-level battle suit to present to him upon his exit, Mu Qianqian replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, I'll go prepare it now, Li Songfeng said hurriedly. Eager to leave Mu Qianqian's office. Once he departed, Mu Qianqian reflected on the previous scene, her face growing even warmer as she vigorously shook her head. What am I thinking? In truth, Mu Qianqian was not very old, only about 25 or 26, a secret unbeknownst to many. She was a hidden genius, a true prodigy. At that moment, Lin Yuan sat in the Fire Heaven training room, 6 hours having passed, with temperatures exceeding 600 degrees, far beyond what an ordinary martial artist could endure. Just a little more, and I will perfect the burn skin realm. At this point, even he began to feel restless. The heat had reached his limit. 10 more minutes elapsed, and Lin Yuan suddenly rose, concluding his cultivation as the surrounding temperature began to plummet. He opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. The snowfall appeared in his hand, and he swiftly slashed at his arm. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, his seemingly delicate skin bore no marks whatsoever. Perfecting the burn skin realm truly proved formidable, and his combat strength should have significantly increased. Satisfied, Lin Yuan nodded and glanced at the system panel. Martial Arts, Spatial Dimensional / A, Advanced, Burn Heaven Body Refining Technique S, Burn Blood Realm 0, Spatial Rending Execution S, Advanced. Combat Power, 280,000. Achieving perfection in the Burning Skin realm, his combat power has surged to such an astonishing degree that Lin Yuan himself is somewhat taken aback. However, this is to be expected, as it stems from an S-rank body refining technique, the effects of which are naturally pronounced. Donning a fresh set of attire, Lin Yuan stepped out of the training chamber, his gaze directed towards the entrance of the 4th level. It was time to fulfill the system's task. Beneath the Martial God Tower, a few tenacious students lingered, eager to witness the extent of Lin Yuan's prowess. Duan Qing also remained, keen to ascertain the gap between himself and such a prodigious talent. Look, the lights have gone out. A voice rang out as the green light atop the tower extinguished, prompting the crowd to collectively gaze towards the 3rd level of the Martial God Tower, confirming that the green light had indeed vanished. He has finally emerged. 6 hours and 16 minutes. Unbelievable. What was the highest recorded time for that most monstrous senior in their 4th year? If memory serves, it was around 7.5 hours. This freshman, Lin Yuan, is perilously close to surpassing that record. He is even more extraordinary than a prodigy. The scene erupted into a flurry of discussions, astonishment etched on every face. Duan Qing cast a glance at the 3rd level, his expression darkening as he quietly exited the throng, disappearing from the central plaza. Li Yuxuan also chose to stay, having come with Lin Yuan and certainly intending to wait for him, not to mention his own curiosity about the extent of Lin Yuan's strength. Excuse me, senior. Might you enlighten me about the challenges on the 4th level? He inquired of an older student nearby. Not at all, my junior, the older student replied courteously. The 4th level consists of a corridor where attacks corresponding to one's unique abilities will manifest, with an intensity approaching 400,000 combat power. Successfully traversing this corridor constitutes a successful challenge. 400,000. How can Lin Yuan possibly handle that? I hope he doesn't attempt the 4th level, Li Yuxuan thought anxiously. 400,000. Entering would surely result in severe injury, equivalent to the prowess of a 3rd-tier beginner who can only attain such combat power through martial arts. Fear not, junior. Even if the challenge is unsuccessful, his life will remain unthreatened. If he cannot withstand the onslaught, the challenge will be terminated immediately. However, injury is inevitable. A 6th-tier light element teacher is present beneath the Martial God Tower, and she will intervene if he sustains serious harm, the older student reassured him, his demeanor amiable, considering his association with Lin Yuan. At that moment, the onlookers were astonished to find that the 4th level of the tower lit up green on Lin Yuan's side. Without further ado, Lin Yuan ascended to the 4th level. Upon entering the corridor, the new clothes he had just donned vanished in an instant. His body was assailed by numerous spatial blades, which relentlessly sliced at him, causing immediate pain to his skin. Had he not just attained perfection in the burning skin realm, he would have sustained grave injuries in mere moments. Yet even so, the pain coursing through him was excruciating. Is this spatial energy? Lin Yuan quickly sensed the surrounding energy, recognizing it as belonging to the same category as his own. Moreover, he realized he could absorb this pure spatial energy through his breathing technique. If he could cultivate here amidst such refined spatial energy, it would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. Alas, the intensity of the spatial blades was too great for him to endure for long. Should the older students learn of his thoughts, they would surely break into a cold sweat. Is he mad? The corridor is meant for traversing, not for cultivation. After approximately 5 minutes in the corridor, a gash appeared on his shoulder, prompting Lin Yuan to withdraw from the passage. This won't do. My burning skin realm is still insufficient for cultivation here. The task is complete. I shall return to challenge it another time. No need to rush. Lin Yuan decided against pressing on. While he could force his way through the corridor at the cost of injury, it was unnecessary. Once I obtain the blood of a divine-level ferocious beast and elevate my burning blood realm, I should be able to cultivate here for a while, he mused. With that thought, he wasted no time in retrieving a fresh outfit and made his way down the tower. He is coming down. Lin Yuan is descending. A voice rang out as someone spotted the lights extinguishing on the 4th level. Beneath the martial god tower, Lin Yuan stood anxiously by the entrance. Accompanied by a remarkably beautiful female teacher, the 6th-tier light element instructor mentioned by the older student, who possessed healing abilities. Lin Yuan had promptly sought out this teacher, requesting her presence at the entrance to treat Lin Yuan's injuries immediately. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the teacher was already on high alert. Just then, Lin Yuan's figure emerged at the exit, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 49, The First Encounter with Mu Qianqian, I Don't Believe It. Lin Yuan stepped out of the martial god tower, and the crowd that had gathered at the entrance was left in awe upon witnessing him emerge unscathed. Lin Yuan, are you alright? Let this teacher examine you, Lin Yuan urged, his face etched with concern. Despite Lin Yuan's seemingly normal exterior, having endured attacks of 400,000 combat power for 5 minutes, he must surely be grievously injured. I'm fine, no need for an examination. Thank you, teacher, Lin Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively while nodding at the beautiful instructor. How could you possibly be fine? Don't force yourself. Your life is far more important than appearances. Let me see. Lin Yuan insisted, and before Lin Yuan could protest, he had already lifted Lin Yuan's shirt, revealing smooth, unblemished skin, devoid of any signs of injury. Wow, look at those abs. A bold female voice exclaimed from the crowd, causing Lin Yuan to hurriedly push Lin Yuan away and adjust his clothing. I told you I'm fine. Why are you lifting my shirt? Lin Yuan felt utterly embarrassed. The astonishment among the onlookers intensified. It was utterly improbable that he emerged unscathed. My goodness, he spent 5 minutes at the 4th level and remained unharmed? I recall a senior from a few days ago who sustained severe injuries just by stepping into the corridor. It was this very teacher who rescued him. Indeed, the seniors from the 4th year, every time they pass through the 4th level, they are left battered and bruised, requiring considerable time to recuperate before attempting the 5th level. What kind of monster has come to our Qin University? The older students engaged in animated discussions, while the beautiful teacher interjected, Young man, are you truly uninjured? Allow me to conduct a thorough examination to ensure there are no underlying injuries you may not perceive. As she spoke, her hands radiated a golden light. Clearly unwilling to entertain Lin Yuan's denial. With no choice, Lin Yuan nodded, and the teacher pressed the golden light against his shoulder. In an instant, Lin Yuan found himself enveloped in a warm, golden glow. After 2 or 3 breaths, the teacher withdrew her hand, her expressive eyes wide with disbelief. He was indeed uninjured. Having overseen the medical care of students at the Martial God Tower for many years, this was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon, leaving her utterly astonished. Thank you, teacher, Lin Yuan said again, nodding in appreciation before he stepped away from the crowd, Lin Yuan following closely behind. Lin Yuan, you are absolutely incredible. Do you realize that? Many third-year seniors have yet to reach the heights you have achieved. I had thought that upon entering university, we would all be on the same starting line. Yet here you are, nearly at the finish line. It's quite disheartening, isn't it? Haha. Lin Yuan jested, his admiration for Lin Yuan evident, devoid of any hint of jealousy. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. I am merely at the beginning of my cultivation. The journey ahead is still long. Let us strive together. Brother, please spare me your modesty in my presence. I find it rather overwhelming. Lin Yuan replied with an odd expression. Just as the two were about to return to their dormitory, Li Tsongfeng appeared before them. Lin Yuan, come with me to the dean's office. The item I promised you is ready, Li Tsongfeng said with a smile, lacking any airs of a master. In the presence of such a prodigy, even a master could not harbor any sense of superiority, given the talent Lin Yuan exhibited. It was only a matter of time before he became a master himself. The heights he would reach in the future would likely leave even masters in awe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. It's the divine grade bloodline. He nodded eagerly. Yuan, you head back first. I have something to attend to. He informed Li Yuan before departing with Li Tsongfeng. On the first day, the mysterious dean personally received him, and now a master came to invite him. How impressive. Sharing a dormitory with such a person, was he lucky or merely unfortunate? Li Yuan shook his head helplessly, smiling as he walked back to the dormitory to practice more diligently starting tonight. Director Li, why would the dean personally meet with me? Lin Yuan asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Although he was the top student, he didn't expect someone of the dean's stature to meet him personally. Don't play coy. We monitored your performance at the Martial Deity Tower, Li Tsongfeng replied. With your extraordinary talent, it is not surprising that the dean wishes to meet you. Especially regarding the divine grade beast bloodline, which is of great significance. It is prudent for the dean to handle it personally. Li Tsongfeng praised him, acknowledging Lin Yuan as a genius he had never encountered before, and it was only natural for the dean to value him. The heights Lin Yuan could reach were unimaginable. Perhaps he could truly become a martial deity, or even surpass that legendary realm. The two then walked into the dean's office together. At that moment, Mu Qianqian sat with her back to the door, gazing out the window. Lin Yuan could only see her silhouette. So it turns out she is a woman. Impressive indeed. Lin Yuan thought to himself, not out of disdain for women, but because it was remarkable for a woman to lead a sacred institution. Her contributions must far exceed those of her male counterparts. Dean Mu, Lin Yuan has arrived, Li Songfeng said respectfully, slightly bowing to her back. You may leave now. I would like to speak with him. Mu Qianqian's cool yet melodious voice drifted towards them. Yes, Dean Mu, Li Songfeng replied, bowing again before slowly exiting the office and closing the door behind him. Lin Yuan curiously observed the woman's back, clasping his hands together. I am Lin Yuan, a student. It is an honor to meet you, Dean. His tone was neither servile nor fearful, maintaining a sense of dignity regardless of the person before him. Mu Qianqian was quite pleased with Lin Yuan's demeanor as she slowly turned her chair to face him. A breathtakingly beautiful visage appeared before Lin Yuan, momentarily stunning him. Even as a resolute individual committed to his cultivation, she was simply too beautiful, captivating to the point of being breathtaking. Despite her seemingly cold demeanor, it did not diminish her allure. Rather, it exuded an air of nobility. Any man encountering her for the first time would inevitably lose composure. Lin Yuan, however, managed to regain his calm rather swiftly after just a brief moment of distraction. Mu Qianqian scrutinized Lin Yuan, noting his sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and handsome features. A faint smile playing on his lips. Standing at a height of 185 meters, he possessed an extraordinary aura that drew people closer, compelling them to understand him better. Observing Lin Yuan's reaction, Mu Qianqian regarded him with newfound respect. He was resolute, a person of great potential. Lin Yuan, welcome to Qing University. I am quite pleased with your performance. The rewards promised by Director Li are all here, Mu Qianqian said, waving her hand gracefully, causing a stack of battle garments, a piece of black metal, and a vial of shimmering golden beast blood to appear on the table. Lin Yuan glanced at the items on the table and nodded slightly. Thank you, Dean. This S-grade battle garment is crafted from special beast materials. When worn, it not only boasts incredible defensive capabilities, but is also resistant to damage from intense battles or extreme temperatures, Mu Qianqian explained, her cheeks slightly flushed as she coughed lightly. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words. Additionally, this piece of S-grade metal can be taken to Master Han at the forging workshop, where he will assist you in crafting a suitable weapon. As for the divine-grade beast blood, direct absorption poses risks. The ferocity within could overwhelm you, leading to potential madness or even death. Tomorrow, I will arrange for several vice deans to assist you in the absorption process. Understood. Thank you, Dean. Lin Yuan waved his hand, storing the S-grade battle garment and medal. Now, let us test your ability level, martial arts rank, and combat power. Mu Qianqian indicated towards several testing devices nearby. Is that really necessary, Dean? I was tested in high school already. Lin Yuan expressed reluctance, aware that he was SS grade. Such a revelation would expose him. Mu Qianqian stood up, her statuesque figure accentuated as she approached Lin Yuan, her captivating gaze fixed on his eyes. I do not trust the high school results. Dean, the high school tests are reliable. Really, there's no need for further assessment, Lin Yuan replied with a slight smile, clearly indicating that he had secrets he did not wish to disclose. But what if I choose not to believe you? Mu Qianqian stepped closer, examining his eyes intently, the scent of youthful fragrance causing Lin Yuan's heart to flutter. Cough. Well, let us proceed with the test then. Lin Yuan retreated a step, shrugging, and walked toward the testing apparatus. Since the academy had provided him with such esteemed resources, they would not harm him. Rather, the higher his talent, the more support he would receive from the academy. Having come to this understanding, Lin Yuan felt indifferent, even if this woman were to turn against him. He had the card of Chu Yunfeng to ensure a graceful exit from Qing University. Seeing his response, Mu Qianqian smiled slightly, thinking she could not be outsmarted by this little trickster. She suspected Lin Yuan's abilities exceeded merely S-grade, though she knew the likelihood was slim. However, she wished to test him. There could be surprises. After all, the talent and strength Lin Yuan had displayed were far beyond what an S-grade ability user could possess. As an S-grade ability holder herself, she considered herself quite the genius, yet compared to Lin Yuan, her past self paled significantly. Lin Yuan approached the martial arts testing device, placing his hand upon it. Moments later, several red characters flashed on the screen. Peak of first stage warrior. What? You only possess the peak of the first stage in martial arts? How is that possible? Mu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. She had presumed that Lin Yuan possessed at least a mid-level second-tier martial arts rank, for after all, prodigies are capable of battling above their rank. A mid-level second-tier fighter, boasting the prowess of a peak second-tier, is indeed extraordinarily gifted. However, she was abruptly struck by the realization that he was merely at the peak of the first tier, shattering her previous assumptions. Dean, a peak first-tier rank is quite impressive. I am still quite young, Lin Yuan retorted with a hint of annoyance, thinking that Mu Qianqian was belittling his martial prowess. No, that is not what I meant, classmate Lin Yuan. Quickly, let us measure your combat power again, Mu Qianqian insisted, waving her hands and pointing towards the testing apparatus nearby. Lin Yuan nodded, having never used such a device before. He clenched his fists, channeling the spiritual energy within him, and then unleashed a powerful punch. His fist, propelled like a cannonball, surged with immense spiritual energy, creating a thunderous sound as it struck the target. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate rapidly. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Ultimately, the figure stabilized at 280,000. Staring at the digits on the screen, Mu Qianqian was once again thrown into disarray. He had surpassed the combat power benchmark of 120,000 for peak second-tier fighters. This was not merely a genius capable of battling above their rank. This was a veritable monster transcending an entire realm. As she gazed back at Lin Yuan, she began to suspect that he might be a reincarnated celestial being. Seeing the numbers, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging that he had performed normally. Classmate Lin Yuan, if you were to participate in the martial arts examination, it would seem rather unfair to the other candidates. Mu Qianqian chuckled lightly. I'm not bullying them. I only hunt ferocious beasts, Lin Yuan replied earnestly, prompting Mu Qianqian to roll her eyes and gesture towards the last device for testing abilities. Let us test your abilities now. All right, Lin Yuan conceded reluctantly. Placing his hand on the testing apparatus, Mu Qianqian eagerly fixed her gaze upon the screen. Moments later, a vivid red SS appeared on the display. Dun dun dun. Mu Qianqian took several steps back, her eyes sparkling with excitement, even brimming with tears. Why, you are SS level? She exclaimed in exhilaration. Indeed. It's right there on the screen. I am SS level. I hope the dean can keep this confidential, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. It's truly SS level. Classmate Lin Yuan, rest assured, no one will hear a word of this, Mu Qianqian murmured, her eyes glued to the SS on the screen. If the dean has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Lin Yuan said, noticing that Mu Qianqian seemed entranced. He prepared to depart, having achieved what he came for. Classmate Lin Yuan, wait a moment. Please take out your student card, Mu Qianqian said, raising her beautiful eyes to look at him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan promptly produced his student card and handed it to her. Mu Qianqian scanned the card with a small device at her side and returned it. I have elevated your privileges. This will make your time at the academy more convenient, she said with a smile. Thank you, Dean, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. You may visit the martial arts hall. Also, 7 days from now is the final assessment for the second-year students, and you are required to participate. Mu Qianqian's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you not a monster? Then let us apply some pressure. There are 2 students in the second year who have just broken through to the 3rd tier with combat powers exceeding 320,000. Let them temper your arrogance. Mu Qianqian schemed inwardly. I have to participate in the second-year assessment? Are there ferocious beasts to slay? Lin Yuan inquired, frowning. The assessment involves slaying ferocious beasts, with scores calculated based on points, similar to the martial arts examination, except you can compete for points from each other. As long as no one dies. Any means are permissible. That is fine. As long as there are ferocious beasts, Lin Yuan agreed readily, eager for the opportunity to gain ability points. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's lips quirked up slightly, a reaction that Lin Yuan caught. It seems the dean is doing this intentionally. Let me witness the strength of the second-year seniors, he thought, bowing slightly as he prepared to take his leave. Dean, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead. Mu Qianqian's charming face concealed a hint of triumphant scheming, which irked Lin Yuan. As he was about to exit, he suddenly turned around, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Dean, when I was training on the 3rd floor of the Martial God Tower, did you happen to sneak a look? With that, Lin Yuan took a decisive step forward, executing a spatial leap and vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the plaza below and promptly made his exit. He could faintly hear Mu Qianqian's voice calling his name in a flustered tone from the office behind him. At that moment, Mu Qianqian's chest heaved with excitement as she recalled Lin Yuan's handsome visage and sculpted physique. Her face flushed crimson, and she huffed, "You little rascal. Daring to flirt with me. I shall see how you fare during the second-year final assessment." Despite her words, a subtle smile lingered on her face. Returning to her seat, she waved her hand, conjuring a barrier around herself. She then retrieved a smartphone from her spatial ring and dialed a number. Uncle Hua, it's me. How has your health been lately? Mu Qianqian inquired softly. Miss, I am still the same. Alas, this injury cannot be mended in a short time, Uncle Hua sighed. I have wonderful news. This year, Qing University has admitted a new student with SS-level abilities, possessing an astonishing talent capable of battling above their rank. Even among the vast Star Alliance, they are undoubtedly a top-tier prodigy. We may be able to return home sooner than expected. Mu Qianqian exclaimed with joy. Really? That is fantastic. He could truly surpass the martial god. Then we can return to the Star Alliance. Uncle Hua responded with palpable excitement. Yes, Uncle Hua. If it weren't for your desperate efforts to protect me back then, my cultivation would have fallen to a half-step martial god level. Otherwise, we could have returned to the Star Alliance at any time, Mu Qianqian lamented. Do not worry. Ensuring your safety is my duty, Hua Hongfeng. It is merely a matter of prolonging our stay on Blue Star, he assured her. It turned out that Mu Qianqian was not originally from Blue Star, but had inadvertently arrived there years ago while traversing the cosmos, having been attacked by interstellar hunters. She eventually made her way to Qing University and became its dean. They were unable to leave Blue Star because only those who exceeded the martial god realm could break through the cosmos and return to the Star Alliance she spoke of. Lin Yuan's remarkable talent had finally given her a glimmer of hope for returning home. Chapter 51. Did your mother not teach you about queuing? After leaving the dean's office, Lin Yuan headed towards his dormitory. Old Chu, what is the dean's strength? I feel she is considerably stronger than Director Li. Lin Yuan asked in his mind. This young lady is no ordinary person. She is at the initial stage of the 9th tier, Chu Yinfeng replied. 9th tier? That's strong? It makes sense. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the dean of the Holy Academy. Lin Yuan nodded. But she is more than just a 9th tier. Her age is quite young. Perhaps only 25 or 26. Huh. A 25 or 26-year-old at the 9th tier. That is far more impressive than those so-called geniuses. Lin Yuan was astonished. For Mu Qianqian had no external advantages. Achieving the 9th tier at such a young age was a testament to her extraordinary talent. Well, it's average in the cosmos, merely a moderate talent, Chu Yunfeng commented nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt an even stronger yearning for the cosmos. Yet he understood the importance of staying grounded. After indulging in the culinary delights of the Tsinghua University cafeteria, Lin Yuan returned to his dormitory. He heard some commotion coming from the training room above, indicating that Li Yuxuan was engaged in his practice. Without hesitation, he entered his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. Having completed today's tower climbing task, the reward had already been issued and remained in the system storage, leaving no time for him to inspect it. With a thought, Lin Yuan opened the package. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-rank martial arts, Xianjing spirit armor. A defensive martial art? Splendid. Just what I need, as I currently lack both defensive and agility-based martial arts. With the defensive art secured, I shall seek agility-based martial arts at the martial arts hall tomorrow. Content. Lin Yuan began to practice his breathing technique. The following morning, after concluding his training, he took a shower and donned the S-rank battle suit underneath his attire. The S-rank suit fit snugly, akin to a yoga outfit. Crafted from a black silk fabric that felt weightless against his skin, adorned with golden thread patterns that accentuated his athletic physique. Over the battle suit, he wore a white casual jacket before stepping outside, as he intended to visit Teacher Han this morning to commission a weapon. Following the signs, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the forging workshop. The workshop was expansive, resembling a school-run factory, and the sound of clanging metal echoed from within. Entering the workshop, he was greeted by a bustling atmosphere where several teachers were guiding students in honing their forging skills. Some students wielded forging hammers, skillfully crafting low-tier weapons. Hello, are you here to forge a weapon? A melodious female voice interrupted Lin Yuan's observations. Turning to look, he saw a graceful young woman smiling at him. Yes, I am looking for Teacher Han to assist me in forging a weapon, Lin Yuan replied, nodding slightly. How fortunate. Teacher Han happens to be free at the moment. Allow me to take you to him. The young woman gestured toward the distance. Thank you, senior, Lin Yuan acknowledged with a slight bow. Under the guidance of the young woman, they traversed several work areas, where Lin Yuan observed an array of forging furnaces and various auxiliary equipment, alongside diligent workers. Senior, why is the workshop so busy today? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Hehe, are you a new student? Tsinghua University not only offers forging courses, but also undertakes numerous military contracts. Crafting weapons and armor for the armed forces, the young woman explained with a gentle smile. I see, Lin Yuan nodded, understanding that the frontline battles against fierce beasts must incur significant equipment wear. He felt a profound yearning for the frontline, where countless ability points awaited. Once his strength was sufficient, he resolved to join the military and fight on the front lines, earning more ability points. Before long, they arrived at a relatively quiet area, where an independent forging room was located, equipped with a single set of forging apparatus, presumably Teacher Han's private forging chamber. At that moment, a tall and burly middle-aged man was tidying up forging tools at the workstation, preparing to commence his work. Teacher Han, this junior has come to seek your assistance in forging a weapon, the graceful young woman announced to him. Teacher Han looked up, noticing Lin Yuan's youthful and handsome visage, though his physique appeared somewhat slender, prompting a slight shake of his head. Kid, you must be a new student. Who sent you to find me? His gruff voice carried a hint of disdain. In his eyes, only robust students with substantial physicality were worthy of his attention, as they could wield heavy hammers. He held a low opinion of someone like Lin Yuan, whom he deemed a pretty boy. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow at the remark, directly retrieving the S-rank medal from his storage space. Teacher Han, the dean sent me to find you. I require your assistance in forging a weapon, Lin Yuan stated flatly. The dean? Han Bei was momentarily taken aback, casting another glance at the S-rank medal, his displeasure growing. Humph. So, you're a second-generation martial artist, able to produce S-rank medal. Your family must be quite influential, resorting to the dean to pull strings. Hanbei scoffed internally, but accepted the medal nonetheless. Go swipe your student card. You owe for the labor and additional materials. Remember to settle it once you accumulate credits. Hanbei said coldly before taking the medal toward the forging furnace to begin melting it. At that moment, 5 students entered the room, their slightly mature faces suggesting they were second or third-year students. The leader, a hulking figure, immediately raised his voice upon entering. Teacher Han, haha, we're back. This time we've collected a significant amount of beast materials and even unearthed some A-rank metal. Please help me forge a large axe. The previous one feels too light and unwieldy. The remaining materials can be used for your students to practice. Hanbei turned in surprise, his gaze fixed on the burly youth at the entrance. Haha, Wenmeng, you're back. It seems you've had quite a fruitful haul, Hanbei exclaimed, placing Lin Yuan's medal on a nearby table without a thought and enthusiastically approaching Wenmeng. Wanggu, there's someone else here. He looks unfamiliar. Is he a new student? A youth behind Wenmeng pointed at Lin Yuan. Wenmeng turned his attention to Lin Yuan, assessing him as young, naive, and an easy target. This was Wenmeng's initial impression, unaware of the painful consequences that such thoughts would soon incur. Kid, I'll go first, you can wait your turn. Wenmeng declared arrogantly, looking down his nose at Lin Yuan. He then handed the metal and materials to Hanbei, who accepted them and turned to melt them. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile in irritation. Hanbei had disdained him since he entered, and now this self-important fool thought he could cut in line. The most infuriating part was that Hanbei truly intended to forge for him first. Did they really think Lin Yuan was a mild-mannered youth, a soft target for their whims? Though Hanbei was a teacher, Lin Yuan had no intention of lowering himself to his level and had no intention of indulging Wenmeng's ignorance. Kid, what are you laughing at? Do you have a problem? Wenmeng barked fiercely, attempting to intimidate Lin Yuan. Hee, what am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your lack of manners. Did your mother never teach you about proper order? Lin Yuan retorted coldly, his gaze turning icy as he spoke. Chapter 52. Who are you to judge? You are even less worthy. Lin Yuan's remark, questioning Wenmeng's upbringing, left everyone in the forging room momentarily stunned. Had this kid truly lost his mind? Junior, don't be impulsive. Wenmeng is a second-year prodigy, and the others are members of his team. If you provoke them, it will only be you who suffers. It would be wise to endure this, the graceful young woman urgently advised, lowering her voice. Lin Yuan nodded slightly in her direction, but maintained a proud demeanor as he gazed at Wenmeng, clearly disregarding her warning. Did I hear you correctly? Is he talking to me? Wenmeng was infuriated, pointing at Lin Yuan and speaking to his teammates. Wanggu, this kid is asking for trouble. One of the teammates scoffed. Is it true that I, Wenmeng, have recently ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts, and yet within this academy, no one seems to know of my existence? Such audacity from mere novices, daring to boast before me? Young man, have you grown too bold? Do you wish for Brother Meng to give you a taste of humility? As Wenmeng clenched his fists, he emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Reaching the pinnacle of the second tier, Hanbei did not intervene, harboring his own discontent towards Lin Yuan, for Lin Yuan's words clearly included him in the reprimand. As a teacher, his ability to refrain from violence was commendable. Are you certain? Lin Yuan smirked slightly, beckoning Wenmeng with a gesture. You arrogant brat. Do you even know who Brother Meng is? A team member stepped forward, proclaiming, Brother Meng, allow me to handle this rookie. Let me teach him a lesson. Just be gentle. We don't need any trouble. Wenmeng nodded, crossing his arms as he cautioned. A light reprimand is acceptable, but if he ends up seriously injured, the academy will impose penalties, and in severe cases, expulsion may follow. Understood, Brother Meng. The young man strode towards Lin Yuan, eager to mock him. But just as he was about to speak, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from sight. Humph, a freshman daring to strike first. Let me show you, the young man began. But his words were cut short as Lin Yuan suddenly appeared before him. He had no time to react before a pale fist, infused with a powerful surge of spiritual energy and kinetic force, came crashing towards his nose. Bang! Crack! A resounding noise erupted. Mingled with the sharp sound of a nose breaking, the young man was sent flying, colliding violently with the door of the forging room, producing a dull thud before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. How is this possible? A delicate girl gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. The crowd stood frozen, astonished. How could a freshman have sent a second-year senior flying? That was too fast. What strength does this kid possess? How could he have overpowered Shaoli? Another team member exclaimed, visibly shaken. Humph, merely relying on speed for a sneak attack? I'll teach him a lesson. A nearby boy scoffed, propelling himself towards Lin Yuan with a swift kick, his fist raised to strike. Lin Yuan remained motionless, standing his ground. Humph, are you stunned? Rookie. The boy sneered inwardly, accelerating his punch. Just as his fist was about to connect with Lin Yuan's face, Lin Yuan suddenly made his move. With no unnecessary flourish, he raised his fist and struck out towards the approaching boy's hand. Boom. Crack. A sound of breaking bones echoed as their fists collided. The boy was sent reeling backward, his arm fracturing in multiple places mid-air, crashing against the wall before losing consciousness. What? How could this be? Is he truly a freshman? The two team members behind Wen Mang stared in shock, their voices trembling. Initially, they rationalized Lin Yuan's victory as a result of speed and surprise. But now, Lin Yuan had withstood a counterattack from their teammate in scathe, without even shifting his position, while their comrade lay incapacitated. These two were second only to Wen Mang among their peers, and they felt a chill run down their spines. This seemingly harmless young man was unexpectedly formidable. In just a few breaths, two individuals lay defeated on the ground. Han Bei's expression shifted as he regarded Lin Yuan, no longer filled with disdain, but rather an overwhelming sense of regret. Offending such a youth, even as a teacher, would not spare him from the boy's ire. Yet it was too late to retract his actions. Stop. Who allowed you to injure someone in my forging room? I will report this to the academy. We do not welcome students like you at Qing University. Han Bei barked, resolved to expel Lin Yuan. Huh. Teacher Han, what grand authority you wield. Are you certain you can represent Qing University? They struck at me first, and you chose to remain silent. Now that I've knocked them down, you dare to twist the narrative? Is this how you exemplify being a teacher? Lin Yuan retorted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, each word a polished gem. You. Han Bei's hands trembled with rage, wishing fervently to strike this disrespectful youth down. Junior, don't provoke him further. Teacher Han is a fifth-tier powerhouse. The delicate girl tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve. While she was astounded by Lin Yuan's strength and found his confrontation with Han Bei incredibly handsome, this was not the time for infatuation. Her concern for Lin Yuan's safety overshadowed her admiration. She had not anticipated Han Bei's true nature. She had once held him in high regard, genuinely admiring him. But now, she realized her blindness to his character flaws. Senior, it's fine. Stand behind me. I wish to see if he dares to make a move, Lin Yuan said, pulling her wrist and guiding her behind him. The girl felt her cheeks flush crimson as she lowered her head, experiencing a tinge of sweetness in being protected. Teacher Han, allow me to deal with this brat. When Mang interjected, his face darkened as he stepped in front of Han Bei. You dare to speak disrespectfully to Teacher Han? I shall teach you the meaning of reverence. Huh, you don't even deserve to speak. And you are even less worthy. Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully. Arrogant. When Mang bellowed, brandishing a massive axe that radiated a warm, earthy glow, enveloping him in a similar hue akin to armor, clearly a defensive earth-based martial art. When Mang was astonished that Lin Yuan could incapacitate two of his teammates. Yet he did not believe Lin Yuan was stronger than himself. After all, his teammates were merely at the early second tier, and how formidable could a freshman possibly be? He was a standout in his second year, not the strongest, but with his pinnacle second-tier prowess, B-grade abilities, and B-grade martial skill, thick earth armor. Could he not subdue a freshman? Then he, Wen Mang, might as well return home to cultivate potatoes. Chapter 53. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? Publicly defending. With the giant axe summoned, Wen Mang's momentum surged as he dashed towards Lin Yuan. He swung the massive axe high above his head, gathering strength before leaping into the air, the axe descending ferociously towards Lin Yuan. Humph, you've overstepped. Lin Yuan's expression darkened upon witnessing Wen Mang's intent to crush him. Clang. The air seemed to chill, snowflakes gently falling as his sword, Snowfall, was unsheathed. With a swift flick, he directed his blade towards the giant axe. Wen Mang, witnessing this, laughed derisively. A flimsy sword dares to challenge my giant axe? Anyone observing would assume Lin Yuan's slender blade would be obliterated beneath the axe's might. Yet, in the next instant, all eyes widened in disbelief. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out, sparks igniting as Wen Mang's giant axe was unexpectedly deflected backward, out of his control. Wen Mang felt his hands grow numb from the impact, nearly losing his grip on the axe. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan lunged forward like lightning, wielding his sword with the ferocity of a masterful technique, piercing through Wen Mang's armor and creating a gaping wound in his left shoulder. Suddenly, blood gushed forth, and Wen Mang, alarmed, hastily retreated, glancing at his shoulder, cold sweat trickling down. What on earth? Mang Ji's thick earth armor was so easily breached? His armor could withstand even the attacks of a peak second-tier ferocious beast. This is terrifying. What manner of creature is this? How has no one ever spoken of him? Could he truly be a newcomer? The two teammates stared wide-eyed in shock, witnessing their seemingly invincible Mang Gu being punctured with a single strike. Clearly, Lin Yuan had shown restraint. Had the opponent been an enemy, that sword would not have merely grazed the shoulder, but would have aimed for the throat. How is this possible? Wen Mang's left arm hung limply, his gaze towards Lin Yuan laden with complexity. His right hand, still gripping the enormous axe, trembled incessantly. What now? Are you still going to fight? Is it acceptable for newcomers to be bullied by you? Are newcomers merely to be disregarded? Allowing you senior students to cut in line and manipulate at will? To think you would take turns attacking a newcomer like me. It seems you have grown accustomed to this sense of superiority, haven't you? Then allow me to awaken you self-righteous fools. Lin Yuan stated bluntly. Had they approached him amicably, he would not have minded conceding. But since they had the audacity to forcibly cut in line, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Wow, the junior is so handsome. A delicate girl stood behind Lin Yuan, gazing at his tall and confident figure, momentarily entranced. Lin Yuan's words instantly ignited Wen Mang's fury. How dare a newcomer teach him a lesson? I will slay you. With eyes burning crimson, Wen Mang, as if losing his sanity, charged at Lin Yuan wielding his colossal axe single-handedly. Wen Mang, come back. Han Bei called out urgently to stop him. But Wen Mang was already blinded by rage and paid no heed. Before Han Bei could intervene, a blinding silver light suddenly erupted in the forge. Rip! Boom! The silver blade instantaneously cleaved Wen Mang's massive axe in two, its momentum unyielding as it shattered a wall of the forge. The tremendous noise instantly attracted several powerful figures within the academy, who hurried toward the commotion. At this moment, Wen Mang knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the two segments of his axe, his body trembling uncontrollably. He realized that had Lin Yuan wished to strike him down, he would now be as lifeless as the broken axe. You've inflicted harm, showing disrespect to the academy's faculty, and have damaged the forging room. I will apprehend you and leave your fate to the dean. Han Bei could no longer restrain himself. He intended to take ruthless action against Lin Yuan. If he did not act now, he would truly be looked down upon by Lin Yuan. The aura of a fifth-tier expert radiated from him, directly pressing toward Lin Yuan. Yet Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. His hand reached behind him for the weathered, pale wooden sword, his gaze icy to the core. If Han Bei insisted on attacking him, he would have no choice but to wield the Tianlu sword and strike him down. At that moment, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as Han Bei lunged forward, moving with such speed that Lin Yuan could scarcely react. Sensing the overwhelming pressure approaching, Lin Yuan could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, a fifth-tier expert was beyond his current capacity to contend with. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to summon Chu Yunfeng, an exquisitely beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, retracting his hand that had reached for the Tianlu sword. The graceful figure slowly extended a delicate hand, shimmering like jade, and with a single gesture, the air trembled. Boom! Uft! Han Bei's figure was instantly revealed, hurtling backward as he spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air, colliding with the casting furnace with a dull thud. Uft! Spitting out another mouthful of blood. Han Bei collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to raise his gaze, he was met with the stunning visage of Mu Qianqian. His face contorted with fury. Dean, I refuse to accept this. On what grounds do you strike at me? Han Bei rasped in protest. Han Bei, as a faculty member of the academy, how could you bully a newcomer? What reason do you think I have for retaliating against you? Mu Qianqian's breathtaking face was now frosted with coldness. Lin Yuan was her hope for returning home, and if you harmed him, no amount of life would suffice as compensation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Could Dean Mu be so protective of me because she harbors feelings for me? Though I am indeed handsome and charming. At that moment, three elderly figures appeared, the vice presidents of Qing University. Vice presidents, you arrived just in time. This Lin Yuan not only injured several upperclassmen, but also damaged the academy's forging room, and even insulted a faculty member. Is there any issue with me disciplining him? Yet the dean intervened without seeking clarification, attacking me directly. I demand an explanation. Han Bei shouted in anger. An explanation? Heh, do you still seek an explanation? Mu Qianqian's cold laughter rang out. Lin Yuan, what transpired? Speak before us all. Although Mu Qianqian had not interacted much with Lin Yuan, she believed he was not one to instigate trouble without cause. He must have been compelled to act. This unwarranted trust was something even she was unaware of. Allow me to recount the events. The delicate girl stepped forward from behind Lin Yuan and began narrating the sequence of events. As the vice presidents listened to her account, their expressions gradually darkened. Mu Qianqian's expression turned frigid. She could not believe that Han Bei would create such trouble while Lin Yuan was merely there to forge a weapon. This was clearly a disrespectful affront to her authority as dean. After hearing the girl's account, the gathered students and faculty began to murmur and point fingers at Han Bei. Han Bei, do you have anything else to say? Do you require me to show the surveillance footage? Vice President Liang stepped forward, his voice icy. The forging workshop fell under his jurisdiction, and such an incident was exceedingly displeasing to him, a humiliation he could not tolerate. Han Bei initially intended to argue, but soon realized that the vice presidents were clearly reluctant to offend the dean, and the dean was evidently very protective of Lin Yuan. It appeared he was in a precarious position. Dean, I admit, I mishandled the situation. But Lin Yuan's actions of injuring others and damaging property remain a fact. You must address this seriously. Han Bei still sought to pin the blame on Lin Yuan. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Mu Qianqian's frigid gaze swept over Han Bei, and the pressure of a ninth-tier expert was immediately unleashed, making Han Bei feel as though he were plunged into an ice cave, trembling uncontrollably, his head bowed in submission. When Mang and the other four students, disregarding school regulations, engaged in private combat and bullied a newcomer, they will receive a reprimand. Should this occur again, they will be expelled, Mu Qianqian stated coldly. When Mang and the remaining two teammates dared not utter a word, silently bowing their heads, Lin Yuan acted in self-defense. There will be no penalties this time. In the future, remember to report such incidents to the academy immediately and refrain from taking matters into your own hands. As Mu Qianqian's words concluded, Hanbei stared at her in disbelief. This was a blatant display of favoritism, was it not? The three vice presidents exchanged odd glances. And even Lin Yuan thought he had misheard, casting a look at Mu Qianqian's icy beauty. Chapter 54. Refining Divine Blood. Power soars madly. Dean, he severely injured 3 individuals. How can there be no punishment? Hanbei interjected vehemently, unable to accept this outcome. Do you have any objections? Mu Qianqian cast a cold glance at him. Hanbei, considering your nearly 2 decades of service at the academy, I shall refrain from dismissing you. From tomorrow onwards, all your classes will be assigned to other instructors. You shall serve as a field supervisor in the workshop instead. On what grounds? Why should you deny me the opportunity to teach? Hanbei retorted, his temper flaring as he shouted in anger. Mu Qianqian's ire was instantly ignited by his insolence. Hanbei had crossed her one too many times. Did he truly believe her disposition to be that of a pushover? They say a master must not be insulted, and Mu Qianqian was undeniably a formidable 9th-tier powerhouse. An exceptional force beneath the martial god. Even if she were to strike Hanbei down, none would dare to utter a word of dissent. Smack. At that moment, Vice Dean Liang delivered a resounding slap across Hanbei's face. How dare you defy the dean? Your transgression is far too grave. The dean has shown you enough leniency. Apologize at once. Vice Dean Liang turned his back and discreetly winked at Hanbei, who immediately grasped the implication, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. He had been so consumed by his emotional outburst that he had forgotten the dean was also a top-tier 9th-tier expert. Had it not been for Vice Dean Liang's intervention, he might very well have been a lifeless corpse by now. Gratefully casting a glance at Vice Dean Liang, Hanbei quickly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Dean Mu, I was in the wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment. Everyone disperse. Mu Qianqian's countenance was darkened as she commanded, and the onlookers promptly scattered. When Mang and the others assisted the 2 unconscious individuals to the infirmary, while Hanbei returned to the workshop, only Mu Qianqian, Lin Yuan, the 3 vice deans, and a few reluctant onlookers remained. Lin Yuan, may we exchange contact information? The demure girl asked, her cheeks flushed as she produced her phone. Lin Yuan held a favorable impression of her, but it was merely a platonic regard. She had always stood by him and would not show favoritism simply because of her status as a teacher or senior student. Lin Yuan retrieved his phone from his storage space, just as he was about to scan the QR code. Lin Yuan, come with me to the office, Mu Qianqian's voice, tinged with displeasure, interrupted. She then turned and departed with the 3 vice deans. Seeing this, Lin Yuan awkwardly cleared his throat twice and returned his phone to his storage space. Sister, let us forget about the contact information for now. I am quite busy with my training. Perhaps we can meet again another time. Lin Yuan smiled faintly at the girl before turning to follow Mu Qianqian. The girl, visibly disappointed, cast a lingering glance at Lin Yuan before stepping into the forging workshop. At that moment, Mu Qianqian did not look back at Lin Yuan. However, the icy facade she wore seemed to thaw slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Upon entering Mu Qianqian's office, she sat at her desk while the 3 vice deans settled onto the nearby sofa, and Lin Yuan stood opposite her, smiling in her direction. What are you grinning about? You, on your first day at Qing University, have already caused quite the commotion, and now on your second day, you've managed to create an even greater uproar. Do you intend to tear down the university? Are you truly hoping I'll expel you? Mu Qianqian chided, her tone exasperated. I did nothing of the sort. It was they who bullied me. However, I must thank Dean Mu for your assistance. Lin Yuan replied with a slight smile, bowing respectfully. Mu Qianqian let out a soft snort. The 3 vice deans exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying amusement as they observed the interaction between the 2. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to clear her throat and state, Ahem, let's get down to business. With the 3 vice deans present, we shall assist you in refining that divine beast's essence. The 3 vice deans were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to Mu Qianqian. Dean Mu, the divine beast's essence is a singular treasure at Qing University. We must proceed with caution, Vice Dean Huang interjected, unable to contain himself. Vice Deans Liang and Yuan nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of Huang's concerns. Rest assured, the talent of Lin Yuan is undoubtedly sufficient to merit the use of the divine beast's essence. His aptitude is exceptional, Mu Qianqian assured them. Elaborating on Lin Yuan's ascent in the martial god tower and the results of his tests, though she omitted any mention of his SS-level abilities. The vice deans, upon hearing her account, were left in awe, and none dared to oppose Lin Yuan's utilization of the divine beast's essence any longer. In that case, let us refine it in my training chamber, Mu Qianqian declared, with the 3 vice deans nodding in agreement. Mu Qianqian's training chamber was concealed behind a secret door within her office. She pressed a button beneath her desk, and a portal revealed itself in the wall. The 5 of them entered the training chamber, and at Mu Qianqian's gesture, Lin Yuan took a seat on the central platform. With a wave of her delicate hand, a shimmering golden vial appeared in the air, from which a stream of golden essence wafted forth. The three vice deans immediately focused their spiritual energy into their palms, transforming it into a gentle, swirling force that encircled the floating essence. Mu Qianqian did the same, releasing her green spiritual energy to entwine with the essence. As the four colors of spiritual energy coalesced, the golden essence gradually transformed into twinkling golden light, drifting toward Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan wasted no time, immediately activating the heavenly flame body refinement technique to absorb the essence. Thanks to the assistance of the four powerful individuals, the essence proved extraordinarily gentle and highly absorbable, significantly enhancing its efficacy. Feeling his physique growing stronger, Lin Yuan could not help but emit a soft groan of pleasure. He clenched his fists, explosive power surging within him. With a slight exertion, he was unable to contain the sudden surge of strength, and his clothing was instantly shredded, revealing the S-level battle attire beneath. The form-fitting S-level attire accentuated his robust and aesthetically pleasing physique, leaving Mu Qianqian momentarily entranced. It brought to mind the earlier scene within the martial god tower, and her hand trembled slightly, nearly disrupting the flow of spiritual energy. She quickly steadied herself, muttering under her breath, and concentrated on channeling the chaotic power of the essence for Lin Yuan. 3 hours later, all the essence had been refined, yet Lin Yuan had not opened his eyes, still immersed in his training. At that moment, tremendous changes were occurring within him. His skin became more radiant and nearly impervious, while his defensive capabilities soared. Within his bloodstream, a hint of gold began to manifest, albeit modestly, marking a clear distinction from before. The golden blood circulated within him, fortifying his physique, and Lin Yuan could scarcely fathom the extent of his enhanced combat prowess. Casting a glance at the system panel within his mind, he was taken aback by the current display. Martial Path, Peak First Stage Warrior. Martial Arts, Spatial Dimensional/A, Advanced. Heavenly Flame Body Refinement Technique S, Blood Refinement Stage 50. Spatial Rift Execution S, Advanced. Combat Power, 780,000. Ability Points, 0 points. Wow. How has my combat power surged so dramatically, almost doubling? This Heavenly Flame Body Refinement Technique is astonishing. And this is merely an S-level body refinement technique. Just imagine when I elevate it to SSS level. How extraordinary will that be? Lin Yuan mused in astonishment, considering that by then, his physical form might approach an immortal state. With his current combat power exceeding the standards for a third-stage warrior and surpassing the mid-third stage benchmark of 140,000, the improvement was monumental. Lin Yuan was increasingly eager for the sophomore graduation assessment. He was in dire need of ability points. It was time for him to ascend to the second-stage warrior. Chapter 55, SSS Level Movement Technique, Star Mark 9 Steps. After more than half an hour, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden light shimmering within them. He rose to his feet, retrieving a set of garments from his storage space, slipping them on with a confident smile adorning his face. Mu Qianqian gazed at him with curiosity. As a ninth-tier powerhouse, her perception was exceedingly sharp. Despite Lin Yuan's effort to conceal his aura, she could still sense a distinct change in him, as if he had grown more formidable and self-assured. This was merely an impression, for the combat prowess of a martial artist is not easily discerned. Lin Yuan clasped his fists in salute to the four deans, bowing respectfully. I am Lin Yuan, a student, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the four deans for your unwavering support. Haha, Lin Yuan, it seems you have gained quite a lot. Your physical prowess has significantly improved, hasn't it? Dean Huang remarked, leaning on a golden metallic cane. Whether for decoration or as a weapon was unclear, but certainly, with his 8th-tier strength, he had no need for a true cane. Indeed, there has been a considerable enhancement, Lin Yuan replied with a mysterious smile, speaking slowly. Excellent. As long as there is substantial progress, it will not be in vain for us to place our hopes in you. Vice Dean Yuan added. Rest assured, having chosen Qing University, I shall strive to bring honor to it, Lin Yuan asserted with determination. Mu Qianqian merely raised the corner of her lips slightly. Nodding at Lin Yuan, he returned her gaze, acknowledging her exquisite beauty with a nod, as if a newfound understanding had blossomed between them. Since arriving at Qing University, Lin Yuan had received kindness primarily from Li Songfeng, and later, from Mu Qianqian, whose genuine concern for him he could sense, even to the extent of feeling somewhat favored. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional talent that he could bring glory to Qing University? Lin Yuan, my surname is Liang. The forging workshop falls under my jurisdiction. Your weapon was not completed today, correct? Present the metal to me. I shall assist you in forging it without charging for materials or credits. As compensation for today's events, Vice Dean Liang said with a slight smile, feeling somewhat apologetic about the incident with Han Bei. Lin Yuan, not one to be overly modest, promptly produced S-grade metal and handed it to Vice Dean Liang. Thank you, Dean Liang. I wish to forge a sword. One similar to this. He then produced the blade Snowfall and presented it to Vice Dean Liang. Vice Dean Liang took a casual glance at Snowfall and chuckled as he returned it to Lin Yuan, for a master craftsman of his caliber found Snowfall rather unremarkable. Haha, Lin Yuan. Do you underestimate Dean Liang? He is a renowned forging master in the Daxiao realm. Entrust it to him, and rest assured, you shall be satisfied. Mu Qingxue chimed in with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan awkwardly scratched his head, unaware of such matters. Vice Dean Liang, bursting into hearty laughter, declared, "No worries. It is quite normal for a newcomer like Lin Yuan to be unaware. Come back in 3 days to collect your sword. I guarantee you will be pleased." Lin Yuan hastily clasped his fists in gratitude, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Dean Liang. There's no need for such formality," Dean Liang replied, waving his hand with a smile. "Lin Yuan, you may return for now. I have matters to discuss with the 3 deans. The sophomore graduation tests are this weekend, so do not embarrass me," Mu Qianqian said softly. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, bidding farewell to the deans with a bow before exiting the office, heading towards the martial arts pavilion. He had plans to seek out martial arts related to agility today, nearly allowing Han Bei and the others to delay him. As he stepped out of the office building, his phone rang. It was Jiang Sheng, who also intended to visit the martial arts pavilion and inquired if Lin Yuan would accompany him. They arranged to meet at the pavilion, and Lin Yuan hung up, hastening towards the venue. Before long, he arrived at the martial arts pavilion, an imposing structure reminiscent of a university library, yet significantly larger. Here, one could not only borrow martial arts literature, but also rent practice rooms using credits to hone their skills. Some martial arts even offered instructors to guide students towards rapid mastery. Jiang Sheng stood at the entrance, waving as Lin Yuan approached. "Brother Yuan, over here." Upon meeting, they exchanged smiles and entered the pavilion together. "Brother Yuan, I heard that as new students, we are only permitted to select one martial art. And the highest tier we can choose is B grade," Jiang Sheng said, slightly disappointed. He possessed an A-grade ice ability, and naturally, an A-grade martial art would suit him far better than a B-grade one. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows at this news. If only B-grade was available. His trip here seemed redundant. Let us first assess the situation. If we can only choose B-grade, we shall have to wait until later to select, Lin Yuan said with resignation. Upon entering the first floor of the martial arts pavilion, staff guided them to an inquiry room specifically designed for new students to research martial arts. The room housed over 20 inquiry devices, capable of projecting images before users and allowing interaction via touch. Lin Yuan sat before one of the devices and began his search. Agility-related martial arts were relatively rare, even within the Holy Academy's collection. As expected, the search yielded only 5 martial arts, 3 B-grade, 1 A-grade, and surprisingly, 1 SSS grade. This revelation left Lin Yuan momentarily stunned. Instead of the anticipated S-grade or SS grade, he had stumbled upon an SSS grade martial art, a rarity of such high caliber. A surge of excitement ignited within him. The level of martial arts was independent of the ability tier, provided one could comprehend it and possessed sufficient spiritual power to support its use. Eagerly, he clicked on the introduction, and pertinent information appeared before him. Scar 9 steps, SSS grade agility martial art, available for all ability holders to cultivate. With an exceptionally high comprehension difficulty, currently, no one in Daxiao has been able to master it. This martial art is only recorded in the 4 major holy academies, awaiting a fated individual to embark on a legendary journey. The introduction was brief, yet it only heightened Lin Yuan's curiosity. The fact that no one in Daxiao had comprehended it suggested its uniqueness, truly setting it apart from the rest. For Lin Yuan, the notion of comprehension was irrelevant. The system would imprint any martial arts he mastered directly into his mind, and he could upgrade its proficiency through ability points. Seeing this, he promptly swiped his student card, pressing the borrowing button, which displayed a line of green text. SSS grade martial art Scar 9 steps borrowed successfully. It appeared that Dean Mu had elevated the permissions on his student card sufficiently high, allowing access to even SSS grade martial arts. Lin Yuan mused internally. Moments later, the machine emitted a soft ding, and a compartment opened, revealing a beautifully crafted booklet. Lin Yuan eagerly snatched it up, flipping through its pages. The contents were modest, comprising 6 pages with some text and illustrations. "Who dares to steal my Scar 9 steps martial art? Humph, just wait until I find you." Just as Lin Yuan began to peruse the martial art, a shrill voice echoed through the room. Lin Yuan glanced up to see a young man, dressed ostentatiously, slamming his hand on the table in anger. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Though not as breathtaking as Mu Qianqian, she was still undeniably a top-tier beauty. Not only was she attractive, but her figure was also alluringly curvaceous, and her demeanor exuded a gentle charm, making her the dream girl of many men. The beauty frowned slightly, lowering her voice in annoyance. "Chen Xing, what are you doing? Do not disturb your fellow classmates. I am in no rush to borrow starry steps, for the likelihood of comprehending it is rather slim." "How could that be acceptable? I managed to borrow a student card from my brother, and yet someone else has already taken the lead. I hope I do not discover who that person is, or else." Chen Xing's face was etched with anger as he spoke. He had intended to impress a certain beauty, but instead, he found himself humiliated, which was unbearable for him. Suddenly, Chen Xing's gaze swept across the screen in front of Lin Yuan, and he sprang to his feet, his expression icy as he strode towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 56. The Top Scholar of Kyoto and His Disturbing Comprehension Ability. Lin Yuan had certainly heard Chen Xing's voice and was aware that he was approaching. Yet he did not deign to raise his gaze, for he held Chen Xing in utter disregard. His focus was solely on starry steps. This profound martial art encompassed 9 distinct steps, each perfectly synchronized to allow one to move with the swiftness of a shooting star, leaving no trace behind. Such an exquisite technique instantly reminded him of an unparalleled martial skill from a television series in his previous life, filling him with delight. What a remarkable martial art. This technique is indeed of the highest caliber amidst the starry skies. No wonder no one in Blue Star has managed to grasp it. It is perplexing how such a treasure has ended up on a remote, indigenous planet like Blue Star. Suddenly, the voice of Chu Yunfeng echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. Lin Yuan chuckled with glee. Stumbled upon a treasure? We shall see if you can comprehend it. Such a high-level martial art is not easily understood, Chu Yunfeng replied with a light chuckle. My apologies, but I have already comprehended it. Lin Yuan retorted with a hint of arrogance. Chu Yunfeng merely chuckled softly and chose not to respond further, clearly believing Lin Yuan was jesting. You little brat. You dare to snatch my belongings? Hand over the martial art you possess. At that moment, Chen Xing stood directly before Lin Yuan, audaciously reaching out to demand it. Fool. Lin Yuan was taken aback by Chen Xing's brazen approach. He truly was utterly foolish. You. Repeat that. Chen Xing, incensed by Lin Yuan's words, felt infuriated that a mere freshman dared to insult him. Fool. Lin Yuan had never encountered such an absurd demand, being insulted yet still craving more. He was more than willing to oblige. Chen Xing's face flushed crimson with rage, and he was at a loss for words, contemplating whether to resort to violence in the inquiry room. Lin Yuan, however, was more than prepared to send him flying with a single slap. Chen Xing, have you had enough of this nonsense? My apologies, fellow classmates, for the disruption. A beautiful girl approached, chastising Chen Xing, and immediately clasped her hands together, offering her apologies to the startled students surrounding them. Such a beauty, devoid of any arrogance, instantly won everyone's favor. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xing tempered his fury, refraining from acting out. Isn't that the esteemed Chen Xing from Kyoto? Who provoked him? A local student remarked. What? He is Chen Xing? The prestige of the top scholar from Kyoto is undoubtedly greater than that of top scholars from other provinces, another student chimed in. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Xing proudly lifted his head. Little brat, did you hear that? If you don't hand over the martial art, I want to go easy on you. Chen Xing threatened once more. Lin Yuan immediately contemplated giving this foolish boy a taste of reality. However, Jiang Sheng stepped in front of him, declaring, You dare to disrespect my brother Yuan? Do you have a death wish? Oh, is that why you're so arrogant? It seems you have a backup. Huh? Just the two of you? I could take you both down with one hand. Chen Xing scoffed, fully confident as the #1 genius of Kyoto, completely dismissing other freshmen. How boastful. Just because you are the top scholar of Kyoto? My brother Yuan is the national top scholar this year, Jiang Sheng countered boldly. Oh, so this is the national top scholar? Now this will be entertaining. Let us see who is truly more formidable, the national top scholar or the top scholar from Kyoto. Someone whispered. The national top scholar should be more impressive. After all, their score is higher. Not necessarily. Small places lack strong contenders, and a high score does not guarantee strength. That is true. Hearing the murmurs of those around him, Chen Xing became even more smug. In his eyes, he should be the national top scholar. It was merely that the competition in the Kyoto examination was fierce, and there were not enough ferocious beasts to slay. Do you dare to challenge me, the national top scholar Lin Yuan? Do you have the courage to spar in the martial arts arena? Chen Xing provocatively taunted. If you seek death, I would be more than happy to oblige. Lin Yuan's gaze turned sharp as he spoke in a low voice. At that moment, the beautiful girl approached him, whispering in his ear to dissuade him. Lin Yuan, do not act impulsively. I know you are the national top scholar. But Chen Xing is the son of the president of the Kyoto Mercenary Guild. After the martial arts examination, some of us attended a short training camp, where Chen Xing's strength has surged, ranking among the best. You are certainly not his match. Do not accept his challenge. Oh, so he possesses such strength? Then I must reward him with a few more slaps. Lin Yuan smirked. That girl must be Tang Wanru, the provincial top scholar from Jiang province. She is truly beautiful, resembling a celestial being, and so gentle. Surely, she has taken a liking to Lin Yuan. I have heard that Tang Wanru is the daughter of the leader of the Martial Artists Alliance, a true heiress. Whoever marries her will surely dominate in the Great Xia. A voice nearby commented, and upon hearing this, Chen Xing's expression darkened, his gaze towards Lin Yuan now laced with hostility. Tang Wanru was the woman he had set his sights on, and now she seemed to favor this stranger. Lin Yuan, stop talking, and let us go to the martial arts arena now, Chen Xing shouted, intent on publicly humiliating Lin Yuan and demonstrating to Tang Wanru who was truly worthy of her admiration. Since you were so eager for a beating, lead the way. Lin Yuan responded, beckoning Chen Xing as he made his way to the second floor, where the martial arts practice area was located. Normally, Lin Yuan's temperament would have compelled him to teach Chen Xing a lesson right then and there. But he felt it inappropriate to cause trouble so soon after arriving at Qing University, so he decided to wait until they reached the martial arts arena. Tang Wanru sighed with concern, closely following Lin Yuan and Jiang Sheng. Chen Xing snorted coldly and followed suit, prompting a throng of onlookers to ascend the stairs, eager to witness the outcome of the confrontation. Upon reaching the martial arts arena on the second floor, Lin Yuan stood in the center with his hands clasped behind his back, while Chen Xing also took his position opposite him. Lin Yuan, do not think that being the national top scholar makes you remarkable. Scores do not equate to strength. I will show you the gap between us, so you can recognize the reality of your limitations, you frog in a well. Chen Xing seethed, his motivations now stemming from a desire to impress the woman he admired rather than merely from the stolen martial art. A frog in a well, you say? That metaphor is apt. When you find yourself on the ground spitting blood, you will understand who the real frog in the well is. Lin Yuan retorted dismissively, seeking death. Chen Xing, ablaze with fury, ceased his banter and sprang into action, launching a punch at Lin Yuan with the speed of lightning. A heavy pressure suddenly descended upon Lin Yuan, and he felt as if his body had become 2 or 3 times heavier. But this weight was but a mere trifle for his formidable physique. Gravitational abilities? Mid-level first stage. He does possess some skill, yet he is still far from my level. Lin Yuan thought, shaking his head in disappointment as he assessed Chen Xing's strength. With such meager strength, Lin Yuan truly dared not to strike him with full force. A mere misstep could result in a fatal blow. Given the gravity constraints, it was an opportune moment to test my star mark 9 steps. While simultaneously toying with this esteemed scholar from Kyoto, just as Chen Xing's heavy fist was about to collide with Lin Yuan's chest, a smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. With a graceful interweaving of steps, 9 profound movements naturally unfolded, and his body transformed into a fleeting shadow that vanished from the spot. Slap. A resounding slap, akin to a ghostly apparition, landed on Chen Xing's face. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed in astonishment, as the speed of the star mark 9 steps was extraordinarily swift. After delivering a resounding slap, his legs had already fled, while his body and head lingered behind, followed by a rapid motion of his head to catch up. It truly exemplified the saying, when one runs ahead, the soul, or head, chases behind. However, Lin Yuan quickly became adept at utilizing this technique, achieving a rudimentary proficiency in the star mark 9 steps, making it feel as if he had practiced this skill for several months. Chen Xing, having missed his initial strike and received another slap, was instantly enraged and charged again. Subsequently, Lin Yuan not only evaded Chen Xing's attacks with ease each time, but also rewarded him with a slap following each successful dodge. Chen Xing's face was left bruised and battered, with several teeth knocked out. What the hell? Have you really comprehended this? I thought you were just boasting. Your comprehension is absurd. To grasp such profound martial arts in mere seconds, should I call you a martial genius or a freak of nature? The incredulous voice of Chu Yunfeng echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, to which Lin Yuan merely rolled his eyes. Old Chu, I'll take that as a compliment. Chapter 57. A reverse slap that sends you soaring. After several failed attempts to strike, Chen Xing's face had turned into a grotesque visage, leaving him with little dignity. Growing increasingly anxious, he struggled to pinpoint Lin Yuan's location. Chen Xing, having unleashed his special powers from the outset, had exerted considerable energy and was now beginning to pant. He could not fathom how, under the pressure of triple gravity, Lin Yuan appeared unaffected, moving like lightning. Chen Xing glared at Lin Yuan, slurring, Lin Yuan, are you a loach? All you do is dodge, right? If you have the guts, let us battle face to face. The onlookers, hearing this, began to share in Chen Xing's frustration. They had come to witness a grand battle, not a cat-and-mouse spectacle. This national champion possessed extraordinary speed. Yet his combat prowess seemed lacking, as he dared not confront Chen Xing directly, resorting instead to ambushes. Indeed, it appears that scores do not reflect true combat ability. Those from small places simply cannot measure up. I dare say, if Lin Yuan were to face Chen Xing head-on, a single punch would incapacitate him. Listening to the murmurs around him, Jiang Sheng felt compelled to respond. You know nothing. My brother Yuan is merely toying with him, otherwise, a single slap would send him soaring. Ha ha ha. With such a level, it's all about sneak attacks? If he could knock Chen Xing out in one blow, I'll eat a whole pack of Oreos upside down. However, Tang Wanru held a different opinion. She covered her mouth in shock, her heart racing. Is that the star mark 9 steps? How is this possible? He couldn't have grasped such profound martial arts in just a few glances. But such exquisite footwork, aside from the star mark 9 steps, could there be any other martial art? Lin Yuan was not struggling against Chen Xing. Rather, he was practicing his footwork and had made notable progress in such a short time. He was indeed a formidable individual. At that moment, Lin Yuan ceased his display of skill, nodding in satisfaction. What a remarkable technique. Such martial arts are exceedingly rare in this world. I have chosen well by coming to this holy academy. Continuing this charade serves no purpose. It is time to conclude. With this thought, Lin Yuan cast a piercing gaze at Chen Xing and instantly vanished from sight. Chen Xing, perceiving the shift, immediately heightened his vigilance, knowing Lin Yuan might launch an offensive. But in the next instant, smack! A sharp sound echoed as Lin Yuan's figure abruptly appeared before Chen Xing, striking a stylish pose for a reverse slap. Chen Xing's right cheek was met with Lin Yuan's palm, leaving him with a crooked mouth and swollen cheek, his body involuntarily soaring into the air, colliding with the ceiling. As several teeth mingled with blood, floating through the air, silence enveloped the arena, a chilling stillness. The spectators stared in disbelief at the airborne Chen Xing. The once proud scholar from Kyoto, now unceremoniously lifted by a single slap. Although Chen Xing had previously been left battered, many believed it was merely due to Lin Yuan's speed, not an indication of true strength. Yet now, they realized just how mistaken they had been. With the sound of Chen Xing hitting the ground, the crowd snapped back to reality, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Did you see that? My brother Yuan's reverse slap sent him soaring. For those who doubted, where are those two who wanted to make a meal out of it? Step forward, and I'll provide Oreos aplenty. Jiang Sheng immediately began to gloat, strutting with an air of triumph. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Jiang Sheng's eye, much less engage him in conversation. Lin Yuan's slap had not only struck Chen Xing, but had metaphorically slapped every skeptic in the face. At this moment, Chen Xing struggled to rise, clutching his face, his eyes aflame with fury. Lin Yuan, how dare you strike my face? Is it just speed? I refuse to accept this. Chen Xing, noticing the judgmental stares from the crowd, attempted to salvage some dignity, shouting defiantly. Refuse? Would you like another slap to sample? Lin Yuan smirked, raising his right palm and rubbing it with his left hand, casting a bemused glance at Chen Xing. Chen Xing's mouth twitched involuntarily as he instinctively shielded his battered face, retreating a couple of steps, panic evident in his eyes. He was clearly intimidated by Lin Yuan, lacking the courage to continue fighting. This matter is not over, just you wait. Chen Xing spat defiantly before bolting away, not wishing to endure another merciless slap from Lin Yuan, fearing it would leave him utterly humiliated at Qing University. Ha ha ha, is this it? The #1 genius from Kyoto just runs away like this? It's absolutely hilarious. Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity to mock openly. All right, everyone disperse. Go choose your martial arts. At that moment, the instructor of the arena spoke, prompting the crowd to scatter. Yet, as they left, every gaze cast upon Lin Yuan was filled with reverence. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Wanru remained, approaching Lin Yuan with a bright smile. Lin Yuan, I'm Tang Wanru. Also a newcomer. What happened earlier has nothing to do with me. I'm not familiar with Chen Xing. He just keeps pestering me, she said softly. Oh. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He remembered how this girl had warned him earlier, so he bore no ill will towards her. By the way, Lin Yuan, was the martial art technique you used earlier the star mark 9 steps? Your comprehension is astounding. How did you come to the conclusion that I was using the star mark 9 steps? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Wasn't it said that no one had comprehended it before? How could this girl recognize it? I guessed. Such exquisite footwork, aside from the star mark 9 steps. I can't think of any other martial arts that could match it, Tang Wanru replied, her large eyes sparkling, hands clasped behind her back, exuding a playful charm tempered with a gentle grace, enhanced by her JK skirt. Ah, indeed it is the star mark 9 steps. Lin Yuan had nothing to conceal, as he would inevitably use it frequently in the future. It was only a matter of time before he was recognized. Many prodigies had undoubtedly studied this martial art, and being identified was perfectly normal. Really? Lin Yuan, you are truly remarkable, having comprehended the star mark 9 steps. Tang Wanru exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars as she gazed at Lin Yuan, as if she had encountered an extraordinary treasure. Lin Yuan instinctively took a step back, wondering what had come over her. Did she harbor intentions towards him? Lin Yuan, I have an unspoken request, and I am uncertain whether I should voice it, Tang Wanru said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking, Lin Yuan replied, catching her off guard, her wide eyes reflecting shock greater than her astonishment at the star mark 9 steps itself. Tang Wanru was a stunning beauty from Jiangnan, renowned even among the most exquisite of women. Countless suitors had vied for her attention, yet here was Lin Yuan, uttering such seemingly unfeeling words. Was he perhaps a straight man? Or did he simply hold no interest in women? Lin Yuan, please let me speak. I wish to ask if you could offer me some guidance. I have a deep admiration for the star mark 9 steps, yet I find myself at a loss. Would you be willing to help me? Tang Wanru implored, adopting a somewhat coquettish demeanor. Brother Yuan, look at how this beautiful classmate is pleading with you. Why not teach her a thing or two? Jiang Sheng interjected, seemingly eager to create an opportunity for Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanru clasped her hands under her delicate nose, her large eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Yuan. He shot a glare at Jiang Sheng, feeling a mix of annoyance and obligation. He had a decent impression of Tang Wanru, especially since she had previously offered him a helpful reminder, and he felt reluctant to dismiss her outright. After all, the star mark 9 steps was not a skill just anyone could master. Even if he taught her, the likelihood of her grasping it was slim. I can teach you, but you must promise not to disclose that I know the star mark 9 steps. As for whether you can learn it, that depends entirely on your own comprehension. Rest assured, Lin Yuan. I promise I won't tell a soul. Can we start learning now? Tang Wanru said excitedly, feeling a small thrill at having charmed him. Here, with so many people around? Lin Yuan glanced around, uncertain. Tang Wanru seized his arm, pulling him towards the exit. Let's go to my place. I live alone in my villa. Lin Yuan nodded without much thought. But Jiang Shen cast a suggestive glance at him. Brother Yuan, I won't join you. I have other matters to attend to. Just be sure to teach Tang classmate well. And don't rush back. Get lost. Lin Yuan retorted, pushing Jiang Shen away. Upon realizing the implications of their situation, a lone man and woman, it did seem inappropriate. However, he had already committed, so he steeled himself to proceed, convinced that virtue would prevail. Chapter 58. You want to learn too? Are you jealous? As the envious gazes of onlookers followed them, Lin Yuan walked alongside Tang Wanru towards her villa. Once inside the training room, he spent 2 hours teaching her. But she failed to grasp even a single movement. It appeared that this martial art was indeed challenging to comprehend. Eventually, Lin Yuan excused himself, and Tang Wanru reluctantly accompanied him to the villa's entrance. Lin Yuan, I truly appreciate your guidance in martial arts, but I haven't learned anything yet. When you have time, could you teach me again? She said softly, leaning against the door. I'll see when I can, Lin Yuan replied, nodding slightly. How about you stay a little longer? Tang Wanru winked at him. No. I have things to do, Lin Yuan said awkwardly, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Hee. Tang Wanru giggled, her hand covering her mouth, delightedly noting his bashfulness. I didn't expect you to be shy. I thought you were indifferent to women. With thoughts of Lin Yuan's handsome face and tall stature, her cheeks flushed as she slowly closed the door behind him. Just as Lin Yuan was heading back to his dormitory, a voice called out to him. Lin Yuan, please come to my office. A clear, melodious voice rang in his ears. Lin Yuan paused, surprised. Director Mu? What could she want with me now? Though puzzled, he made his way to the director's office. Mu Qianqian was aware that Lin Yuan had borrowed the star mark 9 steps and had even demonstrated it publicly. Such extraordinary comprehension had astonished her, and she felt compelled to ascertain whether he truly had mastered this elusive martial art. Upon entering the office, Lin Yuan saw Mu Qianqian seated behind her desk. Although her expression was neutral, her beauty was still striking. Close the door, she instructed. Lin Yuan complied, shutting the door behind him. Director Mu, what brings you to seek me at this hour? Mu Qianqian set down her documents, her beautiful gaze resting on him, calm and inscrutable. You visited the martial arts hall today and engaged in a confrontation? She inquired lightly. Yes, it was initiated by the other party. If I hadn't intervened, wouldn't that have made me seem weak? Lin Yuan assumed she would reprimand him for the incident, as he had not had a moment's peace since arriving at Qing University. Well done. A martial artist should possess some spirit. Mu Qianqian paused before continuing. So, you went to Tang Wanru's villa afterward? Director Mu, please don't misunderstand. We were merely discussing martial arts. Nothing more, Lin Yuan explained without hesitation. Mu Qianqian's lips curled slightly as she rose and approached him. You seem a bit nervous. Not at all. Is it against the rules for students to date? Lin Yuan shrugged, posing the question. What if I told you that the academy does not restrict students from dating? Mu Qianqian replied, her tone ambiguous. Whether there are restrictions or not is irrelevant to me. We were genuinely just exchanging martial arts knowledge, not engaged in a romantic affair, Lin Yuan asserted earnestly. Then perhaps you could also teach me, Mu Qianqian suddenly suggested, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily dumbfounded. What did she mean? Let him instruct a 9th-tier powerhouse in martial arts. You wish to learn too? He blurted out. Why? Is it that you can teach Tang Wanru, but not me? Mu Qianqian's tone held a hint of displeasure. Aside from you, no one else in Daxiao knows the star mark 9 steps. If I want to learn, it is only natural to seek your guidance. Of course, if Director Mu wishes to learn, I would be honored to teach you. Lin Yuan felt the awkwardness of the situation, a student instructing the director. Then let us begin. Teach me, and I shall grant you access to an advanced martial art in return. Mu Qianqian strode toward the training room, and Lin Yuan hurried to follow her. He first demonstrated the initial step, but Mu Qianqian struggled to replicate the movements, her attempts appearing rather clumsy. Wait, Director Mu, that step is incorrect. Your right foot should be positioned here, Lin Yuan said, moving closer to correct her stance. He grasped her ankle and adjusted her foot into an awkward position. As she felt his touch, Mu Qianqian's face flushed instantly, and she cleared her throat, feeling somewhat flustered. Lin Yuan realized his actions were inappropriate and quickly released her ankle. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, in Lin Yuan's heart, he may have already regarded Mu Qianqian as a friend. Coughing lightly, Lin Yuan, is this how you teach Tang Wanru? Mu Qianqian inquired softly, her gaze cast downwards. No, absolutely not. I haven't laid a finger on her, Lin Yuan retorted instinctively, unaware of why he felt the need to defend himself. Well, carry on then, Mu Qianqian replied casually. Oh, okay, Lin Yuan responded, hastening to continue his instruction. 2 hours later, astonishingly, Mu Qianqian had grasped the fundamentals of the first step. Though her movements were somewhat disjointed, they were beginning to take shape. Truly, as a 20-something ninth-tier genius martial artist, her aptitude was undeniably superior to that of Tang Wanru. All right, Lin Yuan, let's call it a day. We can continue another time. The sophomore graduation test is just a few days away. How prepared are you? Do you feel confident? Mu Qianqian concluded the lesson, directing her query at Lin Yuan. Of course, as a sophomore, I feel no pressure whatsoever, Lin Yuan declared proudly. Don't be complacent. There are 2 students who have broken through to the initial stage of the 3rd tier. Not everyone is as weak as when Mu Qianqian cautioned, observing his pride. Are you worried about me? Lin Yuan blurted, having spent considerable time with Mu Qianqian, sometimes forgetting her esteemed position and instinctively asking the question. You are a key focus of cultivation at Qing University. Naturally, I am concerned for you, Mu Qianqian replied matter-of-factly. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, lost in thought. Director Mu, I shall take my leave now, he said, bidding farewell as he approached the door. Go ahead, Mu Qianqian replied lightly. Yet, as Lin Yuan reached the threshold, he paused and turned back. Mu Qianqian furrowed her brow, recalling how Lin Yuan had previously halted at the door to mock her, but before she could speak, he interjected. Director Mu, are you perhaps jealous of Tang Wanru? With that, Lin Yuan executed the star trace 9 steps and vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan, came a furious cry from behind, but he wore a smirk, accelerating away from the scene. Ever since Lin Yuan learned of Mu Qianqian's age, he could never regard her as a lofty director, always attempting to tease her. Seated in her office, Mu Qianqian felt her heart racing, her thoughts spiraling. What is wrong with me? Am I truly jealous? How absurd. I have disregarded countless extraordinary talents. How could I possibly be moved by an 18-year-old boy? Absolutely not. She admonished herself internally, yet unbeknownst to her, the more she denied it, the more she cared. Unconsciously, both Lin Yuan's talent and decisiveness, along with a peculiar sense of familiarity and his handsome appearance, were subtly drawing her in. From her fleeting glimpse of him in the martial god tower, it was clear that her perception of Lin Yuan had transcended that of an ordinary student. Chapter 59. The test begins, hatred at its peak. 2 days later, Lin Yuan visited Vice Dean Liang's office, where he received his S-grade weapon, a golden longsword. Vice Dean Liang had infused this sword with various rare materials, including a unique S-grade metal, elevating its quality to nearly SS grade. Upon receiving the longsword, Lin Yuan was filled with elation. Its length, weight, feel, and appearance were all to his liking. Particularly captivating was its golden hue. When unsheathed, the sword emitted a faint dragon-esque roar, and its dragon head-shaped hilt was exceedingly comfortable to grip. As he wielded it, a golden dragon-like phantom danced around him, exuding an unmatched aura of power. According to Vice Dean Liang, the materials included remnants from a 7th-tier dragon beast, thus emanating a subtle draconic might. Lin Yuan cherished this longsword, naming it the Dragon's Play. In the ensuing 2 days, he refrained from venturing out, instead dedicating himself to training in the practice room. Planning to explore the martial god tower after the sophomore graduation test concluded, he felt confident about the 4th level, leveraging his current physical strength and defensive martial arts. He believed he could not only pass with ease but also cultivate within. This would allow him to absorb pure spatial elements, accelerating his growth and strength. Moreover, there were 6 additional levels above, each likely harboring unique benefits. The system's phase tasks had yet to be dispatched, suggesting lucrative rewards awaited. On the day of the graduation test, Lin Yuan set out early, carrying the Dragon's Play and the Heavenly Slaughter Sword as he made his way to the assembly area. The gathering spot was located in the square before the administrative building, where numerous students had already congregated, with the sophomore class totaling over 1,000 individuals. Lin Yuan approached the front of the crowd, nodding towards Mu Qianqian on the platform. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's arrival, Mu Qianqian's gaze fell upon him, and she reciprocated with a nod. Hey, is that person one of our sophomores? A student queried, puzzled. No way, I've never seen him before. He looks too young to be a sophomore, more like a freshman, another replied. The graduating sophomores were nearing the cusp of maturity, unlike Lin Yuan, who appeared somewhat youthful. I know this guy. He's the national champion in martial arts this year, and previously ascended to the 4th level of the martial god tower. Someone who had witnessed Lin Yuan's tower ascent remarked. Haha, that's hilarious. He may be the champion. But to claim a freshman could reach the 4th level of the martial god tower? Do you think we're fools? We want to believe such nonsense. Came the immediate derision, as only a handful had seen Lin Yuan ascend the tower. The base of witnesses was too small for those who had not seen it firsthand to accept such claims. Am I being ridiculous? He certainly has to participate in the test. When it comes time for the test, if you have the guts, go ahead and challenge him, and see how you fare. The man said, waiting to see the spectacle unfold. Fine, just let me run into him. I'll send him packing. Exactly, just don't let me encounter him, or I will knock him down immediately. The crowd scoffed, perceiving a freshman's participation in their test as an affront. They were determined to expel him, ensuring he understood that a sophomore's prowess was not something a mere freshman could contend with. Mang, should we warn everyone? Don't provoke that fierce one. A teammate standing beside when Mang suggested. What is there to say? Why should only we be the unlucky ones? When Mang replied, visibly agitated. As the other teammates nodded in agreement, their expressions a mix of trepidation and sly amusement. Previously, a senior had remarked on Lin Yuan's tower ascent and now approached him. Introducing himself. Junior Lin, greetings. I am Yin Ziliang. I witnessed your ascent to the tower and greatly admire your strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and nodded. Hello, senior. Junior, many do not hold you in high regard, but I am aware of your capabilities. During the test, make sure to show them what true talent looks like, Yin Ziliang encouraged enthusiastically. Senior, I am merely here to hunt fierce beasts. I have no interest in anything else. However, if they seek trouble, I wouldn't mind sending them out, Lin Yuan replied with a calm smile. Yin Ziliang, pleased with this response, grinned. The more opponents Lin Yuan eliminated, the higher his own ranking would climb. He had not only witnessed Lin Yuan ascend the tower, but was also present when Mang and a few others were dealt with by Lin Yuan just days ago. He held a profound admiration for Lin Yuan's prowess. This admiration was precisely the reason he sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Yuan, should they inadvertently cross paths. Lin Yuan might recall their previous acquaintance and refrain from taking action against him. By the way, Junior, see those two individuals over there? He gestured towards a pair standing together. The tall one is called Huaping, and the menacing-looking one is Niuzhan. Both are renowned talents in our sophomore year, and they recently broke through to the early stage of the third rank. You should pay close attention to them and avoid confrontation where possible. The threat from others should be negligible in comparison, Yin Ziliang advised, pointing not far away. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan cast a glance at Huaping and Niuzhan, smiled, and declared, they are hardly a cause for concern. Junior, do not underestimate them. They are indeed formidable. Many of our seniors in the third year are no match for them, Yin Ziliang cautioned, perceiving Lin Yuan's confidence as arrogance. It matters not. As long as they do not provoke me, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Yin Ziliang, hearing this, chose not to press further, merely shaking his head slightly. He believed Lin Yuan was still young and, given his exceptional talent, his arrogance could be somewhat excused. However, he feared that if Lin Yuan encountered Huaping and Niuzhan during the upcoming test, he would inevitably face some difficulties. At that moment, the assembly area was bustling with students. On the platform, Mu Qianqian had stepped forward, flanked by a row of sophomore class instructors. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly, the commanding aura of a ninth-stage warrior silencing all. Students, today marks your graduation test. I trust you have all prepared thoroughly. Your scores will be based on the quantity and quality of the beast you slay. Should you defeat another student, their points will automatically transfer to you, and they will be eliminated from the competition. I must remind everyone that lethal force against others is strictly prohibited. Any transgression will result in immediate expulsion and referral to the official enforcement team. Is that understood? Mu Qianqian's authoritative voice resonated throughout the square. Understood. The students chorused in unison, their voices brimming with vigor, showcasing the spirit of the academy. Additionally, we have a special participant among you today, Lin Yuan. As she spoke, Mu Qianqian gracefully raised her hand, pointing towards him. A fleeting, playful smirk danced on her lips before quickly disappearing, but Lin Yuan, who had been observing her intently, caught it clearly. An ominous premonition washed over him. She seemed intent on setting him up. Indeed, Lin Yuan is a new student who arrived at the academy before the term began, yet his strength surpasses that of most of you. Hence, the academy has decided to allow him to participate in this test as well. I hope none of you will be outperformed by a newcomer and strive for commendable results. Mu Qianqian concluded, and Lin Yuan felt a multitude of hostile gazes directed at him. It was evident that she was inciting animosity towards him. Frowning, he glanced at Mu Qianqian, who appeared oblivious to his stare, deliberately avoiding eye contact, relishing her perceived victory. You little rascal. Let us see how you fare after I set you up, she thought smugly. Chapter 60. Entering the dense forest, first slay the wolf pack. Lin Yuan remained unfazed by Mu Qianqian's underhanded tactics, maintaining his composure. To him, even if everyone turned against him, it would not pose a significant challenge. At worst, he would subdue a few, and the rest would think twice before troubling him again. Mu Qianqian, observing Lin Yuan's calm demeanor amidst the hostile stares, felt irked. Keep up your act. You want to be so composed when you're besieged. Just wait until you face the consequences of mocking me, she thought, a smirk curling on her lips. All right, enough delay. We shall commence now. You will enter a rift into the void. Exercise caution, and if you find yourselves outmatched, shout abandon immediately. Dean Yuan will ensure your safe extraction. Now let us begin. With a commanding voice, Mu Qianqian signaled, and the Vice Dean Yuan stepped forward. He positioned his fingers before his chest, his eyes widening as silver light erupted from his pupils. As he gestured, silver luminescence enveloped his fingers. Commence. Vice Dean Yuan took a decisive step forward, slicing through the void with his finger, producing a resounding tear. A colossal portal materialized in the air, akin to a rupture in space, flooding the square with blinding silver light that left the onlookers squinting. Everyone, enter the portal at once. The test begins. Mu Qianqian commanded. and the students surged towards the portal. Lin Yuan, naturally, took the lead, swiftly stepping into the rift. A familiar sensation of dizziness overcame him, and when he regained his footing, he found himself in a dense forest. It was morning here as well, with warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a cozy glow on the ground, evoking a sense of serenity. The scenery was quite lovely. In his past life, it would have made for a picturesque photograph. Yet, as Lin Yuan arrived, he frowned, sensing the oppressive aura of ferocious beasts surrounding him, accompanied by the stench of decaying flesh. Clearly, this rift contained a considerable number of beasts, far exceeding the previous open rifts he had encountered. With excitement swelling within him, he felt an abundance of anomalous energy points beckoning him. Just then, shadows flitted through the forest, revealing the presence of beasts lurking nearby. Ah, so you've sensed my aura. Excellent. Let me indulge in a hunt. Lin Yuan mused as he slowly drew his dragon-slaying sword, releasing a faint dragon's roar. The surrounding beasts responded with an intensified ferocity, some even growling in response. The beasts no longer concealed themselves, charging directly at Lin Yuan. A wolf pack? How fortunate I am. A horde of energy points delivered right to my doorstep. Let's do this. Lin Yuan twirled his sword, creating a dazzling golden arc. His movements fluid as he executed the starry steps, dashing forward in a golden blur. The wolf pack, incensed by Lin Yuan's audacity, charged at him with wild eyes. How dare this insignificant human confront them in such numbers? He was courting death. Yet Lin Yuan's movements were nothing short of mystical. The wolves posed no hindrance to him. He flitted through them like a butterfly in a floral garden, dancing gracefully. Amidst the chaos, several early-stage second-rank wolves fell to the ground, some decapitated, others with gaping wounds. The air thick with the scent of blood. The scene resembled a gruesome slaughterhouse, trees splattered with gore. The remaining wolves, now stripped of their will to fight, turned to flee. But Lin Yuan would not allow them to escape with their energy points. Transforming into a golden streak, he pursued them, and mere moments later, more carcasses littered the ground. As 20 or so pale white soul forms drifted away, Lin Yuan immediately began to absorb them. The ethereal energy transformed into a milky white mist, which he devoured completely, an exhilarating sensation washing over him. On his system panel, 12,000 energy points materialized, and Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. After a long absence, he could finally indulge in a frenzy of energy point acquisition once more. Old Chu, please identify the location of the ferocious beasts, Lin Yuan instructed Chu Yunfeng. To the southeast, 1 kilometer away, there are 15 mid-second tier vine snakes. Chu Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Understood. With a clang, Lin Yuan sheathed his sword and instantly executed his movement technique, darting towards the southeast. Meanwhile, outside, Mu Qianqian, the deputy Dean Yuan, and a group of teachers were intently focused on several monitoring screens. Display Lin Yuan's footage. Mu Qianqian instructed the teacher in charge of surveillance. Certainly, Dean Mu. A moment later, Lin Yuan's image appeared on one screen, while the others showcased rankings. Why does Dean Mu place such importance on this newcomer Lin Yuan? Allowing him to participate in the sophomore graduation test seems rather excessive, one teacher murmured. I've heard he is the national top scholar, exceptionally strong. Dean Mu likely perceives him as a genius and wishes to test his capabilities, another teacher responded. I have taught 2 national top scholars myself. But to compare a newcomer with sophomore graduates before even enrolling is utterly far-fetched. Well, we shall see. Let's observe just how talented this Lin Yuan truly is. Several teachers debated, dismissing Lin Yuan's potential while attributing it to Dean Mu's capriciousness. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan, wielding a golden sword, plunged into the throng of ferocious beasts, blood splattering everywhere and severed limbs flying through the air. The teachers were left in stunned silence, particularly those who had previously discussed him, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Wow, such a prodigy. Those are mid-second tier ferocious beasts. And a newcomer dispatches them with such ease. Terrifying. How old is he? The national top scholar cannot be this extraordinary. It seems Dean Mu's judgment is indeed sharp. Lin Yuan's strength must be at mid-second tier, truly an unheard of genius. Hearing the teacher's discussions, Mu Qianqian's lips curled into a smile, her gaze softening slightly. Not bad. Just mid-second tier. His power has reached the peak of the second tier. The only threats here are those 2 lads. Mu Qianqian recalled that during Lin Yuan's power assessment days ago, he surpassed the peak of the second tier with a combat power of over 120,000, making short work of mid-second tier beasts. At that moment, Lin Yuan dashed towards the southeast, swiftly arriving at the domain of the vine snakes. Oh no, a mid-second tier group of vine snakes. Lin Yuan is too reckless to engage them. Sigh, geniuses are often arrogant. It appears his test may come to an abrupt end. Indeed, a mid-second tier snake group, even peak second tier warriors would find them challenging. Dean Yuan, perhaps we should prepare to assist? The surrounding teachers began to murmur, with some urging the deputy dean to stand ready to intervene. Yet, Deputy Dean Yuan stood composed, arms crossed, smiling as he observed the screen, showing no signs of preparing for a rescue. Mu Qianqian also smirked, If Lin Yuan's strength were merely that, would she have allowed him to participate in this test? Did they truly think her a mere decorative figure devoid of intellect? How laughable. Chapter 61. Slaying the Snake Group, Surrounding the Tiger King. Lin Yuan had now arrived at the gathering place of the vine snakes, where the trees grew sparsely, yet the trunks and surrounding area were thickly enveloped with vine-like plants. Numerous leaves clung to the vines, intertwining with the trunks and branches. There were 15 mid-second tier vine snakes, coiled around the branches, camouflaged within the vines, making them nearly undetectable to enemies. Instead of concealing himself, Lin Yuan leapt into the air, drawing his sword with great force. The tremendous power of his sword draw resonated with a mighty dragon's roar. The 15 massive vine snakes, previously resting on the branches, were instantly roused, their tongues flicking as they locked their bloodthirsty gazes upon Lin Yuan in midair. Having detected an intruder in their territory, they wasted no time launching an assault. Shadows of green serpents surged towards him like a barrage of arrows, imbued with formidable momentum. Seeking death, Lin Yuan hurled a silver orb of light, enveloping himself and ensnaring the approaching giant snakes within it, executing the S-class martial art, spatial ripping kill. Crimson spatial blades cleaved through the serpents, and in that instant, Lin Yuan's figure vanished, leaving only golden sword chi weaving through the air. The space was soon filled with the anguished cries of the vine snakes, severed heads and blood scattering throughout the vicinity. In less than a minute, Lin Yuan sheathed his sword, the ground littered with dismembered snake corpses, their foul blood gushing forth. Staining the earth crimson, Lin Yuan parted his lips slightly, absorbing the 15 soul bodies, accumulating another 500 ability points. Old Chu, continue. Collect the 2 beast crystals. Lin Yuan thought. Due north, 2 kilometers away, there's a peak second-tier fire tiger, along with 10 mid-second-tier fire tigers. However, 2 teams are preparing to engage. They're your old acquaintances, Chu Yunfeng's voice relayed. Old acquaintances? You mean Wen Meng? Lin Yuan recalled the individual he had previously bested upon hearing of a team. Indeed. And there's another team, slightly stronger than theirs. No matter, I will seize it. Lin Yuan smirked, swiftly moving northward, determined to claim the ferocious beasts and the points. Outside, the teachers were enveloped in a profound silence, all utterly astonished, their mouths agape in shock. Is he truly a newcomer? This is astounding. He annihilated a mid-second tier snake group in merely 5 breaths. It's terrifying. What is his actual strength? Peak second tier? Or third tier? It should be peak second tier. If he were third tier, Dinmu allowing him to partake in the sophomore test would be meaningless. He could dominate effortlessly, even against Huoping and Niuzhan. Hearing the discussions, Deputy Dean Yuan smiled slightly, aware that Lin Yuan was exceptional, hence his lack of preparation for rescue. Mu Qianqian remained somewhat astonished. She had known Lin Yuan was strong, but the ease with which he dispatched the mid-second tier snakes was astonishing. Has he concealed his strength? That's impossible. I personally assessed his combat power. Perhaps his martial arts level is exceptionally high, Mu Qianqian speculated internally. Lin Yuan headed towards the 2 teams led by Wen Meng and Xiao Fan, as a teacher pointed to the screen, speaking nervously. It seems they have indeed noticed him. He may be in trouble, another teacher remarked, frowning. Mu Qianqian also furrowed her brow. She knew Wen Meng was Lin Yuan's defeated foe. Yet the opposing force comprised 2 teams, 10 individuals. Could Lin Yuan handle them? 2 kilometers was not a significant distance for Lin Yuan. Within minutes, he reached the battlefield's edge. In the fray, Wen Meng led his 5-member team alongside a lean youth, who similarly commanded another 5-member squad. Wen Meng, let us hold the peak second-tier Tiger King while the others swiftly eliminate the mid-second-tier Fire Tigers. What do you think? The lean youth strategized. To which Wen Meng nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed with Xiao Fan's strategy. Everyone, prepare for action. In the realm of formidable beasts, it is generally acknowledged that those of equivalent rank possess a strength that surpasses that of humankind. Hence, the collaboration of the 2 individuals could effectively restrain their adversaries. The remaining members, each endowed with mid to early second-tier capabilities, felt confident in their collective ability to vanquish a group of initial-tier fire tigers. Upon hearing this, they all drew their weapons, preparing to launch an assault against the ferocious felines. Xiao Fan and Wen Meng exchanged a knowing glance, both nodding in unison before springing forth with great urgency towards the pinnacle-tier Tiger King. The other 8 team members followed suit, charging into the fray against the Tiger Pack. Lin Yuan, however, chose to conceal his presence, opting to bide his time and not rush into action. Regardless of who delivered the fatal blow to the beast, he could still devour the soul and seize the points from the vanquished, so he preferred to let these laborers expend their efforts first, planning to claim the spoils once the battle concluded. Xiao Fan, also at the pinnacle of the second tier, joined Wen Meng in their endeavor. Although they could not directly fell the Tiger King, they effectively held it at bay, preventing it from joining the broader conflict. The other team members executed their task with precision, dispatching 10 initial-tier fire tigers within mere minutes. Subsequently, they all converged around the Tiger King, sealing off all its escape routes. Wen Meng, let us strike the killing blow together. The others should refrain from intervening to avoid injury. You merely need to block its escape, Wen Mang instructed, to which the group nodded in agreement. Now attack. Kill. Wen Mang bellowed, brandishing his great axe as he charged forward, with Xiao Fan following suit, his spear aimed at the Tiger King. The 8 surrounding teammates regarded the duo with admiration, recognizing their captain's formidable prowess. Wen Mang clashed directly with the Tiger King, swinging his great axe in a fierce confrontation, while Xiao Fan maneuvered around, seizing opportunities to deliver precise, piercing strikes. After 5 minutes of intense combat, the Tiger King bore numerous wounds, its paws oozing blood, and its furious crimson eyes fixated on Wen Mang and Xiao Fan. The two, wary of a potential last-ditch retaliation from the beast, proceeded with caution, as no one desired injury. Lin Yuan, however, grew increasingly impatient, astonished that 10 individuals struggled to swiftly subdue these lesser tigers. Disappointed, he shook his head, resolving that direct intervention would be more efficient. Without further ado, he revealed himself, striding boldly into the battlefield. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Wen Mang nearly dropped his axe in shock, retreating swiftly, his expression one of terror. His 4 teammates echoed his fear, while Xiao Fan, noticing Wen Mang's reaction, furrowed his brow. He recognized Lin Yuan as merely a freshman and dismissed him entirely. Wen Mang, what on earth is happening? Why do you appear so terrified? Xiao Fan questioned, irritated by Wen Mang's retreat at such a critical moment. We are on the verge of slaying the Tiger King. Wen Mang, unable to focus on Xiao Fan, fixated his gaze on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, do you desire the Tiger King? If so, we shall depart. Is that acceptable? He inquired cautiously, genuinely fearing a confrontation that could lead to their demise. Wen Mang's capitulation astonished him. Despite their numbers, he found no courage to stand his ground. He understood that against Lin Yuan, any hope of victory was futile. The only prudent course was to retreat. Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback by Wen Mang's surrender, waved his hand dismissively, losing interest in contesting points with him. Wen Mang, feeling a sense of relief, quickly stowed his axe and retreated with his team. Witnessing this, Xiao Fan's expression turned scornful. Wen Mang, how utterly disgraceful. A mere freshman has frightened you to this extent? Have you squandered your training over the years? Wen Mang, incensed by Xiao Fan's words, felt powerless. This was the harsh reality. Denial would not alter the outcome. He had experienced the consequences of opposing Lin Yuan firsthand. Xiao Fan, you truly lack understanding. Do not say I did not warn you. This individual is not someone you can provoke, Wen Mang cautioned, gesturing towards Lin Yuan. Huh. What a joke. Xiao Fan, fear no freshman. Such a claim would only elicit laughter. He scoffed, his gaze narrowing as he faced Lin Yuan. Listen closely. Boy, step away from the Tiger King, for it is beyond your grasp. Should you seek your own demise, I shall be more than willing to assist you in that regard. With a flourish, Xiao Fan twirled his spear, the aura of a pinnacle-tier warrior radiating from him. Did you hear what my brother Fan said? Are you not going to leave this place? Do we truly need to make a move? He taunted, his arrogance palpable. Several members of Xiao Fan's team chimed in with derision, fully supporting their leader's bravado. Ignorance, recklessness, murmured a few from Wen Mang's group. Recognizing Xiao Fan's hubris and anticipating a spectacle, Lin Yuan paid them no heed, drawing forth his dragon sword and stepping forward, executing the star mark 9 steps to instantly appear beside the Tiger King. With a swift strike, he severed the beast's massive head, which soared into the air. With a graceful sheathing of his sword, he activated his soul-devouring skill, effortlessly consuming the souls of the 11 beasts present, amassing 4,600 ability points in a heartbeat. You seek your own end, daring to covet the beast I have set my sights on. Allow me to impart a lesson in respect for one's seniors. Xiao Fan seethed, his anger boiling over at the audacity of a freshman to disregard him and openly claim his prey. With a determined step, Xiao Fan thrust his spear towards Lin Yuan, the air seemingly freezing as the temperature plummeted, his ability rooted in the rare ice element of the elemental category. Humph. Lin Yuan had just finished devouring the souls when Xiao Fan's spear approached, his expression turning icy. With a cold snort, he sidestepped effortlessly, evading the spear's treacherous trajectory without being hindered by its icy properties. In an instant, Lin Yuan closed the distance, delivering a straightforward punch aimed squarely at Xiao Fan's chest. His speed was so remarkable that Xiao Fan could hardly react. All he saw was a massive fist crashing into him. Xiao Fan's pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? No. With a thunderous impact, Xiao Fan was propelled backward, crashing into a tree over 20 meters away before collapsing to the ground, the trunk swaying violently from the sheer force. Lying on the ground, Xiao Fan coughed up blood, darkness enveloping him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A hush fell over the crowd, punctuated by gasps of disbelief. Even Wen Mang and his team were left in stunned silence, realizing the extent of Lin Yuan's might. They had known he was formidable, but never anticipated such overwhelming power. Lin Yuan had effortlessly incapacitated Xiao Fan, whose strength surpassed even Wen Mang's, leaving him in a state of oblivion with a single, unadorned punch. It seems he had previously shown restraint. They could scarcely fathom the sheer terror that would ensue had Lin Yuan unleashed his full might. Brother Fan, a few teammates, regaining their composure, rushed to assess Xiao Fan's condition. They helped him up, their eyes drawn to the sunken area of his chest and the blood that continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, an icy dread gripping their very beings. How could you possibly be this strong? You can't be a freshman. Indeed, who are you really? Regardless of your identity, the Academy's instructors shall not let this go unpunished for such brutality. Fools, Lin Yuan scoffed, leisurely approaching the group. The sight sent waves of panic through them, and they instinctively retreated, clutching Xiao Fan. What do you intend to do? Stay back, a trembling teammate shouted, pointing a quivering finger at Lin Yuan. What am I to do? Why, I shall claim your points, Lin Yuan replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What should we do? Should we give him the points? One member whispered. Give him AP. We are 4. What do we have to fear? Let us avenge Brother Fan. Another teammate bellowed, charging at Lin Yuan, with the other 3 following suit without hesitation. Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback, nodded slightly, appreciating their spirit. With the star mark 9 steps, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, weaving through the 4. Bang, bang, bang. 4 resounding explosions echoed as they were sent hurtling backward, collapsing beside Xiao Fan. Eyes wide with disbelief, they stared at Lin Yuan, recognizing their injuries were not severe. He had evidently shown mercy. This individual is exceedingly formidable. Even when facing those 2 monsters, the pressure he exudes is unparalleled. We have indeed overestimated ourselves, one teammate murmured, glancing at Wen Mang and the others standing aside. He finally understood why Wen Mang had chosen to concede so readily. This was no mere human. In the face of such an adversary, what other option was there but submission? To be beaten to death? We concede. You can take our points. We withdraw, the 4 despondently declared. Subsequently, a portal of space illuminated behind them as they struggled to lift the unconscious Xiao Fan, retreating into the teleportation gate with a sense of defeat. Upon appearing before the teachers, their eyes glistened with tears. One even threw himself into the arms of their homeroom teacher. Teacher, and the 2 deans. You must advocate for us. That freshman Lin Yuan is no ordinary newcomer. He is undoubtedly a 3rd-year senior in disguise. One blow from him left Xiao Fan gravely injured. Please, save him. Their homeroom teacher, caught in an awkward position, patted the individual's shoulder with a sigh. Alas, the one who defeated you is indeed a freshman. Consider this a lesson learned. Never underestimate anyone. Had you been more vigilant and engaged all 5 of you from the outset, perhaps there would have been a fighting chance. Regrettably, your arrogance led to this outcome. Take Xiao Fan below for treatment. The 4 exchanged incredulous glances, realizing they had genuinely been annihilated by a freshman. The adversary was merely 18. How could such an abominable monster exist in this world? Chapter 63. Breaking through to the 2nd-rank martial artist, the fluorescent leopard. Xiao Fan was carried down by his 4 teammates to the nearby infirmary, where a teacher specializing in healing abilities awaited. The faculty had witnessed Lin Yuan's battle and were still reeling from the shock. They had initially believed Lin Yuan would face considerable trouble against 10 opponents. However, in the next moment, 5 of them had surrendered without a fight. The remaining 5 had fought only to be decisively crushed by Lin Yuan. They held no doubt that had Wen Mang's team joined in, the outcome would have been similarly disastrous. Director Mu, such an extraordinary prodigy. Where did you find him? Your discerning eye is commendable. I am in awe, Vice Dean Yuan remarked with a chuckle to Mu Qianqian, though the 3 vice deans had not voiced it. They thought Mu Qianqian had acted somewhat rashly by allowing Lin Yuan to use the blood of a divine beast. However, Vice Dean Yuan now believed Mu Qianqian had demonstrated remarkable insight in recognizing Lin Yuan's potential. You flatter me. In truth, Lin Yuan was recruited by Director Li from the admissions office, Mu Qianqian humbly replied. Oh, so it was him. It seems the admissions office made a wise choice in entrusting him. Yet, for you to decide to nurture him so intensively, you truly have an eye for talent. Vice Dean Yuan continued to lavish praise. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. She had initially been opposed to granting him the blood of a divine beast. Had Lin Yuan not proven himself, she would have been reluctant to bestow such a gift so readily. Not at all. Let us continue to observe. Mu Qianqian smiled slightly, and the 2 resumed their focus on the screen. After Xiao Fan's team departed, Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward Wen Mang and his 5 companions, who trembled slightly under his scrutiny. Lin Yuan, we have not engaged. Could you allow us to leave? Wen Mang mustered the courage to inquire, not wishing to provoke Lin Yuan, especially as his body had only just recovered. He did not desire to find himself bettered in for another 10 to 15 days like Xiao Fan. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, ignored them and turned to leave. With their points scant and lacking any fighting spirit, he had no intention of bullying those who had already surrendered. As Lin Yuan's figure receded into the distance, Wen Mang and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Mang, what is Lin Yuan's actual strength? He seems even more terrifying than the last time we encountered him. It feels as though we are peering into an unfathomable abyss, one teammate lamented. How the hell would I know? His strength is beyond our comprehension. I wonder if those two abnormal ones can gauge his true capabilities, when Mang pondered, recalling Huaping and Niu Zhan, both of whom he considered equally formidable. Yet, he sensed that even they might struggle to uncover Lin Yuan's full strength. Lin Yuan ventured deeper toward the central area, with the assistance of Chu Yunfeng, acting as a living radar, ensuring no beast could evade his pursuit. His ability points continued to rise, now reaching 50,000. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, realizing he was finally ready to elevate his martial arts rank. Lin Yuan. There is a cluster of beasts 3 kilometers to the northwest, Chu Yunfeng's voice echoed in his mind. However, Lin Yuan found a large rock upon which to sit cross-legged. There's no rush. I shall break through first. Huh, a breakthrough? Are you about to advance to the second rank? Indeed. With a thought, Lin Yuan instantly elevated his martial arts level, and the system panel underwent a transformation. System panel opening. Host, Lin Yuan. Ability, SS level space type ability. Martial arts, second rank martial artist, initial stage, 0. Combat power, 850,000, upgradable. Martial techniques, dimensional/A, advanced, upgradable. Sky burning body refinement technique S, burning blood realm 50. Spatial rending execution S, advanced, upgradable. Xinjing spirit armor S, initial, upgradable. Star mark 9 steps SSS, initial, upgradable. Skills, soul devouring, swordsmanship, advanced, upgradable. Breathing technique SSS, fist technique, initial, upgradable. Ability points, 20,000. The breakthrough to the initial stage of the second rank consumed only 30,000 ability points. Not bad. It seems that regular practice of the breathing technique can indeed save a considerable number of ability points. The recently acquired martial arts, Xinjing spirit armor, and Star mark 9 steps were still at initial proficiency. He should upgrade them to advanced. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan spent 4,000 ability points to elevate both martial arts to an advanced level. I frequently rely on my fists for combat. Now that my martial arts skills have reached the novice level, it is time for an upgrade. Lin Yuan invested an additional 2,000 ability points to elevate his fist technique to an advanced level. He harbored a fondness for using his fists. Their sheer forcefulness was straightforward and direct, offering a gratifyingly raw sensation. With 14,000 ability points remaining, he decided to conserve them, as the benefits of enhancing his martial arts level surpassed merely augmenting his combat power with ability points. It was prudent to save them for unforeseen circumstances. With this thought, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, stood up, and stretched his limbs, preparing to continue his hunt for ferocious beasts. Have you truly broken through? Came the puzzled voice of Chu Yunfeng. Indeed, why would you question that? Lin Yuan replied, perplexed. Good heavens, what kind of monster are you? Others take at least several hours of training to achieve a breakthrough, and you managed to do it in the blink of an eye? How hasty! Chu Yunfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Having accompanied Lin Yuan for some time, he felt Lin Yuan differed significantly from conventional martial artists. Even he, a formidable figure in the cosmos, could not see through him. I practiced enough. I merely experienced a sudden breakthrough, Lin Yuan casually explained. Before Chu Yunfeng could inquire further, Lin Yuan hastily shifted the topic. Old Chu, you mentioned a pack of ferocious beasts nearby. What kind are they? A group of prairie leopards, over 10 of them. However, among them is a mutated variety known as the fluorescent leopard, Chu Yunfeng replied. Fluorescent leopards? Huh. Those creatures are favored only by women. As a man, I have no interest in them. To me, they're merely beasts, Lin Yuan said with a dismissive smile. He had learned about fluorescent leopards in his high school textbooks. They were a mutated subspecies of the prairie leopard. This particular breed was extraordinarily unique, not due to any special abilities, but because their entire bodies glowed with a fluorescent hue, shimmering in the dark. Even in death, their fur and bones retained this exquisite luminescence, making them highly sought-after materials for women's clothing and accessories. The dried flesh and blood served as a rare spice, which alchemists could use to create perfumes, prized for their scarcity and distinctive fragrance, particularly among young women. However, for Lin Yuan, they were merely a source of ability points. Huh, you, my friend, are quite the ironclad man. Such things are perfect for charming women, yet you disdain them, Chu Yunfeng chuckled. At that moment, an exquisite figure flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Mu Qianqian was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, possessing an otherworldly grace that set her apart from other girls. Unbeknownst to him, she had already found a place in his heart. Ahem, let us go take a look. After all, we need to hunt ferocious beasts, Lin Yuan said, disguising his thoughts with a cough as he sped off towards the northwest. Minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived near the pack of prairie leopards. The dense forest had given way to an open area, where a massive low tree loomed beside the leopard group. Its expansive crown spread out like a great umbrella, casting a cool shade over the area, with a soft grass bed over a foot high, a perfect resting spot for the prairie leopards. Someone's here, Lin Yuan frowned. Despite his rapid arrival, it seemed others had already engaged the leopards. A small team of 5 individuals approached, led by a tall, cold-looking woman. Despite her frosty demeanor, Her beauty was striking, and combined with her aura, she exuded a unique allure. The five were fanned out in different directions, closing in on the prairie leopards. Oh, a familiar face, Lin Yuan noted as he recognized one of the youth in the team, Yin Ziliang, who had previously approached him outside. Prepare for action. Remember, focus primarily on capturing that fluorescent leopard. The icy woman commanded her team. As a strikingly beautiful woman, she undoubtedly possessed a compelling allure for the fluorescent leopard. Understood. Captain Liu. The others replied in unison. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Initially, he had little interest in the fluorescent leopard, but after Chu Yunfeng's comments, an image of an exquisite figure flickered in his mind. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable desire to claim the fluorescent leopard for himself. Without further contemplation, he stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of the group. The five were taken aback, evidently unprepared for an unexpected appearance at that moment. Hey, Lin, what are you doing here? Yin Ziliang exclaimed, his guard dropping as he recognized Lin Yuan and greeted him with a smile. Yin Senior, it's a surprise to see you here. I wish to claim this fluorescent leopard. I hope you can part with it. Feel free to name your price. Lin Yuan said politely, clasping his fists. However, to Captain Liu's ears, his words came across as something entirely different. This brat intends to brazenly seize my fluorescent leopard? How could I allow that? Lu Ningfei, the cold beauty, glared at Lin Yuan. She was renowned as the ice beauty of Qing University and was exceptionally powerful. Second only to the strongest, Huoping and Niuzhan. Oh, yours is it? And what if I desire it? Lin Yuan replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he asked coldly. Yin Ziliang's heart sank at those words, while others might not know. He was acutely aware of Lin Yuan's strength. Previously, when Mang had failed to withstand even a single blow from Lin Yuan. Although when Mang was at the peak of the second tier and not particularly remarkable, he could not compare to Lu Ningfei. Yet, Lin Yuan had easily crushed him, leading Yin Ziliang to suspect that even the formidable Lu Ningfei might not be Lin Yuan's match. Should a confrontation ensue, even if they emerged victorious, it would come at a considerable cost. Then I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson, you presumptuous newcomer. Lu Ningfei's expression darkened. She was determined to possess the fluorescent leopard and would not yield even to Huoping and Niuzhan, let alone a mere newcomer. Do you know who our Captain Liu is? You should have inquired before acting so recklessly. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance. A team member chimed in. Huh. Lin Yuan laughed, finding the situation amusing. He hadn't even attempted to seize the leopard outright, instead opting to negotiate compensation, which he thought was quite respectful. Yet, he was met with such arrogance, claiming the fluorescent leopard as her own. This space was part of Qing University's testing grounds, where they were meant to compete. The rules dictated that whoever captured the ferocious beasts would claim them as their own, and even engaging in combat was permissible. It seemed some individuals had become so accustomed to their superiority that they could not be treated with courtesy. Perhaps only by decisively putting them in their place could they learn to speak with respect. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Yin Ziliang quickly intervened. Lin, don't be upset. Ningfei doesn't mean any offense. Girls are particularly fond of fluorescent leopards. You must understand and let it go. Upon hearing Yin Ziliang's words, Lin Yuan considered them valid. After all, the fluorescent leopard held significant allure for women, which likely explained the team's aggressive stance. Very well, I shall not contest with you further. Once you have vanquished your foe, merely hand me a beast bone. Lin Yuan stepped back, requesting but a single beast bone. Huh, you still desire a beast bone? Not a single hair shall you receive. If you do not depart at once, I shall personally ensure your departure. Lu Ningfei scoffed, disdainfully pointing her long sword at Lin Yuan. You, boy, leave now, or you shall find yourself bedridden for half a year after our Lu squad has intervened. Indeed, leave at once, or face annihilation. The others mocked, viewing Lin Yuan as nothing more than a fledgling, easily manipulated and utterly ineffectual. It was over. Yin Ziliang forced a wry smile, aware that a confrontation was now inevitable. His prior attempts to converse with Lin Yuan were aimed at averting this very scenario, yet fate had decreed otherwise. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Ningfei's taunt, Lin Yuan's form vanished from their sight. Be cautious, Yin Ziliang shouted, as if facing a formidable enemy, unable to restrain his alarm. While the others remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's true might, he was acutely aware that Lin Yuan was a considerable adversary. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan reappeared, standing before Lu Ningfei, effortlessly grasping her neck with a fair and powerful hand, lifting her off the ground. In that moment, all were rendered speechless, save for Lu Ningfei, whose long, elegant legs flailed helplessly in the air. In an instant, Lin Yuan had completely subdued her. Her own cultivation rendered impotent beneath his overwhelming spiritual force. Lu Ningfei's long sword clattered to the ground as she clutched at Lin Yuan's hand, encircling her throat, her eyes wide with shock. And no, this cannot be. How can you possess such strength? It is utterly impossible. Lu Ningfei stammered, disbelief etched across her features. A second-year prodigy. She had held her ground against formidable opponents like Huoping and Niuzhan. Yet here stood a mere 18-year-old freshman who had rendered her utterly defenseless. Before him, she felt as diminutive as a child, while Lin Yuan loomed like an insurmountable mountain, a peak she could never hope to ascend. Yan Ziliang's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape. He believed he understood Lin Yuan's prowess, yet it was now evident that his knowledge was but a trivial fraction of the truth. The reality of Lin Yuan's terrifying strength was unfathomable. Even Huaping and Niu Zhen would not have been able to so swiftly vanquish Lu Ningfei, let alone subdue her. Yet Lin Yuan had accomplished this feat with an air of effortless nonchalance, revealing depths of power yet unseen. There is nothing impossible, Lu Ningfei. Can we converse civilly now? Lin Yuan's grip tightened imperceptibly, his voice cold as ice. Cough, cough. Yes, yes. Please, release me. I can hardly breathe. Lu Ningfei's face flushed crimson. Her pride shattered in an instant. In that moment, she realized the extent of her previous arrogance and folly. Had Lin Yuan not awakened her to the reality of her hubris today, her character would undoubtedly lead her to severe misfortune, consequences she might not be able to bear. Lin Yuan released her, allowing her to crumple to the ground, where she immediately fell into a fit of coughing. Several team members, roused from their stupor, rushed to Lu Ningfei's side, gazing at Lin Yuan with newfound reverence. Lu Ningfei, do you still desire this fluorescent leopard? Lin Yuan inquired coldly. And no, I no longer want it, Lu Ningfei replied, her voice tinged with trepidation. At this, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he approached the fluorescent leopard. Just then, a glint of cold light appeared above his head, hurtling toward him with lethal intent. An ambush. Someone had struck with ruthless ferocity, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yuan. This was the testing ground of Qing University, a place where killing was strictly prohibited. Yet their assailant had unleashed a deadly attack. Humph. After waiting so long, you finally choose to act? Then prepare to meet your end. Lin Yuan scoffed, drawing his dragon sword with a resonant cry of dragon song. Chapter 65. A deadly threat, unyielding in battle. In the face of this sudden ambush, Lin Yuan remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated that someone lay in wait among the treetops above the leopard herd. Unsure of their intentions, he had refrained from exposing their presence initially. However, after he had subdued Lu Ningfei, their ambusher, momentarily stunned, had stealthily approached, revealing their murderous intent. Lin Yuan could not fathom why they sought his demise, but should they wish to kill him, he would ensure they did not leave alive. He would not show mercy due to the regulations of Qing University. In an instant, Lin Yuan thrust his dragon sword upward to counter the assailant. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a sudden jolt surged through him. He was astounded to discover that he had been immobilized, unable to move a muscle. In that moment, Lin Yuan felt the sting of mortal danger, a sensation he had never encountered since embarking on his path as a warrior. He quickly regained his composure. The opponent was formidable. Even if this extraordinary immobilization technique could only restrain him for a brief moment, it would suffice for them to strike him down. His mind raced, realizing that he could only endure this blow. With his blood refinement stage physique, coupled with the Xianjing spirit armor martial arts, he hoped to withstand the assault. I have my ability points. Xianjing spirit armor, maximize. With a thought, Lin Yuan drained 12,000 ability points, elevating the Xianjing spirit armor from master level to the utmost pinnacle of perfection. Blood refinement. Xianjing spirit armor. He roared internally, as his blood surged to a boil. Beneath the S-grade battle attire, his skin glowed with a luster akin to jade, while his defensive capabilities reached their zenith. In a flash, a layer of silver, translucent armor enveloped Lin Yuan, encasing his entire body. Coupled with his flawless physique, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. At that moment, Lin Yuan had maximized his defenses. Then, clang, a long sword found its way to Lin Yuan's throat, the assailant opting to target his vulnerable neck instead of the more fortified region of his heart, indicating their extensive experience in assassination. Finally, Lin Yuan discerned the identity of his attacker, Huaping, one of the two strongest individuals Yan Ziliang had pointed out during their previous encounters. A harsh screech of metal grinding echoed as Huaping realized, to his shock, that his sword could not penetrate the protective layer of armor enveloping Lin Yuan. As the brief moment of immobilization came to an end, Lin Yuan regained his ability to act, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The dragon sword unleashed a silver blade of light, executing the A-grade martial technique, spatial dimensional slash. Tearing through the air, Huaping hung suspended, his long sword still pressed against Lin Yuan's throat, unable to react in time. In his astonished and despairing gaze, the blade of the spatial dimensional slash cleaved through his shoulder and then his torso. This is impossible. Huaping's eyes brimmed with deep regret. Yet it was far too late. He could never have anticipated that Lin Yuan would withstand his full force strike amidst the immobilization and, in an instant, eliminate him. No words could reverse the outcome. Huaping's body was cleaved in two, a torrential rain of blood cascading down, staining Lin Yuan's silver armor. Thud, thud. Huaping's severed halves fell heavily to the ground, blood pooling around them. At this moment, Lin Yuan turned around, his eyes faintly tinged with crimson. A piercing scream echoed as Lu Ningfei paled and collapsed onto the ground. She was utterly shocked, Lin Yuan had actually killed Huaping. This harbinger of death dared to commit murder within the testing grounds of Qing University. As a pampered young lady accustomed to a life of luxury, she had never witnessed such a decisive and bloodthirsty scene. Her terror was entirely understandable. The other members of her team were hardly in a better state, retreating in fear, their eyes filled with horror. He actually killed Huaping. One of the team members exclaimed, astonished. He is so ruthless, killing without hesitation. Does he not fear the Academy's retribution? But Huaping was the one who sought to kill him first. He merely acted in self-defense. The Academy would not hold him accountable. Another reason. Is he truly a freshman? Huaping, at the third stage, was eliminated in an instant. Why do we feel like the novices here? Lu Ningfei was now in a state of shock, listening to her teammates' whispered discussions. She felt like a fool for having once thought she could seize anything from such a formidable individual. The most prominent figures of their sophomore year had now been reduced to mere corpses. What was she in comparison? Previously, she had prided herself on her genius. Yet before Lin Yuan, the term seemed utterly ludicrous. At this moment, a shimmering silver light enveloped Lin Yuan as his Xianjing spirit armor retracted, revealing his true form. With the Yu-long sword sheathed, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the five of them, who all bore expressions of awe. He said nothing but swallowed Huaping's soul before turning to leave. With 2,000 ability points secured, Lin Yuan hastened towards the direction where the prairie leopard pack had fled. Outside, as Lin Yuan clashed with Lu Ningfei's team, the teachers were eager to witness a confrontation, keen to gauge Lin Yuan's true strength. Previously, he had single-handedly defeated Xiao Fan's team, but since that team was relatively weak and did not engage him all at once, the teachers had not discerned Lin Yuan's capabilities. However, Lu Ningfei's team was different. Her own strength was formidable, ranking just below Huaping and Niuzhan. Each member of her team was equally powerful and well-coordinated, likely capable of unveiling Lin Yuan's true potential. Yet, when Lin Yuan seized Lu Ningfei by the throat, intimidating her team into inaction, the teachers realized that uncovering Lin Yuan's true abilities would not be so simple. Just as everyone marveled at Lin Yuan's extraordinary prowess, he astounded them once again. Huaping suddenly launched a surprise attack against Lin Yuan, evidently intent on taking his life. In that instant, Mu Qianqian's overwhelming aura erupted uncontrollably, sending weaker teachers reeling in panic. Huaping, how dare you? Mu Qianqian's furious shout resonated. Her anger stemmed not only from Huaping's audacity to kill, but also from the fact that the target of his lethal intent was someone she deeply cared about. Lin Yuan represented her hope of returning home and was a person of great significance to her. Director Yuan, immediately locate Lin Yuan's position. Hurry, Mu Qianqian commanded, her expression frigid with urgency. Understood. I need a few seconds, Vice Director Yuan promptly replied. Because Lin Yuan had not proactively revealed himself, they could not pinpoint his location immediately. Mu Qianqian fixed her gaze on the screen, frustration boiling within her as she feared for Lin Yuan's life. Huaping, at the early third stage, had launched a surprise assault. Although Lin Yuan had detected it in advance, Huaping was a special time-based ability user, wielding the terrifying martial arts of time stasis. Even a fleeting moment of time stasis would suffice for Huaping to execute a fatal strike. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a layer of silver armor manifested around Lin Yuan, absorbing Huaping's lethal blow before he retaliated instantaneously, ending Huaping's life in an instant. A collective gasp filled the air, even Vice Director Yuan halting his efforts to locate Lin Yuan. Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had personally assessed Lin Yuan's combat capabilities, and it was inconceivable that he could slay Huaping so effortlessly. What she did not realize was that Lin Yuan's power had surged beyond measure, far surpassing his previous strength. This child possesses unparalleled talent and strength. Coupled with an unyielding resolve, he is destined for greatness and will undoubtedly ascend to the status of a martial deity. Vice Director Yuan mused, gazing at Lin Yuan's silhouette with genuine admiration. Mu Qianqian, aware of this truth, felt a surge of happiness as she saw Lin Yuan emerge unscathed, and she let out a sigh of relief. Huaping, who maliciously sought to murder a fellow student within the testing grounds, met his just demise. Record this incident and report it to the relevant authorities, Mu Qianqian declared coldly. She had already prepared for the worst. Had Lin Yuan been slain, she would have personally dealt with Huaping. Yes, Director Mu, the incident has been recorded, a teacher responded immediately. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian nodded slightly and continued to watch Lin Yuan's figure. You little rascal, how many secrets have you kept from me? Chapter 66, The Reincarnation Sect's Pursuit of Lin Yuan. While their battle unfolded, the prairie leopard pack had long since fled, and Lin Yuan promptly pursued them based on Chu Yunfeng's tracking. As he chased, he delved into Huaping's memories, uncovering a significant secret. Huaping was not merely a student of Qing University, he was also a follower of a cult known as the Reincarnation Sect. The details of this sect were obscured, leaving Lin Yuan unable to discern more. Clearly, this organization was shrouded in mystery, likely employing encryption measures within the memories of its adherents, suggesting that it wielded considerable power. Lin Yuan mused. Huaping believed himself to be exceptionally gifted. If he could eliminate Lin Yuan, it would be a monumental achievement within the reincarnation sect. Moreover, the followers of this sect, despite being termed as such, resembled more like death warriors. They would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the sect's benefit, which explained Huaping's reckless attempt to assassinate Lin Yuan. Forget it. I shall inquire with her. Perhaps she holds some knowledge, Lin Yuan thought. Recalling the exquisite figure of Mu Qianqian, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he quickened his pace to continue the pursuit of the prairie leopard pack. With his mastery of the star trace 9 steps at an advanced level, Lin Yuan's movements became increasingly elusive, akin to a specter. Soon, he caught up with the prairie leopard pack, his ethereal form darting into the midst of the leopards, where a flurry of sword lights flashed, leaving a field strewn with leopard corpses. After consuming their souls, Lin Yuan stored the bodies of the luminous leopards in his spatial storage and, guided by Chu Yunfeng, made his way toward another gathering place of ferocious beasts. Outside, upon witnessing Lin Yuan collect the bodies of the luminous leopards, Vice Director Yuan erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! This lad has chased for so long, just for this luminous leopard. It seems he has a crush on someone. The surrounding teachers exchanged amused glances. Qing University did not restrict students from dating, allowing for a sense of freedom typical of university life. Mu Qianqian's expression dimmed slightly. It must be Tang Wanru, that girl. Mu Qianqian had known Tang Wanru for some time, as she was the little princess of the Martial Alliance, and her age was quite compatible with Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan continued to slay ferocious beasts, not only defeating them himself, but also exploring areas where others had previously vanquished beasts to consume the readily available souls. Relishing in the ease of the hunt, Lin Yuan's spirits soared. You rascal, what exactly is your ability? To think one could devour soul bodies. I have encountered countless prodigies, yet none as extraordinary as you. Chu Yunfeng was utterly perplexed, feeling both fear and curiosity towards Lin Yuan's remarkable ability. You may interpret it as a form of innate secret technique of mine. By consuming soul bodies, I gain strength, Lin Yuan succinctly explained. For it was impractical to completely conceal the truth from Chu Yunfeng, who was always by his side. Moreover, having implanted a soul mark on him ensured his loyalty. So Lin merely exercised caution. Is it truly that astonishing? To devour souls and grow stronger, such an abnormality. Have you perhaps unlocked some cheat? The notion of gaining power through soul consumption was unheard of. If that wasn't a cheat, what was? Indeed, you are correct. I have indeed unlocked a cheat, Lin Yuan readily admitted. It's merely a secret technique, not some cheat. Do you think this is a game? Chu Yunfeng readily accepted the existence of Lin Yuan's secret technique, entirely skeptical of any notion of cheats. The testing space at Qing University was not excessively vast, merely twice the size of the campus. In just an hour, Lin Yuan had nearly traversed the entire area. His accumulation of ability points had reached 60,000, which left him exceedingly content. This venture had been immensely fruitful. Not only had he amassed a plethora of ability points, but he had also ascended to the second tier of martial artists, simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in various martial arts. Notably, the proficiency of his Xianjing spirit armor had risen to the pinnacle for martial artists. With astounding defensive capabilities, Lin Yuan estimated that he could withstand a strike from a mid-tier, third-level martial artist without significant trouble. Such defense was indeed remarkable. Having nearly exhausted the testing space, Lin Yuan resolved to exit. He had not come here to collect points. His sole purpose was to acquire ability points. Now that he had achieved that, he saw no reason to continue competing for others' points. Hey, are you not going to seize any points? Chu Yunfeng inquired. No, those points hold no value for me, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. However, that group of youngsters had banded together, intending to hunt him down. Chu Yunfeng jested. Hunt me down? What heinous act have I committed to deserve such ire? Lin Yuan frowned, pondering if it was due to his slaying of Huaping. But that was merely self-defense. It must have been Lu Ningfei's team that leaked the information. They had witnessed the events unfold and now sought to unite others against him. Initially, Lin Yuan planned to disregard them, but upon reflection, he realized this matter needed resolution. Otherwise, even upon exiting, these individuals would not relent. It was more pragmatic to address it now. Old Chu, where are they? Lin Yuan inquired in a serious tone. They are approaching this way. Likely having learned your general location, Chu Yunfeng responded. Very well, I shall wait for them here and see what they intend, Lin Yuan declared, entirely unafraid. Given his formidable prowess, even if they attacked him en masse, what could he possibly fear? Finding a sturdy tree, Lin Yuan effortlessly leaped into the air, reclined against a branch, and withdrew a beast bone from a luminous leopard and his yulong sword from his storage space, beginning to whittle it down. Let us make a hairpin. Her long hair is so beautiful, and this hairpin would surely enhance her beauty. Cough, cough. I merely appreciate her beauty, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Continuing his task, before long, a bustling crowd had arrived nearby, making their way toward Lin Yuan. As they reached the base of the tree where he rested, Lin Yuan spoke up. Esteemed seniors, such a grand procession. What is your purpose? His voice resonated from the treetop, prompting the crowd to look up. where they beheld Lin Yuan lounging against the trunk, his demeanor nonchalant. Lin Yuan, you audacious fiend. You killed my brother Ping and dare to be so arrogant. We have come to slay you. The speaker was another third-tier prodigy, Niuzhan, who pointed at Lin Yuan with a face twisted in rage. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he spotted Lu Ningfei's team and Wen Mang's group among the crowd. Lu Ningfei, you are most aware of what transpired. Why did you not clarify matters with everyone? Lin Yuan questioned her, frowning. Lu Ningfei, do not misconstrue. I did explain, but Niuzhan does not believe me. He insists that you maliciously killed Hua Ping. We followed to prevent conflict and mediate. Lu Ningfei quickly clarified, her expression sincere. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's terrifying abilities, she was unlikely to speak falsely. Meanwhile, Wen Mang nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan, though I harbor disdain for you, I cannot believe you would kill maliciously. If you relished in murder, I would have long since met my end, he asserted. Acknowledging their words with a nod, Lin Yuan leaped down from the tree, gazing calmly at Niuzhan. Niuzhan, if you seek revenge, come forth. I, Lin Yuan, shall face any who dare challenge me. But you would do well to ponder carefully. My fists do not discriminate. Lin Yuan surveyed the remaining dozen individuals, dismissing them entirely. Lin Yuan, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this amicably, Lu Ningfei urged, anxious to avert violence. You are exceedingly arrogant. Brother Ping treated us like family, whatever transpired between you. The principle of retribution for murder is self-evident. Prepare to pay with your life. For Brother Ping, we shall avenge him. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd erupted in fury. A dozen weapons drawn, especially Niuzhan, who appeared ready to engage Lin Yuan in a life-or-death struggle. Lin Yuan chose not to explain. They would certainly not listen in this moment. Instead, he resolved to subdue them first, then clarify. Sheathing his Yulong sword, he cast it into his storage space, now barehanded. If that is the case, let us engage together. Lin Yuan beckoned, challenging the crowd. Niuzhan bellowed, brandishing a hefty blade, leading the charge. The other students, armed and furious, followed suit, their shouts echoing as they surged forward. A fierce battle was imminent. In the face of the formidable onslaught from the dozen attackers, Lin Yuan remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanged. As Niuzhan swung his heavy battle axe toward him, Lin Yuan finally made his move. With swift footwork, he did not retreat, but rather charged into the fray. Lin Yuan's speed was astonishing, bolstered by his overwhelming prowess and the advanced proficiency of his SSS-level martial arts. His movements were nearly imperceptible to the others, who could only see fleeting shadows surrounding them. In an instant, they unleashed a kaleidoscope of abilities. A cacophony of colors colliding in the air, but none could land a hit on Lin Yuan. His advanced boxing techniques erupted forth with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Screams of agony mingled with the thunderous sound of fists colliding, as figures were sent soaring from the impact of Lin Yuan's strikes. Even Niuzhan was not spared, propelled into the air as well. Soon, it began to rain people, as bodies crashed down from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the fallen figures struck the ground, each spitting blood and collapsing, writhing in pain. Gazing at the scene before him, the 20-odd students who had refrained from intervening were now utterly astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow 2 eggs whole, their hearts unable to settle for a long time. How extraordinarily powerful. Is this still a human being? One person has instantaneously incapacitated more than 10, including formidable individuals such as Niuzhan. A monster. Lin Yuan is undoubtedly a monster. He must only be 18. Yet he is so astonishingly formidable that he renders us insignificant. Indeed, in comparison to him, we are no better than refuse. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Wen Mang felt an even greater turmoil within. He had once dared to challenge this monster. A single punch from him could surely end his life. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Wen Mang glanced at Lu Ningfei beside him. He noticed that her once frosty visage was now flushed, her breath coming in quickened gasps. Lu Ningfei was once again witnessing Lin Yuan's terrifying prowess, and her astonishment was as profound as the first time. Just how powerful is Lin Yuan? Even without a weapon, he renders over a dozen talented martial artists as vulnerable as unarmed children before him. As Lin Yuan's figure materialized, he cast a casual glance at the several individuals sprawled on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he had merely accomplished an ordinary task. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? Lin Yuan spoke nonchalantly. Niuzhan, even if you are strong, I shall undoubtedly kill you. Niuzhan grunted, struggling to rise as he shouted at Lin Yuan. Haha, do you truly believe you can kill me, fool? Lin Yuan replied with a cold smile, continuing. Do you think that with my capabilities, I would deliberately kill someone who poses no threat to me? It was Hua Ping who ambushed me. He sought to end my life, prompting my response. As for the reasons, they involve certain secrets, which I shall clarify with the Academy. And you all, do you genuinely believe Hua Ping has your best interests at heart? Niuzhan, you regard Hua Ping as your closest brother, your best elder. Yet do you know what you are to him? Merely a foolish bull he exploits for his gain. You lie. Ping Ge has saved me. He is like my own elder brother. He would never deceive me. Neozhan immediately screamed in a frenzy, unable to fathom that Huaping would betray him. Your elder brother? How laughable. His act of saving you was merely a part of his design. Consider the circumstances at that time. How could he conveniently appear to rescue you? Later, did he not instruct you to steal academy documents? Did he not incite conflicts among your classmates? Did you truly believe he was acting for your benefit? Wake up. Do not be foolish. He is merely using you. And all of you are but tools he has crafted to establish his persona and conceal his true self. Let me be clear. Huaping is not an ordinary student. He is a member of an evil cult, infiltrating our academy to sow discord, to extinguish talent, and to disrupt Qing University. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the crowd fell into silence. Although the truth was harsh, they recognized that Lin Yuan was not lying. Reflecting on past events, it was evident that Huaping had, indeed, manipulated them, whether intentionally or not. Neozhan lay on the ground, dazed. He realized that Lin Yuan's words held truth. Recollecting the circumstances, they were indeed highly suspect. Suddenly, Neozhan cradled his head in his hands, tears of regret shimmering in his eyes. Why? I considered you a brother, yet you chose to deceive me. Why? Lin Yuan turned, casting a glance at Wen Meng and the others, then spoke calmly. Dean Yuan, please allow me to leave. Immediately, a silver portal of light appeared behind Lin Yuan. With a sigh, he turned and stepped through the portal. As the light flickered, Lin Yuan's figure materialized before the gathered teachers. At the scene, Mu Qianqian smiled at him, while Vice Dean Yuan wore a look of satisfaction. The other teachers regarded him as one might observe a creature of legend. Ahem, may I take my leave now? Lin Yuan asked timidly upon noticing their attention. Haha, you will come with us. Vice Dean Yuan waved his hand, and a portal of transmission appeared in the air. With a gesture, Lin Yuan was uncontrollably drawn into the portal. I have matters to discuss with Dean Yuan. I will step ahead. Once the students emerge, you may arrange subsequent matters. Mu Qianqian instructed the teachers before entering the portal alongside Vice Dean Yuan. In the next moment, Lin Yuan found himself in Mu Qianqian's office. The 8th-tier Grandmaster is indeed formidable. Before him, I feel as insignificant as an ant, Lin Yuan thought, recalling Vice Dean Yuan's prowess with a shudder. At that moment, the light flickered again, and Mu Qianqian and Vice Dean Yuan appeared simultaneously in the office. They both seated themselves on the sofa, and Mu Qianqian gestured to the seat opposite her. Lin Yuan, come and sit. Lin Yuan, unceremoniously, took a seat on the sofa across from them. It was not his first visit. May I inquire why you brought me here, esteemed deans? Lin Yuan asked. You little rascal, Huaping was just killed by you. And you still pretend to be oblivious? Mu Qianqian glared at him, though Lin Yuan detected no anger in her eyes. Just as you saw, he sought to kill me. So I had no choice but to retaliate, Lin Yuan shrugged. Haha, Lin Yuan, you truly astonish us. You can effortlessly dispatch a 3rd-tier martial artist. Vice Dean Yuan remarked with a smile. It was rather perilous at the time, but I was fortunate, Lin Yuan replied modestly. Fortune? Haha, you need not be humble. I do not believe in luck. This is all a testament to your strength. However, when you publicly declared Huaping to be a member of an evil cult, do you have any evidence? Vice Dean Yuan inquired. Lin Yuan did not respond directly, but glanced at Mu Qianqian. Upon noticing his gaze, she raised her eyebrow and nodded slightly. Huaping is a member of the reincarnation cult, specifically embedded within our academy. As for what this reincarnation cult entails, I am not entirely sure, Lin Yuan stated. What? The reincarnation cult? How audacious of them to infiltrate the Holy Academy. Vice Dean Yuan's expression darkened immediately, his emotions teetering on the edge of control. What exactly is this reincarnation cult? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. The reincarnation cult is the most nefarious sect on Blue Star. Essentially the common enemy of all Blue Star inhabitants. Their leader is rumored to be a martial deity, yet no one has ever laid eyes on him. This sect aims to enslave all martial artists on Blue Star, and anyone who refuses to submit will face extermination, especially those with talent. They will be swiftly eliminated to prevent the emergence of powers they cannot contend with, Vice Dean Yuan elucidated. At this moment, Mu Qianqian also frowned, seemingly hesitant to speak. By the way, Lin Yuan, how can you be certain that Huaping is a member of the reincarnation cult? Vice Dean Yuan suddenly directed a scrutinizing gaze at Lin Yuan, skepticism evident in his eyes. The reincarnation cult had always been secretive. How could their identity be exposed? I am not at liberty to disclose that. However, I can assure you that the information is entirely accurate. Lin Yuan pondered briefly, choosing not to deceive them, but also refraining from revealing the reasons. The soul devouring entity was his greatest secret, one he would not easily reveal. Upon hearing his response, the two did not press further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, a fact that was undeniable. Have you uncovered any hidden members of the reincarnation cult within Qing University? Vice Dean Yuan inquired. Not at this time, but I will remain vigilant. If I discover anything, I will promptly notify you, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Very well. Lin Yuan, you are commendable. Continue your efforts. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. Vice Dean Yuan, who possessed spatial abilities, could guide Lin Yuan in his training endeavors. Thank you, Vice Dean. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Director Mu, I shall not intrude any further. Farewell. Vice Dean Yuan remarked, nodding towards Mu Qianqian, who returned the gesture. Very well, Vice Dean Yuan, travel safely. With that, Vice Dean Yuan rose, made a swift motion, and vanished from the office. Lin Yuan gazed enviously at the departing Vice Dean, marveling at such mastery over spatial manipulation, a skill he believed could only be attained upon reaching the Grandmaster realm. Hey, next time something happens, could you give me a heads up? Mu Qianqian shot a playful glare at Lin Yuan, feigning annoyance. In that situation, I was hardly in a position to notify you. He had a sword aimed at my throat. Would you prefer I let him stab me? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in response. But are you alright? Mu Qianqian's tone softened, genuine concern evident in her voice. I'm fine. His meager strength couldn't possibly harm me, Lin Yuan replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's expression turned stern. What else are you concealing from me? You were merely at the peak of the second tier during the assessment, yet you can now annihilate foes at the third tier. What is your true strength? I've just advanced to the early stage of the second tier, which is why I appear so formidable, Lin Yuan offered an excuse. Early stage of the second tier? Does a breakthrough to the early stage grant such a massive increase in power? Are you trying to fool a child? Mu Qianqian retorted, rolling her eyes. How could I? Just wait a moment. Let me carve a small trinket. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a verdant hairpin from his storage space. With a swift motion, a small carving knife appeared in his hand, and he began to carve on the hairpin. Mu Qianqian's gaze fell upon the hairpin, which Lin Yuan had been crafting in the testing space. Observing his focused expression as he chiseled away, she mused silently. This must be a gift for Tang Wanru. Look at how earnestly he works. That girl is indeed fortunate. With that thought, her countenance dimmed slightly. Lin Yuan, you may leave. If you wish to carve, do so at home. I have matters to attend to. She then seated herself in her office chair, turning her gaze toward the window. Lin Yuan completed his carving with a flourish, inscribing 3 characters onto the hairpin. After exhaling softly, he stood up. At last, it's finished. Director Mu, this hairpin is for you, he said with a smile as he placed the hairpin on her desk. Mu Qianqian's eyes, fixed on the window, suddenly flickered, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled upwards, though she quickly regained her composure. Turning her attention to the exquisite hairpin on her desk, she noted its jade green hue, shimmering gently in the light. One end was adorned with a blooming rose, and her name, Mu Qianqian, was delicately etched upon it. Despite its simple design, she cherished it immensely. The hairpin would undoubtedly enhance her elegance when styled in her hair. Why have you gifted me this? Mu Qianqian inquired calmly. Because you have treated me well, providing me with equipment and blood essence, and even showing me favoritism. As a token of gratitude, I carved this for you. Do you not like it? Lin Yuan replied with a grin. Mu Qianqian pressed her hand firmly on the hairpin, as if afraid he might take it back. Who has favored you? I merely addressed matters as they arose. Fine, I shall accept it. You may go now, she stated coolly. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, retrieved a storage ring from his space and placed it on her desk. What is this for? Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. It contains the remains of the luminous leopard. I kept a leg bone for myself to craft a piece of jewelry for my mother and sister. The rest is of no use to me. So I'm giving it to you. Don't women typically appreciate such things? Aren't you leaving some for Tang Wanru? Mu Qianqian blurted out, immediately regretting it as she recalled Lin Yuan's previous teasing about her jealousy. Why should I save any for her? I fought hard to acquire this. Lin Yuan frowned. Ahem, enough. You may leave. The rewards from this assessment will be distributed in a few days. Mu Qianqian nearly laughed aloud, hastily gesturing for Lin Yuan to depart. Lin Yuan took his leave. Very well, Director Mu, I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the office. Once he was gone, Mu Qianqian snatched up the hairpin from her desk, her lips lifting into a smile that she could hardly suppress. Her fingers traced the characters inscribed on the hairpin, a sweet sensation blossoming within her heart. Unable to contain her excitement, she swiftly styled her hair with the pin and took several selfies with her phone. At least you have a conscience, you rascal, Mu Qianqian mused, her smile radiant, akin to a snow lotus in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful and singular in the world. In her room, Mu Qianqian set up a barrier and retrieved another phone from her storage ring, dialing a number. Uncle Hua, the reincarnation sect has made its appearance. There are infiltrators within Qin University, she stated directly. Damn that Tu Zhenxiu. Is he planning to take action against us? Hua Hongfeng replied coldly. I doubt it. His injuries should still be healing. He wouldn't act rashly. He has sent his followers into Qin University and is just waiting to eliminate that SS-level genius I mentioned to you, Mu Qianqian explained. What? Young miss, what is happening? Hua Hongfeng inquired, tension lacing his tone. After Mu Qianqian recounted the situation, Hua Hongfeng exhaled in relief. Young miss, Lin Yuan must be protected at all costs. I will arrange for someone to follow him, he declared solemnly. No need. I shall keep an eye on him myself. Rest assured, he will be safe. Mu Qianqian replied resolutely. Very well, young miss, take care, he concluded. I understand, she affirmed before ending the call, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Tu Zhenxiu. You had better not touch him. Otherwise, your demise is certain. Tu Zhenxiong, the leader of the reincarnation sect, was not a native of Blue Star. Having arrived alongside Mu Qianqian, he was one of her subordinates, yet he betrayed her. Like Hua Hongfeng, he surpassed the martial god realm, but due to his injuries, his cultivation dropped back to that level. At that time, Hua Hongfeng fought desperately to protect Mu Qianqian, while Tu Zhenxiong chose self-preservation, managing to retain his martial god-level prowess. After a period in Blue Star, Tu Zhenxiong's perspective shifted dramatically upon witnessing the planet's circumstances. He no longer wished to return to the Star Alliance, but aspired to become a local tyrant on Blue Star. He even contemplated eliminating Mu Qianqian and Hua Hongfeng. However, Mu Qianqian wounded him using a secret treasure bestowed by her father, allowing them to escape. Subsequently, Tu Zhenxiong established the reincarnation sect, which committed heinous acts, extinguishing countless talents. Any gifted individual who refused to submit to the sect faced immediate annihilation, for Tu Zhenxiong would not tolerate the emergence of any who surpassed the martial god realm. Once he recovered his strength beyond that realm, he intended to claim dominion over Blue Star. In recent years, Tu Zhenxiong has relentlessly sought ways to heal his injuries, eager to eliminate Mu Qianqian and Hua Hongfeng before they could pose a significant threat. Chapter 69, Out on an Expedition, Under Scrutiny. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lin Yuan concluded his training. Upon exiting his room, he discovered that Li Yuan was still in the training room upstairs. Recently, the lad seemed to have been spurred by some motivation, training with a fervor that far surpassed his pre-competition preparations. It was rumored he was on the brink of breaking through to the first-tier martial artist level, hence his extraordinary diligence. Lin Yuan smiled gently, choosing not to disturb him, and made his way outside. After 3 days of rigorous training, Lin Yuan felt increasingly familiar with the surging power within him, wielding it with ease. As soon as he stepped out, he received a call from Mu Qianqian, informing him that the academy had received a notification from Lord Su Sheng. After the start of the new semester, each sacred institute would hold a grand competition for the new students. Following this competition, there would also be an exchange tournament among the 4 major sacred institutes. This year, the Magic Academy boasts an S-rank extraordinary talent, and the other 2 institutes have also recruited some prodigious disciples. Therefore, Mu Qianqian advised him not to take it lightly. It was time to continue his ascent. He pondered whether to challenge the martial god tower or seek out ferocious beasts to hunt. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, his phone rang again. It was Tang Wanru calling. Lin Yuan, is something the matter? He spoke first. Is it wrong for me to call you if nothing is going on? Tang Wanru's gentle voice came through, a tone that would surely enchant any ordinary boy, transforming him into an eager admirer. However, Lin Yuan frowned upon hearing it. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm quite busy. Humph. Lin Yuan, didn't you say you would teach me martial arts? It's been several days, and you haven't come to find me. Tang Wanru pouted playfully. I mentioned that I've been busy. Please wait a few more days. I have to go out today, Lin Yuan responded, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Previously, whenever Mu Qianqian mentioned Tang Wanru, there was always a flicker of melancholy in her eyes, which, although well concealed, Lin Yuan had managed to catch. Thus, he found himself growing somewhat irritated with Tang Wanru. Lin Yuan, are you annoyed with me? Tang Wanru's voice took on a note of vulnerability. No, it's just that I need time to enhance my strength. Today, I plan to find a void rift to hunt ferocious beasts. I truly don't have time to teach you martial arts. They were merely classmates, and there was no need to make their relationship awkward. After all, she had not treated him poorly. He merely wished to distance himself a bit. So he refrained from saying anything too harsh. You're going to the Void Rift? Perfect. I have a membership at the Insong Forest in Kyoto. Let us go together. It'll be difficult for you to gain entry alone, as it's only open to members. It's an ideal place for us students to train. Tang Wanru quickly expressed her enthusiasm. She had been searching for an excuse to invite Lin Yuan out, and here was her opportunity. No need. I prefer to train alone. Lin Yuan declined. Why are you so stubborn? Am I going to eat you? I'm not afraid as a girl. Why are you acting shy, you big man? You don't really think I have a crush on you, do you? Where am I being shy? I'm just concerned you might have ulterior motives. Since you claim you don't have feelings for me, feel free to go alone. Lin Yuan thought she genuinely had feelings for him, but given her words, he felt it would be inconsiderate to refuse her outright. All right then, let us meet at the Martial God Tower. I'll head out now. Tang Wanru's tone brightened considerably as she hastily ended the call. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If they were going together, so be it. Tang Wanru had a point. He was a grown man. Why fear her? After all, he held no romantic interest in her. With that thought in mind, he strode toward the Martial God Tower. Today, the Martial God Tower was bustling with activity, with students queuing to ascend, including several seniors nearing graduation. Junior Lin, are you here to climb the tower? We were just eager to witness your prowess. A senior approached with a smile. Lin Yuan had earned their respect through his performance in the testing space. Yes, Junior Lin, put on a show for us to observe and learn, another senior chimed in. Esteemed seniors, perhaps another time. I plan to step out of the academy today. You all can ascend first, and I'll come back another day. Lin Yuan greeted them with a smile and a clasped fist. What a pity. We were hoping to witness your talents today. I've heard you've already reached the 4th level. Truly impressive. One senior exclaimed. Ah, you flatter me, seniors. Your strengths are commendable as well. Lin Yuan replied modestly as he engaged in mutual praise with the seniors. Just then, a bright red Ferrari suddenly pulled up in the plaza of the Martial God Tower. While the sports car was indeed luxurious, it was not particularly impressive to warriors. What truly captured everyone's attention was the style and color of the car, clearly driven by a confident beauty. The door on the side of the car facing Lin Yuan swung open, revealing a girl inside. Her cascading waves of hair exuded charm, and her features were exquisite, adorned with orange sunglasses, soft pink lips, a snow-white neck, and a perfectly sculpted figure that was undeniably alluring to men. Most striking was her gentle disposition, which, combined with her mesmerizing appearance, incited a strong sense of desire to conquer. Wow, what a beautiful girl. I didn't know our academy had such stunning females. One sophomore exclaimed, eyes glistening with admiration. Never seen someone like her. She is so beautiful and possesses great poise. Another added, who is she here for? Who is so fortunate to be her boyfriend? They must have accumulated a lot of virtue in their past lives. A group of boys murmured among themselves, while Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Is she really that beautiful? I think she pales in comparison to Dean Mu, Lin Yuan remarked defiantly. Brother, Dean Mu is a true goddess. While she is beautiful, she is best admired from afar. This girl, on the other hand, seems much more approachable. Look, she seems to be looking at me. My heart is racing. One boy boasted. She is not looking at you. She is clearly looking at me. Another boy retorted, tossing his hair and striking a pose. At that moment, the girl's smile blossomed like a blooming rose, elegant and serene. Her pink lips parted, and her sweet, gentle voice rang out. Lin Yuan, why aren't you getting in the car? In an instant, the plaza fell silent. Lin Yuan coughed awkwardly. Ahem, everyone. I'll be taking my leave now, but let me clarify. I have no relationship with this woman, so don't go spreading rumors. As Lin Yuan made his way toward the sports car, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Wait, he claims he has no relationship with her? This guy is unbelievable. Not only is he powerful, but he is also a master at attracting women. Truly, Lin Yuan is a rarity, and we're just a bunch of unfortunate single dogs. People like him make us feel inferior, especially compared to a prodigy like Lin Yuan. What is the point of competing? Exactly. Let us not compare ourselves to a freak. Let us climb the tower. Lin Yuan entered Tang Wanru's car, and she smiled sweetly at him. So what were you all chatting about? With a warrior's keen hearing, Tang Wanru had overheard everything, but she feigned curiosity to tease Lin Yuan. Nothing much, just that they think you're beautiful. Lin Yuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do you think I'm beautiful? Tang Wanru tilted her chin, leaning slightly closer to him. At her words, Lin Yuan turned to look out the window, eager to change the subject. Are we heading out or not? Upon hearing this, Tang Wanru's lips curled into a smile. Her eyes crescent-shaped. She thought to herself, you just keep pretending to be tough. Then she started the car, and with a press of the accelerator, they sped away. Just after they drove off, a figure appeared in the plaza of the Martial God Tower, his expression dark as water, gritting his teeth while watching the red sports car disappear into the distance. Chapter 70. Entering Insong Forest, the Assassination Plan. Chen Xiao, should we follow them? A sycophantic underling beside him inquired. Humph. Of course, we must follow him, since he dares to step beyond the school gates. It is only fitting that he receives a lesson. The woman I have set my sights on is not someone he can covet. Qin Xing spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, his underling immediately retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hurry, bring the car over. Young Master Chun is heading out, and make it quick. Qin Xing, the foremost prodigy of Kyoto who had been taught a lesson by Lin Yuan at the Martial Arts Academy, was also a suitor of Tang Wanru. Ever since his defeat to Lin Yuan, he had harbored resentment, and today was the day he sought vengeance. Subsequently, accompanied by 2 lackeys, Qin Xing set off in pursuit of Lin Yuan and Tang Wanru. At this moment, atop the towering Martial God Tower, a breathtaking figure stood. Her white dress billowing gracefully in the wind like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. On her cold yet enchanting face, a hint of mischief and playfulness danced. The conversations of those below were easily caught by her ears, for she was a formidable 9th-tier expert. Mu Qianqian had indeed heard Lin Yuan's flattering words about her beauty, and a mix of pride and sweetness bloomed within her. That little rascal, it seems he thinks I am even more beautiful than Tang Wanru. How delightful. Mu Qianqian giggled softly, her laughter as delightful as a flower in bloom. If those familiar with her were to witness her expression, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The usually austere and commanding Director Mu had revealed such a charmingly feminine side. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this Director Mu was merely a woman in her 20s, yearning for a sweet romance. Lin Yuan's confident demeanor, handsome countenance, formidable talents, and decisive nature held a powerful allure for women of her age. Qin Xing, I hope you do not overstep your bounds, or even your father will be unable to protect you. Mu Qianqian's expression turned cold as she fixed her gaze on the retreating black SUV, her toes lightly tapping before she vanished from the tower's summit. After a 2-hour drive, Lin Yuan finally beheld the void rift nestled within the mountains on the outskirts of Kyoto. The pair parked their vehicle at the foot of the mountain and began their ascent on foot. The scenery was quite splendid. Nestled within the valley was a vibrant green lake, surrounded by lush vegetation, teeming with life. The mountains were rugged, filled with rocky formations that posed a challenge to traverse. Yet to Lin Yuan, they were hardly an obstacle. Rising several hundred meters, the void rift was located near the mountain's peak, and the duo swiftly climbed to the halfway point. At this juncture, Tang Wanru, slightly breathless, sat upon a large rock and retrieved a bottle of water from her spatial ring, tossing it to Lin Yuan while she took a sip from her own. Lin Yuan, just how strong are you? How come you're not even out of breath? Tang Wanru inquired curiously. Just a tad stronger than you, Lin Yuan replied casually. Still keeping it a secret, are you? If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I might get too stressed. Let us keep going. Tang Wanru stood up and dashed towards the mountain peak, prompting Lin Yuan to chuckle helplessly before following suit. In no time, they arrived before the void rift, where an expansive structure resembling a trading hall stood. This was the trading hall of Silver Pine Forest. Let's head inside. Tang Wanru indicated toward the entrance. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, and the two stepped into the hall. Inside, the place was bustling with activity, filled with throngs of people and numerous shops. There were vendors selling weapons, armor, and potions, but the majority were establishments focused on material recovery. Those who ventured here were primarily martial artists, seeking to hunt fierce beasts for materials to exchange for the resources they needed for cultivation. As Lin Yuan perused the shops, he spotted several that dealt in the recovery of medicinal herbs. Could it be that Silver Pine Forest also yielded rare herbs? Sensing Lin Yuan's confusion, Tang Wanru began to explain. This Silver Pine Forest is classified as a medium-level void rift, and the resources found within are far richer than those in lower-tier rifts. In addition to herbs, there are ores, metals, and even some precious heavenly treasures. Therefore, many martial artists come here hoping to strike it rich. I see. So aside from hunting fierce beasts, we can also seek treasures. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Indeed, let us go purchase supplies first. Tang Wanru led the way to a larger shop where all adventure supplies could be procured. After acquiring their provisions, they prepared to enter Silver Pine Forest. The expenses here were indeed substantial, but fortunately, Lin Yuan was relatively affluent at the moment, with several million in funds at his disposal. Being a martial artist is quite the costly endeavor. Purchasing martial techniques, rare materials, fierce beast blood, and elixirs are all immensely financially draining. This time, I aim to procure some valuable items. Otherwise, I will be left with nothing, Lin Yuan mused. Upon reaching the entrance of Silver Pine Forest, Tang Wanru presented her membership card to the staff, allowing them to enter seamlessly. As the scenery shifted, they found themselves in a dimly lit pine forest. Towering silver pines standing like colossal sentinels. These silver pines were estimated to be at least 100 meters tall, with dark, robust trunks and silver needle-like leaves crowning their tops. An oppressive aura permeated the surroundings, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Lin Yuan. This area marks the outskirts of Silver Pine Forest, where the number of fierce beasts is sparse. They are primarily body-refining level beasts. A bit further in lies the zone of first-tier beasts. Let us train in these two regions for now. Tang Wanru detailed the terrain. Since she had just recently broken through to the early first tier, she could only safely operate within these two zones. Alright, we'll explore these two regions first and see if any treasures await us. Lin Yuan nodded. He decided to accompany Tang Wanru for a while. Since they were together, he couldn't neglect her safety. Meanwhile, he intended to absorb any available soul entities within the area. Lin Yuan would not let the low-level nature of these soul entities go to waste. Outside Silver Pine Forest, Chen Xing stood with his two lackeys at the entrance, watching as Lin Yuan and Tang Wanru entered the void rift. Young Master Chen, what shall we do? One of his lackeys inquired. Lin Yuan possesses some strength. We shouldn't rush in blindly. Contact the wild wolves and have them arrange for a second-tier team to enter Silver Pine Forest. Remember to inform them that I want Lin Yuan dead inside. Chen Xing commanded in a low voice, his eyes narrowing. Young Master Chen, a second-tier team? Is that really necessary? Lin Yuan is no simple opponent. I have crossed blades with him before and found myself utterly outmatched. He possesses at least mid-tier first-tier strength. It's better to be safe, and a second-tier team would surely crush him, Chen Xing asserted, his tone grave. He needed to ensure success. This time, Lin Yuan had to be eliminated. The news regarding Lin Yuan's participation in the sophomore graduation test had not been disseminated within the academy, and the sophomore students were unlikely to mention it, especially after being bested by a newcomer. Therefore, the unfortunate Chen Xiao remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's true capabilities. Very well. Young Master Chen, I will contact Captain Wild Wolf right away. The lackey agreed and hurried off to make the call. Chen Xing's father was the president of the Kyoto Mercenary Guild, and many mercenary groups sought to curry favor with him. This request to eliminate a newcomer from Qing University presented a prime opportunity for them. Killing a newcomer wouldn't require much effort, and they could also gain favor with the guild president's son. What could be more advantageous? Indeed, when Wild Wolf received the call. He readily agreed and promptly dispatched a mercenary team comprised of average second-tier warriors. In the Silver Pine Forest trading post, within a hotel room, Chun Xing lounged on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, a glass of red wine delicately held in his left hand, while a cigarette dangled from his right. Flanking him were two of his subordinates, and before him stood a middle-aged man with a scarred visage. Mr. Chun, I am the captain of the Silver Wolf mercenary team, codenamed Silver Wolf 1. Lord Wild Wolf has sent our team here to heed your command, the scarred man stated, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, though none was evident on his face. Indeed, Silver Wolf team, upon your entry into the Silver Pine Forest, I have a task for you. I want this man dead. Chun Xing gestured to one of his subordinates, who promptly produced a mobile device, revealing a photograph of Lin Yuan on the screen. Silver Wolf 1 glanced at the image, his expression betraying dissatisfaction. Clearly, he had anticipated a formidable adversary, only to find a mere youth, seemingly no older than 18 or 19. Despite the young man's handsome and resolute appearance, exuding a formidable aura, his youth suggested limited prowess. Why require the Silver Wolf team for such a task? A simple mercenary could easily crush him. Silver Wolf 1, do not underestimate him. Though he is a freshman at Qing University this year, he possesses considerable strength. Your strike must ensure a swift and certain kill, Chun Xing admonished, noting the disdain in Silver Wolf 1's demeanor. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. The Silver Wolf team will not allow him to leave the Silver Pine Forest alive. Farewell, Silver Wolf 1 stated with a bow, departing the room before Chun Xing could respond. Chen Xiao, this Silver Wolf 1 seems rather arrogant, one subordinate remarked sarcastically. Humph, these mercenaries are all so obstinate. Once they eliminate Lin Yuan, I have my ways of dealing with him, Chun Xing retorted dismissively, his eyes narrowing, revealing his displeasure with Silver Wolf 1's attitude. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his companion began their exploration at the outskirts of the Silver Pine Forest. The surrounding beasts were formidable, most at the mid-stage of body refinement, with many reaching the pinnacle. Such a reality indicated the challenges that lay ahead. Lin Yuan consumed numerous soul bodies along the way, which greatly elevated his spirits. There was no sensation more exquisite than that of devouring soul bodies. Throughout their journey, Lin Yuan refrained from engaging in combat. All the beasts they encountered fell prey to Tang Wanru's prowess. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Tang Wanru exhibited remarkable ferocity in battle, far from the image of a gentle lady. Furthermore, she wielded a poison-based ability, her small whip glimmering with a verdant hue, striking with astonishing swiftness. Any beast daring to challenge her was met with severe punishment, its flesh torn apart. Being the daughter of the Martial Alliance's supreme leader, she epitomized the saying, like father, like daughter. Lin Yuan was involuntarily taken aback by her combat style, realizing this young woman was not to be trifled with. They chose not to collect materials from the low-level beasts they defeated, instead focusing solely on the beast crystals. Along the way, they also encountered various spirit herbs, which Lin Yuan eagerly gathered, recognizing most from his high school textbooks, while consulting the Silver Pine Manual for the unfamiliar ones. This manual was distributed freely at the entrance to all entering martial artists. After more than 2 hours of training at the periphery, they gradually ventured into a deeper region. Here, they began to encounter early-stage first-tier beasts. While Tang Wanru could still manage them, her struggle became evident against mid-stage first-tier beasts. Lin Yuan, naturally, would not allow her to be harmed. Whenever she faced danger, he intervened to vanquish the beasts. Acting almost like a bodyguard, he had little choice. Having promised this young lady to accompany her, should they delve deeper and encounter more powerful beasts, he would ensure she exited the Silver Pine Forest safely, allowing him to explore further alone. As anticipated, a peak first-tier beast charged forth, and Lin Yuan decisively struck it down. Simultaneously, a 5-member team traversed the Silver Pine Forest, led by Silver Wolf 1. Captain, is our target truly just an 18-year-old? One of the team members inquired. Indeed, Silver Wolf 1 replied grimly. Captain, how could Lord Wild Wolf assign us such a trivial task? It undermines our Silver Wolf team's reputation. This cannot be blamed on Lord Wild Wolf. This is a request from the Alliance leader's young master, Silver Wolf 1 replied, shaking his head. Rumor has it that the Alliance leader's son is the foremost genius of Kyoto. There must be some merit to this individual. Merit? He cannot be more than mid-first tier. How strong can he truly be? Any mercenary could easily crush him. Allowing us to take action is simply granting him undue respect. Enough chatter. Let us locate the target swiftly. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can return, Silver Wolf 1 interrupted, dismissing the discussion. Yes, Captain. Lin Yuan's defeat of the peak first-tier beast left Tang Wanru astounded. In her mind, while Lin Yuan was strong, she had believed him to be at most mid-first tier. Yet now, he had effortlessly slain a peak first-tier beast, leading her to reassess her estimation of his abilities. Tang Wanru, if we proceed further, we will encounter beasts beyond your capacity to contend with. You should leave now. I will delve deeper to investigate. Tang Wanru's anxiety spiked as she gazed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, do not go deeper. We have already faced a peak first-tier beast. If we encounter a second-tier beast, it could be perilous. Fear not. If I cannot defeat them, I can always flee. You should exit first. I may not be able to protect you further. Lin Yuan insisted on continuing deeper. Tang Wanru understood that accompanying him would only serve as a liability. Very well, but please be cautious. If you find yourself in danger, flee quickly. I will wait for your safe return, she earnestly implored, her eyes brimming with concern. Lin Yuan felt warmth in his heart, though she could be bothersome. Her genuine care was evident. With a gentle smile, he patted her shoulder. Rest assured, I will be out within 2 days at most. Tang Wanru sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor, eliciting a surge of joy within her. Just then, an ominous voice pierced the air. You won't be leaving. 5 figures abruptly emerged from behind the silver pines. It was the Silver Wolf team. They unabashedly exuded their formidable aura, unmistakably the presence of second-tier martial artists. Lin Yuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Wanru, his gaze icy as he regarded the 5. Do you truly believe you can prevent my exit? Do you possess the strength to do so? Chapter 72. Witness the demise of the Silver Wolf team. At this moment, Lin Yuan stood before Tang Wanru. Igniting warmth in her heart, he was protecting her. Who are you? What do you want? Tang Wanru inquired, peeking from behind Lin Yuan, addressing the Silver Wolf team. Kid, someone wishes for your demise. We are merely following orders. Submit to your fate, and we can return to report sooner, one team member coldly replied. How dare you? My father is the leader of the martial alliance. Withdraw immediately, or my father will not spare you. Tang Wanru, discerning the presence of the 5 individuals before her, concluded that they were all second-tier martial artists, a formidable challenge for both herself and Lin Yuan. In a bid to intimidate them, she resorted to leveraging her status. Who are you? Silver Wolf number 1 inquired suddenly, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. The offspring of such influential figures demanded his utmost attention. A single misstep could spell disaster for them. I hail from Jiang province. My surname is Tang. Do I need to clarify further? Withdraw at once. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf number 1 was taken aback, realizing that she was the daughter of the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance. Captain, who is this girl? One of the team members asked. Silence. This is Miss Tang. Do not be disrespectful, Silver Wolf number 1 admonished, now fully aware of Tang Wanru's identity. He then turned to her. Miss Tang, we harbor no intention of offending you. However, the young man beside you is our target. We kindly ask that you step aside. We only wish to eliminate him. Despite the gravity of her lineage, Silver Wolf No. 1 deliberated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to proceed with the assassination of Lin Yuan, confident that Chairman Shun would shield them from any repercussions from the Tang family. Yet, they dared not lay a finger on Tang Wanru. No matter how discreetly they acted, the Tang family's influence would ensure that the truth surfaced, leaving them with no escape. How audacious. He is my friend. If you retreat now, I shall not pursue any consequences against you. Otherwise, I will inform my father. And regardless of who you are, you will face the retribution of the Martial Alliance. Tang Wanru boldly stepped in front of Lin Yuan. Seeing her act, Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. However, he would not cower behind a woman. He took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, signaling her to remain silent. What should we do, Captain? Once we engage, I will dispatch that young man. You all must pull Miss Tang away, Silver Wolf No. 1 promptly decided. Understood, Captain. Lin Yuan, overhearing their conversation, scoffed. Who sent you? Kid, the dead don't need to know so much, one of the team members retorted. Are you so certain you can handle me? Lin Yuan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Huh, you are adorably naive. We are all second-tier martial artists. And our captain is a peak second-tier warrior. Do you consider yourself confident or merely ignorant? Second-tier? Is that truly impressive? Your arrogance is laughable. Lin Yuan dismissed him with a disdainful glance. Enraged, the individual charged at Lin Yuan, shouting, impudent child, prepare to die. Lin Yuan remained rooted in place, his expression one of derision. Stop! Tang Wanru cried out as the assailant lunged forward, but just as she prepared to pull Lin Yuan to safety, he sprang into action. With a resounding thud, a single punch struck the assailant squarely in the chest. In the next instant, the attacker was sent hurtling backward, collapsing to the ground. His chest severely caved in, blood pouring from his mouth as he gazed at Lin Yuan in disbelief. How could you be this strong? He stammered before his head lolled to the side, lifeless. Old Five. Several team members rushed to check on their comrade, only to find him devoid of life. Dead. Old Five is dead. Silver Wolf number 2 exclaimed with difficulty. What? Dead? That's impossible. Silver Wolf number 1 turned to Lin Yuan. His eyes filled with regret as he realized the young man was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and they had underestimated him gravely. Tang Wanru stood frozen behind Lin Yuan, staring in awe at his imposing figure. Her small hands covered her mouth in shock, stifling an exclamation. How is it possible for him to be so powerful? A second-tier martial artist, and he just effortlessly eliminated someone with a single punch. How terrifying. Is there such an extraordinary genius in the Daxia? In his presence, even a genius seems but a jest. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged within Tang Wanru. as the daughter of the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance. She had encountered many prodigies and considered herself among them, yet she had never heard of someone like Lin Yuan. Are you ready to face death? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile as his gaze swept over Silver Wolf number 1. You, kid, don't be arrogant. I admit we were careless. But today you shall surely perish. Silver Wolf number 1 spat venomously. Brothers, unleash all your strength. We must kill this scoundrel and avenge old 5. Attack. With a fierce roar, Silver Wolf number 1 and his companions drew their blades and charged at Lin Yuan. The 4 of them surged forward with unyielding momentum, their blades gleaming with a myriad of colors, yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed. He activated the star, trampling 9 steps, his figure blurring as he plunged into their midst. Possessing mid-third tier combat prowess, Lin Yuan found it easy to subdue a group of mere second-tier martial artists without even resorting to martial techniques, delivering blow after blow with raw power. Bang, 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 bang. 4 deafening impacts echoed as the 4 figures were sent sprawling like rag dolls, crashing against the surrounding silver pine trees, causing the trunks to tremble violently. In an instant, all 4 lay motionless. Lin Yuan had struck mercilessly, showing them no mercy. The Silver Wolf team was utterly annihilated. Are they all dead? How did you achieve this? You are only 18. It's impossible for you to be this strong. How have you trained? Tang Wanru exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the lifeless forms of the 5 men. Lin Yuan had once again astounded her, for second-tier martial artists, one of whom was a formidable peak second-tier warrior, and yet Lin Yuan had single-handedly defeated them without employing any martial techniques, merely using his bare hands. What kind of strength was this? Was it early 3rd tier or mid-3rd tier? Is this the level of power achievable at 18? Lin Yuan shook his head, bemused by the monster-like gaze of Tang Wanru. All right, the danger has passed. You should leave quickly. I will investigate further, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Tang Wanru rolled her eyes, inwardly cursing. What danger? Do you really consider these people a threat? Lin Yuan, what is your true strength? She couldn't help but ask. Just a bit stronger than what you see, Lin Yuan replied casually. A bit? That's quite disheartening. Fine, you continue your exploration. I won't hold you back any longer. Meet me at the hotel afterward. With that, Tang Wanru turned and retraced her steps toward the exit. After walking a few paces, she glanced back, giving Lin Yuan a deep, lingering look. Return safely. I will wait for you. As Tang Wanru's words faded, she swiftly vanished from Lin Yuan's sight. Though their interactions had been fleeting, Lin Yuan sensed that she was undoubtedly a kind-hearted girl, perhaps a potential friend. Yet, that was where it ended. Despite Tang Wanru's gentle demeanor and subtle interest in him, she was not his type. At that moment, an exquisite figure flashed across Lin Yuan's mind, prompting him to shake his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts. He was still too weak. Perhaps once he had grown stronger, he could dare to approach that ethereal being. Lin Yuan consumed the soul remnants of the 5 members of the Silver Wolf team and delved into Silver Wolf number 1's memories, a name surfacing in his mind. Chenxing? So it's you. We have no enmity between us, yet you insisted on seeking your own demise, Lin Yuan mused darkly. Chapter 73, Close Protection. Power Surge. Lin Yuan pressed deeper into the silver pine forest, driven by the urge to acquire numerous ability points. Young Lin, you certainly have quite the reputation. The voice of Chu Yunfeng echoed in his mind. Old Chu, what do you mean by that? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. There were others present earlier, one at the 7th tier and another at the 9th tier. What? Why didn't you mention that before? Lin Yuan exclaimed, taken aback. The presence of 2 such formidable beings lurking nearby could spell significant trouble for him. Because neither of them was there to target you, Chu Yunfeng replied. The 7th tier one was accompanying Tang Yatu. He must be her guardian. As for the 9th tier, guess who it is? Chu Yunfeng said mysteriously. Instantly, Lin Yuan thought of someone. Could it be Mu Qianqian? Indeed, that girl is still following you around. Really? What does she want from me? Lin Yuan questioned, confusion mingling with a hint of delight. A smile involuntarily forming on his lips. She is likely there to protect you. I wonder what charm you possess that would prompt a 9th tier powerhouse to offer such covert protection, Chu Yunfeng remarked, a trace of irritation in his tone. What is wrong with me? Handsome and gifted, perhaps she has developed feelings for me, Lin Yuan replied boastfully. Haha, wait, old Chu, what s with that strange laugh? Explain yourself. It means you're not worthy. Oh, come on. Say that again and see if I don't swallow you whole. Lin Yuan retorted, angered. No, you are worthy, all right. Mu Qianqian trailed behind Lin Yuan, unhurriedly following him. When the Silver Wolf squad had appeared earlier, she showed no signs of worry. She was well aware of Lin Yuan's capabilities. A mid-3rd tier opponent posed little threat to him. Having spent an entire day exploring the areas inhabited by 1st and 2nd tier beasts, Lin Yuan had gathered all the ability points available to him. It was now time to venture into the territory of 3rd tier beasts. With his strength, as long as he did not encounter a peak 3rd tier beast, he could handle them effortlessly. Outside the Silver Pine Forest, at that moment, Chun Xing was in a hotel, feeling restless. Chun Xiao, why not call the wild wolves to check if they returned to the mercenary group? One of Chun Xing's subordinates suggested. Right, let us ask the wild wolves. Chun Xing hurriedly dialed the phone. Wolf, has the Silver Wolf Squad returned? He questioned eagerly as the call connected. Not yet, young Master Chun. Where in T they supposed to find you? The wild wolf replied, perplexed. Yes, I let them into the Silver Pine Forest to kill a new student from Qing University. They should have been out by now. It's been a day, and they are still not back. I'm worried something has happened to them. What? They're still not out? A new student shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Could they have encountered other powerful foes? Don't worry, young Master Chun. I'll arrange for a strong individual to go check. Once he hung up, Chun Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Knowing a strong person was being sent gave him peace of mind. Soon, that expert would enter the forest to search for Lin Yuan, allowing him to discover whether Lin Yuan was alive or dead. Even if Lin Yuan had miraculously survived, that expert would ensure he met his end. Within the Silver Pine Forest, there were only 4 areas, with the highest level being inhabited by 4th-tier beasts. Lin Yuan had slain over 20 initial and mid-3rd-tier beasts in the 3rd-tier area, and he had also feasted on many of them. His ability points, combined with the 60,000 he had before entering, had now risen to 130,000. The next area was home to peak 3rd-tier beasts, and it was time to bolster his strength. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He currently possessed SS-level abilities, and raising his martial arts rank yielded twice the benefits compared to directly enhancing his combat power. So he opted to elevate his martial arts level first. As he concentrated, his martial arts rank surged to mid-2nd tier, instantly enhancing his combat power and invigorating him. Martial arts, martial artist, mid-2nd tier, 0. Combat power, 1, 0, 30, 000. Ability points, 50, 000. Looking at the numbers on his system panel, Lin Yuan shook his head in dissatisfaction. Despite a significant increase in combat power, he still fell short by 250, 000 from the standard for peak 3rd-tier strength. With another 50, 000 ability points remaining, he allocated them all to combat power, then ventured into the peak 3rd-tier area, hoping to accumulate more ability points. Lin Yuan focused, exhausting all his ability points, which raised his combat power by another 50, 000, bringing it to 1, 0, 80, 000. At that moment, Mu Qianqian was concealed atop a towering silver pine tree, observing Lin Yuan below with astonishment. Since Lin Yuan had departed from Qing University, she had followed closely, fearful that the reincarnation sect would target him. In truth, her concern was somewhat unwarranted. Huoping's attempt on Lin Yuan's life had been a spur-of-the-moment decision born of a desire for recognition, not a sign that the reincarnation sect had truly set their sights on him. Presently, Lin Yuan had yet to enter their purview. However, Mu Qianqian could not afford to be complacent. Lin Yuan was her only hope, although she herself was quite talented. The time required to ascend beyond the martial god level was indeterminate, and for reasons unknown, the thought of Lin Yuan constantly facing danger unsettled her heart. Thus, she declined Hua Hongfeng's offer to send someone to protect Lin Yuan, opting instead to safeguard him personally. Just days prior, Lin Yuan had dispatched Huoping and defeated Niu Jun, yet both had been initial 3rd-tier martial artists. Now, witnessing Lin Yuan effortlessly dispatch mid-3rd-tier beasts as if they were mere vegetables, she was once again taken aback. How much more power did he conceal? In just a few days, he had progressed to slaying mid-3rd-tier beasts. What of the peak 3rd-tier beasts? Could he also dispatch them with ease? Wait, why is he standing still? Is he contemplating whether to continue? Mu Qianqian observed Lin Yuan's motionless form, mistakenly believing he was hesitating, when in reality, Lin Yuan was in the midst of a breakthrough. Moments later, he exerted force beneath his feet and shot deep into the silver pine forest, prompting Mu Qianqian to follow closely, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yuan's rapid advance was facilitated by Chu Yunfeng, acting as a living radar, enabling him to easily evade the beasts. His objective was simple: consume the available resources to boost his combat power before hunting the beasts. It wasn't that Lin Yuan was incapable of defeating peak 3rd-tier beasts. Rather, it was a matter of efficiency. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle when he could conserve energy? By adopting this approach, he maximized his efficiency. Moreover, should he encounter a pack of beasts, his current combat power would make it challenging to slay them all. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian gracefully maneuvered atop the silver pines, perplexed as she watched Lin Yuan below. What was he up to? His path entirely circumvented the beasts. How was he achieving that? After over half an hour, Lin Yuan had thoroughly scoured the area, consuming all the soul entities available. Each peak 3rd-tier soul entity granted 2,000 ability points. And after devouring over 100, Lin Yuan allocated all his ability points to combat power. His combat power had now reached 1,300,000, successfully surpassing the 1,280,000 threshold for peak 3rd-tier strength, which brought a satisfied nod from him. Next came the hunting phase. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Yuan's face. Just then, a system alert resonated in his mind, indicating the issuance of a new task. Chapter 74. New task, Fire Pulp Fruit. Ding. Treasure-seeking task activated. Task objective, acquire Fire Pulp Fruit. Task reward, a martial arts gift package. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Fireberry. What on earth is that? It was not something he had encountered in his high school textbooks, nor was it documented in the Silver Pine manual. Was it a type of spiritual herb or fruit? Old Chu, could you enlighten me about the fireberry? Is it found in the Silver Pine forest? Lin Yuan could only turn to the knowledgeable Chu Yunfeng for assistance. Fireberry. How do you even know of such a fruit? It cannot possibly exist here. It is only produced in certain special star domains within the cosmos, and each one is exceedingly rare, Chu Yunfeng replied, perplexed. How could this blue star individual have knowledge of it? Lin Yuan frowned at his words. The system would not issue nonsensical tasks. Since it had, it must be something he could encounter. Forget how I know. Please investigate and see if you can uncover the whereabouts of the fireberry, Lin Yuan urged once more. Although Chu Yunfeng deemed it improbable, he nonetheless extended his spiritual senses to begin the search. Alas, that fruit cannot appear here. The reason it is called fireberry is that its insides are filled with searing magma. Even from a considerable distance, one could feel its terrifying heat. Clearly, there is no sensation here. How could there be any fireberry? Upon hearing Chu Yunfeng's words, Lin Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared that this task would not be completed anytime soon. Wait a moment. Incredible. There truly is such a thing here? This defies all scientific reasoning. Just as Lin Yuan was about to abandon hope, Chu Yunfeng's astonished voice rang out again. Old Chu, does this mean there is a lead on the fireberry? Lin Yuan inquired excitedly. Indeed, you were right. How did you know? Without the ability to probe with spiritual energy, who could have discovered such a treasure hidden beneath the icy pool? Chu Yunfeng mused. Now I understand why I felt no heat. It seems a pool of extreme cold is obstructing the transmission of its high temperature. These two little creatures seem to be enjoying themselves. What little creatures? Lin Yuan asked, perplexed. The fireberry is located in a cold pond, where two fourth-tier fire-type ferocious beasts are utilizing the flame energy released by the fireberry for their cultivation. Chu Yunfeng replied leisurely. Fourth tier? How are we to manage that? Lin Yuan pondered, realizing that he could not contend with fourth-tier beasts. Even the weakest among them possessed battle prowess exceeding his own by more than double. No matter how many powerful martial arts he had, along with agility and defensive techniques, he stood no chance against one, let alone two. Should he resort to the celestial slaughter sword and call upon Old Chu for assistance? That seemed too extravagant. Old Chu was his trump card for survival, and once used, it would undoubtedly constrain his future endeavors. Another option was to draw Mu Qianqian into action. But Lin Yuan felt a tinge of masculinity. Relying on a woman? That was out of the question. He would rather resort to the celestial slaughter sword if necessary. Forget it, I won't overthink it. I'll first sweep through the third-tier pinnacle beasts, and then see if there is a way to obtain the fireberry. Resolutely, Lin Yuan unsheathed the dragon-slaying sword. It was time for slaughter. He charged directly toward the location of the third-tier pinnacle beasts like a bloodthirsty predator. In an instant, flashes of silver light erupted throughout the silver pine forest, reaping the lives of the ferocious beasts one after another. At that moment, Mu Qianqian stood atop a 100-meter silver pine, staring blankly at the scene before her. Lin Yuan truly began his merciless slaughter of the third-tier pinnacle beasts. This little rascal. What is his true capability? Letting the third-tier mid-level beasts slide was one thing, but these were third-tier pinnacle beasts, boasting battle prowess exceeding 1.28 million. When she previously assessed his strength, had it not been only 230,000, that must have been just a fraction of his true potential. Could he have hidden his strength? Or has he ascended far too quickly? But neither explanation seems plausible. Mu Qianqian felt her mind spiraling. Hiding strength? An 18-year-old concealing the power of a third-tier pinnacle? How could that be possible? Who would believe such a claim? And to suggest he had boosted his strength by over 1 million in just a few days? That was absurd. Was he riding a rocket or using cheats? Before long, Lin Yuan came to a halt. Not a single third-tier pinnacle beast had managed to escape his lethal grasp in this area. With Chu's radar, they had no chance to flee. Glancing at the 6,000 ability points on the system panel, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now it was time to seek out the fireberry. Not only was it a reward from the system in the form of a martial arts gift pack, but the fireberry itself was also of immense value to him, as his heavenly flame body refinement technique required abundant flame energy. Such a remarkable spiritual fruit might just provide him with the opportunity to break through to the bone refining realm. Lin Yuan was acutely aware of the power of body refinement techniques. They were even more enticing than the enhancement of martial arts. Old Chu, lead the way. Let us venture into the territory of the fourth-tier beasts, he said to Chu Yunfeng. With that, he set off toward the region inhabited by the fourth-tier beasts. Mu Qianqian had thought Lin Yuan would soon exit, but to her surprise, the boy activated his speed once more, charging straight into the realm of the fourth-tier beasts. What on earth is he thinking? He'll get himself killed, she thought, hastily following behind, ready to intervene. Once again, Lin Yuan showcased his remarkable ability to evade ferocious beasts as he darted about, leaving her bewildered. In the fourth-tier beast territory, soul entities were scarce. As such formidable beasts were not something an ordinary person could slay. Only true experts could hunt here. After a brief sprint, he consumed 3 early 4th tier and 4 mid 4th tier soul entities. The early 4th tier yielded 3,000 ability points, while the mid 4th tier provided 4,000, totaling an impressive 25,000 ability points. With the previous 60,000, he now possessed a grand total of 85,000 ability points. Lin Yuan did not immediately augment his strength. Even with an additional 80,000 battle prowess, it would not significantly alter his current predicament. Old Chu, let us investigate the fireberry, Lin Yuan instructed Chu Yunfeng. Are we truly going? Do you want me to take action? Chu Yunfeng responded. Let us first see. It would be best if I could avoid calling upon your assistance. The fireberry was situated deep within the silver pine forest, not far from the portal to its innermost reaches. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived near the icy pond. He concealed his presence and even held his breath, fearing that he might startle the 2 ferocious beasts lurking within. The pond was not large, merely about 100 meters in diameter, yet its surface was encased in a thick layer of ice. Even the surrounding edge had formed a layer of ice due to the frigid air. In such cold waters, a faint red glow emanated, a striking contradiction. The faint sounds of the beast's breathing echoed from within, exuding a fierce aura. 4th tier pinnacle? Lin Yuan murmured, sensing the presence of the beasts. Indeed, 4th tier pinnacle, Chu Yunfeng affirmed. Is Mu Qianqian still with us? Lin Yuan inquired. She is right above you, atop the silver pine, Chu Yunfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart, not expecting her to still be following him, yet he did not wish to rely on her strength. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan sheathed the dragon-slaying sword into his storage space and placed his hand on the hilt of the celestial slaughter sword. Then, he stealthily approached the icy pond.